It seems that 2 years ago, our young master didn't lose in vain. Such high praise. There's no need to watch this match. The woman glanced at Lin Jing, then stood up and slowly walked out of the room. Take care of the young master. The match should have its limits. With that, the woman left the tea house, and Lin Jing narrowed his eyes, heading towards the dueling yard. At that moment, in the yard, Huang Fuling's forehead was covered in dense sweat. Wang Beihai, how much stronger have you become these years? Huang Fuling looked at Wang Beihai unwillingly, then suddenly paused, gathering strength with his 3 doppelgangers. 2 years ago, I fell to your fist of the heaven shaking. Now, with my doppelgangers and me, let's see if you can still withstand it. As he spoke, countless fist shadows appeared around Huang Fuling, more numerous and solid than before. Though the doppelgangers had fewer shadows, their power was no less. All right, since you wish it, I'll grant it. Wang Beihai said, closing his eyes, and his Hao Tian Zhan Qi surged within him, visible spiritual energy gathering on his fists. A massive fist shadow reappeared in the void. Go! Wang Beihai snorted, and the fist shadow descended, while Huang Fuling swung his fists, sending countless smaller shadows towards Wang Beihai. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, raising a cloud of dust in the yard. Who won? When Qing and Yang, watching from the side, focused their gazes on the dust, full of anticipation. You two, just a friendly match, making such a big fuss. As the dust settled, Lin Jing stood between the two, one hand on each, his palms smoking. Two monsters, almost couldn't handle it. Lin Jing suppressed the pain in his hand, glaring at the two. Lin Lao, what are you doing? We haven't decided the winner yet. Huang Fuling said, ready to attack again, but Lin Jing stepped forward, blocking him. Young master, Madam has instructed us to stop at a draw, and your father also wishes to meet this friend of yours. Hearing this, Huang Fuling calmed down. Since it's father who wants to meet Beihai, let's stop here. With that, Huang Fuling looked at Wang Beihai. Although the fight wasn't fully satisfying, since it was in someone else's home, Wang Beihai nodded. After returning from the divine ruins, we must have another good fight. Wang Beihai walked over, patting Huang Fuling's shoulder, who nodded firmly, then led Wang Beihai and the others towards their home. Chapter 224, Huang Fu Yun. Wang Beihai followed Huang Fuling to the back of the tea house, walking through an ancient corridor and directly to a small door. Huang Fuling pushed it open and led Wang Beihai and a few others inside. In an instant, a simple and elegant garden suddenly appeared before their eyes. Wang Beihai took a deep breath, then opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with brilliance. This is a gathering spirit formation, he muttered, narrowing his eyes as he thought to himself that the Huangfu family was indeed extraordinary. Curious, Wang Beihai looked around while following Huang Fuling's steps. The garden of the Huangfu family was indeed spacious, taking them 4 or 5 minutes to walk through before arriving at a large courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a pond with a natural fountain, the luxurious arrangement stunning Wang Beihai. What do you think? Isn't my family's courtyard nice? Huang Fuling smiled at Wang Beihai. Yes, Wang Beihai nodded, though in his heart he thought, this is more than nice. It's like a paradise, a hidden realm. As they entered the spacious hall, Wang Beihai felt his spirits lift, able to see a faint purple aura between his eyes. Purple aura rising, either immensely rich or noble. No wonder the Huangfu family has risen so quickly. Such fortune is truly enviable, Wang Beihai murmured. A round of applause soon followed from a distance. Wang Beihai snapped back to attention and looked towards the source of the sound. In the middle of the hall, an imposing middle-aged man sat on a large chair. His eyebrows were sharp as swords, his eyes like stars, giving off an indomitable aura. Wang Beihai observed closely and noticed the man bore a resemblance to Huang Fuling. Good. It seems Linger's friend understands the art of feng shui, the man said, clapping his hands and looking at Wang Beihai. Your esteemed self is too kind. I only have a superficial understanding, Wang Beihai replied, surprised that his quiet mutterings had been heard by the man far above. Young as you are, you have a good temperament, the man praised, then waved his hand. Linger, since they are your friends, bring them to their seats quickly and do not neglect them. Huang Fuling immediately summoned servants to bring seats and tea. After arranging everything, Huang Fuling bowed lightly to the man and then introduced to Wang Beihai. This is my father, Huang Fu Yun. Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately stood up and bowed to Huang Fu Yun. Linger's friends are our friends. No need for such formality, Huang Fu Yun said, waving his hand. He then narrowed his eyes, examining Wang Beihai, whose gaze made him feel uneasy. Fortunately, Huang Fu Yun's gaze didn't linger long. He glanced at Wenqing and Ying beside him, his expression momentarily startled but quickly returned to normal. Wang Beihai, right? Huang Fu Yun took a sip of tea and then spoke slowly. Yes, Wang Beihai nodded hurriedly. I've heard of your name, Huang Fu Yun said, narrowing his eyes. In just 5 years, you've gone from an unknown country boy to the head of the Jiangnan and Jiangbei regions. You single-handedly defeated the Black Gold Society and even outperformed the Japanese in Ingzhou, truly a hero among the youth. Huang Fu Yun sighed with deep meaning, looking at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai was surprised and respectfully replied, I didn't expect you to know so much about me, sir. It truly makes me feel honored. Hee, at such a young age, you have this ability and means. Looking across the entire divine land, no one among the younger generation can compare. Linger losing to you is not unjust. You flatter me, sir, Wang Beihai said, bowing deeply to Huang Fu Yun. No, Huang Fu Yun waved his hand, and then his expression turned serious. I've heard you're here for the ancient divine ruins. Do you have any confidence in this endeavor? This is my first time hearing about it. To be honest, I have no confidence, Wang Beihai said, glancing at Wenqing and voicing his true thoughts. Oh, you're quite straightforward. Linger has already discussed the cooperation with you, hasn't he? Huang Fu Yun's demeanor remained calm, but in Wang Beihai's eyes, he seemed like a god above, as if all plans were under his control. Don't be surprised. The ancient divine ruins appear only once every 10,000 years, and many families seek cooperation. Seeing Wang Beihai's doubts, Huang Fu Yun smiled and continued. What's inside the ancient divine ruins is unknown to all of us. However, one thing is certain, danger and opportunity coexist. The greater the fortune, the greater the danger. None of us are fools. Now that the ruins have reappeared, going solo without extraordinary luck is impossible. But if we cooperate, we might all benefit. Huang Fu Yun then looked at Wang Beihai. Beihai, you're smart. You should understand this principle. Naturally, Wang Beihai nodded, then continued. I have mutual respect with Huang Fu Ling. Without your saying, we can share joys and sorrows. But regarding the matter of the ruins, I hope you won't hide anything from us. Hearing this, Huang Fu Yun's eyes moved, and he laughed heartily, looking at Wang Beihai. With you accompanying Linger, I can rest assured. You won't be going with Huang Fu Ling? Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback. Not that I don't want to, but I can't, Huang Fu Yun explained immediately when he saw Wang Beihai's puzzled expression. Legend has it that the ancient divine ruins have restrictions. Anyone whose cultivation exceeds the heaven realm and enters the nirvana realm cannot set foot in the ruins. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and his brows furrowed deeply. Why is that? Logically, the ruins appear only once every 10,000 years. These restrictions have no basis at all, he said. While that's true, these restrictions are as deeply ingrained in my memory as if carved there, like a heritage. Not just me, but some well-established families also tacitly acknowledge this restriction. Strange. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, then felt a surge of joy. Does this mean that the highest cultivation level in the ruins will be the heaven realm? You could say that, Huang Fu Yun nodded, seeing Wang Beihai's relaxed expression, and added, Beihai, you're young and inexperienced. Remember, there are many powerful people in this world. Even if they are only at the heaven realm, there are formidable individuals among them. Don't be too careless if you encounter them. Your teachings are well taken, Wang Beihai said, realizing his mistake and inwardly scolding himself for being naive. He then bowed deeply to Huang Fu Yun. All right, Linger will inform you of the specifics about the ruins. These days, you can rest well in our residence. By the way, it's time for a performance. You young ones can chat. I won't keep you company, Huang Fu Yun said, standing up and striding out of the hall, soon disappearing into the courtyard. Chapter 225. Anomalies in the Sky. Thus, Wang Beihai and the others stayed at Huang Fu Ling's home. They spent their days either playing chess and chatting with Wang Beihai and Huang Fu Ling or practicing martial arts in the courtyard. When Qing and Ying, worried about causing trouble again, did not leave the Huang Fu residence. When they were idle, they also joined in the sparring between Wang Beihai and Huang Fu Ling. Over time, within just a week, everyone's skills had noticeably improved. It's been a week. Why hasn't there been any movement yet? Late at night, Wang Beihai sat on the rooftop of the Huang Fu residence, his eyes fixed on the distant Zhufeng Peak. The mountain peak remained as calm as ever, but it was this calmness that gave Wang Beihai a feeling of an impending storm. Feeling uneasy? At that moment, a faint sound came from downstairs, and then a slender figure leaped onto the rooftop. It's you. Can't sleep either? Wang Beihai glanced at the person who had arrived. It was Ying. Well, we don't usually sleep much, we're used to it. Ying stretched and then walked over to Wang Beihai, tossing him a wine flask. Sitting here in the middle of the night, aren't you cold? Ying said, opening her own bottle and taking a deep swig, her cheeks immediately flushing. Wang Beihai looked at the wine bottle in his hand, thought for a moment, and then opened it to take a sip. You know, what does the ancient divine ruins look like inside? What kind of things are there inside? Wang Beihai looked at Ying with interest. Ying shook her head. I've only lived for 100 years. How would I know what happened 10,000 years ago? As she spoke, Ying's eyes suddenly lit up. However, in the inherited memories of our demon clan, there are some fragments of information, though they are very scattered. What kind of information? Hearing this, Wang Beihai became instantly intrigued. The specific details are already vague, but vaguely, it seems that within the ancient divine ruins, there is a legacy left by the demon clan's supreme being, and it seems to be sealed with some kind of monster. However, these memories are so blurred that this is all I can recall. After saying this, Ying took another sip of wine and then looked up at the sky. Supreme being. Sealed? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Although only a few words were mentioned, it was almost certain that there were earth-shattering secrets within the ancient divine ruins. What's that? At that moment, Ying suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Wang Beihai snapped back to attention and looked up. In the previously clear night sky, a layer of colorful glow suddenly appeared, and at the end of that light was the distant Zhufeng Peak. Could it be the ancient divine ruins? Wang Beihai was startled. Just as he was about to rejoice, the glow contracted again. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, countless figures soared into the sky in the darkness, some jumping onto rooftops, others hovering directly in the void. It seems everyone has noticed. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, glancing around. There were over 100 powerful figures present. Seeing the glow recede, they all let out a sigh of regret, then glanced around and returned to the ground. It seems there's still some time before the divine ruins open. Observing everyone's reactions, Wang Beihai could deduce the dynamics of the ancient divine ruins. Hey, what are you two doing here? Not out on a date in the middle of the night, are you? At that moment, Huang Fu Ling and Wen Qing noticed Wang Beihai and Ying and immediately leaped over from a nearby rooftop. Huang Fu Ling looked at Wang Beihai and Ying with a mysterious expression, his words carrying a hint of implication. Hearing this, Ying remained calm, but Wang Beihai immediately blushed. Don't talk nonsense. It's just that your arrival timing is too coincidental, isn't it? Wang Beihai said, looking at Huang Fu Ling. Huang Fu Ling and Wen Qing exchanged glances, and Huang Fu Ling also looked flustered. All right, we were just here to admire the moon or something. It's not like there's any secret affair going on. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Wen Qing coughed lightly to break the silence, then looked at Yi Ying. Yi Ying, do you still have any wine? Of course. Yi Ying smiled slightly, taking out 2 bottles of baijiu from her pocket and tossing them to the two. After a few days of interaction, Wen Qing and Yi Ying's relationship had also warmed up. Just wine and no snacks? How boring. At that moment, a hearty laugh sounded, and the group turned to see Huang Fuyun and Lin Jing approaching with snacks in hand, leaping to their side. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Huang Fuyun smiled. Just now, Lin Lao and I were discussing the ancient divine ruins when we suddenly saw the sky anomaly and came out to take a look. To our surprise, we saw you all here, so we grabbed some snacks. Mind if we 2 old folks join you? Seeing Huang Fuyun's request, Wang Beihai and the others naturally had no objections. With snacks in hand, they sat on the rooftop, drinking and chatting. Before long, the sky began to brighten. Wang Beihai squinted at the rising sun in the distance, then looked around with drowsy eyes. Huang Fuyun and Lin Jing had already descended from the rooftop, while the usually robust Huang Fuling was now drunk and lying in Wen Qing's arms. Yi Ying stood at the highest point of the rooftop, her eyes fixed on the distant Zhufeng Peak. Not drunk? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, walking over to Yi Ying. Just as he was about to ask, Yi Ying signaled for silence. Don't speak, listen. There's a sound. Yi Ying shook her head, her ears transforming into cat ears. Wang Beihai frowned. This was the first time he had seen Yi Ying transform. Thinking about it, Wang Beihai also listened carefully with Yi Ying. Wind, breathing, and the sound of clouds rolling. Soon, Wang Beihai opened his eyes, looking at Yi Ying in confusion. Calm your mind, listen again. Yi Ying didn't even turn her head, just reminded him. Wang Beihai frowned, focusing his senses once more. This time, he heard a faint heartbeat, as if something was about to hatch. What is this? Wang Beihai's eyes widened in shock. The sensation was as if something was about to be born. The ancient divine ruins are finally about to open. Yi Ying's eyes were filled with excitement. At that moment, the colorful glow from the previous night once again filled the sky. A beam of white light spread from the top of Zhufeng Peak, instantly illuminating the entire capital. After the white light, the sky took on a dazzling array of colors. Beautiful. Just as Wang Beihai was entranced, a massive bolt of lightning tore through the sky, the loud crack waking Huang Fuling and Wen Qing from their drunken stupor. At that moment, Huang Fuyun and Lin Jing flew to the rooftop. The ancient divine ruins are about to appear. Follow me, let's go. With that, the two quickly headed towards the foot of Zhufeng Peak. Wang Beihai and the others narrowed their eyes, each transforming into streaks of light, rushing towards Zhufeng Peak. Chapter 226. Ambush on the Journey. Wang Beihai and his companions sprinted forward at an astonishing speed, surpassing even the cars racing on the road. It seems there are quite a few people heading to the ancient divine ruins, Wang Beihai remarked as he glanced back and noticed numerous figures moving swiftly behind them, all heading towards Mount Jushan. There are more than just those, Huang Fuling laughed, pointing in another direction. Wang Beihai followed his gaze to see numerous cars on the highway also heading towards Mount Jushan. With the number of people we've seen so far, there must be over 100, right? Wang Beihai mused inwardly. Just then, a sudden burst of firelight ahead was followed by a colossal explosion. Be careful, Lin Jing shouted. Wang Beihai looked up to see several figures being flung backward from the explosion site. With a leap, Wang Beihai caught one of the flying figures mid-air, then landed on the ground. Beihai, Huang Fuling called out urgently from above. Wang Beihai steadied himself and shouted back, "Don't wait for me, go ahead." Huang Fuling frowned but continued his pursuit without delay. So, they're already resorting to tactics. This competition seems fiercer than I imagined. Wang Beihai muttered to himself, glancing at the person in his arms. The individual was clearly injured by an explosion, blackened all over. Gently feeling the person's neck, Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He swiftly inserted several silver needles into the person's body, stabilizing their breathing before placing them on the ground and leaping forward to catch up. Throughout the journey, Wang Beihai encountered numerous obstacles, but he dealt with each one, gradually realizing that most were freelance martial artists targeting lone warriors, avoiding groups from established families. Survival of the fittest indeed. Wang Beihai thought coldly, his expression unchanging. Despite his acceleration, he was still delayed and couldn't catch up with Huang Fuling and the others. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from behind. Wang Beihai's instinct screamed a warning. He halted midair, thrusting his palms forward to dodge the incoming arrow. "Heh, not bad," a familiar voice called out. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice to see Zhang Chengluan perched on someone's back, with dozens of formidable guards behind him, one holding a bow, clearly the source of the attack. Zhang Chengluan. Wang Beihai muttered, intending to leave the dangerous situation, but Zhang Chengluan sneered. "Think you can leave? Not a chance." With a wave of his hand, the group blocked Wang Beihai's path. "Oldly, take care of him. I'll be off," Zhang Chengluan said, waving a goodbye gesture before propelling himself forward towards the foot of Mount Zhushan. "Apologies, young friend. I am under orders. To save time, why not surrender your hands and feet?" Li Si stepped forward, releasing his intimidating aura that scattered the lurking freelance warriors. "Heh, typical of the big clans, their disregard for right and wrong is impressive," Wang Beihai retorted, his body enveloped in a crimson glow. Refusing a polite offer, Li Si's eyes turned cold as he signaled the attack. Despite his higher cultivation, Wang Beihai found himself at a disadvantage due to the coordinated assault and the lurking archer. Even with the protection of the Azura immortal body, he was pushed back. "Heh, Beihai, die." Li Si seized the moment, thrusting his sword towards Wang Beihai's throat. At the critical moment, a figure rushed in, kicking Li Si in the back. Li Si stumbled, thrown off balance. "Beihai, are you all right?" Wang Beihai looked up to see Wen Qing. "Why did you come back?" Wang Beihai gasped, coughing up blood. "Who said it's just her? We're here too." Wang Beihai turned to see Huang Fuling, and Yang had also arrived, standing proudly before the crowd. Chapter 227. Climbing the Peak of the Gods. "You scoundrel Bei! How dare you ambush me?" Li Si roared, turning around to see Huang Fuling standing not far away, causing his pupils to constrict. "Li, old man, you have a lot of nerve. You dare to block my friend?" Huang Fuling glanced at the wounds on Wang Beihai's body, his eyes flashing with a cold glint as he turned his gaze to Li Si. Li Si, meeting Huang Fuling's gaze, felt a pang of guilt. "I am but a servant following my master's orders." Li Si hastily lowered his head in a moment of panic. "Oh, so if Zhang Chengluan ordered you to kill me, would you still have to do it?" Huang Fuling's eyes were icy, each word spoken with full force. I dare not," Li Si stammered, floundering until Huang Fuling spoke again. "We are here now, and Wang Beihai is my friend. If you have the guts, try to lay a finger on him." With that, Huang Fuling stepped forward and helped Wang Beihai to his feet. Seeing this, Li Si narrowed his eyes and said, "I can let him go, but he must leave the sword behind." Hearing this, Huang Fuling frowned, glancing at the red cloud sword in Wang Beihai's hand, his eyes widening as he thought, "I hadn't noticed before, but Wang Beihai holds such a treasure." With this thought, Huang Fuling looked at Wang Beihai and saw the determination in his eyes, knowing that Wang Beihai would never give up the sword. Thus, he turned to Li Si. "I'm sorry, but today, both the man and the sword are coming with me." At this, Li Si laughed. "Young Master Ling, although I am injured, I am still at the peak of the heavenly realm, and with these dozens of good hands, I believe I can still kill this Beihai. I advise you not to meddle in other people's affairs." "Oh, is that so?" At that moment, Wen Qing and Ying stepped forward simultaneously, releasing their auras, causing Li Si to be stunned. Previously, after battling Wang Beihai, Li Si's strength had already been depleted by about 60 to 70%, and coupled with the injury from Wang Beihai's sword, his current power had greatly diminished. Although there were still henchmen around, the outcome of a real fight remained uncertain. Li Si pondered this, reluctantly glanced at the long sword in Wang Beihai's hand, then gritted his teeth. "Let's go," he said, and led the group away. After Li Si and his men were out of sight, Huang Fu Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he wasn't afraid of a fight, Li Si was still powerful, and even injured, he would be terrifying to face. Plus, the ancient divine relic was about to open, and after careful consideration, Huang Fu Ling was very reluctant to confront Li Si. "You should have just followed us. Why did you have to fall behind? If we hadn't come, you would have been done for," Huang Fu Ling complained, then directly carried Wang Beihai on his back. "What are you doing?" Wang Beihai was taken aback. "What? The divine relic is about to appear. If you don't recover some strength, you'll be cannon fodder," Huang Fu Ling said. Then with a leap, he carried Wang Beihai forward. The four of them sprinted, and the closer they got to the peak of the gods, the more obvious the signs of battle became. Out of the initial 1,000-strong group, when Wang Beihai and the others arrived at the foot of the peak of the gods, a third had already disappeared. "We're here," Huang Fu Ling reminded, then landed steadily. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Huang Fu Yun and Lin Jing hurried over. Seeing Wang Beihai's condition, Huang Fu Yun frowned. "Who did this?" "That little fatty from the Zhang family. Just some superficial wounds, nothing serious." Wang Beihai gratefully looked at Huang Fu Yun, then raised his head to gaze at the towering peak, feeling awestruck. "As long as you're all right," Huang Fu Yun patted Wang Beihai's shoulder, then glanced at Li Si, who was bandaging up not far away, his eyes flashing with a complex light. "All right, there's no need to be surprised. There are still about 3 days until the divine relic opens. What we need to do now is to climb as quickly as possible and aim to reach the top of the peak of the gods first." Huang Fu Ling looked up at the peak of the gods and let out a long breath. "Climb!" Wang Beihai exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, Lin Jing summoned some Huang Fu family members who had trailed behind, instructing them to retrieve several thick down jackets from the vehicle. "The middle section of the peak of the gods is always bitterly cold. We must take precautions against the cold," Huang Fu Yun said as he distributed the thick winter jackets to everyone. "Take your equipment, and we'll start climbing. The path to the summit is different for everyone. You don't need to travel together. This journey is also a trial for you. I hope we can meet again at the peak in 3 days." With that, Huang Fu Yun took his equipment and led the Huang Fu family members away. "How about it? Should we climb together?" Huang Fu Ling looked at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai smiled and shook his head. This time, it shouldn't be so unlucky. As the senior Huang Fu said, the path to the summit is different for everyone. Let's each do our best. Let's do our best. With these words, the four of them placed their hands on top of each other, shouted Jiao, "Let's do our best," and then proceeded to the base of the mountain. As Wang Beihai took the first step towards the mountain, he felt a dizziness, and when he looked back, there was no one else in sight. No wonder the senior said that the path to climb the peak of the gods is one's own. With this realization, Wang Beihai slowly began to climb the mountain. What's going on? After climbing a few dozen meters, Wang Beihai suddenly stopped, feeling an invisible pressure, making his previously light steps become heavy. "This weight is like having lead poured into my body. It's too crazy." Wang Beihai looked up at the seemingly unreachable peak, then continued to climb under the pressure. Unknowingly, Wang Beihai's steps became faster, and after about half a day, he no longer felt the strain, his pace of climbing accelerating. "It doesn't seem that hard after all," Wang Beihai smirked. At that moment, the previously flat path suddenly collapsed. If not for Wang Beihai's quick reflexes, he would have fallen. What's happening? Wang Beihai looked at the abyss below his feet, his eyes filled with fear. Then, following the path, he saw that the path ahead had turned into a cliff. "That's simple, just fly over it." Wang Beihai smiled, took a deep breath, and leaped, only to find that after jumping about 3 meters, his body began to fall. In a panic, Wang Beihai hurriedly grabbed a protruding rock, saving his life. Gulp. Wang Beihai looked at the abyss below, swallowing hard. What's going on? Why did my strength suddenly disappear? Wang Beihai frowned, then thought of what Huang Fu Yun had said. Heh, it seems this is all a test for me. With that thought, Wang Beihai's lips curled up as he looked up, gritted his teeth, reached for another protruding rock with his fingertips, and climbed up with all his might. Chapter 228. The Snow Divine Eagle. Time ticked by, and the sky gradually darkened. On the towering Zhufeng Peak, Wang Beihai was the only one still climbing the steep cliff, unyielding and relentless. 21,657, 21,658. As Wang Beihai climbed, he counted aloud, his fingertips already bloodied from the effort, sweat pouring down like rain from his forehead, and blood seeping from his teeth due to the intense clenching. 21,000. Wang Beihai gritted his teeth and reached out, but this time, his hand grasped nothing. I can't hold on any longer. Suspended by one hand on the cliff, Wang Beihai's eyes half closed, feeling completely drained of strength. In a moment of dizziness, the figures of Xiao Min and Ling Ruoying appeared before his eyes. Then, scenes of his agreement with Xiao Luo flashed through his mind, familiar faces passing by until the image of Mo City, where he was trampled by Qin Wushuang, froze. Wang Beihai's eyes instantly blazed with determination. Come on. Wang Beihai roared and looked towards the summit. If I can't overcome these small obstacles, how can I reach the peak? How can I achieve greatness? With that, a low growl escaped his throat. 21,659. Wang Beihai pulled with all his might, digging deep into his last reserves of strength, finally grabbing onto a higher rock. That's it, step by step. Determined, Wang Beihai continued his ascent, though slowly, he was steadily rising. This climb lasted the entire night until dawn broke. Wang Beihai, invigorated by the sunlight, pulled himself up again, his eyes lighting up. This time, what he grabbed was not a rock but a flat surface. Elated, Wang Beihai used all his remaining strength to climb up, indeed reaching a flat ground. Phew. Wang Beihai panted heavily upon reaching the flat ground. Just then, the morning sun shone upon him, and the warm rays made him feel incredibly comfortable. After regaining some strength, Wang Beihai sat up and surveyed the surroundings. He found himself in a snow-white world. Wang Beihai shivered and quickly put on his Chongfeng Yi from his backpack, feeling much better. This place is truly marvelous. Thankfully, I made it up. Otherwise, I'd have fallen to my death. Wang Beihai sighed, then glanced back at the cliff he had climbed. In an instant, his eyes widened. The cliff he had struggled to climb was gone, replaced by an endless expanse of white. Could this be an illusion? Wang Beihai slapped his face, feeling the changes in his body, immediately dismissing the idea of an illusion. While puzzled, a faint fragrance wafted in. Wang Beihai sniffed deeply, and the scent brought a refreshing clarity. What is this? Curious, Wang Beihai followed the fragrance and found a steaming hot spring in the vast snowfield, with a translucent white lotus blooming in the center. This is a snow lotus. Wang Beihai's eyes lit up, but upon closer inspection, he felt something was amiss. This snow lotus seems different from the legends. As he approached, Wang Beihai slipped and fell into the spring. As soon as he entered the water, a gentle force enveloped him. This is the power of vitality. Wang Beihai rejoiced, abandoning his struggle, allowing his body to sink to the bottom of the spring. There, he sat cross-legged, fully savoring the energy. Soon, Wang Beihai opened his eyes, filled with surprise. The spring had restored his depleted energy to fullness and continued to nourish his body. With a thought, Wang Beihai activated the Xiao Luo indestructible body technique. As soon as the technique started, energy from the spring quickly surged into his body, creating whirlpools around him. After an unknown time, when Wang Beihai woke up again, the entire spring had disappeared. Ah, that was refreshing. Wang Beihai stretched and stood up, opening his eyes proudly. A huge eye was staring at him, filled with resentment. What the hell is this? Wang Beihai took a step back and saw the massive creature in front of him, a snow-white bird. What do you want? Wang Beihai's heart skipped a beat, and he looked around. The spring was gone, and realizing his previous actions, he understood the bird's anger. With that, Wang Beihai put on a smile. Bird brother, I didn't know this was your bathing pool. Sorry. While speaking, Wang Beihai backed away, looking for a chance to escape. At that moment, the giant bird screeched, the sound striking Wang Beihai's mind, causing dizziness. This thing can do psychic attacks? Wang Beihai was shocked and quickly activated the Hun Yuanju, feeling much clearer. Before he could steady himself, a pair of white wings came at him. Unable to dodge, Wang Beihai was hit and slammed into a nearby rock. What terrifying physical strength! Wang Beihai struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth, and cautiously looked at the bird. Screech! The bird screeched again and flapped its wings, creating a fierce wind with giant rocks flying towards Wang Beihai. Don't push me! Wang Beihai snorted, instantly activating the Shou Luo indestructible body, standing firm amidst the wind and snow, letting the rocks hit him without flinching. Seeing this, the bird's eyes showed a hint of fear, then it let out a loud cry and charged at Wang Beihai. This time, Wang Beihai didn't dodge but instead grabbed the feathers under the bird's neck, leaping onto its back effortlessly. The bird's eyes showed panic, frantically flapping its wings. Despicable human! Get off me! At that moment, a sweet voice echoed in Wang Beihai's mind. Wang Beihai was stunned, and the bird took the opportunity to shake him off. Wait, are you female? As the bird prepared for another attack, Wang Beihai's eyes widened. Himph! I am the renowned Snow Divine Eagle. How dare you ride me? Human, you absorbed the essence of the blood lotus I waited 1,000 years for. Today, I will eat you to reclaim what I lost. With that, the bird opened its mouth and lunged at Wang Beihai. Chapter 229. Subjugation. I'm going. Here we go again. Since you love to take it, I'll take it to the end with you. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and with a loud shout, he activated his Shou Luo Bu Mieti to its fullest extent before throwing a punch at the incoming giant bird. The bird's body was as tough as iron, but with Shou Luo Bu Mieti activated, Wang Beihai's body was also as hard as steel. The collision between the two produced a piercing sound of metal clashing. Come again. Wang Beihai roared, and after soaking in the hot spring, his Shou Luo Bu Mieti had improved significantly. This delighted him greatly. With a powerful exertion, he knocked the bird aside and then charged towards it, raising his fist. Human, how can you have such a powerful physique? The bird's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Seeing Wang Beihai coming at it, it didn't dare to be careless and quickly shielded itself with its wings, blocking Wang Beihai's attack. Haha, interesting, take another punch from me. Wang Beihai laughed and quickly threw another punch. In an instant, the bird was pushed back dozens of meters, leaving long marks on the snow. Damn it, I, the snow god eagle, how could I be defeated by a lowly human like you? The bird let out a screech, and its mental attack was launched once more. This time, Wang Beihai was prepared. As the bird screeched, he fully activated the Hun Yuanju, and his powerful mental energy condensed into a long needle. Go! Wang Beihai whispered, and the invisible needle directly penetrated the bird's head. The bird felt a sharp pain in its mind and let out a shrill cry of agony. Its intended move instantly collapsed. You despicable human, how dare you sneak attack this princess? Today, even if I have to sacrifice my 100 years of cultivation, I will make you pay. After saying that, the bird let out a long howl, and then its body began to emit a dazzling white light. Wang Beihai squinted his eyes and could vaguely see that all the feathers on the bird's body were falling off, and the bird was gradually transforming into a human form. In the blink of an eye, the white light dissipated, and on the snowy ground, the bird had transformed into a petite girl. The girl wore white clothes, had a ponytail, and her big eyes were extremely captivating, especially her skin, as white as snow. Demon clan? Wang Beihai frowned but couldn't sense any demonic aura. Pfft, you're the demon. Your whole family are demons. The girl stuck out her tongue at Wang Beihai. I am the ancient spirit beast snow god eagle. You ignorant bumpkin, don't compare me with lowly demon clans. Snow god eagle? Wang Beihai squinted and looked at the little girl, then said, After all that, it turns out to be a little kid. Forget it, I don't hit kids. I'm not playing with you anymore. With that, Wang Beihai turned around and was about to leave. You dare to insult this princess, you're courting death. The girl bit her teeth and shouted angrily. With a wave of her hand, a fierce snowstorm erupted around them, blocking Wang Beihai's path. Wang Beihai squinted his eyes, took a few steps back, and felt the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations around him. His eyes couldn't help but flash with surprise. Oh, a snow god eagle, and a purebred one. At that moment, a lazy voice rang in Wang Beihai's mind, as the Book of No Words woke up. You finally came to your senses. I thought you were gone for good. Wang Beihai said, but a smile appeared on his face. Hey, you're fine, aren't you? You're not a kid anymore. You can't come running to me for everything. But speaking of which, this nap was really comfortable. The Book of No Words let out a yawn. All right, Book of No Words, I'm in a bit of a jam now. If I can't shake off this girl's Joe-chan, I might miss the opening of the ancient divine ruins. Wang Beihai said anxiously. Ancient divine ruins? The Book of No Words exclaimed in surprise, then flew out from Wang Beihai's body, circled him once, and then burst into laughter. Your luck is too good, Beihai. That's why I couldn't sense anything before. You're already inside the ancient divine ruins. Ah! Wang Beihai was stunned, his eyes widening in surprise. Just as Wang Beihai was about to ask more, a gust of wind and snow came from behind, and he quickly dodged to the side. Let's talk about that later. Can you handle this girl first? Wang Beihai shielded himself with his fists, blocking the incoming snowstorm, then looked at the girl in front of him and asked with difficulty. That's simple, just subjugate her. The snow god eagle is a spirit beast with divine beast bloodlines. At its peak, its strength is no less than that of a Saint Realm expert. If you can subjugate it, it's a good thing. Hearing the Book of No Words, Wang Beihai was stunned. After reacting, he shouted at the Book of No Words, You make it sound so easy. A Saint Realm expert. How do I subjugate it? That's simple. Fully activate your Shioluobu Mieti and don't hold back. Just release this aura directly. Hesitating, Wang Beihai followed the instructions and activated his Shioluobu Mieti, then tried to release the aura. Instantly, red energy flew out from Wang Beihai's body and condensed into a giant red bird in the sky. As soon as the red bird appeared, it let out a cry towards the girl on the ground. The girl was startled, her big eyes filled with instinctive fear and submission, and she then lay on the ground, motionless. What's going on? Wang Beihai asked, puzzled. Stupid, the Shioluobu Mieti was created by the ancient Kuan Pong Patriarch, containing the will of the Kuan Pong Patriarch. Although the Great Pong is not as pure as the Phoenix bloodline, it is still a ruler among birds. The snow god eagle naturally has to submit. All right, now I'll give you a contract. You just need to sign it with the snow god eagle. The Book of No Words said, releasing a red light from the book, which instantly split into two and entered the brows of Wang Beihai and the girl. Wang Beihai suddenly felt his vision darken, and his consciousness arrived in a dark space. In front of him, the girl was looking at Wang Beihai unwillingly. Don't think you can bind me with a contract. I'd rather die than be subjugated by a lowly human like you. Hearing this, Wang Beihai frowned. You keep saying humans are lowly, but I ask you, since ancient times, which side hasn't been ruled by humans? Human hearts may be fickle, but human nature is simple and kind. Now you hate me just because I've extinguished your hope of breakthrough, but have you ever thought that staying by my side, you might encounter more opportunities? Wang Beihai said calmly, and the girl's eyes indeed showed signs of wavering. Seeing this, Wang Beihai continued, I don't know what kind of cultivation method you practice, but as long as you pledge allegiance to me, I can teach you the Shioluobu Mieti. Deal. Hearing about the Shioluobu Mieti, the girl had no more objections. After all, although the essence of the blood lotus was good, it required too much time, let alone the will of the Kuan Pong, which was something that could not be sought after. The girl naturally was tempted. But I have a condition. The girl looked at Wang Beihai. Speak. I can pledge allegiance to you, But you are not allowed to bully me, and you are not allowed to use me as a mount. Deal. Wang Beihai smiled slightly, and then a red energy flew out from between their brows, quickly forming a seal in the air, which then re-entered their brows. Their eyes opened, and they felt a strange connection. My name is Bai Shui. From now on, you are my master. The girl was slightly stunned, then bowed to Wang Beihai. Chapter 230. The Chosen One. Bai Shui, what a lovely name. It suits you. No, you're an eagle, not a person. Wang Beihai smiled slightly at Bai Shui and pointed to a snow-white lotus flower not far away. What exactly is that thing? It looks like a snow lotus, but the vitality it emits is 100 times greater than that of a snow lotus. Himph, you wouldn't know that. Bai Shui proudly raised her head. It's no wonder humans have such short-sighted views. This object is called a blood lotus. It appears completely snow-white, but in its center, there is a drop of divine blood. Divine blood? What is that? Wang Beihai furrowed his brows, puzzled. It's the essence of blood condensed from a divine realm expert's lifetime of cultivation from ancient times. Only with divine blood and a snow lotus combined can such a divine object be born. As she spoke, Bai Shui glanced at the empty pond in the distance, her eyes flashing with a hint of resentment. This snow lotus has accumulated for 10,000 years to produce such a pool of essence. Every time I go into soak, I have to be extremely careful. Yet you, in the blink of an eye, have absorbed all the essence. Hearing this, Wang Beihai scratched his head awkwardly, finally understanding why Bai Shui had been so hostile towards him earlier. Forget it. You're now my master. Although the essence of the blood lotus is good, it's not as good as your indestructible Azura body. We had a deal, and you can't go back on your word. With that, Bai Shui widened her eyes and stared at Wang Beihai, afraid that he might not keep his promise. Got it. I'll give it to you now. Wang Beihai smiled wryly, finding Bai Shui in front of him to be like an immature little girl. With that thought in mind, Wang Beihai waved his hand, and a golden light instantly flew into Bai Shui's head. Bai Shui was startled for a moment, then her eyes lit up with joy. What Wang Beihai had given her was the cultivation method of the indestructible Azura body. You're giving it to me just like that? Bai Shui looked at Wang Beihai with a mixture of surprise and gratitude. In her eyes, such a cultivation method must be extremely precious, yet Wang Beihai didn't even blink before giving it to her. It's just a cultivation method. Besides, I still need help for my journey to the ancient divine ruins. Now is the perfect time to give it to you. Hearing this, Bai Shui no longer hesitated and immediately sat down cross-legged to begin her cultivation. Beihai, that girl is right. The blood lotus is a treasure trove. Even the stones beneath its roots are top-grade spirit stones. At that moment, the voice of the Book of No Words echoed, and Wang Beihai's eyes lit up. He leaped to the side of the blood lotus and summoned Qi Xiao. With a powerful swing, he cut off half of the spirit stone beneath the lotus. Where should I put this? Wang Beihai looked at the stone platform, which was as large as 2 people, and felt troubled. That's easy. The Book of No Words said, and a flash of light appeared, revealing a ring in Wang Beihai's hand. This is called a spirit ring, made from spatial gems. It has plenty of space for you to use. As for how to use it, just infuse it with spiritual energy. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was overjoyed. He put the ring on his finger, and with a thought, the ring flashed, revealing a space. This is great. Wang Beihai happily examined the ring on his hand, then waved his hand, and the blood lotus instantly disappeared. I say, book, do you have any more treasures you haven't given me? Wang Beihai pocketed the ring and gave the book a knowing look. Go on, go on. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. I'm telling you, now that you owe me so much, you'll have to pay me back later. Of course. Wang Beihai said gratefully, then suddenly thought of something and asked the book, by the way, you mentioned earlier that I am already within the ancient divine ruins. What do you mean by that? Hee, Beihai, you don't think anyone can just climb the Zhufeng Peak, do you? Hearing this, Wang Beihai frowned, Indeed, I haven't heard of anyone climbing Zhufeng Peak in recent years. With today's technology, it shouldn't be possible. Ha ha ha, the secrets of gods are not something that mere mortals can meddle with. The Book of No Words laughed and continued. Anyone not recognized by Zhufeng Peak is usually teleported back to the normal world the moment they step onto the mountain. And the Zhufeng Peak in the real world is just an ordinary snow mountain. Hearing this, Wang Beihai widened his eyes. Are you saying that we are in another world now? That's right. The Book of No Words circled around Wang Beihai. The Zhufeng Peak is part of the ancient divine ruins, an independent space. Only those with extraordinary talents and abilities can set foot on Zhufeng Peak. To put it simply, from the moment you entered this space, the trials of the ancient divine ruins began. Only those who pass all the trials have the qualification to enter the ancient divine tomb and become the true chosen one. The ancient divine tomb? You mean the peak we are heading towards is the ancient divine tomb, not the ancient divine ruins? Wang Beihai looked at the Book of No Words, puzzled. Indeed, what people call the divine ruins is actually just an independent space. What you are pursuing is actually the tomb of the gods within this space. Only those who gain recognition can enter, and we called them the Chosen One 10,000 years ago. The Chosen One. Wang Beihai pondered the book's words and suddenly understood. So that's how it is. The ancient divine ruins have always been open. What people refer to as once every 10,000 years is actually the divine tomb. No wonder everything here is so strange. I need to hurry up, there's only one day left. With that, Wang Beihai was about to wake Bai Shui to continue their journey. Hey, what's the rush? Time flows differently here compared to the outside world. One day here is only an hour outside. In this ancient divine ruins, not only is the time flow slower, but it's also filled with various ancient spirit tools and medicinal herbs. Instead of racing against time with others, it's better to take this opportunity to gather some treasures. After hearing the book's words, Wang Beihai became spirited. With a thought, Bai Shui, who was still in meditation, instantly opened her eyes. What's up? Bai Shui looked at Wang Beihai unhappily, clearly disturbed by him. Let's go, treasure hunting. Wang Beihai winked at Bai Shui. Not interested. Bai Shui snorted and was about to refuse when Wang Beihai thought of something. Bai Shui's eyes widened, and she immediately transformed into her eagle form. What are you doing? Didn't we agree that you wouldn't ride on me? Bai Shui shouted angrily. This will save time. All right, if we find spirit herbs, you'll get half. Hearing Wang Beihai's words, Bai Shui immediately complied and crouched down. Wang Beihai smiled slightly, leaped onto Bai Shui's back, and couldn't help but notice how soft and warm the feathers were. Promise me, just this once. Bai Shui looked back at Wang Beihai resentfully. Okay, I promise. Wang Beihai said, giving a mischievous smile. Just as Bai Shui was about to get angry, Wang Beihai's thought made the red mark on his forehead light up. Bai Shui immediately let out a cry and flapped her wings, flying higher into the sky. Chapter 231. The Ghost Flame. As Wang Beihai navigated through the divine relic, many others had already reached the summit of the mountain of exterminating gods. However, what they saw was only a vast expanse of snow and sheer cliffs, with no other signs of a divine relic. Among them were Li Si and his group. What's going on? Is this the summit of the mountain of exterminating gods? Li Si rubbed his eyes and scanned the surroundings, finding no signs of any divine phenomena. This isn't right. We all came up together, but where is the young master? Li Si said, looking around again. Apart from Zhang Chengluan, everyone else was present. There must be something fishy here. Li Si thought for a moment, and then signaled to the people he brought along. Instantly, the Zhang family, led by Li Si, began attacking the other martial artists. However, none of them realized that they had already been eliminated from the ancient divine relic. While Li Si led his men in a fierce battle, a man with bare upper body and silver hair slowly approached the foot of the mountain of exterminating gods. He looked up at the seemingly unattainable summit, his sapphire eyes flickering slightly. Wang Beihai, will I meet you here? If you really came, don't get eliminated in the first round, the man said with a smile, then stepped onto the mountain of exterminating gods. Faster, Xiao Bai, go faster. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai was completely unaware of the events outside. Within the ancient divine relic, he had been wandering for 3 days and nights. During this time, he encountered many rare fruits and herbs. Though he himself was not particularly interested, they did satisfy Xiao Bai's appetite. As a result, Xiao Bai no longer resisted Wang Beihai as she had before and tacitly accepted being his mount. What's that over there? Wang Beihai suddenly felt a premonition and directed Xiao Bai to fly upwards. Halfway up, Wang Beihai sensed danger and shouted, "Watch out!" Immediately, a purple-black object came rushing towards him. Xiao Bai narrowed her eyes, flapped her wings vigorously, creating a gust of wind that carried rocks to strike the mysterious object, while her body used the recoil to dodge to the side. When the rocks hit the mysterious object, instead of the expected collision sound, the wind was slowly absorbed by the object, and even the rocks were dissolved. What is that thing? Wang Beihai was shocked, while Xiao Bai's eyes revealed a look of fear. That's the ghost flame. The ghost flame. What is that? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and finally saw that the object was a cluster of purple-black flames. Now is not the time to explain. Once touched by that flame, even a little bit, it's a death sentence, Xiao Bai said, flapping her wings and soaring into the sky. At that moment, the ghost flame, as if alive, rose from the ground and directly flew towards Wang Beihai. Damn it! Wang Beihai's heart tightened, and he continuously called out to the Book of Heaven in his mind. Use the Sword of Heaven style. At that moment, the Book of Heaven's voice echoed in Wang Beihai's mind. Without hesitation, Wang Beihai summoned the red cloud sword and stood on Xiao Bai's back. I have a sword that can break mountains, divide rivers, cut through heaven and earth, and shatter the void. The first move of the Sword of Heaven, break the mountain. Wang Beihai swung his hand, and a powerful sword light shot towards the flame. When the sword light collided with the flame withstood the strike and continued to devour the sword light. Just as the situation looked dire, the flame seemed unable to digest the sword light and burst apart, dissipating in the air. Phew, Wang Beihai sat down, and Xiao Bai looked at him in surprise, feeling a sense of relief. If Wang Beihai had used this move on her, she would have been killed by the sword. What the hell is this thing? It's too difficult to deal with. Wang Beihai wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself. Thinking about the way the black flame devoured things, he felt a lingering fear. That thing is called the ghost flame, born in the depths of the underworld, formless and intangible. Unlike ordinary flames, it is the ultimate in een and cold. Ordinary methods cannot extinguish it. Fortunately, what you encountered was just a juvenile. Legend has it that the ghost flame has the power to devour the heavens and the earth. During the great battle of old, many human supremes suffered greatly, and it was only after the intervention of that one that it was sealed here. The Book of Heaven floated out leisurely, its words filled with emotion. That one, could it be the king? Wang Beihai widened his eyes, making a guess in his heart. Be careful. As Xiao Bai ascended, a massive flame appeared in front of Wang Beihai. This is a ghost flame seed. The Book of Heaven exclaimed in surprise. Wang Beihai looked at the enormous entity before him, filled with terror. Unlike the small flame earlier, the current flame in front of Wang Beihai made him shudder. It was the first time he felt such a soul-deep fear. Run. Without much thought, Wang Beihai shouted, and Xiao Bai instantly woke up, flapping her wings desperately to fly out of the flame's range. However, before Wang Beihai could catch his breath, the flames suddenly shook, and hundreds of black flames shot towards him like raindrops. Oh no, it's not over. Wang Beihai shouted and summoned the red cloud sword again. The second move of the Sword of Heaven, divide the river and sea. In an instant, a larger sword light struck the flames, dissipating most of the smaller flames. Facing Wang Beihai's powerful move, the ghost flame seed also felt threatened. It shook and gathered the black flames into a human-like form. Be careful, the seed itself is acting now. The Book of Heaven exclaimed, and Wang Beihai was startled. Facing the smaller flames already required all his strength. Facing the seed itself, escape was the only option. Xiaobai go. Wang Beihai patted Xiaobai's back, and the man and the eagle turned into a white light, fleeing rapidly. The seed familiarized itself with its new form, then stomped its foot, shattering the surrounding rocks. The tremendous force propelled its figure to Wang Beihai's side in an instant. The second move of the Sword of Heaven. Wang Beihai gritted his teeth and used the Sword of Heaven again. This time, it only left a white mark on the seed. The seed paused, then let out a roar, and the white mark healed instantly. It then reached out to grab Wang Beihai. It's over. Wang Beihai squinted as the hand drew closer. Bang! At that moment, the seed's figure stopped in mid-air. Wang Beihai looked closely and saw an invisible barrier in front of him. The seed furiously pounded on the barrier, but after a series of attacks, the barrier remained intact. Frustrated, the seed let out an enraged roar from a distance. Let's go. Wang Beihai looked at the seed with lingering fear and then, without investigating the origin of the barrier, rode Xiaobai and flew far away. Chapter 232. The Misty Forest. Wang Beihai flew on by Shui for a full day and night until he spotted a forest ahead and finally landed within it. The nether fire that was terrifying, Wang Beihai said as he dismounted from Bai Shui and leaned against a tree, recalling the horrifying purple-black flames and feeling a lingering fear. I'm exhausted, Bai Shui said, transforming into human form, her already pale face now even more so. Be careful. Wang Beihai stepped forward to support her and handed her a medicinal herb to restore her strength. I'm fine, just a bit tired from flying too long, Bai Shui said, grabbing the herb from Wang Beihai's hand and stuffing it into her mouth without a second thought, chewing and swallowing it. Soon, some color returned to her face. We were indeed lucky. But speaking of which, what was that final barrier? Even such powerful nether fire couldn't penetrate it. Wang Beihai pondered after a moment of rest, his brow furrowed. That barrier was specially set up by the Great One for the nether fire. You were close to the edge of it. Perhaps that was the Great One's blessing for you. The voice of the Book of Heaven echoed in Wang Beihai's mind. Perhaps, Wang Beihai said, his eyes showing a hint of melancholy. At that moment, a gurgling sound came from beside him. Wang Beihai turned to see Bai Shui awkwardly rubbing her stomach. Sorry, I'm a bit hungry after flying for so long, Bai Shui said, sticking out her tongue. Wang Beihai didn't say much. After all the rushing around, even he felt his stomach was empty, let alone Bai Shui who had been flying for days. Wang Beihai stood up and scanned the surroundings with his eyes. This forest is so dense, there must be plenty of wild beasts. Let's go in and see if we can catch some game. With that, Wang Beihai led the way into the forest and Bai Shui, hearing there might be meat to eat, eagerly followed. The two of them navigated through the forest, unknowingly venturing deeper into its depths. There's something. Bai Shui suddenly perked up her ears and looked towards a nearby bush. Wang Beihai followed her gaze and saw something moving in the bush. Shoo! Wang Beihai signaled for silence, then quickly pounced, but the shadow in the bush reacted even faster, darting out from under Wang Beihai and past Bai Shui, then disappearing into the woods. What was that, so hard to catch? Wang Beihai dusted himself off and stood up, only to find that Bai Shui was nowhere to be seen. Xiaobai, Xiaobai, Wang Beihai called out, but got no response. This isn't right. Wang Beihai felt a sense of unease and closed his eyes to use the pack to sense Bai Shui's location. To his shock, he found that the connection between them was blocked by something invisible. What's going on? Wang Beihai was startled. At that moment, mist began to appear around them, growing thicker until visibility was reduced to almost nothing. This mist came too suddenly. We need to get out of here quickly, Wang Beihai thought to himself and activated the Hunyuan technique, sensing his surroundings as he moved forward. Soon, he sensed a figure rushing towards him. Who's there? Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with cold light as he prepared to attack. Just then, the figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and Wang Beihai froze in shock. It was Xiaomin. Beihai, what are you doing here? Xiao Min looked at Wang Beihai in surprise. Min? Wang Beihai called out hesitantly, his mind blank. It's me, Beihai. What's wrong with you? Xiao Min stepped forward, ready to wipe the sweat from Wang Beihai's forehead with a handkerchief. At that moment, Wang Beihai suddenly kicked out, and Xiao Min cried out, retreating into the thick mist. Min's handkerchief is always with me. You can't fool me, Wang Beihai said calmly. Then, he sensed another figure, unmistakably Qin Wushuang, who had taken Xiao Min away. Without caring if it was real or not, Wang Beihai summoned the red cloud and charged at Qin Wushuang. I don't care if you're real or not, anyone with that face must die, Wang Beihai said, slashing with his sword. Qin Wushuang dodged the sword, looking at Wang Beihai in astonishment. Die! Wang Beihai roared, thrusting at Qin Wushuang again, his eyes turning red. Qin, today, I'll take back the humiliation of the past, Wang Beihai shouted, slashing down with his sword. Just as the blade was about to hit Qin Wushuang, Wang Beihai's lips curled up, the red in his eyes fading as he turned his elbow, slashing towards a spot in the mist. Ah! A splash of red appeared in the mist, followed by a scream, and the surrounding mist dissipated. The figure that was Qin Wushuang had turned into Bai Shui, and a white spirit beast lay lifeless not far away. You scared me. Why did you suddenly go berserk? I almost became your sword's victim, Bai Shui pouted, glaring at Wang Beihai. Sorry, if I hadn't really attacked, this creature wouldn't have believed me. Wang Beihai smiled and walked over to see a white rabbit with a single horn lying on the ground. A mist phantom beast. Bai Shui recognized the creature at a glance. We've entered the misty forest, Bai Shui exclaimed, then looked at the beast and swallowed. Legend has it that the misty forest is home to these phantom beasts. They release mist to induce hallucinations, not easy to deal with, but their meat is said to be very precious, not only enhancing cultivation but also extremely delicious. All right, look at you drooling. One little beast won't be enough for you. You said this is where they live, let's catch some more, Wang Beihai said, walking deeper into the forest. As they walked, Wang Beihai couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. If not for my Hunyuan technique reaching the level of discerning reality, today Xiao Bai might have died. Thinking this, Wang Beihai shivered slightly and muttered, this ancient divine relic is indeed extraordinary. The two continued walking, and their haul was not small. By the time they returned to their original spot, Wang Beihai had 6 or 7 mist phantom beasts in his hands, including 2 slightly larger spirit birds. They built a fire and roasted the beasts, enjoying a satisfying meal. Just as they were finishing, night fell, and Wang Beihai looked up to see countless lights twinkling on the tree beneath which they stood. Chapter 233, Thunder Ocean. It's so beautiful. Wang Beihai gazed at the twinkling lights on the book, like a sky full of stars. Those are the lights of life, Bai Shui said, looking up with sparkling eyes. There's a legend that within the misty forest, there is a world tree. Every night, stars light up on this tree, each light representing a life in the world. As Bai Shui spoke, several lights flickered and then gradually went out on the book, while new ones appeared elsewhere. Everything in the world eventually comes to an end, and new replaces the old. This is true for humans, and for plants as well. Wang Beihai stared blankly at the alternating lights on the tree, gradually entering a state of emptiness. Seeing this, Bai Shui couldn't help but show a look of surprise. I didn't expect that just by saying that, he would have an epiphany. There's a legend that someone once comprehended the laws of life under the world tree. Beihai is really lucky. After saying that, Bai Shui transformed into a snow eagle and immediately used her wings to protect Wang Beihai. In the blink of an eye, 3 more days passed. During this time, Wang Beihai sat motionless, staring up like a statue, while Bai Shui, despite her growling stomach, only looked for some wild fruits nearby to fill her hunger, always keeping Wang Beihai within her sight. Finally, one early morning, Wang Beihai's eyes moved, and he exhaled a breath of turbid air, stood up, stretched his body, and when he opened his eyes again, they seemed even more transparent. Bai Shui glanced at Wang Beihai's eyes and felt a momentary dizziness, as if seeing the birth of all things, a surge of immense vitality striking her mind. Such strong spiritual power, such vigorous vitality. Bai Shui was secretly astonished, then looked at Wang Beihai with envious eyes. It was clear that he had touched upon a trace of the law of life. It feels so good. Wang Beihai stretched, rubbed his chin, and found that after a few days, he had grown a bit of stubble. Then, with a snap of his fingers, his face instantly looked refreshed. How many days have I been sitting? Wang Beihai looked at Bai Shui. Today is the 4th day. Bai Shui blinked, and her stomach rumbled. Thank you. You rest first. I'll go get some food. Wang Beihai gave Bai Shui a grateful look, then leapt into the forest. This time, his speed was astonishingly fast. Within 10 minutes, he had brought back some spirit beasts. The two quickly satisfied their hunger and immediately set off, flying towards a higher place. Beihai, have little by make a detour. Just as Wang Beihai could faintly see the peak of the mountain, the voice of the Book of No Words suddenly echoed in his mind. Is something happening? Wang Beihai was taken aback. Not really, there's still some time. I've thought of a good place where you can not only advance your cultivation, but also allow Qi Shao to undergo a transformation. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up, and he immediately had Bai Shui turn around and fly towards the direction indicated by the Book of No Words. Bai Shui flew around the god-slaying peak for a whole day and night. Just as she was getting tired, she suddenly heard a huge noise from afar. What place is that? Wang Beihai squinted and looked towards the distance, where he saw a faraway place filled with lightning. From afar, Wang Beihai felt a shiver of fear. Are we really going there? Wang Beihai gulped. At that moment, the Book of No Words spoke. Yes, that's the place. Apart from the Nether Flame, the most dangerous place in the divine ruins, the Thunder Ocean. As it spoke, Bai Shui suddenly stopped and shook her head. No, it's too dangerous to go any further. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Although they were still some distance from the Thunder Ocean, the air already carried the scent of lightning, and his body felt a slight numbness. This little girl doesn't need to go. With her current cultivation, just sensing from here will be of great help to her. The Book of No Words casually said, and Wang Beihai glanced at Bai Shui before gritting his teeth. I'll take the risk, even if it means dying. Thinking this, Wang Beihai patted Bai Shui's back. The lightning ahead is indeed terrifying. Wait for me here. After saying that, Wang Beihai gave a strong push and quickly flew towards the Thunder Ocean. As he gradually approached, Wang Beihai finally saw the true face of the Thunder Ocean. The entire space was filled with dazzling lightning, especially the seemingly calm sea surface below, which was actually composed of countless tiny lightning bolts. Should I really go in? Standing at the edge, the power of the lightning already made Wang Beihai feel fear. You don't have to if you don't want to. With your current cultivation, meeting Qin Wushuang would still mean getting beaten. The Book of No Words deliberately taunted. Sure enough, Wang Beihai clenched his fists and charged into the Thunder Ocean. It doesn't seem so bad. Wang Beihai flew over the Thunder Ocean. Apart from feeling a bit numb, he didn't feel any discomfort. Beihai, you're still showing off. You'll have a hard time soon enough. Before the Book of No Words finished speaking, suddenly, a lightning bolt as thick as a bucket descended from the sky and struck Wang Beihai directly. Before Wang Beihai could even scream, he felt his vision darken, and his body fell from the sky, directly into the sea. In an instant, countless lightning bolts enveloped Wang Beihai. Pain, excruciating pain. Wang Beihai felt countless tiny lightning bolts roaming inside his body, shattering his veins, bones, and blood vessels. This is bad. I've gone too far. Wang Beihai was shocked. This was no longer a matter of whether he could endure it or not. His body was slowly dissolving. Just as Wang Beihai was about to be annihilated, a green energy surged from within him, quickly reconstructing his body. What is this? Wang Beihai's eyes widened, but before he could think further, the lightning power struck again, shattering his body once more. This cycle repeated itself, and Wang Beihai had lost all sensation. Indeed, he absorbed the essence of the blood lotus on the snow mountain and, After the enlightenment under the world tree, his body has been imbued with a trace of the law of life. Although small, it's enough to handle the thunder ocean. The Book of No Words flew to Wang Beihai's side and watched. Seeing that Wang Beihai could repair himself, it breathed a sigh of relief, as it had bet correctly. Come out. At that moment, the Book of No Words said, and Qi Shao instantly appeared in the thunder ocean. Whether you can ascend depends on your own fortune. Qi Shao seemed to sense something, let out a dragon's roar, and then also charged into the lightning. This cycle repeated itself for 3 more days. During these 3 days, both Wang Beihai and Qi Shao experienced repeated destruction and reconstruction. However, as time went on, they could stay in the thunder ocean for longer and longer periods without any damage. Now, both could linger in the lightning for a whole day without suffering any harm. Time's up, the Book of No Words said, and a golden light flew out from the book, lifting Wang Beihai out of the thunder ocean. Chapter 234, Ascension. Bai Shui sat cross-legged at the edge of the thunder sea, cultivating. Over the past 3 days, she had successfully mastered the first layer of the Azura indestructible body by drawing inspiration from the thunderous power of the Thunder Sea. This Azura indestructible body is indeed formidable, Bai Shui thought, her eyes lighting up with surprise. With this technique, I am confident in facing opponents 2 levels above me. As she spoke, she gazed complexly towards the direction of the Thunder Sea. I wonder how Master is doing in such a place. Just as she was worrying, Bai Shui narrowed her eyes and saw a golden light emerging from the distance. Without hesitation, she flew to the edge of the Thunder Sea and saw Wang Beihai, her eyes immediately brightening. Master, Bai Shui smiled and approached, her hand touching Wang Beihai's skin. Instantly, a numbness spread from her hand, and she quickly took a step back in surprise. At that moment, Wang Beihai's eyes snapped open, emitting 2 bolts of lightning. Red mist. Wang Beihai shouted, and the red mist sword let out a dragon's roar, flying out from the thunder. Wang Beihai grasped the red mist, stomped his foot, and a surge of thunder erupted from his body. With a powerful swing, a giant thunder dragon flew out, charring the vegetation in its path. Is this even human? Bai Shui stood aside, marveling not just at Wang Beihai's strength but more so at his talent. In just 20 short days, she had witnessed Wang Beihai's rapid growth and power. To her, he seemed like a prodigy. Congratulations, Master, Bai Shui bowed slightly, her tone now devoid of any reluctance, filled instead with admiration. You've worked hard these days, Wang Beihai nodded and said, don't call me Master anymore. It feels strange. From now on, just call me Beihai-gu like my sister. Hearing this, Bai Shui's eyes flickered, about to say something, but Wang Beihai looked up at the peak and said, let's go. The time is about right. It's time to ascend. Oh! Bai Shui replied and transformed into her divine eagle form. Wang Beihai lightly leapt onto her back, and together they soared towards the summit. At the peak of the Zhufeng Peak, a crowd had already gathered. Though fewer than those who had initially ascended, there were still over 30 people left. Why hasn't Beihai come up yet? When Qing looked around, still not seeing Wang Beihai. It's been so many days. He should have come up by now if he wasn't eliminated by the divine relics. Ying frowned beside her. Wang Beihai hasn't come up? Huang Fuyuan furrowed his brows deeply. This time, most of the enforcers from the Huangfu family failed to reach the summit, but Wang Beihai's absence was truly unexpected. Father, Huang Fu Ling approached, looking complexly at Huang Fuyuan. Alas, the divine relics are about to open. Beihai probably has no hope now. Huang Fuyuan shook his head. At that moment, a plump figure waddled over. Hey, where's Beizi? I don't see him, Zhang Qingluan taunted, looking at Huang Fu Ling triumphantly. You! Huang Fu Ling shouted, about to act, but was pulled back by Huang Fuyuan. Zhang Beizi, I remember you brought quite a few people too. Where are they? What about Li Si? Hearing this, Zhang Qingluan's face darkened. He had been waiting for Li Si for days, but had seen no sign of him. If Li Si and his enforcers didn't show up, he would be fighting alone. Heh, it doesn't matter if Li Si comes or not. Given the cultivation restrictions for entering the divine relics, Zhang Chengluan said timidly, then wisely moved to the side. Passing by Wenqing and Ying, Zhang Chengluan couldn't help but smirk provocatively. What's wrong, ladies? I told you Basie wouldn't make it. Right? Why not join me? I'll protect you inside. Get lost, Wenqing snorted coldly, while Ying didn't say much, instantly appearing in front of Zhang Chengluan, her nails sharpening and clawing at him. Zhang Chengluan's pupils contracted, quickly retreating, but his clothes were still torn into shreds. Say another word, and you die. Ying blew on her palm, giving Zhang Chengluan a cold look. Bitch, you're asking for it, Zhang Chengluan, never having suffered such humiliation, roared and attacked Ying with full force. Ying, unyielding, dodged and countered. But Zhang Chengluan's strength and higher cultivation put her at a disadvantage after a few rounds. I'll help you, Wenqing shouted, then kicked Zhang Chengluan with a powerful leg strike. Zhang Chengluan, unprepared, was sent flying. Damn it, you're all asking for it, Zhang Chengluan, completely enraged, unleashed his full aura. Should we help? Huang Fuling anxiously looked at Huang Fuyun. Let's see, Huang Fuyun narrowed his eyes. At that moment, Zhang Chengluan roared and punched towards Wenqing and Ying with tremendous force. The two women, unyielding, kicked and clawed, colliding with Zhang Chengluan's punch. Hemph! Naive, Zhang Chengluan smirked, his body protected by a layer of qi, unharmed by their attacks. Zhang's golden bell cover. Huang Fuling exclaimed in surprise. They even taught him their secret technique. It seems the Zhang family values him greatly. Huang Fuyun smiled and said, looks like those two girls are in trouble. As he spoke, Zhang Chengluan exerted more force, and the two women were hit in the chest by a heavy punch, spitting blood and retreating. Damn it! Wenqing wiped the blood from her mouth, glanced at Huang Fuling, and put away her jade token. Huang Fuling also eyed Zhang Chengluan, ready to act at any moment. This time, I'll show you what it means to know that the pot is made of iron, Zhang Chengluan said, gathering strength and charging at the two women. Just as Huang Fuling was about to intervene, a loud bang echoed, and a massive shadow descended from the sky, crushing Zhang Chengluan underfoot and kicking up dust. As the dust settled, everyone gasped, seeing Wang Beihai, surrounded by lightning, with one foot on Zhang Chengluan, accompanied by a cute girl. Dare to touch my friends, you're asking for death. Wang Beihai snorted coldly, his eyes emitting lightning. Chapter 235. The Opening of the Divine Tomb. This Basie, finally here. Upon seeing Wang Beihai, Huang Fuling's face immediately lit up with an excited smile. Wenqing and Ying, seeing this, also relaxed their auras and revealed relieved smiles. You stinky Basie, how dare you treat your grandfather like this? I, Bei, am the young master of the Zhang family. You Basie are waiting for your death. Zhang Chengluan glared furiously at Wang Beihai, struggling desperately to free himself from under Wang Beihai's foot, but found that no matter how much he struggled, Wang Beihai's foot remained as immovable as a 1,000-pound boulder. You stinky Basie, have the guts to set me free and let's have a fair duel. Sneaking up from behind is no hero's deed. Zhang Chengluan shouted loudly, and the surrounding crowd immediately turned their expectant gazes towards them. If you wish to fight, then fight. Wang Beihai said indifferently, lifting his foot. Zhang Chengluan seized the opportunity to roll away and escape from under his foot. Xiao Bai, go to the side first. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, and Bai Shui nodded in understanding, stepping aside. You stinky Basie, this is your own doing. Zhang Chengluan was clearly furious, roaring loudly as he activated his golden bell cover. Beihai, be careful. At that moment, both Wenqing and Ying spoke simultaneously. That guy is a bit uncanny. Wenqing shouted loudly. Understood. Wang Beihai nodded slightly. At that moment, Huang Fuling also leaped to Wang Beihai's side, patting his shoulder and saying, Can you handle it? If not, I'll take over. Just watch the show. Wang Beihai smirked, and seeing this, Huang Fuling no longer interfered, stepping back to the side. Hee hee, Basie, you escaped a calamity at the tavern, but this time, you won't be so lucky. Zhang Chengluan sneered, his body suddenly expanding until he resembled a balloon. Then, with a stomp of his foot, the ground beneath him trembled, and his body rapidly shrank, transforming from a fat man into a muscular figure. Seeing this, everyone was astonished. Even the well-traveled Huang Fu Yun widened his eyes in surprise. This state seems to be the highest form of the Golden Bell cover. This Zhang Beizi indeed has some skills. Huang Fu Yun said, turning his gaze towards Wang Beihai. This Beizi might be in a bit of trouble. Hearing this, Lin Jing, standing beside Huang Fu Ling, raised an eyebrow. That's hard to say. Oh. Huang Fu Yun looked at Lin Jing with interest. Are you saying Wang Beihai still has tricks up his sleeve? Lin Jing smiled faintly, turning her gaze towards Wang Beihai. Facing Zhang Chengluan's imposing aura, Wang Beihai stood calmly, not only not revealing any of his own aura but also retracting it. Pretentious. Zhang Chengluan snorted coldly. At that moment, his body was covered with bulging muscles, each containing explosive energy. Hee hee hee, this is your own doing. Zhang Chengluan sneered, then stomped his foot, leaving an imprint in the ground, and his body shot towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai remained composed, his eyes flickering as a spark of lightning appeared in his pupils. Then, Wang Beihai's body began to emit a sizzling sound, and a bluish-green color appeared on his surface. What is that? Huang Fu Ling narrowed his eyes, seeing Wang Beihai use this technique for the first time. Azura Indestructible Body, Modified. Wang Beihai shouted, directly using his body to withstand Zhang Chengluan's attack. Zhang Chengluan's seemingly ferocious strike hit Wang Beihai, who slid backward, his feet carving a long trail in the ground. But the next moment, Zhang Chengluan's face darkened. His confident punch, which he believed could shatter Wang Beihai, only made him take a few steps back. In contrast, Wang Beihai showed no sign of pain, not even a hint of discomfort. Zhang Chengluan felt a numbness in his arm, as if struck by lightning. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Zhang Chengluan did not linger, immediately pulling back his hand and leaping to create distance. Wang Beihai smiled faintly, dusting off the dirt on his clothes. Incredible defense. Huang Fu Yun exclaimed in surprise, then narrowed his eyes. This technique might be superior to the Zhang family's Golden Bell cover. How many secrets does this Beizi hold? Meanwhile, Huang Fu Yun was reflecting. Huang Fu Ling tightly clenched his fists. He was absent before, and now he suddenly appears, stronger than ever. Wang Beihai, you really are a monster. As he spoke, Huang Fu Ling's eyes sparkled with unprecedented fighting spirit. Again. Zhang Chengluan roared in frustration and lunged at Wang Beihai again. Wang Beihai smiled faintly, then leaped forcefully. Let's see how you handle this move. With that, Wang Beihai clapped his hands together, and the righteous energy of Haotian erupted from his body. Behind him, a complex array appeared, within which a golden palm print was forming, wrapped in some lightning. Feeling the power of this palm print, everyone around was astonished, especially Zhang Chengluan, who felt the most intense sensation of destruction. A sense of fear crept into Zhang Chengluan's eyes, and he immediately gave up the attack, retreating as fast as possible. Lao Lin, how many chances do you have to withstand this move? Huang Fu Yun frowned, feeling the danger from Wang Beihai's technique. Withstand it is no problem, but I'll definitely get injured. Lin Jing's eyes shone brightly as she watched Wang Beihai in the sky. Her simple words stirred up waves in Huang Fu Yun's heart. After all, Lin Jing was a powerhouse close to the Nirvana realm. Such a strong person couldn't retreat unscathed from Wang Beihai's attack, showing the power of this technique. Finally, in everyone's eyes, a palm print wrapped in electric light appeared in the sky, causing the weather to change and a sense of death to rise in Zhang Chengluan's heart. No! Zhang Chengluan shouted in fear, his crotch already wet. Boom! At that moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the peak of the mountain. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, dispelled the array behind him, and retracted his move. Everyone then looked up at the sky. A crack had suddenly appeared in the originally intact sky, emitting white light from within. Everyone was overjoyed. The ancient divine relic had opened. Chapter 236. Entrance to the God's Tomb. Is this the entrance to the God's Tomb? Wang Beihai turned his head to gaze at the enormous fissure in the sky, as if a giant eye beneath the firmament. A relic of the ancient gods, a relic of the ancient gods indeed. The remaining warriors on the mountain peak all prostrated themselves, devoutly staring at the fissure and beginning to bow in worship. It feels like there's another world beyond that fissure. Wang Beihai muttered to himself. That's natural, came the voice of the Book of Heaven, without words at that moment. This is a space jointly created by the gods. If not for this, the mortal world would have been annihilated long ago. With that, the Book of Heaven without words flew out from Wang Beihai's body. I'll go in first to find something. I've left a mark on you, so when you get inside, you'll naturally know where I am. Remember, just because the God's tomb has opened doesn't mean you'll have great opportunities. Everything inside depends on yourselves. Only those who emerge at the end are truly the chosen ones. After saying this, the book transformed into a golden light and vanished into the fissure. What's so urgent that it needs to be found? Wang Beihai scratched his head, glancing down to see that fortunately, everyone was still worshipping and no one noticed the book's presence. Haha, keep worshipping. I'm off ahead of you all. At that moment, a plump figure leaped high into the air, and upon looking up, everyone saw it was Zhang Chengluan. Zhang Chengluan exerted a powerful kick in midair and then disappeared into the fissure. With Zhang Chengluan setting the example, the surrounding crowd rushed towards the fissure in a frenzy. Beihai, let's go too. As soon as Wang Beihai's foot touched the ground, when Qing and the others quickly approached, their eyes filled with anxiety as they watched the crowd entering the fissure. Yeah. Wang Beihai nodded. Just then, Lin Jing suddenly exerted force and charged towards the fissure. As Lin Jing was about to reach the fissure, a thunderclap appeared out of thin air, striking her down. Wang Beihai and the others hurried over to check on her. Lin Jing was blackened all over, but fortunately, she wasn't seriously injured, though her appearance was quite disheveled. Indeed, this divine relic has restrictions. Huang Fu Yun gazed meaningfully at the fissure, then shook his head and looked at Huang Fu Ling and the others. It seems we have a significant advantage now. If we get inside, remember to help each other. While gaining rewards is good, preserving our lives is the priority if we encounter danger. Understood. The group nodded gratefully, then Huang Fu Ling glanced at the fissure and shouted, "Let's go." Wang Beihai and the others immediately exerted force and surged into the fissure. It's a pity, we two are ultimately not destined for it. Lin Jing watched the group enter, her eyes revealing a hint of regret. Well, if it's meant to be, it will happen. If not, there's no point in forcing it. We'll wait for them here. Huang Fu Yun said this, his eyes also revealing a trace of reluctance. He then coughed lightly, took out a bottle of water from his backpack, and tossed it to Lin Jing. Clean yourself up at your age, you shouldn't be in such a state. Lin Jing glared at Huang Fu Yun, then took the water but turned her gaze towards the sky. Wang Beihai and his group flew into the fissure, linking hands to prevent getting separated. Despite their precautions, the tremendous suction inside the fissure still scattered them. Just before parting, Wang Beihai left a trace of his consciousness on the others, then was swept into a massive temporal vortex. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Beihai's vision brightened, and his body descended from the sky. Wang Beihai leaped forcefully, trying to maintain his balance, and soon landed steadily on the ground. Where am I? Wang Beihai looked around and realized he was in a desolate desert. This isn't right. Then, Wang Beihai's heart jolted, noticing something amiss. He looked up at the sky, where the usually blue sky was now a deep purple, with a crimson blood moon hanging above. Turning around, Wang Beihai leaped into the air with a kick, looking down from above and suddenly spotting some white pillars protruding from the sand. What are those? Curious, Wang Beihai uttered, then jumped directly to the white pillars. These pillars were arranged in a regular pattern, with roughly the same distance between each one. Wang Beihai cautiously touched the pillar in front of him, and immediately a wail echoed in his mind. Startled, Wang Beihai quickly withdrew his hand, then looked in shock at the white pillar. This isn't a pillar. This is the bone of a body that has been desiccated. Wang Beihai took a few steps back, glancing at the 100-meter-long row of bones, his mind buzzing. What kind of creature could be so enormous? With curiosity, Wang Beihai focused his gaze, then turned his fist into a palm and struck forward with a powerful blow, creating a gust of wind that blew away the top layer of sand, revealing what was buried beneath. Seeing the bones underneath, Wang Beihai's eyes widened. Beneath the sand lay a massive skull. Is this a human? Wang Beihai marveled at the skull, comparing it to his own head, which was 1,000 times smaller. Could the ancient gods have been this massive? Wang Beihai's thoughts stirred, and he began searching through the sand for more bones. Soon, he indeed found another set, but this one was of normal size. It seems there are still normal ones. Wang Beihai calmed his unease, then looked at the bones in front of him. This god's tomb has existed for tens of thousands of years. To have bones that remain intact after so long, these people were indeed formidable. Wang Beihai said, covering the bones with sand again, then bowing respectfully before standing up and walking away. Not far from where Wang Beihai left, the buried bones suddenly rose from the sand, their eye sockets glowing with a white light. The ring on the bone's hand instantly flew towards Wang Beihai. After the ring flew away, the bones gradually turned to dust and dispersed in the wind. What's this? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, sensing something behind him, turned, and grabbed it, finding a delicate ring. Isn't this the ring on the bones? Wang Beihai's heart jolted, but before he could think further, the ground beneath him began to shake violently. A massive figure burst out from under the sand, its enormous pincers attacking Wang Beihai fiercely. Chapter 237, Mummy. What is this thing now? Wang Beihai felt an abrupt sense of danger and turned his head to see two enormous pincers closing in on him. Get lost. In a moment of urgency, Wang Beihai spun in midair, instantly activating his Azura indestructible body, and then kicked out with a swift motion towards the pincers. This strike, which Wang Beihai had anticipated would force the creature back, instead felt like kicking a steel plate. It had little effect. So hard. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, and then used the force to leap to the side. Almost as soon as he landed and steadied himself, the surroundings fell silent again, and the mysterious creature had evidently retreated beneath the sand. This is really weird. Wang Beihai cautiously surveyed his surroundings, with the primordial chaos art already in motion. Suddenly, the ground shook again. This time, prepared, Wang Beihai leaped up in advance. Almost simultaneously, a massive creature burst out from beneath the sand. This time, Wang Beihai finally got a clear look at the creature, a scorpion the size of a tank. The scorpion's pincers snapped towards Wang Beihai, and its sharp tail followed suit. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and summoned Qi Xiao, instantly using the Qinglian sword technique. Qi Xiao, having awakened its dragon soul and tempered by Thunder Sea, now carried a hint of thunderous power in its sword aura. Even so, the sword light Wang Beihai swung at the giant scorpion shell only left white marks on its surface. The scorpion, feeling pain, let out a roar and then launched a frenzied attack on Wang Beihai. No good if this drags on. I'll be worn out to death. Thinking this, Wang Beihai gripped Qi Xiao horizontally and summoned the sky-splitting sword once more. Sky-splitting sword, second form, divide the river and sea. Wang Beihai roared, and a massive sword light surged towards the scorpion. The scorpion, sensing mortal danger, hastily raised its pincers to resist. But the sky-splitting sword's power was formidable. After a brief struggle, the sword light broke through its hard shell and severed its arms. Roar. The scorpion let out a furious roar and then tried to retreat back into the sand. Wanna run? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, his killing intent flashing, and with Qi Xiao in hand, he thrust down from the sky. The long sword pierced through the scorpion's shell and impaled its head. The scorpion let out a shrill cry of agony, then collapsed and struggled for a while before going still. Standing on the scorpion, Wang Beihai repeatedly confirmed its death before pulling out Qi Shao and then plopping down on the scorpion, gasping heavily. This divine tomb is indeed perilous. Wang Beihai swallowed hard, thinking of the giant skeleton he had seen earlier and the massive scorpion beneath him, his heart tightening. Looks like this journey won't be easy. I wonder how Xiao Bai and the others are faring. I hope they can make it through. As Wang Beihai spoke, his stomach began to growl. He glanced at the scorpion beneath him. Soon, the scorpion became Wang Beihai's meal. Though the meat was scarce, it at least solved the problem of hunger. Wang Beihai also used the scorpion's shell to craft a makeshift armor and, not daring to linger, continued his treasure hunt. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Beihai still hadn't left the desert. When will this ever end? Wang Beihai groaned, having reached the limit of his thirst. If I don't find water soon, I'll die of thirst. Wang Beihai stuck out his tongue to moisten his cracked lips and then scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, a distant light caught Wang Beihai's attention. Seeing hope, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up, and he hurried towards the light. Soon, Wang Beihai arrived at the source of the light and found a broken metal fragment. Seeing this, Wang Beihai deflated like a punctured balloon and slumped to the ground. Am I going to die of thirst here? Wang Beihai swallowed painfully, feeling quite frustrated. He then waved his hand, sending a burst of energy towards the metal fragment, which instead of being knocked away, emitted a bright light. Intrigued, Wang Beihai sent another burst of energy towards the fragment, which was again absorbed. I'm going to see what you are. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and approached, grabbing the metal fragment and pulling it out with a sudden force. As the metal fragment was pulled out, the sand behind Wang Beihai began to recede, revealing a secret passage. Curious, Wang Beihai looked at the passage, which extended into the darkness with steps leading down. No matter, going down is better than dying of thirst in this desert. Wang Beihai thought to himself, then with a determined look, he conjured a ball of energy and slowly descended the steps into the passage. Once Wang Beihai was fully inside, the passage's door closed behind him. As he walked, Wang Beihai used the light to illuminate the walls, which were covered in intricate runes. Vaguely, Wang Beihai heard the sound of dripping water, his eyes brightening, and he quickened his pace. After about 10 minutes, Wang Beihai reached a flat area. When Wang Beihai's foot touched the floor, the underground chamber suddenly lit up with torches. Only then did Wang Beihai see the full layout of the underground palace. The palace was filled with pillars, 12 in total, each engraved with ancient runes. The floor beneath Wang Beihai's feet was also covered in complex runes. Looking around, Wang Beihai noticed that the surrounding sand was rising, perfectly isolating the central palace. When he looked up, Wang Beihai's eyes widened. Between the pillars, thick chains, thicker than a human arm, were suspended, connecting to the center of the pillars. Following the chains, Wang Beihai saw a massive stone coffin hanging in the air. Curious, Wang Beihai leaped to the coffin's side and found that the heavy lid was made of crystal. Through the crystal, Wang Beihai saw the contents of the coffin and was shocked. Inside lay a corpse wrapped entirely in white cloth, resembling a mummy from a movie. Wang Beihai shuddered and then, hearing the dripping sound again, looked towards it, spotting a small golden pool not far away, collecting the liquid dripping from above. Wang Beihai glanced up and saw a golden flower floating in the air not far from the coffin, from which the liquid was dripping. Approaching the golden pool, Wang Beihai sniffed the water and found no odor. Without hesitation, he knelt by the pool and drank heartily. Just as Wang Beihai was drinking, the mummy in the stone coffin above suddenly opened its eyes. Chapter 238, Possession. What a sweet spring! Wang Beihai drank a large portion of the water in the pool in one breath, then raised his head, licked his lips, and felt reborn in an instant. Refreshing. Wang Beihai glanced at the remaining spring water. Then with a flash from his spiritual ring, he managed to store the entire pool inside. Huh. At that moment, a slight sound echoed, causing Wang Beihai to narrow his eyes and turn around. Everything around him appeared unchanged. Did I mishear? Wang Beihai raised his eyebrows, secretly activating the Hunyuan technique, and then surveyed the area once more. It seems there's something extraordinary sealed in this underground palace. Observing the surrounding runes, though not fully understanding them, Wang Beihai recalled from his inheritance that similar runes were used for sealing. Muttering to himself, he immediately thought of the coffin suspended by chains. Could it be that what's sealed here is the thing inside the coffin? With this thought, Wang Beihai quickly turned to look at the coffin, only to see that the previously tightly closed coffin had now revealed a gap about the size of a door. Wang Beihai frowned, leaped onto a stone pillar, and then jumped to the side of the coffin. Peering inside, he saw the corpse lying there, and after confirming there was no life force, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Guess I was overthinking. Shaking his head, Wang Beihai looked at the coffin again, his expression suddenly freezing. The person in the coffin, with a pair of blood-red eyes, was staring right at him. Shit! In a panic, Wang Beihai cursed and immediately jumped back. At that moment, the stone pillars around him shook violently, and in the next second, the chains snapped in two, the stone coffin shattered, and a white figure flew out. Hee, Beihai, you actually drank my heavenly spring. That was a treasure I left for myself to restore my divine power when I awaken. The mummy, glaring with red eyes, viciously stared at Wang Beihai, emitting a hoarse voice filled with resentment. Seeing this, Wang Beihai felt every hair on his body stand on end. The mummies he had seen on TV, which he thought were somewhat cool, now seemed like deathly evil spirits to him. Run. Without hesitation, the only word in Wang Beihai's mind was escape. Without looking back, Wang Beihai leaped directly towards the stairs. Hee, you ruined my plan and still want to leave? The mummy let out a chilling laugh, then slowly dissipated. As Wang Beihai was sprinting, suddenly a hand reached out from the darkness ahead, catching him off guard and knocking him back down into the underground palace. Wang Beihai crashed heavily to the ground, and when he looked up again, the mummy was already in front of him. So strong. Wang Beihai clutched his aching chest, feeling utterly wronged. I just drank a couple of sips of your water. Is it really that serious? Wang Beihai shouted angrily, without hesitation, summoned the red cloud sword, and executed a sky-cleaving sword technique. A powerful sword light immediately slashed towards the mummy. However, the mummy neither dodged nor blocked, simply stretching out a hand and clenching it, causing the usually effective sky-cleaving sword technique to shatter in his grasp. Damn! How can you be this strong? Wang Beihai was completely dumbfounded, feeling a chill run through his scalp at the sight of the mummy. I don't believe it. Wang Beihai gritted his teeth, then leaped high into the air. Behind him, a massive array appeared, in the center of which a golden-blue palm slowly took shape. Haotian Great Palm Strike. Wang Beihai roared, and the palm in the sky pressed down forcefully. The mummy, unable to dodge, was slammed into the ground, causing the entire underground palace to shake violently. As the dust settled, Wang Beihai looked down to see a massive palm print on the ground, and the mummy was left with only half its body. I never expected the Haotian Great Palm Strike to be so powerful. Wang Beihai was pleasantly surprised by the palm print on the ground, realizing that the destructive power of the Haotian Great Palm Strike surpassed the sky-cleaving sword technique in certain aspects. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, the mummy in the pit emitted strange noises. Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold, and with a swift thrust from the sky, the sharp blade of the red cloud sword pierced through the mummy's body. Break for me! Wang Beihai shouted, and the remaining part of the mummy's body shattered instantly. Having done all this, Wang Beihai plopped down onto the ground, his chest heaving violently. Glancing at the fragments on the ground, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. No, there are too many dangers in this ancient divine site. I must find Huang Fuling and the others as soon as I get out. Thinking this, Wang Beihai's vigilance relaxed slightly. At that moment, a a red light suddenly shot out from the fragments and flew into Wang Beihai's forehead at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Wang Beihai felt as if his head had been struck, clutching it and rolling on the ground. He, Beihai, you drank the divine water I used to rebuild my body. Now you shall pay with your own body. In Wang Beihai's mind, a hoarse voice emerged, followed by a black shadow appearing in his consciousness. Beihai, you've actually cultivated your body to this extent. Although your cultivation is lacking, it will do. Your body is mine now. The black shadow laughed wildly, causing Wang Beihai's head to throb with pain, and his consciousness began to dissipate. Wang Beihai let out a long howl, one of his eyes turning red. Get out of my body! Wang Beihai roared, then sat cross-legged, using his last bit of will to activate the Hunyuan technique. The black shadow was ruthlessly eroding Wang Beihai's consciousness. At that moment, a white light suddenly shone in his consciousness, and a spiritual entity resembling Wang Beihai appeared in his sea of consciousness. You've nurtured an infant soul. What a delicacy! The black shadow said, then lunged towards Wang Beihai's spiritual entity. At that moment, Wang Beihai's spiritual entity abruptly opened its eyes, and golden light filled the sea of consciousness. Wherever the golden light reached, all darkness evaporated. The black shadow let out a howl, apparently realizing the terror of the golden light, attempting to escape. An image of a yin-yang 5 elements diagram appeared in the sea of consciousness, blocking the black shadow's path. Then, Wang Beihai's spiritual entity reached out and grasped, causing the black shadow to disintegrate. Chapter 239. Awakening of the Spirit Sense. After the black shadow shattered, a transparent orb formed in its place, containing extremely pure spiritual energy. Wang Beihai's spirit sense approached and directly grabbed the orb, swallowing it whole. It's about time. At that moment, Wang Beihai's spirit sense spoke, then flashed and jumped out of the sea of consciousness, appearing in front of Wang Beihai. Who are you? Wang Beihai widened his eyes, incredulously staring at the spirit sense that looked exactly like himself. I am you. The spirit sense smiled lightly, looking at Wang Beihai with a calm demeanor. How is that possible? Wang Beihai exclaimed in disbelief. I remember my spirit sense was still in its youth. How could it suddenly change like this? Shaking his head and pondering repeatedly, Wang Beihai recalled that upon entering the Thunder Sea, his spirit sense did grow slightly, but only by a little. Now, his spirit sense had completely entered another level, something even Wang Beihai couldn't comprehend. Suddenly, Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and he hurriedly took out the previous pool water from his spatial ring. Could it be this? Wang Beihai looked at his spirit sense, asking doubtfully. The spirit sense smiled and nodded slightly. This indeed has a nourishing effect on the soul. As he spoke, Wang Beihai's spirit sense flew back into the sea of consciousness, then sent a thought. Finish drinking the remaining pool water. After absorbing the soul of the previous person, I'm only a step away from awakening. Awakening? Wang Beihai was startled and asked incredulously. Yes, the reason the chaos art is powerful is not just because it's a technique for cultivating the soul, but more importantly, it allows one to achieve divine consciousness below the saint realm. Divine consciousness? Wang Beihai frowned, puzzled. Yes, divine consciousness is what the spirit sense is called after awakening. Ordinary people can only cultivate divine consciousness after undergoing rebirth and achieving a saint's body. Once divine consciousness is formed, one's perception of things becomes microscopic, and even if the physical body is destroyed, as long as the divine consciousness survives, one can reconstruct the body. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai was completely shocked. All along, he had considered the chaos art to be useless, providing only mental perception and simple mental attacks. Divine consciousness unyielding, the body can be reconstructed. Wang Beihai muttered to himself, then reacted and without hesitation, grabbed the pool and drank the water in large gulps. Soon, the divine water in the pool was finished, and Wang Beihai even licked the bottom of the pool to ensure not a drop was wasted. After drinking the divine water, Wang Beihai sat cross-legged, and within his sea of consciousness, his spirit sense began to cultivate. Peering into his sea of consciousness, Wang Beihai saw his spirit sense start to emit a faint golden glow. In no time, the golden light transformed into thin golden threads, gradually enveloping the spirit sense until it formed a cocoon of light. It was unclear how much time passed, but Wang Beihai felt a jolt in his sea of consciousness, followed by a rapid expansion, eventually becoming several times its original size. Then, cracks began to appear on the cocoon in the center of the sea of consciousness. The cracks multiplied until, with a flash of golden light, a nearly solid figure emerged from the cocoon and then flashed, appearing before Wang Beihai. It's done. Wang Beihai was overjoyed, looking at the divine consciousness that looked exactly like himself, feeling an indescribable sensation. It's done. The divine consciousness examined its body, lightly leaped into the air, and flew off. Wherever the divine consciousness went, Wang Beihai could sense everything. Even the tiniest grain of sand was within Wang Beihai's perception. This is the microscopic realm. Wang Beihai sighed in his heart, and with a thought, the divine consciousness returned to his body. I never expected that by chance, I would encounter such a great fortune. Wang Beihai clenched his fists, thinking of his newfound divine consciousness, and threw all previous dangers out of his mind. As the heavenly book said, there are many opportunities in this divine tomb. I wonder how long I've been here. I must hurry out to find the next opportunity. Thinking this, Wang Beihai searched the surroundings again but found nothing like the divine water. It seems there's nothing left here. It's time to leave. Wang Beihai sighed, then leaped agilely towards the ground. Soon, Wang Beihai saw a light and quickened his pace, then emerged from the underground with a flash of light. Finally out. Wang Beihai squinted, then looked around in surprise. The original desert had disappeared, and he now stood on a beach, surrounded by an endless sea. What place is this? I was in the desert, how did I end up in the sea? Wang Beihai rubbed his eyes, then summoned his divine consciousness, which flew far away and soon returned to his body. The surroundings are all sea. Wang Beihai frowned deeply, glanced at the path he had come from, which had now vanished. Then, in an instant, the sand beneath Wang Beihai's feet disappeared, and cold seawater rushed in. Wang Beihai lost his footing and fell into the deep sea. Feeling the coldness around him, Wang Beihai widened his eyes and struggled to swim upwards. Just as Wang Beihai was desperately swimming, a massive shadow passed beneath him. Finally, Wang Beihai surfaced, but before he could think, a huge wave rose into the sky, and a gigantic fish tail emerged from the water, slamming down on Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's pupils contracted, and with a fierce push underwater, he exploded out of the water, propelled by the force. The fish tail grazed Wang Beihai's face, crashing down and causing terrifying energy to create massive waves. Wang Beihai had just steadied himself when he was swept far away by the waves. What kind of monster is this now? Wang Beihai's heart tightened, quickly summoning the red cloud sword and standing on it to barely stabilize himself. As Wang Beihai remained vigilant, a vast maw appeared beneath him. Danger! Wang Beihai's heart raced, and the maw leaped out of the water, swallowing Wang Beihai in one gulp. Then, a massive black whale surfaced, thrashed a few times, and then submerged back into the sea. Chapter 240. The Inhabitant Within. What a strong stench of decay. In the darkness, Wang Beihai felt an intense rotten odor assault his senses. As he slid down, his mind went blank, except for the persistent stench mixed with a strong scent of blood. What kind of creature has swallowed me whole? After calming himself, Wang Beihai furrowed his brows as his body continued to descend. Light. Concentrating his spiritual energy into his palm, a glow soon illuminated the surroundings. With this light, Wang Beihai could see the crimson-black soft walls covered in decaying fish and the remains of large animals. What kind of monster is this? Seeing a half-dead cow's head as big as a car, Wang Beihai was struck with awe. Such a giant cow had fallen prey to this creature, indicating its enormous size. Just as Wang Beihai was marveling, a light appeared ahead. Squinting, he was propelled towards it. Emerging into the light, Wang Beihai found himself in a lake-sized pool filled with various animals. The liquid in the pool continuously corroded their bodies. Smaller ones were instantly dissolved by the red liquid. This must be the stomach. Startled, Wang Beihai frowned, lightly tapping the surface of the liquid with his toes and leaping to a protrusion on the soft wall. Even so, he noticed his shoe's tip had been corroded. What terrifying corrosive power! Squinting, Wang Beihai removed his shoes, pondering how to escape. At that moment, a splash sounded. Looking towards the noise, Wang Beihai saw a skinny man running barefoot on the corrosive liquid, unaffected by it. Surprised, Wang Beihai was about to approach when the man suddenly turned, his pitch-black pupils locking onto Wang Beihai. Kaka! The man grinned eerily upon seeing Wang Beihai, revealing shark-like teeth. Before Wang Beihai could react, the man darted forward, running on the corrosive liquid. Wang Beihai's vigilance heightened. Glancing around, he propelled himself into the air, summoning Qi Shao and flying deeper. The man sped up, chasing closely behind Wang Beihai. As the path ahead neared its end, Wang Beihai's eyes hardened, turning to slash at the man. The man squinted, not defending, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. Wang Beihai's sword veered off, grazing the man's face and leaving a long cut. Strangely, the blood that flowed from the wound was dark green. The man touched the cut, emitting a kaka sound, his eyes turning red and expression fierce. Wang Beihai prepared to strike again. "Hold on, Xiaohei, come back." A voice called out. Hearing it, the man's expression returned to normal, turning and leaping onto an old sailboat. Wang Beihai looked over to see an elderly man in white standing at the bow, a faint red glow beneath the boat preventing liquid corrosion. Would the young friend care to board for a chat? The old man's mouth remained closed, but his voice clearly reached Wang Beihai. Seeing no other place to rest, Wang Beihai leaped onto the boat. The skinny man, upon seeing Wang Beihai board, showed a warning expression. "Xiaohei, no rudeness." The old man smiled, waving his hand to conjure a tea table. "Sit." Inviting Wang Beihai to sit, he did so without hesitation. The old man, approvingly, also sat down. "He's Xiaohei, a merfolk. He became hostile because you injured him first. Please don't hold it against him." Merfolk? Wang Beihai squinted, glancing at the man beside him. He had intentionally missed the first strike, sensing no hostility. Otherwise, the man might have been killed. "It's fine." Thinking this, Wang Beihai waved it off, curiously looking at the old man. "I remember the divine tomb opens once every 10,000 years. Why is the elder here?" 10,000 years? The old man squinted, stroking his beard. "The young friend must be from the outside world. I am originally from this world. Years ago, I challenged the sea's overlord, the whale lord, and suffered a humiliating defeat. Too ashamed to return, I hid in this creature's belly to live in seclusion. There are indigenous people in the divine tomb?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai was shocked. He hadn't expected this ancient battlefield to have inhabitants. "Hee." The old man smiled, conjuring teaware and pouring tea for Wang Beihai. "In the vast world, we are but specks of dust. There are countless corners and realms we don't know. Even if this is an ancient battlefield, it's still my homeland." The old man's clouded eyes revealed clarity as he looked at Wang Beihai, making him feel exposed. I never expected. The old man's body trembled violently, suddenly grabbing Wang Beihai's hand, pointing to his head. "The exit is right there." Wang Beihai was stunned, looking up to see a dark hole above him. "Can you read minds?" Confused, Wang Beihai looked at the old man. "No, I've always considered myself talented, chasing the footsteps of that great one. Who knew today would be the closest I'd ever get to him? Ha, what a joy." The old man transformed his teacup into a wine jug, taking a hearty swig. "What does the elder mean?" Wang Beihai was baffled. The old man exclaimed in delight, looking at Wang Beihai. Remember, once you leave, head east to find an island. Hand this small sword to the people there, and they will help you set sail. The old man took a small sword from his head, handing it to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai accepted the sword, looking at the old man with mixed emotions. Since the elder knows the exit, why not leave with me? Time flows, ages change. Each era has its people with their values. My heart is dead. I'm content here in the whale lord's belly. You carry a heavier burden. This shouldn't be your end. With a wave of his sleeve, the tea table disappeared. Elder. Before Wang Beihai could say more, the old man raised a hand, an invisible force lifting him, and he was propelled out of the passage. The great task will be bestowed upon that person. 10,000 years later, you've returned. The old man watched Wang Beihai recede into the distance, then smiled and waved his hand, continuing to sail away on the small boat, disappearing into the terrifying lake. Chapter 241. Demon Island. On the tranquil sea, a sudden gust of wind swept up, its powerful force creating enormous waves. Soon, the surface of the sea formed a massive whirlpool. Deep in the ocean, a pair of enormous eyes appeared. Around it, fierce beasts felt the aura and fled in terror. As the whirlpool on the surface grew larger, a colossal figure leaped out of the water. The figure was over 100 meters long, directly blocking the sun in the sky. A giant whale surfaced, occasionally emitting a thunderous roar. Accompanying the roar, a water column shot from the whale's head, within which a red light enveloped Wang Beihai, propelling him out. As soon as he emerged from the water, the red light around Wang Beihai shattered. Wang Beihai squinted his eyes, still processing the situation, when he saw a pair of eyes as large as houses. This is the lord of the demon whale. Wang Beihai's heart tightened, feeling a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he pulled back and without hesitation, summoned Qi Xiao, darting away from the whale in the opposite direction. Roar. The lord of the demon whale roared in apparent fury, and its massive tail swung down toward Wang Beihai. Seeing the terrifying attack, Wang Beihai dared not confront it head-on. In a rush, he retracted Qi Xiao, his feet glowing with a bolt of lightning as he quickly ran along the whale's tail. Just before the whale's tail crashed into the water, Wang Beihai seized the moment and struck the whale's tail with a powerful palm strike. The whale's tail was instantly bloodied, and Wang Beihai used the impact to propel himself far back. After landing in the water, Wang Beihai didn't dare to linger. He summoned Qi Xiao again, grasped its hilt, and swiftly headed east. Even after putting some distance between him and the whale, Wang Beihai could still hear its enraged roars. Thank goodness I ran fast. Wang Beihai couldn't help but wipe a cold sweat from his brow. In the presence of such a creature as the lord of the demon whale, Wang Beihai didn't even dare to entertain the thought of fighting it. Thinking this, Wang Beihai didn't dare to waste any time and desperately flew eastward. 3 days later, Wang Beihai was completely exhausted. Fortunately, the journey had been relatively peaceful. However, without food or water for 3 days, Wang Beihai's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Didn't the elder deceive me? Where exactly is this island he mentioned? Wang Beihai squinted his eyes, weakly gazing at the endless sea, feeling a sense of helplessness. Just as Wang Beihai was distracted, a ripple appeared in the air ahead. In an instant, Wang Beihai vanished from the sea surface. Unaware of this anomaly, Wang Beihai felt a flash before his eyes. When he opened them again, a small island shaped like a skull appeared not far away, looking somewhat eerie. When did this appear? Wang Beihai rubbed his eyes, incredulous at the sight of the island. Halt! Who goes there? State your name. At that moment, a stern shout rang out. Wang Beihai looked up to see a man clad in armor, holding a spear, glaring at him with angry eyes. Saved. Wang Beihai smiled faintly, then handed over a small sword. The man took the sword, his eyes widening in shock. Then, Wang Beihai closed his eyes and fainted. When Wang Beihai awoke again, he found himself in a lavishly decorated room. Wang Beihai's eyes widened as he abruptly sat up from the bed, glancing around at the retro furnishings. Have I finally reached the island? Wang Beihai recalled the events and shook his head. Just as he was about to get out of bed, the tightly closed wooden door was pushed open. Wang Beihai's eyes fixed on the doorway, where an elderly man slowly entered. The old man was dressed in luxurious robes, though they looked somewhat antiquated. Sir, may I ask where you are from? Your attire seems not to be from around here. The old man approached Wang Beihai, bowed slightly, and respectfully inquired. Wang Beihai thought for a moment and did not mention his encounter with the demon whale. I am Wang Beihai, from the desert. Wang Beihai. The old man squinted his eyes, hesitating slightly before asking, The desert is far from here. What brings Mr. Wang to this distant place? Not much, just traveling. Wang Beihai waved his hand casually. Oh, in that case, please rest, young friend. The island master will summon you shortly. With that, the old man bowed again and slowly exited the room. Closing the door, the old man summoned the guards outside and whispered. This man came from the desert with a token of the previous island master. Keep an eye on him. I'll consult the new island master before deciding whether to kill or keep him. After speaking, the old man hurried away. His words, however, were heard clearly by Wang Beihai. Despite the old man's low voice, Wang Beihai's senses had far surpassed those of ordinary people after awakening his divine consciousness. New island master, old island master? Wang Beihai frowned, pondering, feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. He wasn't afraid of these people harming him. If he wanted to leave, the guards at the door were no match. While thinking, a faint sound came from a wooden cabinet beside him. Who's there? Wang Beihai squinted his eyes and snorted coldly. Shoo! At that moment, a small hand reached out from the cabinet, and a ragged girl of about 10 years old jumped out. Wang Beihai glanced behind the girl and saw a dark secret passage behind the cabinet. Big brother, come with me quickly. The girl approached Wang Beihai without hesitation, grabbed his hand, and pulled him into the cabinet. Who are you? Why should I follow you? Wang Beihai frowned, then looked at the girl. She was nervously glancing at the door and then urgently at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai was slightly stunned. The girl's eyes were clear, and she didn't seem to carry any malevolent aura. After some thought, Wang Beihai followed the girl into the secret passage. Wang Beihai followed the girl for about 10 minutes until they reached a crude cave. Looking out from the cave entrance, Wang Beihai saw that it was already blocked by rocks. Turning around, he saw a makeshift bed made of dry branches in a corner of the cave, with a simple candle holder and some food on a nearby stone table. Cough, cough. At that moment, a coughing sound came from the darkness. Wang Beihai turned to see a pale, middle-aged man lying in another dim corner. Wang Beihai frowned, approached, and saw the man's face devoid of color, with a black aura between his brows. His legs were bloodied and mangled. Father, are you okay? The girl took a bowl of water from the stone table and handed it to the man. He drank a sip and then looked at Wang Beihai, coughing again. Who are you? How did you end up here? Wang Beihai frowned, then crouched down, a silver needle appearing in his hand. He aimed at the man's acupoint and struck, causing the man to gasp and spit out a pool of black blood. You bad guy, what are you doing? Seeing this, the girl immediately clenched her small fists and pounded on Wang Beihai. Shinner, stop. The man waved his hand, then took a deep breath, his face regaining some color. Brother Bei, thank you. The man looked at Wang Beihai gratefully. A healer's duty is to help. You haven't answered my question yet. Who are you? Wang Beihai wiped the silver needle with a cloth and put it away, then looked at the man calmly. He vaguely felt that the man's appearance was somewhat familiar. Ah. The man sighed, his eyes dimming. My name is Yifan, and I am the current island master of this demon island. Chapter 242. Betrayal. The current island lord? Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai's heart skipped a beat, immediately recalling the words of the elder from earlier. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and looked at Yifan before him. You claim to be the current island lord, yet why is your treatment so poor? If you are not the one they speak of, then who are you? Why impersonate the island lord? Wang Beihai questioned Yifan, who couldn't help but sigh. You're a bad person. My father was the island lord. He is the island lord, the girl chimed in, immediately stepping forward to continue pounding on Wang Beihai's thigh. Wang Beihai frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. Enough, Shinner. He healed my internal injuries. He is a benefactor, not a bad person. Yifan waved his hand, stopping the girl's actions. He glanced at Wang Beihai, about to say something, but hesitated, swallowing his words. Then, Yifan shook his head and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Forget it, young friend. Can I ask you for a favor? What favor? Seeing the hopeless look in Yifan's eyes, Wang Beihai felt a pang of sympathy. You have brought your father's token to Devil Island. Regardless of whether you are related to my father or not, given Yifeng's nature, he will not let you go easily. There is a loose stone at the bottom left of the cave entrance. You can escape now. All I ask is that you take my daughter, Yixian, with you when you leave. She is too young to die with me. Tears glistened in Yifan's eyes. Upon hearing this, Yixian rushed forward to hug Yifan. I won't leave. I'll stay with Daddy. I won't go anywhere. Yifan's eyes softened as he stroked Yixian's forehead, then hardened as he gently struck the back of her neck, causing her to faint. What are you doing? Wang Beihai was shocked. Please, young friend, agree to this dying man's request. Take my daughter with you. Anywhere is better than staying here. Although this place is hidden, it will eventually be found, and my daughter will be in grave danger. As Yifan struggled to rise, Wang Beihai pressed him back down. Wang Beihai frowned, quickly moving to the cave entrance, where he indeed found a loose stone. He then turned back, picked up Yixian, and placed her beside a pile of dry firewood, covering her with a blanket. Afterward, Wang Beihai looked back at Yifan. Tell me, what exactly happened? Yifan was taken aback, but still hesitated to dissuade Wang Beihai. First, tell me. If I can help, I will. If not, I'll take your daughter and leave. Hearing this, Yifan's eyes lit up with gratitude. After a moment's thought, he began to reveal the truth. 50 years ago, the previous island lord, my father, Yi Qianren, single-handedly subdued all the ferocious beasts in the Devil Sea. With his sword, he turned Devil Island into the only haven at sea. For decades, this place was peaceful and prosperous. At this point, Yifan's eyes sparkled with pride, but the expression quickly faded. However, the good times didn't last. My father heard of a sea overlord. 10 years ago, he abdicated the island lord position to me and ventured into the deep sea with his sword. He never returned. So it was him, Wang Beihai thought, recalling the elder he had seen earlier. Then what? Given that your father founded the island, how did you, the island lord, end up in such a state? Wang Beihai pressed, frowning. Alas, it's all my fault, Yifan said, his eyes filled with self-reproach. 10 years ago, I took over Devil Island and soon had Shinner with my beloved wife. Unfortunately, she died in childbirth. For the next 5 or 6 years, I focused on taking care of Shinner, and nothing major happened. Until 3 years ago, my younger brother, Yifeng, who now sits on the island lord's throne, brought a woman who looked strikingly similar to my late wife. Yifan's eyes turned red with either hatred or anger as he continued. Under Yifeng's persuasion, I quickly accepted her. But soon, I realized something was wrong. She was secretly meeting with Yifeng and was quietly recruiting the island's officials. By the time I discovered and exposed the truth, it was too late. The island's loyal officials turned against me. Just as I was about to confront Yifeng, I found out that the woman had been slowly poisoning me all along, greatly reducing my powers. During the fight, I was crippled, my dantian and legs destroyed. Fortunately, an old loyal elder saved me. Yifan pointed to the cave entrance blocked by a boulder. The elder carried me and protected Shinner as we fled. But the pursuers were too many. In desperation, the elder hid us in this cave and shattered the entrance. He then led the pursuers away, sacrificing himself? Yifan's eyes brimmed with tears of anger as he finished. He then looked at Wang Beihai. Now, knowing my end is near, my greatest wish is for my daughter, Yixin. She is too young to endure such turmoil. Since you have agreed, please take her with you. Even if it's as a servant, it's better than staying here. Wang Beihai listened quietly, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Please, young friend. Yifan tried to say more when Wang Beihai suddenly shouted, Enough! Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold as he struck a palm against Yifan's chest. Yifan's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt a rush of blood to his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Why, young friend? Yifan asked, looking at Wang Beihai with reluctance, while Wang Beihai merely sneered. I have no interest in taking someone's daughter as a servant. But fighting? I'm quite good at that. You say you're at your end. I'll make sure your lamp burns bright again. With that, Wang Beihai waved his hand, shattering Yifan's shirt with a forceful push. His eyes gleaming with determination, Wang Beihai produced numerous silver needles, flicking his wrist to send them flying and precisely piercing Yifan's acupoints. As the needles entered, black smoke began to rise from Yifan's body, and the accumulated injuries within him slowly began to heal. Yifan's eyes widened in astonishment, then filled with joy. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Beihai cut him off. If you want to live, don't speak. Since you say your position was stolen through betrayal, take it back yourself. And for me, betrayal is the one thing I detest the most. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in Wang Beihai's eyes. Chapter 243, The Ugly Face. An hour later, as the last silver needle was removed, Yifan let out a deep groan and suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. How is it possible? The old injuries in my body are showing signs of recovery, and the poison that had been lingering in my body has also diminished significantly. Yifan looked at his body in astonishment and then turned to Wang Beihai, his eyes filled with confusion and excitement. Your injuries are indeed troublesome. To fully recover, you'll need at least a year of rest. However, given your strength, I can help you regain about 70% of your power in 3 days. As for your legs, Wang Beihai glanced at Yifan's crippled legs. They have been damaged for too long. The meridians are already dead. You will likely have to spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Thank you, benefactor. At that moment, Yifan was in tears and suddenly kowtowed to Wang Beihai. I will never forget the kindness you have shown me. All right. Wang Beihai waved his hand and then glanced at Yixin, who was still unconscious beside him. Such a lovely daughter. I don't want her to lose her father so young. Besides, I don't like owing others favors. This debt needs to be repaid. As he spoke, Wang Beihai thought of the old man inside the whale's belly and couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of fate. Then, Wang Beihai's eyes moved, and he stood up. What are you going to do, young friend? Yifan looked at Wang Beihai in confusion. I've been gone for a long time. If they notice, they will surely become suspicious. If they can't find me, they will launch a full-scale search. If I don't appear now, you will be exposed sooner or later. Now is not the best time for you to confront them. Just rest here and recuperate. In 3 days, I will help you reclaim what is rightfully yours. With that, Wang Beihai headed back towards the secret tunnel he had come from. Yifan's eyes flickered as he called out to Wang Beihai. I still don't know your name, benefactor. Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai said, and then disappeared into the darkness. Following the secret tunnel for a few minutes, Wang Beihai arrived at the hidden door. After using his spiritual sense to check that no one had been there, he cautiously pushed open the hidden door and stepped out from the wooden cabinet. As soon as his foot touched the ground, the door to Wang Beihai's room was pushed open, and the old man who had been there before entered again. Seeing Wang Beihai standing by the wooden cabinet, he frowned. What are you doing, young friend? The old man narrowed his eyes and approached. Wang Beihai glanced at him and immediately shot out a golden light from his eyes. Nothing, just getting up to stretch my legs. Wang Beihai smiled and moved away from the cabinet. Oh, is that so? This is Demon Island. I had advise you to be careful," the old man said, and while Wang Beihai wasn't paying attention, he directly pulled open the cabinet door and looked inside, only to find it empty. Seeing this, the old man frowned and then looked at Wang Beihai again. "The island master summons you. Please follow me." After saying this, the old man led the way, while Wang Beihai stood by, wiping a cold sweat. If he hadn't used his spiritual sense to confuse the old man earlier, the secret tunnel might have been exposed. "I want to see what kind of beast would harm even their own brother." Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, then quickened his pace to follow the old man. As Wang Beihai followed the old man out of the room, he saw a wooden walkway built over water. The walkway was built along the water and mountains, with several luxurious buildings scattered along the way, mostly made of wood, reminiscent of the buildings he had seen in martial arts dramas as a child. Soon, Wang Beihai and the old man climbed up a waterfall. Behind the waterfall, Wang Beihai could sense a group of people playing. Water Curtain Cave? Wang Beihai thought of this term immediately and then approached to see a stone tablet at the entrance with the words, Water Curtain Cave, carved on it. "I never thought there would really be a water curtain cave in the world," Wang Beihai whispered in amazement. The old man in front suddenly stopped and turned around, surprised to see Wang Beihai. "Have you heard of this place before?" "No, just heard someone mention it." Wang Beihai waved his hand and quickly denied it. The old man didn't suspect anything and led Wang Beihai through the waterfall into the cave. As soon as he stepped inside, Wang Beihai was greeted with the scent of fruits. Looking further in, he found the cave to be quite extraordinary, filled with exotic flowers and plants and a rich concentration of spiritual energy. "I didn't expect this to be a natural spiritual vein." Wang Beihai was shocked and looked around with greedy eyes, almost drooling. "Island Master, I've brought the person." At that moment, the old man suddenly stopped and said to the front. Wang Beihai looked ahead and saw a huge spiritual tree. The protruding roots of the tree had been carved into a seat. Sitting on this carved seat was a man who looked very similar to Yifan, except his eyebrows showed a cunning expression. By his side, a scantily clad woman leaned against him. This must be the woman who caused Yifan's downfall. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and then stepped forward to bow to Yifeng. "Are you the one who brought the token of my father?" Yifeng glanced at Wang Beihai with disdain. "Yes." Wang Beihai nodded. "In that case, I ask you, is that old man, my father, still alive?" Yifeng glared at Wang Beihai and coldly asked, "Old man, is that how you address your father?" Wang Beihai frowned, surprised by Yifeng's rudeness. "Himph, does he deserve to be my father? If it weren't for him, I would have been the island master long ago. You don't need to waste words. Just tell me if he's alive and whether he will return." Yifeng shouted at Wang Beihai without any restraint. Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold, and he clenched his fists, wanting to punish this beast on the spot. But thinking of Yifan still in the cave, he suppressed his anger and looked at Yifeng. "You can rest assured, your father will never return. As for my visit, it was out of necessity. If you think I will do something, I can leave now." After saying this, Wang Beihai prepared to leave. At that moment, Yifeng signaled to the old man, who immediately stepped forward to block Wang Beihai. "Wait." Yifeng smiled and continued. "All guests are welcome here. 3 days from now is the birthday of my beloved concubine. Why not stay until then?" "Understood." Wang Beihai thought it was just the right timing and didn't refuse, just waved his hand and walked out of the water curtain cave on his own. Not long after Wang Beihai left, the old man approached Yifeng. "Island Master, this man is somewhat strange. It would be better to let him leave sooner." "Leave?" Yifeng sneered. "If he returns and informs my father of his situation, my father might come back. Then, what does the island master intend?" The old man raised his eyebrows. "Of course, kill him. Someone who can control a flying sword must be powerful. Letting him stay for 3 days is just a stalling tactic. Poison his food subtly over these days, and then attack him all at once after 3 days." After saying this, Yifeng burst into laughter. Little did they know, this entire conversation was heard by Wang Beihai, who turned cold. Such an ugly face, it's better off gone. Thinking this, Wang Beihai hurried back to his room. Chapter 244, The Gift. Over the course of 3 days, the guards on Demon Island relaxed their surveillance of Wang Beihai, who pretended to stay in his room the entire time. In reality, he secretly provided food and clothing to Yifan and even administered acupuncture treatments. By the second day, Yifan's face had regained some healthy color, no longer as pale as before. "All right, your strength should have recovered quite a bit by now," Wang Beihai said, removing the silver needles from Yifan's body and letting out a sigh of relief. Yifan exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes once again igniting with determination. "Wanna try?" Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. Yifan nodded, closed his eyes, and a surge of powerful energy erupted from within him. Wang Beihai was slightly surprised. Even with only 60 to 70% of his strength, Yifan could rival a Heaven Realm expert. "It's done, and I feel that once I fully recover, I can break through the Heaven Realm and reach Nirvana," Yifan said excitedly, clenching his fists. He then looked at Wang Beihai with gratitude, about to kneel. Wang Beihai quickly supported him and glanced at Yixin beside them. "There's a child here. Don't keep kneeling and bowing." Yifan looked at Yixin and stopped, then called her over. "Xiner, remember, this is our benefactor. No matter what difficulties we face in the future, our Yi family must support them unconditionally." Yixin blinked her big eyes, then nodded heavily at Wang Beihai. "What are you doing?" Wang Beihai, though pleased, was not accustomed to such formalities and waved his hand. "Benefactor, just do what you need to do. We are merely fulfilling our duties, not interfering with you," Yifan said, understanding Wang Beihai's temperament. Wang Beihai couldn't find a rebuttal and could only cover his face with a helpless smile. He then looked at Yifan. "Tomorrow is the day you face off against your brother with sword and saber. Are you confident?" "In terms of cultivation, he is inferior to me. In combat, he is even more so." Yifan clenched his fists. "What about after defeating him?" Wang Beihai suddenly asked, causing Yifan to hesitate. Although Yifeng's actions were detestable, he was still his brother. Yifan didn't know what to do in a life-and-death situation. Seeing this, Wang Beihai understood Yifan's thoughts. "All right, get some rest. Tomorrow will reveal all." He sighed, patted Yifan's shoulder, and left. Before long, the night passed. The next morning, when Wang Beihai opened the door, he found red lanterns hanging on the piers and houses, creating a festive atmosphere reminiscent of a New Year's celebration. Amidst this joyous atmosphere, Yifeng gathered his soldiers in the water curtain cave. "Has that Beizi been eating on time these days?" Yifeng asked coldly. Reporting to the island lord, Beizi has been eating every meal to the last bite. "We have specifically checked, and there are no traces of leftover food around the house or inside," an elder reported. Hearing this, Yifeng revealed a triumphant smile. "It seems that today will be Beizi's last day." He then turned to the crowd. "Listen up. Whoever beheads Beizi first today will be richly rewarded by the island lord." Upon hearing this, the stewards and guards around him all showed fervent expressions. As evening approached and the sky darkened, the entire stronghold was illuminated, and Wang Beihai had just opened the door when the elder arrived with a group of men. "The island lord has instructed that you, Mr. Wang, are a distinguished guest and must be present today," the elder said, gesturing for Wang Beihai to follow. Wang Beihai shrugged and smiled. "Since it's the island lord's wife's birthday, I must attend. Let's go." Without waiting for the elder, Wang Beihai walked towards the water curtain cave. Upon entering, the cave was indeed decorated festively, especially with the peach on the central stone table, as big as a basketball. "The island lord is thoughtful to have so many people invite me," Wang Beihai said, smiling at Yifeng. Yifeng merely chuckled coldly, then clapped his hands. Guards immediately appeared at the cave entrance, blocking the way out. What does the island lord mean by this? Wang Beihai pretended to be unaware, looking at Yifeng with fearful eyes. "Heh, nothing much. I'll just send you off with today's fireworks," Yifeng said, clapping his hands again. Several stewards and guards approached with long knives. "You want to kill me?" Wang Beihai feigned fear, looking at Yifeng in surprise. Heh, today you must die, Yifeng laughed, then waved his hand, and the crowd rushed forward. Just as Wang Beihai was about to resist, he suddenly stopped, clutching his stomach and rolling on the ground in agony. Ha ha ha, Beizi, you didn't know, did you? You've been eating quite a bit of the poison I personally prepared for you these days, the island lord's wife sneered. You must be in pain now. Don't worry, I'll have someone in this for you, she said, nodding to the crowd. One of the stewards stepped forward, raising a curved blade to strike at Wang Beihai. Just as everyone thought Wang Beihai would be decapitated and blood would splatter, he suddenly smiled, delivering a powerful kick. The steward in front was startled and quickly placed his blade in front to block the attack. But Wang Beihai's kick was full of strength. The steel blade in front of the steward shattered instantly, and his chest caved in. He spat blood in the air and crashed onto a stone pillar in the cave, losing his life. How is this possible? Yifeng and his wife both widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Wang Beihai, who was unharmed. What do you mean? I'm supposed to be? Yifeng stared at Wang Beihai in shock. What do you mean, supposed to be? Do you really think such a small amount of poison could harm me? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, then looked at Yifeng and his wife. Anyway, today is your birthday. I have a gift for you. With that, Wang Beihai's spirit ring flashed, and a figure appeared before everyone. Upon seeing this person, Yifeng and his wife widened their eyes in disbelief. How have you been? Yifan, sitting in a wheelchair, looked at them with full of anger. Chapter 245, Fratricide. Yifan. Yifeng's face turned livid, his eyes revealing a hint of ferocity. You're still alive? Yifan responded with a mocking smile. Why? Aren't you happy to see your brother alive? Brother? What are you saying? I'm overjoyed to see you alive. You have no idea how much I've been looking for you these past 3 years. Yifeng forced a smile while signaling the surrounding guards to encircle Yifan. Yifan glanced around with his peripheral vision and shook his head. Yifeng, it's not too late to repent. Out of brotherhood, I can spare your life. Repent? Brother, are you out of your mind? The mistake is yours, not mine. Yifeng's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and with a wave of his hand, everyone around brandished their weapons, glaring at Yifan. How dare you draw your swords against the island lord? Yifan's eyes turned cold as he shouted, causing the guards to take a step back, their eyes filled with hesitation. Brother, it seems you've lost your mind after 3 years. The island lord is now me, and you are just a cripple. What right do you have to compete with me after disappearing for 3 years? Yifeng said, grabbing a long sword from a nearby guard, his face twisted with malice, devoid of any brotherly affection. Yifan let out a helpless sigh at the sight. At that moment, Wang Beihai summoned the red flare and tossed it to Yifan. I'll lend it to you. Sort out your own family matters. Yifan grasped the red flare, feeling its sharp aura, and his expression turned solemn as he gratefully glanced at Wang Beihai. Seeing this, Yifeng frowned and turned his gaze to the red flare in Yifan's hand, his eyes filled with greed. All guards and enforcers, listen up. Yifan has colluded with outsiders to usurp the island lord's position. Whoever kills him today will be rewarded with 10 acres of land and 100 taels of gold. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and the previously hesitant guards all raised their swords and charged towards Yifan and Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, stomped his foot, and a sharp aura erupted, releasing a powerful pressure that caused ordinary guards to freeze in place, their weapons falling to the ground. Peak of the heavenly realm. Yifeng's eyes widened in shock. No wonder you're so brazen. However, the peak of the heavenly realm isn't enough. Yifeng's eyes turned fierce, and he shouted into the cave, "Several elders, please lend a hand." The sound echoed in the cave, and soon a spear shot out, aimed at Wang Beihai's face. Wang Beihai sneered, activating the indestructible Azura body, and punched the spear. The collision sparked, and with a forceful push, the spear was knocked away. What a powerful physique! Several exclamations came from the cave, and then 3 figures flew out. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. The aura of the three figures had reached the Nirvana realm, albeit unstably. Interesting. Wang Beihai squinted and then looked at Yifan beside him. Yifan also showed a respectful expression upon seeing the three. Elders, I, Yifan, humbly request your justice. The leading elder closed his eyes and didn't even glance at Yifan. Let bygones be bygones. Since Yifeng is now the island lord, let him be. Your legs are crippled. You are no longer qualified to be the island lord. If you persist, I will kill you to prevent fratricide. The elder's words were filled with a strong killing intent, and Yifeng looked at Yifan triumphantly, whose face had turned ashen. Hee, what a fine way to dismiss the past, elder. Before Yifan could speak, Wang Beihai burst into laughter. You keep saying not to commit fratricide, but where were you 3 years ago when Yifan was wronged? Such foolishness, it seems your eyes are clouded. Let me help you clear them. How dare you? The elder's face turned red with anger. You are an outsider, meddling in the island's affairs. What is your intention? I will capture you, and then interrogate you. With that, the elder transformed into a blur and charged at Wang Beihai, while the other two elders exchanged glances and followed suit. 3 Nirvana realm experts, just right? Wang Beihai squinted, laughed, and his body glowed with blue light as he engaged the 3 elders, holding his own against their attacks with his heavenly realm cultivation. What are you waiting for? Kill him. At that moment, Yifeng shouted at the crowd, who snapped back to reality and charged at Yifan with their weapons. Yifan closed his eyes and gently swung his sword forward, causing an invisible ripple to spread from the tip. Those who charged felt their bodies freeze, then a bloodstain appeared on their chests. In an instant, the first wave of attackers were severely injured and collapsed. This is my family's private matter. I don't want your lives. Get out of here. Yifan's eyes turned cold as he shouted, and the once arrogant crowd felt a chill down their spines. Except for a few higher-ranking enforcers, the rest of the guards retreated to the side. So your cultivation has recovered. Yifeng's eyes were cold as he took out the small sword Wang Beihai had brought earlier. Infusing it with spiritual energy, the sword grew larger and emitted a hum. That's father's sword. Yifan was stunned, his eyes showing a hint of reluctance. It seems you haven't fully recovered. Today, I'll send you to your grave with this old man's sword. Yifeng said, slowly approaching. Though my cultivation hasn't fully recovered, killing you is enough. Yifan steadied his mind and pointed the red flare at Yifeng. In an instant, the tension between the two reached its peak. Finally, Yifeng made the first move, his sword aimed directly at Yifan. Yifan blocked the attack with his sword. Die! Yifeng's face twisted with rage as he pushed Yifan back with all his strength. Yifan narrowed his eyes, slapped the wheelchair, and his body soared into the air. With a swift thrust, Yifeng, caught off guard, had his headband cut off, his hair scattering. Damn it, you made me lose face. Yifeng roared, placing the sword in front of him, and slapped his chest, spitting a drop of essence blood onto the sword. The sword hummed and glowed red, and Yifeng's eyes turned red, his aura surging. Yifan frowned and used the ripple technique again, but the sword wave hit Yifeng like a stone sinking into the sea, causing no harm. Kaka! Yifeng's throat emitted strange sounds, and then he disappeared from sight. In the water curtain cave, only flashes of sword light were visible, and those nearby let out screams, clearly affected by the sword light. Unable to deal with Yifeng's indiscriminate attacks, Yifan could only hold his sword in front of him to protect himself. Even so, he was cut by the sword aura. Sword, come! At that moment, Wang Beihai shouted, and the red flare instantly vibrated and flew into his hand. Chapter 246. One sword breaks the firmament. Wang Beihai took the red flare and casually swung it, causing the sword to emit a resounding dragon's roar. Everyone present felt a shock to their spirits, and even Yifeng, who was in a berserk state, paused his actions. Immediately, all the long swords in the vicinity flew out and bowed towards the red flare. The divine sword emerges, and all swords bow. The great elder narrowed his eyes, gazing at the red flare in Wang Beihai's hand, revealing both reverence and greed. At that moment, the sword in Yifeng's hand also emitted a resonant hum, as if challenging the red flare. The red flare roared again and then broke free from Wang Beihai's grasp, lunging towards Yifeng's sword. The sword in Yifeng's hand, possessing its own spirit, flew out and clashed with the red flare. In just one exchange, the red flare struck down Yifeng's sword. The sword let out a mournful cry and then bowed towards the red flare. With the sword out of his hand, the blood-red hue in Yifeng's eyes gradually faded, and his body weakened, collapsing to the ground. Yifan seized the opportunity, slapped the ground, flew to Yifeng's side, and grabbed his throat. "All of you, stop!" Yifan shouted, and upon seeing Yifeng captured, everyone revealed shocked expressions. "Yifan, you're playing with fire." The great elder frowned, his face darkening. You're just more powerful. When did my family affairs become your business to meddle in?" Yifan snorted coldly, no longer showing any of his previous benevolence. "You bastard, you're courting death?" The great elder's eyes widened in anger, and he struck out a palm towards Yifan. Just as the palm wind was about to reach him, a flash of sword light arrived, instantly dissipating the force. "I say, old man," he said, "it's a family matter. What are you getting involved for?" Wang Beihai, holding the red flare, stood like a war god before the crowd, then waved his hand, instantly drawing a line in front of Yifan. "Cross the line and die." Wang Beihai snorted coldly, his dominance immediately evident. Surrounding onlookers showed expressions of fear, staring at the ground crack, none daring to step forward. "Second and third elders, if we let him kill Yifeng in front of us, what will become of our Demon Island's reputation? This Beihai is somewhat peculiar. Let's join forces and kill him first," the great elder said, reaching out to grab the spear on the ground, which instantly flew into his hand. Then, with a loud shout, he channeled his spiritual energy into the spear. The other two elders followed suit, injecting their spiritual energy into the spear. As the spiritual energy flowed in, the spear began to tremble, and soon, all the rust covering it fell away, revealing a golden glow. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, sensing an ancient and powerful aura from the spear. The red flare seemed to respond, its blade glowing with a mix of blue and red light. Wang Beihai felt a jolt, and his spiritual energy began to flow into the red flare's blade. Before Wang Beihai could understand, a strong battle intent surged into his mind. "You want to fight it?" Wang Beihai smiled slightly, looking at the red flare, silently thinking in his heart. "We are both ancient divine artifacts. Of course, we must fight." Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback, as if hearing the red flare's response. Then, he turned his gaze to the spear in front of him. The spear now shone with golden light, covered in complex inscriptions, faintly revealing a white dragon's shadow coiled around the shaft. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and then smirked, pouring all his spiritual energy into the red flare. In the blink of an eye, dragon and phoenix roars reverberated throughout the water curtain cave. Seeing this, the three elders intensified their output. Soon, they exhausted their strength, and except for the great elder, the other two collapsed to the ground, their eyes dimming. The great elder snorted lightly, gripping the spear, and instantly, a golden light flashed in his eyes, transforming his aura. At the same time, Wang Beihai's heart brimmed with battle intent, his eyes shooting out a sharp light. At this moment, Wang Beihai was the red flare itself, and the red flare was Wang Beihai. The two had merged into one, reaching the legendary state of Man-Sword Unity. Man-Sword Unity. The great elder snorted, the voice seeming no longer his own but coming from ancient times. "With my dragon heart bright silver spear in hand, what fear have I of a mere broken sword?" As he spoke, the great elder leaped up, the spear thrusting like a dragon, fiercely aiming at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and unleashed the sky-splitting sword style once more. "I have a sword that can break mountains, split rivers, cut through the heavens, and shatter the void." Sky-splitting sword style, third form, cut through the heavens. As he spoke, the water curtain cave was filled with flying sand and stones, and the mountain body began to shake violently. Vaguely, a figure appeared in the air, holding a sword. With a wave of the sword, the heavens and earth changed instantly, and a massive rift was torn in the sky. On the other hand, the Great Elder, now merged with the spear into a solidified giant dragon, roared and charged towards Wang Beihai's sword strike. Without any hesitation, the dragon and the sword light collided instantly, and the water curtain cave was destroyed, even the spiritual veins letting out a mournful cry. This clash shattered the mountains and rivers, as if time itself had paused. After a long stalemate, the red flare let out a dragon's roar, and the white dragon in front was instantly bisected by the sword light. The Great Elder spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground, a long, shocking sword wound on his chest. The spear also lost its former brilliance, rust reappearing on its surface, and it fell heavily to the ground. Wang Beihai stood in the air, holding the sword, his eyes shooting cold light. With a wave of the sword, the three elders perished. Roar! Wang Beihai raised his hand, and the red flare let out a dragon's roar, seemingly declaring its victory as the king. Yifeng, seeing this, no longer had his previous arrogance, looking at Yifan with pleading eyes. Brother, I was wrong. It was this woman. She instigated me. Yifeng's eyes were frantic, hurriedly pointing at the woman beside him. The woman glared, then also knelt before Yifan. Don't listen to him. If you spare me, I'm willing to be your servant, to do anything you want. Yifan looked at the two begging, feeling a wave of disgust, but still couldn't bring himself to kill Yifeng. At that moment, Yifeng and the woman exchanged a glance, both of their eyes turning cold as they simultaneously pulled daggers from their huaizhong and lunged fiercely towards Yifan. In the blink of an eye, a red light flashed, and Wang Beihai, holding the red flare, stood before them. Stubborn to the end, you deserve death. Wang Beihai coldly uttered, obstinate and incorrigible, deserving of death. Bloodlines appeared on Yifeng and the woman's necks. Their eyes dimmed, and Yifeng, with an unyielding gaze, looked at Yifan until his last breath. With a thud, both fell, and Yifan looked at the gradually cooling bodies, a tear sliding down his cheek. Chapter 247, Dragon's Gall. It's over. Wang Beihai glanced at the several corpses on the ground, and then sheathed Qi Shao, walking over to Yifan's side. Take it easy. Wang Beihai patted Yifan on the shoulder. Yifan shook his head. It was all his own doing. Thank you for stepping in. Otherwise, he would have added another crime to his hands. Saying this, Yifan gratefully looked at Wang Beihai and then bowed deeply to him. It's nothing. This battle was beneficial for me as well. Wang Beihai shook his head, feeling the changes in his own spiritual energy and feeling quite pleased. Although all three of them had the cultivation of nirvana, they still weren't a match for me in actual combat. The state of man and sword becoming one is worth pondering. Wang Beihai stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. At that moment, Yifan used his hands to push himself onto his wheelchair and then raised his hand. Now that Yifeng is dead, is there anyone who opposes me becoming the Island Lord? Everyone looked at Yifan, and this time, no one dared to voice any opposition. Good. Yifan nodded and then looked at the nearby corpses. All stewards, take these bodies to the back mountain. I will not pursue past matters for now. Anyone caught stealing or behaving dishonestly in the future will be executed. Yifan's eyes sharpened, a unique aura of a king emerging, causing the surrounding crowd to first be stunned before they all complied and left. This is more like an island lord. Wang Beihai looked at Yifan with a smile, nodding in satisfaction. This is all thanks to you. Yifan gratefully looked at Wang Beihai. All right, I just gave you an opportunity. It's yourself who can truly help you move forward. Wang Beihai said, walking over to the lance that had fallen earlier, reaching out to grab it, and the lance was immediately drawn into his hand. Wang Beihai swung the lance a few times and found it quite suitable. If you like it, it's yours. Yifan smiled and directly handed over the lance. Just like that, You're giving it to me? Wang Beihai was taken aback. Although he had made a significant contribution this time, anyone would have some selfish thoughts when faced with such an ancient divine weapon. You are my savior. Without you, I might not even be alive now. A mere lance is nothing. Yifan smiled. Seeing that Wang Beihai was still hesitating, he directly picked up the sword from beside Yifeng. I've been practicing with swords since I was young. For me, my father's spring snow is enough. As he spoke, Yifan swung the sword, and it instantly shrank. Thank you. Wang Beihai gratefully looked at Yifan, then stored the lance in his spiritual ring, and said to Yifan, now that you are the island lord, it's about time you bring your daughter back. I believe no one will harm her anymore. Hearing this, Yifan was stunned and slapped his head. Look at me, almost forgetting about this. Saying this, Yifan called over a guard and told him the address of the cave. The guard complied and left, and half an hour later, Yixin was brought back to the water curtain cave. Father! Yixin saw Yifan and immediately rushed forward, hugging him tightly. It's all right now, we're home. Seeing his daughter in such a state, Yifan was overwhelmed with emotions, and the humiliation of the past 3 years instantly turned into tears. That night, Yifan had wine brought out, and every household on Devil Island was given wine and meat. In an instant, the entire island was immersed in joyous laughter. Late at night, Wang Beihai glanced at the heavily drunk Yifan, smiled, and walked out of the water curtain cave. With a few leaps, he reached the highest point on the island. Wang Beihai looked into the distance and saw nothing but endless sea. He looked up at the sky, his eyes showing a hint of melancholy, and the images of Huang Fuling and others appeared in his mind. Where are you? Are you all right? Wang Beihai said, taking a swig of strong wine. Then his eyes focused, and with a wave of his hand, a lance covered in rust appeared in front of him. Wang Beihai wiped the lance with his hand, only to find that the rust couldn't be removed. Strange! Wang Beihai exclaimed in surprise, then injected his spiritual energy into the lance. The lance sensed Wang Beihai's spiritual energy, emitting a faint light, and then Wang Beihai felt his own strength rapidly draining. Damn, this is fierce. Wang Beihai was shocked. This thing's suction was even stronger than Qi Xiao. No wonder those 3 old men quickly ran out of strength. Thinking this, Wang Beihai shouted loudly, "Open for me." Then, with a strong vibration in his hand, the rust on the lance fell off, revealing the silver-white body of the lance. What a handsome lance! Seeing the full appearance of the lance, Wang Beihai couldn't help but exclaim. The lance was entirely silver-white, with a long dragon carved on the body, and the tip of the lance glowed with a cold light. In his hand, there was a slight cool sensation. Great lance! Wang Beihai laughed heartily, holding the lance in his hand, and his vision blurred, suddenly seeing a scene in his mind. In a flash, he saw a man in white armor, riding a white steed, holding a sword in his left hand and the lance in his right, facing a million-strong army alone, without any fear. The man's eyes hardened, and with a wave of the lance, he charged into the million-strong army like a wolf among sheep, killing his way in and out 7 times. And the lance in this man's hand was the very one in Wang Beihai's possession. Wang Beihai regained his senses, slightly startled, then stroked the lance with his hand. Suddenly, he saw a line of small characters carved on the lance. Dragon Gall Bright Silver Lance. What a good name. How can such a divine object be allowed to be covered in dust? Wang Beihai said, immediately thinking of the moment when Qi Xiao acknowledged its master. His eyes turned, and with a sudden slap on his chest, Wang Beihai spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which was instantly absorbed by the lance. At that moment, the lance suddenly shook, flying out of Wang Beihai's hand and hovering in front of him. In the night sky, a phantom appeared. Wang Beihai was slightly startled. This figure was the young general who had appeared in his mind earlier. Whoever holds my dragon gall, inherit my will, be loyal and brave, and do not tarnish the name of Dragon Gall. The phantom said domineeringly and then dispersed into the air. As the phantom disappeared, Wang Beihai immediately felt a connection with the lance. Wang Beihai was overjoyed, opened his hand, and the lance automatically flew into his hand. This time, even without injecting spiritual energy, the lance still shone brightly. Rest assured, from now on, I will not let you be covered in dust again. Wang Beihai's eyes were sharp as he looked at the Dragon Gall lance in his hand and said quietly. The Dragon Gall seemed to sense it, pointing to the sky with a joyful hum. Chapter 248. The Teleportation Array. The next day, as the sky began to lighten, Yifan awoke from his drunken stupor on the wheelchair. Looking up, he saw Wang Beihai sitting on a stone bench nearby, eyes closed in meditation. Yifan smiled faintly, draped a coat over the sleeping Yixian beside him, and then wheeled himself over to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai seemed to sense his approach and slowly opened his eyes, revealing a clear gaze. It seems you gained something from yesterday's battle, Wang Beihai remarked. Yifan smiled wryly. He considered himself a genius on the island, but compared to Wang Beihai, he felt somewhat inferior. Just some experience, nothing significant, Yifan replied modestly. Wang Beihai chuckled and then looked at Yifan. Do you know how to leave this devil's sea? Leaving so soon? Yifan was slightly taken aback before continuing. Why not stay a few more days or even settle here? With your strength and extraordinary medical skills, combined with ours, we could dominate the entire Devil's Sea. No, I prefer adventure. Besides, I need to find my companions. Without seeing them, my heart can't rest, Wang Beihai said without hesitation, declining Yifan's invitation. Seeing Wang Beihai's firm resolve, Yifan did not press further but said, If you are determined to leave, please follow me. With that, Yifan led Wang Beihai deeper into the Water Curtain Cave. It was undeniable that the Water Curtain Cave was indeed a unique place, like a small world compared to the outside. Along the way, Wang Beihai collected numerous exotic flowers and herbs. If only I had more time, I would definitely find this spiritual vein, Wang Beihai muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming as he observed the flourishing plants around him, hinting at a substantial spiritual vein. After about 10 minutes of walking, Yifan finally stopped. Wang Beihai stepped forward and saw a bottomless pond before them, its water a greenish hue, shrouded in mist. What a dense spiritual energy, Wang Beihai murmured, recalling the small pond in the mountains of his hometown, Wulong village, where he had previously discovered a spiritual vein. Could the spiritual vein be at the bottom of this pond? Wang Beihai wondered, stepping closer to take a look, only to see utter darkness. This pond is called the Bottomless Pond. Though it seems endless, it holds a unique secret, Yifan explained with a smile, moving to a nearby tree and patting its trunk. Instantly, a whirlpool formed in the pond, and the water rapidly receded, dropping by about 3 meters. Wang Beihai focused his gaze and saw a stone door on the moss-covered pond wall. Yifan patted the tree trunk again, and the hidden door automatically opened. Please follow me, benefactor, Yifan said, suddenly leaping off his wheelchair and landing precisely in the hidden doorway. Seeing this, Wang Beihai jumped down as well. Upon passing through the hidden door, they found themselves in a vast cavern filled with complex inscriptions. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of familiarity with these patterns. A moment of reflection made him widen his eyes. The patterns were identical to those in the previous underground palace. Realizing this, Wang Beihai quickly moved to the center of the cavern but found no pillars. This is what my father told me. In this cavern, there is a teleportation array. It is said that this array connects to other places on this continent, Yifan explained, his expression complex as he looked around the cavern. I once saw my father use this to leave, but he also destroyed the array before departing, fearing outsiders would intrude. Now it seems, my father's intentions were indeed profound. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was taken aback, recalling his inexplicable teleportation to the sea earlier. He had a bold idea. In my opinion, as long as the inscriptions are completed, the array can be used. However, the inscriptions are complex, and it would take at least 3 days to complete them, Wang Beihai assessed, noting that only the core of the array was damaged, but repairing it would still require considerable time. Is there any other way to leave? Wang Beihai asked further. There is. My father once left by standing on a reed. Yi Fan thought for a moment before continuing. But the sea is not peaceful, and such a method is too dangerous. Forget it. I'll think about how to repair this teleportation array. Wang Beihai waved his hand, not wanting to encounter a formidable creature like the Whale Lord again. You've just taken charge, and people's hearts may be restless. You should return to handle your affairs. Once this is finished, I'll notify you immediately. Wang Beihai told Yi Fan before turning back to study the inscriptions on the ground. Yi Fan, seeing this, did not speak further and summoned his sword, allowing it to carry him away gracefully. For the next 2 days, Wang Beihai barely rested, fully engrossed in repairing the teleportation array. He didn't even touch the meals sent by Yi Fan's people. Gradually, Wang Beihai found himself unintentionally entering a state that all array masters dream of. As time passed, although he hadn't yet repaired the array, Wang Beihai deepened his understanding of the inscriptions. In these 2 days, he even deduced thousands of feasible array designs. Nevertheless, faced with the intricate teleportation array, Wang Beihai still couldn't grasp the key point, feeling something was still missing. Until the 3rd day, Wang Beihai still had no clue. Just as he was feeling disheartened, Yi Fan brought Yi Xian to deliver meals to Wang Beihai. Seeing Yi Xian, Wang Beihai broke into a rare smile. It's been a few days, and Xianer is even more adorable, Wang Beihai said, patting Yi Xian's head. Indeed, since leaving the cavern, Yi Xian's conditions had greatly improved. With new clothes and her hair neatly braided, the girl's innocent cuteness shone through. Yi Xian gave a carefree smile, handed the meals to Wang Beihai, and then started playing with a stone she wore around her wrist. Wang Beihai took a bite of the food and noticed the stone in Yi Xian's hand, his eyes lighting up. Where did you get this? Wang Beihai asked excitedly. Seeing Wang Beihai's reaction, Yi Fan realized something and quickly took the stone from Yi Xian, handing it to Wang Beihai. This was given to her by my father before he left. She cherishes it dearly and almost never takes it off, Yi Fan explained. Wang Beihai took the stone and saw a mysterious inscription on it. That's it. This is it. Wang Beihai exclaimed, quickly moving to the damaged core of the array, where a small piece was missing. Could this be? Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Wang Beihai place the stone into the gap. Perfectly fitting, the stone filled the gap. Instantly, the cavern shook, and a golden light shot into the sky, activating the teleportation array once more. Chapter 249. City of the Martial Emperor. It's done. Seeing the teleportation array functioning again, Wang Beihai couldn't help but show a delighted expression. Yi Fan and Yi Xian, who were watching, also revealed shocked expressions. I didn't expect my father to not really destroy the teleportation array. It seems he didn't want to keep us here forever. Yi Fan looked meaningfully at Yi Xian, then shifted his gaze to Wang Beihai. Speaking of which, I must thank you, benefactor. Now that we have this teleportation array, our demon island can interact with the outside world. This is beneficial for us in every way. As he spoke, Yi Fan was about to kneel in gratitude, but Wang Beihai quickly stopped him. Don't kneel for no reason. I believe your father didn't destroy the array for a reason. Now that you know how to repair it, restore it to its original state after I leave. Wang Beihai glanced at the array and continued. After all, no one knows what's on the other side. The energy for this array comes from the spirit vein in the cave. It's best to stop it when not in use. Hearing this, Yi Fan was slightly stunned and then bowed to Wang Beihai. All right, meeting is fate. We will meet again when fate allows. Wang Beihai smiled faintly and then walked over to pat Yi Xian's head. Big brother, are you really leaving? Yi Xian blinked her big eyes, showing a hint of reluctance. Yes, I'm leaving. Be sure to find me when you grow up, Xianer. Wang Beihai winked at Yi Xian. Then without further ado, he turned and stepped into the golden light. With a flash, he disappeared from where he stood. Take care, benefactor. Until we meet again. Yi Fan looked at the sky with a melancholic expression, then walked to the center of the array. After some thought, He removed the missing piece as Wang Beihai had instructed. Inside the golden light, Wang Beihai felt a momentary dizziness and sensed a peculiar energy around him. Spatial power. Wang Beihai closed his eyes, savoring this wondrous force. Suddenly, the energy around him vanished, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself in complete darkness. Wang Beihai frowned and gathered spiritual energy in his palm, illuminating the surroundings. He realized he was in a damp cavern, faintly hearing the sound of dripping water. Where am I? Wang Beihai furrowed his brow and looked up to see a faint light above. Without hesitation, he leaped up, summoned red flare under his feet, and reached the top, only to find it was a massive boulder. With both hands, Wang Beihai lifted the boulder with a burst of strength, then jumped out of the hole. The exit is a well. Looking back, Wang Beihai saw that the teleportation array's exit was in an abandoned well. He glanced at the boulder he had pushed aside. This boulder must have been placed there by the elder. Wang Beihai thought silently, then looked around. He found himself in a dilapidated courtyard, clearly a deserted temple. Since there's a temple here, there must be people nearby. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and, too lazy to search, lightly tapped the ground with his foot, soaring into the air. He saw towering trees all around. With another gentle tap, he landed on a towering tree and surveyed the area. Mountains surrounded him, and in the center stood a majestic ancient city. That's where I need to go, Wang Beihai thought, then darted through the forest swiftly. Half an hour later, Wang Beihai emerged from the forest, finding a broad road below. After walking for 10 minutes, he reached a moat 10 meters wide with a fast-flowing river. Looking ahead, he saw a wooden bridge spanning the river, sturdy despite its appearance. Wang Beihai quickly approached and found the bridge larger than he had imagined. On the other side stood a pitch-black city wall with a massive gate, similar to those built in ancient times. Wang Beihai looked up to see a giant plaque above the gate, inscribed with the words, City of the Martial Emperor. City of the Martial Emperor, what a fitting name. Wang Beihai murmured, then looked into the city. The street directly ahead was empty, and even the city towers were unmanned. Strange. Wang Beihai frowned, then quickly reached the gate, sniffing a faint scent of blood from within. His heart tightened, and he immediately grasped red flare, cautiously entering the city. His spiritual sense spread, detecting numerous powerful life forces in the surrounding buildings. The chaotic heartbeats revealed their fear. What's going on in this city? As he pondered, Wang Beihai soon reached the center of the street, feeling an inexplicable unease. At that moment, he heard a sudden noise and quickly looked towards the end of the street, gripping red flare tightly. A cloud of dust erupted from the end, and a figure darted out. Ying! Wang Beihai recognized Ying immediately, about to shout when a sudden warning struck him. A colossal figure emerged from behind Ying. What is that thing? Wang Beihai was startled, and Ying also noticed him, her face lighting up with joy. Run! Ying sped up and soon reached Wang Beihai. Without thinking, Wang Beihai followed Ying into a nearby alley. After running for a while, the noise behind them ceased. Wang Beihai looked back and found the creature gone. Gone? Wang Beihai murmured, stopping. Why did you stop? Ying turned back to Wang Beihai. The creature is gone. Wang Beihai smiled and hugged Ying. It's so good to see you. Ying was startled by the sudden embrace but blushed, her heart filled with joy. What exactly is that creature? After the hug, Wang Beihai frowned. I'm not sure, but the people here call it Xiongqi. Ying narrowed her eyes. At that moment, a sudden rush of wind sounded from the sky, and a colossal figure descended, stirring up a cloud of dust around them. Chapter 250, Xiongqi. Xiongqi, isn't that a legendary beast of misfortune? How could it be here? From the dust, Wang Beihai and Ying rolled to avoid the flying debris. Then, Wang Beihai turned his gaze towards the dust, where he could vaguely see a pair of wings. I don't know either. The people here call it that. Ying coughed lightly, then widened her eyes as the monster in the dust suddenly lunged towards her. Be careful. Wang Beihai widened his eyes, stomped hard on the ground, and at the same time, the Luo indestructible body instantly activated. Wang Beihai, like a cannonball, heavily crashed into the enormous creature. The monster stumbled a few steps to the side after being hit by Wang Beihai. What a formidable physique! Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Even with the enhancement of the Luo indestructible body, the impact felt like crashing into a small mountain. Roar! The creature roared and then charged rapidly towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's heart skipped a beat and quickly dodged to the side. This place is too cramped. We need to lure it outside. Wang Beihai glanced around and shouted, immediately taking Yang and leaping onto the roof, running towards an open area. At that moment, a giant shadow appeared in the sky again. In the corner of his eye, Wang Beihai saw the monster spread its wings and chase after them. Wang Beihai dared not look back and kept running forward. Soon, he saw a wide plaza ahead. Without hesitation, he accelerated, his speed instantly increasing, and soon he reached the edge of the plaza. At that moment, the monster suddenly went berserk, wildly flapping its wings, and its speed surged, instantly reaching behind Wang Beihai. The monster roared and swung its huge claws towards Wang Beihai. Luo indestructible body, defend. Wang Beihai didn't have time to think, and a layer of red and blue light instantly covered his entire body. The monster's palm struck down, and the tremendous force sent Wang Beihai flying, crashing heavily onto the plaza. Beihai! Yang narrowed her eyes, quickly reversed in midair, landed on the plaza, and looked worriedly towards the center. I'm fine. Wang Beihai crawled out of the crater, blood already at the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood and looked at the monster not far away with lingering fear. That was close. If I had been half a step slower, I would have been crushed by that claw. As Wang Beihai was silently congratulating himself, the monster finally landed on the ground. Only then did Wang Beihai get a clear look at its appearance. The creature was black-red all over, its body like a tiger's, but its size as large as a bull's, with spiky fur like a porcupine, and a pair of huge wings on its back. So it really is Qiongqi. Wang Beihai couldn't help but take a deep breath. The monster's appearance was exactly as described in the Shan Haijing. Roar! At that moment, Qiongqi roared again, and a fierce wind swept across the plaza, stirring up sand and stones. This teleportation array is cursed. Every time I come out, I encounter such ferocious beasts. Facing the ancient beast Qiongqi, Wang Beihai recalled the previous encounter with the demon whale master, feeling extremely bitter. What do we do now? Yang shielded herself from the wind and leaped in front of Wang Beihai. There's no other way. This place is more open, easier to maneuver. One word, fight. Having said that, Wang Beihai instantly summoned the Qishao sword. Then, with a flash of cold light in his eyes, his figure became erratic. 10 steps to kill one, 1,000 miles without a trace. A phantom flashed by, and sparks immediately burst from Qiongqi's body. Wang Beihai steadied himself, astonished to see that the Qishao, known for cutting through iron like mud, couldn't even scratch Qiongqi. Roar! Qiongqi seemed to be enraged, roared again, and then flapped its wings, attacking Wang Beihai at high speed. Wang Beihai quickly dodged Qiongqi's attack, then put away the Qishao, stomped hard on the ground, and his figure shot straight into the air. Let's see how tough you are. Wang Beihai's eyes hardened, quickly formed a hand seal, and then, behind him, a huge magic array quickly appeared, glowing brightly. A giant palm flashing with electricity emerged behind Wang Beihai. Seeing this palm, Qiongqi hesitated and then cautiously took 2 steps back. Take this, how Tian Great Palm Strike. Wang Beihai shouted fiercely, and with a powerful swing of his hand, the giant palm print, carrying destructive power, struck towards Qiongqi. Qiongqi was not to be outdone and directly roared to the sky, then opened its mouth and spat out a blood-red light beam. The light beam collided with Wang Beihai's palm print, and instantly, the sky and earth changed color, with cracks appearing on the surrounding houses, and even the bricks on the plaza were lifted by the force. Finally, after a period of stalemate, Both the light beam and the palm print shattered, and a huge flash of light enveloped the entire city. The light flashed and disappeared. On the plaza, Wang Beihai, covered in white smoke, fell from the sky. Yang narrowed her eyes and leaped vigorously, catching Wang Beihai. "Thank you." Wang Beihai's face was pale, and after expressing his gratitude, he turned his gaze towards Qiongqi. The beast, though not as disheveled as Wang Beihai, also had dark green blood at the corner of its mouth, and its left arm was injured, with scales blown off. Clearly, in the previous confrontation, Qiongqi did not come out unscathed. Roar. Qiongqi let out a painful roar, glaring at Wang Beihai with fury. At that moment, a strange music came from a distance, and Qiongqi's eyes changed upon hearing it. "You beast, stop harming people, and leave quickly." A voice came from afar, and Wang Beihai looked towards it to see a man in white, holding a long sword, leisurely flying from a distance. The man stood in the middle of the plaza, glanced at the surrounding mess with a hint of shock, then coughed lightly and pointed his sword at Qiongqi. "Why don't you leave quickly?" The man snorted coldly, and Qiongqi's eyes showed fear. After 2 reluctant howls, it hastily fled. Seeing Qiongqi flee, Wang Beihai breathed a sigh of relief, then glanced at the man with suspicion. The man smiled slightly and then shouted loudly, "Comrades, Qiongqi has fled. You can come out now." With the man's shout, the streets echoed with the sound of doors opening, and many people hiding in the houses came out, swarming into the plaza, kneeling and bowing to the man. "Thank you, Immortal, for your manifestation," welcoming the Immortal's arrival. "Immortal?" Wang Beihai looked at the people prostrating themselves and then at the man, who looked smug, narrowing his eyes as he felt something was amiss. Chapter 251. The Honorable Immortal Morong. "Haha, there's no need to worry, everyone. I had urgent matters to attend to, which is why I arrived late and allowed this ferocious beast to wreak such havoc." The man stroked his beard and then turned his gaze towards Wang Beihai and Yang. As his eyes swept over Yang, a glint of greed flickered in them, which he quickly concealed. Even so, Wang Beihai's keen eyes did not miss the peculiar look. "This man is suspicious." Wang Beihai whispered into Yang's ear, "We should be more cautious." Yang nodded in agreement, and then helped Wang Beihai to his feet, ready to leave. "Wait." At that moment, the man suddenly spoke up, stopping Wang Beihai and Yang. "I've been wondering, the Qiongqi beast, though fierce, usually doesn't destroy buildings. Why is it that today, the destruction is so severe?" The man's eyes lifted as he spoke sarcastically, causing everyone to turn their gazes towards Wang Beihai and Yang, filled with anger. "It's them. It's them. They are the reason Qiongqi unleashed such fury." A voice shouted from the crowd, and soon everyone pointed their fingers at Wang Beihai and Yang, the torrent of curses like a tidal wave. Yang narrowed her eyes, about to argue, but Wang Beihai pulled her back. "Let's go." Wang Beihai shook his head, ready to leave, but the crowd blocked their path. "You did this on purpose. I can see you two aren't good people." An older woman picked up a small stone and threw it at Wang Beihai and Yang. Yang frowned, about to defend herself, but was struck on the face by the stone. "We were the ones who stopped the beast. How can you be so unjust?" Yang shouted, pointing at the haughty man. "He just showed up and you believe his lies?" However, the crowd ignored Yang's outburst and continued to accuse them more fiercely. "Humph, my followers, look at their attire. They clearly aren't good people. I believe that Qiongqi's sudden appearance must be a disaster brought by these two. They are the legendary harbingers of misfortune." The man stroked his beard, smirking at Wang Beihai and Yang. "Why don't you two surrender and face justice here and now?" Sure enough, upon hearing the man's words, the crowd grew furious and rushed forward to capture Wang Beihai and Yang. "Ignorant." Yang's eyes turned cold, ready to fight back, but Wang Beihai grabbed her, and soon they were surrounded, bound tightly. "Why?" Yang looked at Wang Beihai, puzzled. "They are just being misled. The real culprit is that man." Wang Beihai glanced at the lofty man and whispered, "If we fight back now, it will only stir up more anger among the people. Let's play along and see what this old fox is up to." Hearing Wang Beihai's words, Yang, though reluctant, ceased her resistance and allowed herself to be tied up. "Honorable Immortal Morong, what should we do now? Should we execute them here?" An elder stepped forward, gesturing with a throat-cutting motion. "Not yet." The man stroked his chin, his eyes once again glancing over Yang's body, and then he looked up, speaking with an air of righteousness. "I believe these two appeared for a reason. First, take them to my residence and lock them in the special dungeon I prepared. After I investigate the cause, we will sacrifice them to the heavens." After the man finished speaking, the crowd cheered, and several strong young men volunteered to carry Wang Beihai and Yang towards the city. As they walked, they soon arrived at the gate of a luxurious courtyard. "All right, put them down here." The immortal descended slowly from the sky, clapping his hands lightly, and the door instantly opened, revealing several burly men. "Master!" The men bowed to the immortal. Take the man to the dungeon, and as for the woman..." The immortal looked Yang up and down and continued, "Take her to my room. I'll interrogate her first." "Yes, master." The burly men nodded, and then lifted Wang Beihai and Yang. "Now, disperse everyone. My intervention today was out of mercy, to prevent Xiongqi from attacking again. I suggest everyone contribute some money so I can perform a ritual." The immortal spoke with an air of aloofness, and strangely, the surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, their faces showing no doubt. Wang Beihai frowned and looked into the courtyard, where a tall altar was set up, surrounded by many young and beautiful women kneeling. "Beihai!" At that moment, Yang called out, and Wang Beihai turned to see her being taken into a room on the left. "It's okay." Wang Beihai nodded at Yang, and then he was carried by the burly men through the courtyard to the back garden. The men exchanged glances, and one of them walked to a nearby rockery, gently pressing a stone, which caused the rockery to split in two, revealing a secret passage. The men carried Wang Beihai into the passage, walking in darkness for about 5 minutes before reaching a dimly lit room. The room was spacious, with various torture instruments arranged in the middle, some of which still had corpses hanging from them. Wang Beihai frowned and turned to the other side, where there were separate cells, some containing tattered women, and in another cell, an old man with disheveled hair. The men exchanged glances and then locked Wang Beihai in the cell with the old man. 2 of the men stayed behind while the other 2 hurried off. Senior. Wang Beihai brushed off the dust on his clothes and then stepped forward, waving his hand in front of the old man. "Senior, were you also imprisoned here for offending the Honorable Immortal Morong?" Wang Beihai asked tentatively. The old man slammed his fist on the ground. What a load of nonsense. Does he even deserve to be called an immortal?" The old man lifted his head, and Wang Beihai was startled. Despite the old man's full-body injuries, his eyes shone with a brilliant light. Chapter 252, Becoming Invincible. "Old master, may I ask who you are?" Wang Beihai was taken aback. Just by looking at the old man, he could tell that this was no ordinary person. The old man snorted coldly and did not speak. Wang Beihai carefully examined the elder and noticed that the old man's tendons and veins had been severed, yet even so, heavy shackles were still clamped onto his limbs. Wang Beihai frowned, reached out to touch the chains binding the old man, and immediately felt a chill. Deep sea cold iron. Wang Beihai was slightly startled and turned to look at the old man. This deep sea cold iron is said to be indestructible, and besides that, it's extremely heavy. Using such a thing to restrain an old man with severed tendons? Wang Beihai thought to himself, becoming even more curious about the old man's identity. "Sir, I must tell you, I can heal your injuries." Wang Beihai's eyes darted, and then he leaned in close to whisper in the old man's ear. Upon hearing this, the old man was first stunned, then shook his head with a bitter smile. "Young man, there are no doctors left in this city." After saying this, the old man fell silent again. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's brow showed a hint of joy. Although the old man remained as indifferent as ever, he had at least spoken. Master, I'm serious. I am not from this city. Wang Beihai continued, and the old man looked up at him again. Indeed, you are not only not from this city, but not even from this world. The old man's calm words shocked Wang Beihai. How can you tell, master? No need to mind. I'm just sensitive to qi. After saying this, the old man lowered his head again. Qi. Wang Beihai was slightly puzzled, then looked at the old man again, only to find that he had fallen asleep. After some thought, Wang Beihai decided not to speak again and instead turned his gaze to the few women in the adjacent cell. The women's eyes were lifeless, their faces pale. Seeing Wang Beihai's gaze, they all cowered in fear. Scoundrel! Wang Beihai slammed his fist into the ground. Although there was some distance, the women's actions clearly showed they had been violated and traumatized. And who was responsible was obvious even to Wang Beihai. Could it be those women kneeling in the square? Suddenly, Wang Beihai remembered the women he had seen upon entering and felt a pang of anxiety. Those are women who were deluded by that fiend, different from those here. At that moment, the old man spoke again. Those who were deluded did so willingly, their minds were not harmed. But these few here, they are pitiful. Their minds are almost completely damaged, and coupled with their injuries, even if they were rescued, their lives would not be long. Hearing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the old man. Why do you know so much, master? Hee, why? The old man shook his head. Everything started because of me. As he spoke, the old man pounded the ground fiercely. It's all my fault that allowed the villain to succeed. My current plight is entirely my just reward. Who exactly are you? Wang Beihai frowned deeply upon hearing this. The old man looked up at Wang Beihai and let out a long sigh. I am Cheng Wudi, the lord of Wu Emperor City, and the first to reach the Emperor realm in this land. Emperor realm? Isn't that a low-level realm? Wang Beihai was puzzled, and the old man shook his head. This Emperor realm is not what you know. You outsiders only know that beyond the Saint realm is the God realm, but you don't know that there is another realm between the Saint and God realms. There's another realm? Wang Beihai's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes. Cheng Wudi nodded and continued. Before becoming a god, one must first become an emperor. After the Saint realm, all reveal an emperor's bearing. Only by mastering true emperor qi can one open the path to godhood. As Cheng Wudi spoke, a gleam of light shone in his eyes. Back then, when I comprehended the way of the emperor, I created this Wu Emperor City with my own strength. For hundreds of years, no one in this space was my match, and Wu Emperor City was renowned throughout the world. What happened later? Wang Beihai looked at Cheng Wudi, feeling a deep sense of emotion. No one would associate the legendary emperor with the disheveled old man before them. Everything was going smoothly, but then, one day 5 years ago, I encountered the legendary beast, Qiongqi. Qiongqi? Wang Beihai was shocked upon hearing this, realizing that Qiongqi had appeared 5 years ago. Cheng Wudi glanced at Wang Beihai and continued, to protect the citizens, I fought Qiongqi. In fact, with my abilities at the time, Qiongqi was constantly suppressed by me. I was just curious about this so-called ancient beast and never killed it. Just as I was about to lose patience and kill it, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky, interrupting my attack. This person shouted 3 times, and Qiongqi fled in panic. This person was the so-called immortal lord, Morong Fu. As Cheng Wudi mentioned Morong Fu's name, his face was contorted with rage. Then what? With your strength, how did you end up like this? Wang Beihai pressed on. I was suspicious of Morong Fu's methods, but I believed in my own powerful realm and didn't delve deeper. Instead, I invited him into my mansion and treated him well. At that time, I was obsessed with martial arts, but I didn't expect Morong Fu to secretly conspire with my wife. By the time I discovered it, my wife had already betrayed me. Enraged, I fought him. Hearing this, Wang Beihai frowned. As you said, you were already in the Emperor realm, yet Morong Fu could fight you on equal terms. Could he also be in the Emperor realm? No. Cheng Wudi shook his head and narrowed his eyes. At that time, Murong Fu was only at the nirvana level. Neither in terms of cultivation nor combat was he my match. Then how did you lose to him? Wang Beihai asked, puzzled. Cheng Wudi's eyes showed pain, and he pounded the ground twice. In the chaos, my wife was struck by my fist and died on the spot. My mind wavered, and Murong Fu took advantage of that moment to use a secret technique that attacks the soul. I was caught off guard and fell into his trap. When I woke up, my tendons and veins had been severed. I thought the matter would pass, but over the years, countless citizens have been deluded by Murong Fu. I have become the demon in people's mouths, and many women have fallen victim to him. It's all my fault, all my fault. Cheng Wudi wept in agony when suddenly, a figure darted into the chamber. Chapter 253, Plan. Who is it? Upon hearing the noise, the two burly guards swiftly turned towards the door. From the shadows emerged a slender figure, none other than Yang. Weren't you sent to the Immortal Lord's room? Why are you here? The burly men said, stepping forward menacingly. Yang's eyes turned cold. She swiftly sidestepped past the two men, who collapsed to the ground unconscious before they even realized what had happened. Yang searched the pockets of one of the guards, retrieving the keys to the prison cell. She walked directly to Wang Beihai's cell and unlocked the door with the keys. Why are you here? Wang Beihai looked at Yang, puzzled. A mere rope couldn't possibly hold me, Yang said, glancing at Wang Beihai. That old lecher was eyeing me with lust. If I hadn't come, I might have been defiled by that disgusting old man. With your abilities, surely not? Wang Beihai feigned surprise at Yang. He's stronger than me. I couldn't defeat him, so I knocked out the people carrying me and followed them here. Otherwise, even if I searched the entire mansion, I wouldn't have found you. Yang glanced at Cheng Wuyo beside them, and then looked back at Wang Beihai. Should we save them? Of course we should save them. But unless we eliminate the immortal Lord Murong, these people will continue to suffer the same fate. Wang Beihai glanced at the women imprisoned nearby, his expression complex. That's simple. With your strength, defeating him should be no problem, right? Yang pouted, looking at Wang Beihai. True, but the old man Murong has already bewitched the crowd. If we kill him now, the people's morale will be severely damaged. Moreover, I suspect that the vicious beast Qiongqi and the old man Murong are in cahoots. Even facing Qiongqi alone, I can't guarantee a victory, let alone now with a reborn immortal Lord Murong. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. We need to carefully plan this out. You'd better hurry. The old man should be heading to his room soon. If he finds me missing, he'll definitely come here. Yang frowned. At that moment, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up as he walked over to Cheng Wuyo. Senior, I believe some grudges are best avenged by yourself. Upon hearing this, Cheng Wuyo was momentarily stunned before shaking his head helplessly. My limbs and meridians are severed. Even the best doctor in the world can't hope to reconnect them, let alone these chains of sea-cold iron. I am now just a useless man. Before Cheng Wuyo finished speaking, there was a clang. Wang Beihai, wielding the red azure sword, fiercely struck the chains, which were instantly cut in two. Sea-cold iron, not so formidable after all. Wang Beihai smiled, swinging the sword again to cut the remaining chains. What a fine sword! Cheng Wuyo looked at the red azure in Wang Beihai's hand, his eyes filled with astonishment. This sword exudes a strong aura of a sovereign. Young man, possessing this sword, you are destined to ascend to the throne. Senior, you jest? I only wish to live a peaceful life and protect those important to me. As for becoming an emperor, I care not. Wang Beihai said, waving his hand to make the red azure disappear into his body. I believe you are aware that the people of the city have been bewitched by the old man Murong, obeying his every command. If this continues, the martial emperor city will inevitably decline. The only one who can make them change their minds is you, the city lord. Wang Beihai looked at Cheng Wuyo, confident that the man's will had not been completely broken. Indeed, Cheng Wuyo's eyes showed a struggle before shaking his head. The chains may be broken, but I am now a useless man. The people of the city won't believe me. Senior, you only have severed limbs. Your dantian isn't damaged, right? Wang Beihai asked with a smile. That's true. It's laughable that Morong Fu has always wanted to drain my energy but couldn't find the right technique, which is why I survived until now. Cheng Wuyo laughed, and then looked at Wang Beihai. Even so, with my limbs in this state and after so long, my meridians are now blocked. Returning to my peak is easier said than done. That's simple. I can heal your limbs for you, and not only that, I can help you return to your peak. Wang Beihai then smiled. You might not believe it, but I am a bona fide doctor. Seeing Wang Beihai's confident expression, Cheng Wuyo was stunned. For a moment, it seemed like Wang Beihai really could heal him, and Cheng Wuyo's eyes began to show hope. Yang, in the next few days, quietly follow the old man Morong and try to document his crimes. Also, find some people in the city who aren't his followers. Wang Beihai walked up to Yang and gave her some instructions. What if he discovers I'm gone? Yang frowned slightly. It's fine. At most, he'll come to bother me. Given his character, he's just after your beauty. After searching in vain, he'll give up. Saying this, Wang Beihai patted Yang's shoulder. Be very careful on this mission. If your whereabouts are discovered, just escape. Don't worry about me. Yang was stunned for a moment before nodding and giving Wang Beihai a smile. You should worry about yourself. Don't forget, I am a professional intelligence agent. With that, Yang turned and, with a few quick movements, disappeared at the entrance. She's a good girl, and she seems to suit you. Cheng Wuyo watched Yang leave, and then looked at Wang Beihai, bursting into laughter. What are you talking about? We're just friends. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, quickly explaining. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance of the secret chamber. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, quickly locking the prison door and sending two bursts of energy, waking the guards who were still dazed, clearly having forgotten what had just happened. Bang! The door to the secret chamber was violently pushed open, and Morong Fu stormed in, his face filled with anger. The two burly men quickly bowed. Immortal Lord. Morong Fu waved his hand. Has anything suspicious happened here? Has anyone entered? The two men looked at each other, and then shook their heads. Morong Fu frowned, walked to Wang Beihai's cell, and glanced inside, confirming nothing was amiss before relaxing. Boy, your lover has escaped. Do you know where she went? Morong Fu turned his gaze to Wang Beihai, his eyes icy. Wang Beihai smiled but remained silent. Good, very good. You still have some backbone. Later, I'll feed you to my big pet. Morong Fu's eyes turned cold, and with a flick of his sleeve, he turned and left the secret chamber. Chapter 254, Divine Technique. After Morong Fu left, Wang Beihai's expression changed, and he furrowed his brows, slowly sitting down in front of Cheng Wuti. Senior, you mentioned earlier that Morong Fu has a technique that can disturb the mind. Could you elaborate on it? Upon hearing this, Cheng Wuti furrowed his brows and slowly recounted. I remember the day I personally killed my wife, and then my mind was thrown into chaos. At that moment, Morong Fu took out a jade flute, and the sound it produced seemed to have a magical effect. I resisted with my spiritual energy for a while before losing consciousness. When I woke up, my hands were drenched in blood, and the entire mansion was slaughtered by me. Cheng Wuti's eyes flickered as he continued. That's why I became known as a demon among the people, while Morong Fu was hailed as a divine savior. Hearing this, Wang Beihai furrowed his brows. When Morong Fu approached the prison cell earlier, Wang Beihai's Hunyuan Ju had reacted on its own, automatically circulating. That's why he inquired about this matter with Cheng Wuti. It seems that the technique Morong Fu uses has some connection with my Hunyuan Ju. Wang Beihai thought to himself, and then glanced at the two burly men outside. He narrowed his eyes and picked up a small pebble from the ground, flicking it sharply. The pebble struck the two men's necks, and they groaned before fainting again. Seeing them unconscious, Wang Beihai turned around and directly approached Cheng Wuti, grabbing his shirt and stripping it off. What are you doing? Cheng Wuti was startled and instinctively tried to dodge, but his limbs were already broken. Don't move. I need to assess your injuries first. Wang Beihai looked at Cheng Wuti earnestly. Chung Wudi was momentarily stunned before looking at Wang Beihai, hope igniting in his eyes. Can you really heal me? Nonsense. With that, Wang Beihai placed his hand on Chung Wudi's back, and a gentle spiritual energy flowed into his body. Chung Wudi's body shuddered, and he revealed a comfortable expression. Feels like old times. Chung Wudi's brows relaxed, but just then, Wang Beihai withdrew the spiritual energy. How is it? Chung Wudi hurried to ask. Wang Beihai furrowed his brows. The severed tendons and veins in your limbs are minor issues. They can be reconnected. The most difficult part now is the chaotic state of your internal meridians and the mental damage you've suffered. Even if I heal you, your cultivation level will likely drop significantly. How much will it drop? In a better scenario, you might fall out of the Emperor realm and back to the Saint realm. In a worse case, you might drop back to the Nirvana realm. Wang Beihai looked at Chung Wudi, expecting him to be disheartened, but instead, Chung Wudi's eyes sparkled. So, it can definitely be healed? Yes. Wang Beihai nodded, and Chung Wudi burst into laughter. Then what are we waiting for? Heal me quickly. Cultivating back the lost levels is just a matter of time. Seeing this, Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback. Chung Wudi, noticing Wang Beihai's hesitation, laughed loudly. Beihai, for me, starting anew after a fall is much better than having no chance at all. Wang Beihai looked at Chung Wudi with admiration. With your words, senior, I will do everything in my power to help you stand again, no matter how difficult it is. Wang Beihai's gaze was resolute as he spread his consciousness to monitor any movements around them. Senior, I'm about to apply the needles. After confirming everything was secure, Wang Beihai waved his hand, and dozens of silver needles appeared in his palm. Wait. At that moment, Chung Wudi stopped Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai looked at Chung Wudi with confusion, but Chung Wudi just smiled. It's fate that we met here, Beihai. What's your name? I'm Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai smiled. Wang Beihai, good, I remember it. Go ahead. Chung Wudi nodded and gave Wang Beihai a meaningful glance. Wang Beihai took a deep breath, then with a sharp gaze, inserted all the silver needles into Chung Wudi's back. As the needles entered, Chung Wudi's eyes widened, a piercing pain surging through him. Soon, his forehead was covered in bulging veins. I'm now helping you clear the blocked meridians. It will be a bit painful, so bear with it, senior. Wang Beihai leaned close to Chung Wudi, softly saying, then placed his palm on his back, infusing him with a gentle spiritual energy, which eased Chung Wudi's expression. If I can't endure this pain, what's the point of starting anew? Beihai, go ahead with the treatment. Although Chung Wudi's head was drenched in sweat from the pain, he knew there was no turning back. With a determined gaze, Wang Beihai injected more spiritual energy through the needles into Chung Wudi's body. A more intense pain surged, and Chung Wudi let out a pained scream. Just as he was about to collapse, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Come on!" and stubbornly endured the pain. This process lasted for a full hour, during which Chung Wudi's clothes were soaked with sweat. Remarkable willpower. Standing aside, Wang Beihai's eyes were filled with admiration. Recalling the pain he himself had endured during the cleansing of his meridians, he was deeply impressed by Chung Wudi's fortitude. Finally, Chung Wudi let out a roar, and the silver needles were expelled from his back. Wang Beihai seized the moment to wave his hand, collecting all the needles. Pooh! Chung Wudi's eyes widened, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. With that blood expelled, Chung Wudi's complexion improved significantly. Chung Wudi exhaled a long breath and let out an unprecedented hearty laugh. This is exhilarating. I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I felt so invigorated. Chung Wudi laughed heartily for a while before turning his gaze to Wang Beihai, filled with gratitude. To think a young man like you possesses such medical skills. Your divine techniques are even superior to those of the Mountain City Medical Saint. Mountain City Medical Saint? Wang Beihai raised his eyebrows. He is the pinnacle of medical expertise in this world. It's said that he reached the Saint realm solely through his medical skills. That powerful? Hearing this, Wang Beihai felt a shock in his heart, looking at Cheng Wudi in disbelief. I've only heard of him, but if we were to compare, your medical skills might not be inferior to his. In just a short while, you've cleared all the chaotic meridians in my body. There's probably no one else in this world who can achieve that. Cheng Wudi looked at Wang Beihai with satisfaction and then asked, "What's next?" "The next part will be a bit challenging." Wang Beihai turned to look at the two burly men still unconscious on the ground, then flicked his hand, sending 2 silver needles into their heads. "That should do it. The next procedure will take some time, so we can't let them wake up." Wang Beihai nodded with confidence and then looked at Cheng Wudi. "Next, I'll help you reconnect your meridians." Chapter 255. Connecting Meridians. Connecting meridians? Upon hearing this, Cheng Wudi's eyes widened in astonishment. How exactly are meridians connected? This is the first time I've ever heard of such a thing. Broken things, of course, need to be mended, just like connecting wires, Wang Beihai casually remarked, waving his hand. Cheng Wudi looked at Wang Beihai even more puzzled. What are wires? Wang Beihai paused, realizing that such a concept didn't exist in this world. He chuckled awkwardly, not intending to explain further. Instead, he waved his hand, and with a flash from his spiritual ring, a pile of medicinal herbs instantly appeared before Cheng Wudi. Spiritual ring, spiritual herbs. These are all rare treasures. Cheng Wudi glanced meaningfully at Wang Beihai, thinking to himself how wealthy this Bei fellow was. Wang Beihai glanced at the herbs on the ground and nodded. All of these had been picked from the Water Curtain Cave on Demon Island. Not only were they potent in medicinal properties, but they also contained rich spiritual energy. In an instant, the dense fragrance of herbs filled the entire secret chamber. "Oh, almost forgot." Wang Beihai rolled his eyes, then slapped his forehead and retrieved a deep blue lotus flower from the herbs. The ice heart lotus, its fragrance has a calming effect on the mind. Wang Beihai smiled slightly and placed the lotus near the prison bars where the captive women were held. Indeed, within 10 minutes, the fear in the eyes of the women gradually subsided, their gazes becoming more serene. The women looked at each other, then turned their eyes to Wang Beihai. Though they didn't speak, it was easy to see the gratitude in their eyes. "You little rascal, you have a good heart." Cheng Wudi chuckled, noting that each of the herbs in front of him was priceless. To casually take out such treasures showed Wang Beihai's kindness. "I just don't want to see them like this. What I can do is limited. The rest, their inner demons, must be overcome by themselves." Wang Beihai blinked, then reached out and grabbed a few herbs from the ground, which flew into his hand. "Disintegrate." Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened, and the herbs in his palm began to melt. He quickly extended his other hand, using spiritual energy to catch the melting liquid. In no time, the herbs had turned into a colorful liquid. "Excellent control." Cheng Wudi watched from the side, nodding with a satisfied smile. A few minutes later, Wang Beihai held the medicinal liquid in one hand and suddenly slapped Cheng Wudi's chest with the other, causing him to fall backward. Then, with a kick of his foot, Wang Beihai made Cheng Wudi lie flat. "Pardon me, senior." Wang Beihai apologized. Then with a strong push, Cheng Wudi's clothes burst open, leaving his body completely exposed before Wang Beihai. "You rascal, I'll let you off this time, but you'd better not spread this around." Cheng Wudi's face reddened as he threatened. "Understood, I had no choice." Wang Beihai smiled, then waved his hand, and the liquid was evenly spread over Cheng Wudi's body. As the liquid entered his body, Cheng Wudi felt a warm sensation, and then his internal injuries began to heal on their own. Incredible! Cheng Wudi was overjoyed, but just as he was about to celebrate, he heard a clang and looked up to see Wang Beihai holding a long sword. "What are you doing?" Cheng Wudi looked at Wang Beihai in panic, a bad feeling rising in his heart. "Sorry, senior, but please sleep for a while now." Wang Beihai gave a mischievous smile and flicked his finger, sending a golden light that quickly struck Cheng Wudi's head, causing him to groan and pass out. Seeing this, Wang Beihai stepped forward, his eyes hardening as he swiftly sliced open Cheng Wudi's limbs. As the limbs were cut open, sweat began to bead on Wang Beihai's forehead. He squatted down, carefully finding and connecting the severed meridians one by one. Then, he took out the essence of the blood lotus from his spiritual ring and dripped it onto the wounds. Indeed, the healing power of the blood lotus essence is truly terrifying. Watching the wounds slowly heal, Wang Beihai breathed a sigh of relief. Without the blood lotus essence, he wouldn't have dared to reconnect Cheng Wudi's severed limb meridians after so many years. The following hours were spent meticulously repairing Cheng Wudi's meridians. Wang Beihai's clothes were soaked through, and sweat dripped from his forehead. It's done. With the last meridian connected, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up with joy. He then took out a silver needle to stitch up the wounds and dripped more blood lotus essence onto them. Seeing Cheng Wudi's limb wounds gradually heal, Wang Beihai finally relaxed and slumped to the ground, his face pale as an overwhelming fatigue hit him. It really wasn't easy, keeping an eye on the surroundings while carefully connecting the meridians. It's extremely taxing on the mind. Withdrawing his consciousness, Wang Beihai panted heavily, resting for a moment before standing up and tapping Cheng Wudi's forehead. Cheng Wudi's eyes snapped open, and he instinctively swung at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai caught Cheng Wudi's hand and smiled. Cheng Wudi was initially stunned, then his face also broke into a smile. My hands can move, they have feeling again. Cheng Wudi excitedly looked at his hands, then remembered something and moved his feet. Haha, they have feeling again, they have feeling again. Cheng Wudi's body trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. After so many years, finally, the heavens have mercy, the heavens have mercy. After a moment of excitement, Cheng Wudi looked at Wang Beihai. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply to Wang Beihai. Senior, your limbs are just recovering. You shouldn't do such strenuous movements. Wang Beihai quickly helped him up. For granting me a new lease on life, I, Cheng Wudi, will never forget. From today on, you, Wang Beihai, are my sworn brother. If you ever need help, I, Cheng Wudi, will be the first to stand by your side. Senior, you don't have to do this. Wang Beihai smiled faintly, seeing Cheng Wudi still kneeling. He thought for a moment and coughed lightly. Senior, let's talk about this later. You're still undressed? Isn't it improper to kneel like this? Hearing this, Cheng Wudi felt a chill and realized he was indeed naked. He glared at Wang Beihai, then tentatively reached out his hand towards a large man on the ground. In an instant, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, pulling the large man to the prison bars. Shortly after, Cheng Wudi put on his clothes, stood up, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his spiritual energy. With a loud shout, an overwhelming aura burst forth. Chapter 256, Recovery. Nirvana Realm, not bad. Cheng Wudi felt the long-lost power returning and his eyes brimmed with joy. Not quite. At that moment, Wang Beihai stepped forward, looking at Cheng Wudi with delight. It seems the effect is better than I imagined. Although your cultivation is currently at the Nirvana Realm, you are already at the peak of Nirvana. With some adjustment, you can definitely break through to the Saint Realm within 3 days. Upon hearing this, Cheng Wudi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Wang Beihai. Is that true? Absolutely. I will refine a breakthrough pill with the remaining herbs to help you break through Nirvana. However, the potency is weak, just enough for you to break through. Wang Beihai said, showing a hint of disappointment, but there was nothing he could do. With his current cultivation, this breakthrough pill was the limit. That's more than enough. Seeing Wang Beihai's frustrated expression, Cheng Wudi was overjoyed in his heart. To be able to refine such a miraculous pill, what are you upset about? Every realm in cultivation may seem like a thin sheet of paper, but breaking through requires more than just persistence. Many people spend their entire lives at the Nirvana realm. If such a pill were to appear outside, it would undoubtedly cause a storm. True. Wang Beihai nodded, but there was still a trace of disappointment in his brows. Seeing this, Cheng Wudi could only shake his head and remain silent. By the way, how often does that old man Morong come here? After a while, Wang Beihai seemed to think of something and turned to Cheng Wudi. It's uncertain. He doesn't usually come down unless he catches someone and brings them here. As soon as the words left his mouth, footsteps echoed at the door. Wang Beihai and Cheng Wudi exchanged glances. Cheng Wudi immediately sat on the ground, pretending to be in his previous state, while Wang Beihai kicked the stripped man aside with his foot. With a wave of his hand, he stored the spiritual herbs into his spatial ring and retrieved the acupuncture needles from the two men, who then woke up, their eyes blankly staring at each other, clearly unaware of what had just happened. At that moment, the secret chamber door opened, and Murong Fu entered with a grim expression. "What's going on? Where are your clothes?" Murong Fu approached the naked man and roared. The man immediately showed a look of fear, his legs giving way as he knelt before Murong Fu. "Spare me, immortal lord. I don't know where my clothes went. I just woke up and they were gone." Seeing the man pleading desperately, Murong Fu's eyes turned cold. "Can't even guard your own clothes. What use are you?" With that, Murong Fu struck the man's skull with a powerful palm. The man's eyes bulged, and he bled from all 7 orifices, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. "Hmph, useless." Murong Fu glanced at the corpse on the ground, then clapped his hands. The other man instantly understood and ran to the far end of the chamber, turning the torch on the wall. The wall immediately rotated, revealing a large hidden door. "North treasure, time to eat?" Murong Fu revealed a sinister smile, and from behind the hidden door came heavy breathing. A massive figure suddenly charged out of the darkness, swallowing the corpse in one bite. Qiongqi. Wang Beihai's eyes widened in shock. The enormous creature was clearly the Qiongqi they had fought before. "So it was you." Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold as he looked at Murong Fu. At that moment, Qiongqi also noticed Wang Beihai, its eyes flashing with ferocity as it roared at him. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, energy gathering in his hand. Just then, Murong Fu waved his hand, signaling Qiongqi to retreat. With an unwilling roar, Qiongqi reluctantly returned to the darkness. "North, I must say, your little girl has some tricks. She disappeared without a trace overnight." Murong Fu approached and specifically glanced at Cheng Wudi, noticing the clothes he wore, and then spoke to Wang Beihai. "How about this? Tell me where your lover is hiding, and I'll let you go. Trade her life for yours. Not only that, you can choose any woman from my courtyard. How about it?" Wang Beihai chuckled coldly. Immortal Lord Murong is indeed generous. Such an offer would be hard for anyone to resist, but unfortunately, I'm not interested. Hmph, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Murong Fu was instantly enraged, ready to open the cell to punish Wang Beihai. But at that moment, a guard rushed in from outside, whispering something in Murong Fu's ear. Murong Fu's brows furrowed immediately, and he glanced at Wang Beihai. "Today, you're lucky, North. If you don't tell me tomorrow, I'll kill you and feed you to my little darling." With that, Murong Fu snorted coldly and quickly left the chamber. This time, the remaining man didn't dare slack off, immediately bringing a stool and sitting in front of the cell, his eyes fixed on Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai couldn't help but laugh. "Senior, no need to pretend anymore. It's about time we leave." Upon hearing this, Cheng Wudi stood up, and the man, seeing this, immediately stood up, his eyes filled with confusion and panic. Cheng Wudi approached the cell door, gently tapping it with his finger, causing the chains to shatter. Seeing this, the man ran towards the door. Cheng Wudi flashed in front of him. "Spare me, Grandpa, spare me." The man immediately knelt on the ground, pleading incessantly. "North, what do you think? Kill him or let him live?" Cheng Wudi looked at Wang Beihai and asked, "What's his character like?" "No different from that old dog Murong." "Then kill him." Wang Beihai closed his eyes, and Cheng Wudi immediately struck, turning the man into a corpse. "What next? Where do we go?" After dealing with the guard, Cheng Wudi approached. "Let's leave first," Wang Beihai said, glancing at the few women in the other cells. "Take them with us. If Murong finds out we're gone, he'll definitely take it out on them." With that, Wang Beihai leapt to the cell door, exerting force to open it. However, the women looked at Wang Beihai with fear, refusing to step out of the door. There's no other way. You'll have to bear with it for a while. Wang Beihai's eyes hardened, and his spatial ring emitted a strong light, absorbing the women into the ring. Let's go. Having done everything, Wang Beihai and Cheng Wudi exchanged glances and then left the chamber. Chapter 257. Reunion with Huang Fu Ling. Mu Yong the old dog, you are despicable and shameless, spreading lies and deceiving people under the guise of a celestial being. You vile wretch, come out and face your death. In the courtyard of Mu Yong Fu, atop an altar, a figure stood tall, shouting loudly at the surroundings. This person was none other than Huang Fu Ling. I thought you were something special, but you're just a cowardly mouse who dares not show your face. After a bout of cursing, Huang Fu Ling paused to take a sip of water, glancing around but still not seeing Mu Yong Fu appear. Coward, if you don't come out, I'll tear this place down. Huang Fu Ling furrowed his brow, then suddenly gathered strength and stomped his foot, causing the altar beneath him to shatter. Who dares to cause trouble in my celestial residence? At that moment, a red light approached from afar. Huang Fu Ling narrowed his eyes and leaped aside, then looked towards the direction of the attack. Mu Yong Fu, clad in a Taoist robe, drifted gracefully towards them. Nirvana realm. Huang Fu Ling narrowed his eyes, acknowledging Mu Yong Fu's capabilities, then puffed out his chest and pointed at Mu Yong Fu, saying, "It's me, North Lord. I didn't expect you, a mere Nirvana realm cultivator, to dare call yourself a celestial being. How shameless." Huang Fu Ling spat on the ground and continued, "You deceive the masses and commit all manner of evil. Today, North Lord is here to bring you to justice." Ignorant North Lord, spouting nonsense. I'll capture you and teach you a lesson. Clearly angered by Huang Fu Ling's words, Mu Yong Fu snorted coldly at him and then waved his hand, sending a powerful golden light towards Huang Fu Ling. Perfect timing to test my newly learned martial skill. Huang Fu Ling laughed and clenched his fists. Suddenly, a phantom figure appeared in the sky, causing a fierce wind to sweep around. The onlookers felt an overwhelming pressure and fell to their knees, worshipping the phantom. Martial God. Mu Yong Fu's heart trembled at the sight of the phantom in the sky. Then he turned his gaze towards Huang Fu Ling, his eyes filled with killing intent. I didn't expect this North Lord to have mastered the techniques of the martial God. North Lord, since you've come to my doorstep, don't blame me. Mu Yong Fu narrowed his eyes and took out a jade flute from his waist. At that moment, Huang Fu Ling's eyes sharpened, and he shouted, "Break the void." Instantly, the phantom behind him delivered a punch, dispersing Mu Yong Fu's golden light. Mu Yong Fu's eyes narrowed, and a purple mist enveloped him, causing his figure to vanish within it. The punch landed where Mu Yong Fu had stood, causing the ground to shake and the surrounding buildings to collapse. Huang Fu Ling's heart stirred as he frowned at the mist before him, trying to sense Mu Yong Fu's presence but finding none. Where is he? Huang Fu Ling scanned the area but found no trace of Mu Yong Fu. Then, the purple mist drifted with the wind, quickly spreading throughout the courtyard. Inside the mist, everyone felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. This mist is poisonous. Huang Fu Ling's heart raced, and he leaped into the air. At that moment, a sharp whooshing sound came from above. Huang Fu Ling's heart filled with a sense of crisis. Lifting his head, he saw a massive claw descending towards him. Huang Fu Ling's pupils constricted. Without thinking, he raised his arms to shield his chest, but the sharp claws left deep gashes on his hands, and the immense force knocked him to the ground. Huang Fu Ling felt a sharp pain in his chest, and the martial god phantom he had summoned could no longer be sustained, disintegrating into fragments in the wind. Damn it, to sneak attack. Huang Fu Ling coughed up blood, feeling dizzy amidst the purple mist. No, I can't fall here. Huang Fu Ling squinted, forcing himself to stand despite the dizziness. At that moment, A strange flute sound echoed from the mist. The eerie sound entered his ears, causing Huang Fu-Ling's eyes to glaze over. His body uncontrollably moved towards the center of the mist. In the mist, Mu Yongfu played the jade flute while watching Huang Fu-Ling approach, his eyes filled with delight and greed. North Lord, your martial god secrets are mine now. As Huang Fu-Ling neared, Mu Yongfu stopped playing, revealing a triumphant smile, and reached out to grab Huang Fu-Ling's head. Clang! At that moment, the sound of a blade slicing through the air rang out. A long sword pierced through the mist, aiming fiercely at Mu Yongfu. Startled, Mu Yongfu had no time to deal with Huang Fu-Ling and quickly retreated by stepping on the ground. Who is it? Mu Yongfu stood firm, frowning as he looked into the mist, but heard no sound. Mu Yongfu frowned and waved his hand, dispersing the mist, only to find that Huang Fu-Ling, whom he had controlled, had disappeared. Damn it! Who is it? Who is it? Realizing he had been tricked, Mu Yongfu's anger flared, and he roared into the sky. Meanwhile, in a nearby alley, Wang Beihai carried Huang Fu-Ling on his shoulder, running with Cheng Wudi, and soon arrived at a simple courtyard in the city. Come in. This is where I usually recuperate. No one will find us here. Cheng Wudi opened the courtyard gate, and Wang Beihai, without hesitation, carried Huang Fu-Ling inside, then sat down on the ground, sending spiritual energy into Huang Fu-Ling while using silver needles on his head. Soon, a wisp of green smoke rose from Huang Fu-Ling's head, and he coughed a few times, opening his eyes. Where am I? Huang Fu-Ling sprang to his feet, alertly scanning his surroundings until he saw Wang Beihai, then relaxed and approached with a delighted expression, pinching Wang Beihai's face. What are you doing? You can't repay kindness with ingratitude like this. Wang Beihai stepped back, rubbing his face and looking at Huang Fu-Ling with resentment. Haha, I'm not dreaming. Great, I've finally seen you again. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Huang Fu-Ling laughed heartily, while Wang Beihai's face darkened. What do you mean I'm still alive? Can't you say something nice? But, it's really good to see you again. With that, Wang Beihai rushed forward and hugged Huang Fu-Ling tightly, who was also very excited, holding on to Wang Beihai tightly. After a long while, the two finally separated. Chapter 258, Discussion. As night fell, Cheng Wudi had somehow procured wine and meat, and the three of them drank and chatted, enjoying themselves. Cheng Wudi, in particular, was overjoyed by the recovery of his limbs. Haha, that's refreshing. Within an hour, Cheng Wudi's side was piled high with empty bottles, and with a loud laugh, he fell asleep. Wang Beihai approached, waving his hand in front of Cheng Wudi's eyes, then turned to look at Huang Fu-Ling. It seems the elder really is drunk, he said with a smile before asking, by the way, how did you end up in Wu Emperor City? What have you been through these days? Ah, it's a long story. Besides, we've been here for quite some time now. Roughly, it's been almost a year since we entered, Huang Fu-Ling replied, taking a swig of wine and counting on his fingers with a laugh. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you mistaken? We've only been here for a month at most. How could it be a year? Huang Fu-Ling, thinking Wang Beihai was joking, burst out laughing and patted his shoulder. A year has passed, and your strength hasn't improved much, but you've learned to play dumb. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, observing Huang Fu-Ling's expression, which didn't seem like a lie. You wouldn't know, but I've suffered a lot this year. I first fell into a freezing wasteland, barely escaping death. Just as I managed to get out, I ended up in a fiery mountain. Luckily, I fell into a cave and had the fortune to find a martial skill of a martial god. Otherwise, I might not have seen you again. Huang Fu-Ling took another drink and looked at Wang Beihai. What about you? What have you experienced this year? Nothing at all? Wang Beihai, seemingly ignoring the question, stroked his chin and frowned in thought. By the way, he suddenly thought of something, startling Huang Fu-Ling. What's with the sudden surprise? Huang Fu-Ling asked, puzzled. You said you received a heritage. Then how did you find your way here? Wang Beihai's eyes gleamed as he stared intently at Huang Fuling. Well, I'm not quite sure, Huang Fuling replied, setting down his wine bottle and frowning. I just remember mastering the martial god skill and then looking for an exit. When I found the cave entrance, I didn't think twice and crawled out. Only then did I realize the fiery mountain had turned into a dilapidated temple. After leaving the temple, I followed the road to Wu Emperor City. With that, Huang Fuling slammed his fist into the ground. Speaking of which, I'm furious. When I arrived, I encountered a group of street urchins who informed me about a so-called dog of an immortal in the city. Hearing his actions made me furious, which is why I went to confront him. I didn't expect the old man to be so despicable. Thankfully, you arrived in time, or I would have been in trouble. Huang Fuling gave Wang Beihai a grateful look, clinked his cup against Wang Beihai's bottle, and downed the wine in one gulp. Before Wang Beihai could react, Huang Fuling swayed and collapsed to the ground. Wang Beihai frowned, his hand resting on his chin while he held a wine bottle in the other, countless questions swirling in his mind. Why did Yang, Huang Fuling, and I all end up in Wu Emperor City? Why do I feel like only a few days have passed while Huang Fuling feels it's been a year? Could Wenqing also be in Wu Emperor City? Wang Beihai's thoughts raced, and by dawn, he still had no answers, so he stood up and stretched. It's about time. He narrowed his eyes and spread his consciousness, finally spotting Yang in a hidden corner. Pleased, he sent a mental message, head east 500 meters, turn left to the end, and meet at a humble courtyard. Yang's ears twitched, and she turned to look but saw no one. Her pupils contracted as she leaped away. Soon, a rush of wind signaled her arrival as she deftly landed in the courtyard. Who's there? Chung Wudi, startled from sleep, jumped up and relaxed upon seeing Yang. I'll go wash up, you two talk, Chung Wudi said, finding an excuse to retreat into the house. He's here too? Yang's eyes narrowed when she saw Huang Fuling on the ground. Yeah, what a coincidence. Do you think Wenqing could also be in Wu Emperor City? Wang Beihai asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm not sure about that, but during my time out, I discovered something interesting, Yang said, taking a seat and sipping from a wine bottle. What's that? Wang Beihai inquired. It's strange. Some people in the city haven't been swayed by Morong's influence. Instead, they harbor deep hatred for him. Most of these people are the poor, while the women kneeling in the courtyard are mostly their daughters, Yang explained, taking another sip. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. It seems someone is orchestrating all this. We don't need to be too cautious. As it stands, Morong's side has at most a beast in him. The rest are just minor players. Once we overthrow them, the old city lord can step in to stabilize the situation, Yang concluded, taking another drink. At that moment, a figure emerged from the house, clean-shaven and sharp-eyed, wearing Chung Wudi's clothes. Who are you? Wang Beihai and Yang became alert. Come on, just shaved off my beard. Don't recognize me? Chung Wudi chuckled, stepping forward and releasing his spiritual energy. Wang Beihai recognized him and incredulously touched Chung Wudi's face. Elder, did you get a makeover? Get out of here. I just cleaned up a bit. Do you have to say that? Chung Wudi waved him off and prepared to leave. Where are you going, Elder? Wang Beihai asked, puzzled. We're about to go to war. I need to find some allies, Chung Wudi replied, ignoring Wang Beihai and heading out. What do you think? Yang turned to Wang Beihai, who frowned. Suddenly, a firework exploded in the sky. What's happening? Huang Fuling, awakened by the noise, saw Wang Beihai and Yang rushing towards the fireworks. He leaped up and quickly followed. Chapter 259. The Peril of Wenqing. Wang Beihai and the others swiftly crossed over the rooftops, following the fireworks to the plaza where they had previously battled with Qiongqi. As Wang Beihai looked into the plaza, he saw it was now crowded with people. In the center stood a large altar, flanked by children in Taoist robes, while Morong Fu sat leisurely on a wooden chair beside the altar. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and Wang Beihai caught fragments of conversation mentioning ghost masks. He raised an eyebrow and glanced at Yang. No matter what happens today, It's best to expose this villain in front of everyone. Take those civilians to the scene for identification now. I'll go check things out first." Without waiting for Yang's response, Wang Beihai leaped off the rooftop and disappeared into the crowd. Yang nodded in agreement with Wang Beihai's plan, then glanced at Huang Fuling beside her, grabbed his collar, and took him away. Murong Fu, sitting by the altar, twitched an ear and looked towards the rooftop where Wang Beihai and his group had been, but saw no trace. He frowned. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai had already blended into the crowd. "Hey, brother, what's going on here?" He approached a burly middle-aged man. The man sized Wang Beihai up and whispered in his ear. "Brother Bei, you're from out of town, right? You don't know, but the descendants of the devil have appeared. We're waiting for the immortal to deal with her." "Descendants of the devil?" Wang Beihai frowned and continued, "Brother, what are the descendants of the devil?" "No way, you don't even know that?" The middle-aged man looked at Wang Beihai with suspicion, and some around them also gave curious glances. "Well, I usually stay at home and rarely go out. This time, I'm just traveling." Wang Beihai scratched his head, quickly finding a lame excuse. "I see." The man stroked his chin, appearing to believe it. Legend has it that these devils were the source of the ancient gods' war. In ancient times, countless devils with evil auras descended from the sky, igniting the war of gods. In just a few months, the world was filled with death and despair, and the people suffered greatly. Finally, a man named King rose up, driving away the devils and ending the war with his own strength. King! Hearing this, Wang Beihai was shocked, his mind flashing back to that towering figure, stirring a wave of thoughts. And then? Wang Beihai pressed on. "Those are just legends passed down by our ancestors, but there's one thing we still believe." The man looked at Wang Beihai with conviction and slowly said, "Any descendant of the devil will have a special ghost mask tattoo." Wang Beihai's eyes widened in shock, and after thanking the man, he quietly withdrew from the crowd. Another ghost mask. Could this be the mastermind behind the murder of my family? If it was the work of devils, why did they harm my family? What connection do I have with King? In an instant, countless questions flashed through Wang Beihai's mind. As he pondered, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, the ghost mask tattoo, could it be? Just as Wang Beihai was thinking, another firework shot into the sky over the plaza, and everyone turned their attention to the altar. The plaza fell silent. Wang Beihai leaped onto the rooftop, where he saw Murong Fu slowly standing up at the altar. "Everyone, you know someone purposely caused trouble for me yesterday. Today, I didn't intend to make such a big scene, but last night, I discovered this woman." Murong Fu clapped his hands, and several burly men in Taoist robes carried someone towards the center of the altar. At the designated spot, the men straightened up, and Wang Beihai's eyes widened. The person tied to the stake was none other than Wen Qing. Indeed. Seeing Wen Qing confirmed Wang Beihai's suspicions. "This woman appeared in my courtyard from the sky last night." Murong Fu stroked his beard and waved his hand. A man beside Wen Qing immediately tore off her sleeve, revealing the ghost mask tattoo. The crowd gasped in unison, their eyes filled with fear. "Kill this witch. Devil, she's truly a devil." The crowd began to throw stones at Wen Qing, and soon she was covered in bruises. Wen Qing glared coldly at Murong Fu and spat at him. Murong Fu sneered and walked to the altar, grabbing Wen Qing by the neck. "She's quite a beauty, but too bad. Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, you'd still die." With that, Murong Fu looked at the crowd. "Our ancestors warned long ago that if we encounter a devil, only by burning it alive can we truly destroy it. Today, I shall take the place of our ancestors, lighting this fire to erase this filthy devil from the city of Wudi." The crowd erupted in applause. Wang Beihai frowned, sensing with his divine consciousness that Yang and the others had not yet arrived. When he looked back at the altar, Murong Fu had already taken a torch from one of the burly men. "Heaven above, today I, Murong Fu, shall wield the power of heaven and earth to punish this filthy devil." With that, Murong Fu coldly threw the torch down, and flames immediately engulfed Wenqing's feet. Wenqing's beautiful eyes widened as she struggled to break free from the ropes, only to find she had no strength at all. "Damn, I don't know what trick that old man used, but I can't muster any strength." Feeling the heat from below, sweat began to bead on Wenqing's forehead. As the flames grew stronger, she started to feel dizzy, and in her haze, an image appeared in her mind. "Beihai, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't return safely," Wenqing said weakly, when suddenly a gentle voice entered her ears. "Don't talk nonsense. We promised to return together. I'm still waiting for you to take me to the spirit realm." Hearing this, Wenqing was stunned, her beautiful eyes widening. Amidst the flames, a resolute face appeared before her. Wang Beihai held Wenqing, his aura erupting, extinguishing the surrounding flames. With one arm around Wenqing and the other holding the red cloud sword, he proudly faced the crowd. "Sorry, but today, I'm protecting this person." Chapter 260, The Battle Begins. Who dares to interrupt this immortal lord? Seeing someone blocking his path, Murong Fu furrowed his brows and stood up, his face immediately turning grim. "So it's you, Northy. You do have some tricks up your sleeve to escape when I wasn't paying attention." Murong Fu coldly stared at Wang Beihai. "Sorry, you, with your hypocritical benevolence, are not worthy to speak to me." Wang Beihai snorted coldly and pointed his sword at Murong Fu. "Today, if you confess how you deceived the crowd and release the women you've harmed, I might consider sparing your life." "You." Hearing this, Murong Fu widened his eyes, then secretly panicked in his heart. Could it be that he knows about my deeds? Instead of panicking, Murong Fu sneered and loudly rebuked. "Northy, I had my suspicions when you summoned the vicious beast Qiongqi. Now it seems my guess was correct. Clearly, you are in league with this demon. Or perhaps you are the demon yourself." His voice, amplified by spiritual energy, echoed clearly throughout the surroundings. Instantly, the crowd around them retreated, but some with burning anger continued to resist, filling the square with their curses. Murong Fu coldly watched Wang Beihai and said triumphantly, "Northy, if you had truly escaped, I would have been at a loss. But since you've chosen to walk into my trap, don't blame me. As for my deeds, tell them yourself. How many would believe you?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai revealed a disdainful smile. "They've been deceived by you, and whether they believe me or not doesn't matter to me. All I need to do now is defeat you." With that, Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold, and he looked at the crowd, activating the Hunyuan art. "Listen up, if you don't want to die, get out of here now." The murderous words, amplified by the Hunyuan art, sent a chill down everyone's spines. Looking up at Wang Beihai in the center of the altar, they saw death itself. In an instant, the crowd let out a chorus of fearful screams and scattered in all directions. Soon, the square was empty except for Murong Fu's disciples. "Mental attack, Northy. You have some tricks up your sleeve. I underestimated you," Murong Fu sneered, then waved his hand, and a group of burly men rushed forward. "You underestimate me with these small fry." Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, then with a sweep of his sword, the men were forced back by the sword energy. Just as the men retreated, Murong Fu unexpectedly attacked Wang Beihai from behind. "Himph! Let's see how you dodge my attack while holding this woman," Murong Fu shouted and struck out with a palm towards Wang Beihai. "Another sneak attack, you really have no shame," Wang Beihai smirked, and just as Murong Fu was about to hit him, Wenqing in his arms suddenly turned and kicked out, striking Murong Fu's chest. Murong Fu was struck hard, feeling a stifling pain in his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was propelled backward. How is this possible? Standing firm, Murong Fu calmed his breath and looked incredulously at Wenqing. "You were poisoned by me and trapped by my Huanhai sound. How could you recover so quickly?" At that moment, Wang Beihai laughed, waving his hand, and several silver needles flew out from Wenqing's head. "Sorry, forgot to tell you. I'm actually a divine physician." Seeing this, Morong Fu's face turned grim. Today, you must die, Morong Fu said, waving his whisk, and a golden energy surged towards Wang Beihai. You just recovered. Watch from the side. Wang Beihai dodged the attack, then put Wenqing down. Before he could finish, Morong Fu's attack came again. Wang Beihai and Wenqing dodged to the sides. Then Wang Beihai smiled and put away his red cloud sword. Azura's indestructible body, protect, Wang Beihai shouted, and his body was instantly enveloped in lightning. A body of diamond, with the power of thunder, no wonder you could injure my treasure. Morong Fu was slightly stunned, then licked his lips, his eyes revealing a greedy gleam. Northy, this body of yours is mine. We'll see if you have the skill for it, Wang Beihai sneered, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning, appearing before Morong Fu in an instant. Morong Fu smiled faintly. Speed is good, but sometimes, speed isn't everything. With that, Morong Fu spun his whisk violently, and Wang Beihai's full power strike felt like hitting a sponge. Using softness to counter hardness? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and struck again, but the force seemed to hit empty space. Don't waste your effort. All attacks are futile before my yin-yang whisk. Morong Fu smiled triumphantly, and Wang Beihai looked at the whisk in his hand. The whisk was black and white, with inscriptions and gemstones embedded in the handle, clearly not an ordinary item. Seeing this, Wang Beihai stopped his attacks and stepped back. Let's see how much your whisk can absorb, Wang Beihai shouted, and his fists began to glow with golden light. The sky darkened, and a giant fist shadow appeared in the clouds. Heaven-shaking fist. Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold, and he struck out, the giant fist instantly crashing down on Morong Fu. Seeing the danger, Morong Fu quickly put away his whisk, and purple smoke instantly spread. The fist hit, leaving a deep crater in the already damaged square. Another trick like this. Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow and shouted to Wenqing, "Be careful, it's poisonous." Hearing this, Wenqing immediately covered her nose, leaped to the highest rooftop, and frowned at the thick purple smoke below. Who? At that moment, a flute sound came from the smoke. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, and his expression became dazed, the lightning covering his body dissipating. Inside the smoke, sensing that Wang Beihai was controlled by the flute sound, Morong Fu revealed a sinister smile. As the music played, Wang Beihai's eyes glazed over and he began to walk slowly towards Morong Fu. Beihai. On the rooftop, seeing Wang Beihai's state, Wenqing's heart tightened. She wanted to jump down but was blocked by the smoke, so she could only anxiously watch Wang Beihai and shout loudly. Shout all you want. Even if you shout yourself hoarse, he won't wake up. Morong Fu played on, inwardly gloating, and soon, Wang Beihai's figure appeared before him. Northy, you're asking for your own death. Don't blame me. Morong Fu's eyes turned fierce, and he struck out towards Wang Beihai. The next second, the Wang Beihai before him disappeared, and Morong Fu's claw grabbed empty air. I have to say, you play terribly. A flash of lightning pierced through the smoke, and a fist grew larger in Morong Fu's eyes. Chapter 261. Revenge. With a dull thud, Morong Fu was blasted out of the purple mist, crashing violently into a nearby stone pillar. Damn it! How did you break my demonic sound? Morong Fu gritted his teeth, the pillar behind him cracking from the impact, his hands shielding his face, blackened and scorched as if struck by lightning. Disperse! From within the mist, Wang Beihai roared, and a fierce wind swept across the plaza, scattering the mist completely. Beihai! Seeing Wang Beihai unharmed as the mist cleared, Wenqing couldn't help but call out with joy. Don't worry, I'm fine. Wang Beihai smiled faintly and turned his gaze towards Morong Fu. Psychic attack? Sorry, but when it comes to mental strength, I'm not necessarily weaker than you. With that, Wang Beihai smirked and activated the Hunyuan technique, his consciousness transforming into a sharp blade that lunged at Morong Fu. Morong Fu narrowed his eyes and instinctively dodged, evading Wang Beihai's psychic attack, but still feeling a sharp pain in his mind. Such terrifying mental power. Morong Fu shook his head, clutching his skull, his gaze towards Wang Beihai now filled with coldness. Beihai, I'm growing more fond of your body. Why don't you give it to me? From now on, you'll be my brother, and whatever I have, you'll have. Before Morong Fu could finish, Wang Beihai's figure appeared before him. Sorry, I'm not interested. Wang Beihai sneered and delivered another punch, which Morong Fu blocked with his whisk. Beihai, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Morong Fu was pushed back a few steps, then he retracted his whisk, his eyes flashing with cold light. He swiftly formed a hand seal, and his black hair instantly turned snow-white, his eyes blood-red, transforming him into a bloodthirsty beast. What's this? Transforming when you can't win? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, not yet reacting, when Morong Fu vanished from his spot. So fast. Wang Beihai's heart raced, and he quickly leaped back, but even so, a claw mark appeared on his chest with a soft sound. Fortunately, the Xiao Luo immortal body protected him, and his quick retreat meant the attack only broke the skin. But Wang Beihai's expression grew serious. Heh, Beihai, your awareness is good, but your speed isn't. In the air, Morong Fu stabilized his stance, licked his arm, and then vanished again. Wang Beihai dodged rapidly in the air but was always a step behind Morong Fu, soon covered in claw marks, looking quite ragged. This time you die. Morong Fu's eyes flashed with red light, his speed surging again, his sharp claws like daggers piercing towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed. Even with the Hunyuan technique, the speed gap couldn't be bridged by prediction alone. Where will he attack from? Wang Beihai scanned his surroundings vigilantly. Suddenly, Morong Fu's sinister smile appeared before him, his sharp nails aimed at Wang Beihai's throat. Die, Beihai. Morong Fu's face showed a triumphant smile, but then a pebble flew in from afar, hitting Morong Fu's hand squarely. Morong Fu felt a tremendous force, his hand bone cracking, and he was sent flying. Who? After a few somersaults in the air, Morong Fu landed on the ground, roaring angrily towards the direction the pebble came from. Beihai. Let me take over. He's my opponent. From the street corner, Cheng Wudi calmly walked into the plaza. It's you? How? Upon seeing Cheng Wudi, Morong Fu's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean, how? Cheng Wudi sneered, taunting Morong Fu. After all these years, didn't expect me to recover, did you? Morong Fu narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze towards Wang Beihai, gritting his teeth. It's you. Wang Beihai shrugged. At that moment, Cheng Wudi clapped his hands. It's time to reveal the truth to everyone. All the humiliation over the years, will settle it today. As he spoke, footsteps echoed behind him, and a group of armored soldiers rushed into the plaza, their eyes filled with anger towards Morong Fu. These are the soldiers who guarded the city years ago. How did they suddenly appear? In the houses, many of the city's civilians watched the scene in the plaza, some excited, others fearful. Morong Fu, at this point, don't hide anymore. Under these circumstances, aren't you going to call out your accomplice? Cheng Wudi smirked disdainfully. Accomplice? What accomplice? You're just a decrepit demon, leading your old cronies to stir up trouble. Why act so righteous? Morong Fu sneered, speaking with righteous indignation, then abruptly turned to flee. Poken. At that moment, a shout came from a distance, followed by a massive fist shadow, startling Morong Fu into stopping. The punch landed before him, leaving a deep crater in his path. Heh, that day doesn't count, let's fight again today? Above the plaza, Huang Fu Ling landed, blocking Morong Fu's escape. More footsteps sounded, and the common folk of Wu Emperor City poured out from the streets, their eyes glaring angrily at Morong Fu. Seeing this, the followers of Morong Fu hiding in the houses were puzzled, their faith wavering. You fools, have you been swayed by these people? Don't forget, there are descendants of demons among them. Morong Fu shouted, then looked towards Wenqing. Indeed, upon seeing the tattoo on Wen Qing's arm, everyone showed fear. Even Cheng Wuti frowned. A tattoo alone doesn't prove someone is a demon's descendant. Just as the crowd wavered, Wang Beihai snorted loudly. I'll explain my companion's identity later, but right now, this so-called Morong immortal before you acts against morality. His deeds are more demonic than any demon. Wang Beihai's words snapped everyone back, their gazes turning towards Morong Fu, their anger surging. Damn it, Beihai, you're ruining my plans. Morong Fu glared at Wang Beihai, teeth clenched. At that moment, Cheng Wuti rolled his wrists, his eyes gleaming with cold light as he stepped forward. It's time to settle old scores. Chapter 262. The Sword Comes. As Cheng Wuti drew closer, beads of sweat began to form on Morong Fu's forehead, but he still maintained a composed demeanor. You're just on your last legs. I don't believe that after all these years you could fully recover, Morong Fu said, forming another hand seal. Purple mist rose again, and with another seal, the mist turned pitch black, appearing as a chaotic void. Watch this! Wang Beihai stepped forward, waving his hand to conjure a gust of wind. But the black fog clung stubbornly to the ground, unaffected by the wind. Strange, Wang Beihai frowned, ready to increase his efforts, but Cheng Wuti gestured for him to stop. This is Morong's ultimate technique, the Hell of Azura. We need to be cautious. An attack could come at any moment. The group was startled and watched the black fog warily. Unbeknownst to them, the fog had risen from beneath their feet, and by the time they noticed, the entire plaza was enveloped in darkness. Kakaka, after all these years, do you think I haven't been working hard? Cheng Wuti, even if you come, you won't leave my hell alive today. As the words fell, an eerie flute melody echoed from afar. Upon hearing it, everyone's eyes glazed over, and soon, they began to turn on each other. Even the civilians hiding in their homes succumbed to madness. Cover your ears, don't listen to the music. Cheng Wuti hastily used his spiritual energy to protect his formation and urged the others to resist, but the ordinary people were already entranced, ignoring his warnings. This won't do. We need to find a way to break this, Cheng Wuti shouted at Wang Beihai, who frowned and glanced at Huang Fuling and the others, seeing their pained expressions as they struggled against the mental assault. Ah, after all this time, you still haven't improved. You've cultivated divine consciousness, but you don't know how to use it. Disappointing, very disappointing. A lazy voice entered Wang Beihai's ears, making him overjoyed. Tianshu, you're back? A flash of golden light appeared, and the form of the Book of Heaven re-emerged within Wang Beihai. I'm back, the Book of Heaven lazily replied. Wang Beihai smiled, sensing the increased power of the book. What should we do now? Happy as he was, seeing the civilians attacking each other and many injured, Wang Beihai was anxious. You, without me, are just a useless fool, the Book of Heaven complained, shooting a golden light into Wang Beihai's forehead. This is the purification mantra, which can keep one's mind clear. As for this black fog, it's a type of illusion. Find the caster's true body and break it with force. With divine consciousness, finding someone isn't too difficult. I'm tired, going to sleep. Don't bother me unless it's important. With that, the Book of Heaven disappeared once more. Ah, how could I be so foolish? Inspired by the book's guidance, Wang Beihai slapped his head and sat down, chanting the purification mantra with spiritual energy. Immediately, an invisible ripple spread from Wang Beihai, and wherever it went, those who were crazed regained their sanity, collapsing weakly to the ground. What happened to us? Looking at each other's disheveled state, everyone was shocked. What's with this black fog? Did the immortal Lord create this? Impossible. How could the immortal Lord have such dark and evil powers? Questions filled everyone's minds, and Morong Fu's stature in their hearts had diminished. All right, Wang Beihai opened his eyes, pleased to see everyone recovering. You again, brat, an angry voice came from the black fog, followed by several swooshing sounds, but Wang Beihai dodged them all. What kind of hero hides in the shadows? Wang Beihai sneered, releasing his divine consciousness and soon sensing Morong Fu's presence. Got you. With a smirk, Wang Beihai appeared above the fog, summoning Qishao and slashing towards a spot within the fog. A muffled groan came from the fog, which then turned purple and dissipated within a few breaths, revealing Morong Fu standing coldly in the center of the plaza, his hair disheveled. This is all your fault. Morong Fu glared at Wang Beihai and the others, then took out a whistle and blew it, causing a massive dog's bark to echo from his mansion. In an instant, a colossal figure landed in the plaza. It's Qiongqi the Qiongqi. Seeing Qiongqi, everyone's eyes filled with fear, and many of Morong Fu's followers were dumbfounded. Did the Immortal Lord summon Qiongqi? So it was all a play by the Immortal Lord. Realization dawned on everyone, and some bold ones opened their doors and joined Wang Beihai's group in the plaza. He, who would have thought that all my years of planning would be ruined by a brat like you? I should have killed you on the first day. Morong Fu coldly glared at Wang Beihai, clearly harboring deep resentment. Thank you for not killing me, senior? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, questioning. Today's events will only have one outcome. Qiongqi and I will slaughter you all. With a roar, Qiongqi flapped its wings, causing a whirlwind in the plaza. Seeing this, Wang Beihai signaled to Huang Fuling and the others, who jumped up and unleashed their attacks on Qiongqi. Despite the beast's thick scales, the attacks only angered it. Roar! Qiongqi roared and charged at Wang Beihai and the others. Senior, leave this beast to us. You handle your own matters. Wang Beihai smiled at Cheng Wudi and dashed towards Qiongqi. Thanks. Cheng Wudi narrowed his eyes and looked at Morong Fu, his hand raised as he shouted, Sword, come. Instantly, the sky darkened, and a golden light shot into the sky from the city of Wudi, where a long sword pierced through the air. Hashtag Chapter 263, Despicable and Shameless. As the long sword emerged, the surrounding light dimmed instantly. Wang Beihai was startled, and the qi shao within him flew out involuntarily, emitting a clear sword chime towards the sword from a distance. The sword also emitted a dragon's roar and then flew like a dragon to the plaza, hovering in midair. Cheng Wudi laughed heartily, leaped into the air, grasped the sword, and in an instant, his entire demeanor became sharp. You've been missed, dragon. Cheng Wudi gently stroked the sword in his hand, which seemed to resonate, emitting a hum and trembling. So the sword has always been in the city. You old scoundrel, you actually lied to me. Morong Fu looked coldly at Cheng Wudi. If I had told you, how would I have had the chance to take revenge myself? Today, with the dragon's emergence, it will be your blood that sharpens its edge. With that, Cheng Wudi transformed into a blur and charged towards Morong Fu. Morong Fu narrowed his eyes as several cold glints appeared before him. By the time he reacted, the sharp sword aura was already at his face. Yin-yang dust, defend. Morong Fu flicked his dust, immediately forming a black and white barrier in front of him. The sword glints struck the barrier, producing a metallic clanging sound, but the barrier remained unbroken. Seeing this, Cheng Wudi ceased his assault and retreated slightly. Nirvana Realm, Cheng Wudi, it seems you haven't fully recovered. Feeling Cheng Wudi's attack, Morong Fu laughed loudly. Even so, it's enough to kill you. Cheng Wudi's eyes turned cold, and he placed the sword before him, biting his finger to let a drop of blood fall onto the sword. The sword immediately emitted a blinding white light. Within the light, Cheng Wudi's form slowly merged with the sword until only the sword remained in the air. The sword hummed and transformed into a white dragon, flying towards Morong Fu. Morong Fu frowned, sensing danger. In a hurry, he waved his hand, causing more mist to rise around him. He used the mist to conceal his form, attempting to evade Cheng Wudi's attack. However, this time, the dragon formed by the sword seemed to sense his direction and struck a claw towards the mist. The mist dispersed, and Morong Fu flew out like a broken kite. What a powerful sword intent! Not far away, Wang Beihai punched Qiongqi, then turned to look at Cheng Wudi, seeing him in a sword-human unity. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, acknowledging that Cheng Wudi indeed had some skills. As he thought this, he heard Xiongqi roar in anger. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, glancing at the Qi Xiao hovering in the air. It seemed like an indifferent spectator, unmoving despite Wang Beihai's attempts to summon it. Truly unreliable. Wang Beihai chuckled helplessly, seeing Huang Fuling and others being suppressed by Qiongqi. He made a quick decision, stomped into the air, creating ripples beneath his feet, and darted towards Qiongqi. Dragon's courage. Wang Beihai shouted, a silver light shooting through the air, sparking on Qiongqi's body. Qiongqi yelped in pain, jumping aside, revealing a bloodied hole in its chest. That's a cool spear. Huang Fuling retreated and gave Wang Beihai a thumbs up. Step back, let me try. Wang Beihai stood in the air with his spear, like a war god. Feeling Wang Beihai's fierce determination, they wished him caution and stepped aside. Roar! Qiongqi roared at Wang Beihai's spear, showing a hint of fear. Come on, we didn't finish last time, let's continue. With that, Wang Beihai transformed into a silver light and charged at Qiongqi. They fought fiercely, soon ascending to the skies above the emperor's city. That brat, how does he have so many spiritual artifacts? Morong Fu clutched his chest, incredulously watching the aerial battle, then spat out a mouthful of blood. Morong, old dog, today is your end. Before Morong Fu could catch his breath, the dragon formed by Cheng Wudi struck again. Morong Fu narrowed his eyes, formed a hand seal, and burrowed into the ground, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Chiman Duanjia? Cheng Wudi exclaimed in surprise, then separated from the sword and looked down. He saw Morong Fu fleeing underground. Come out. Cheng Wudi frowned, throwing the dragon sword. The sword plunged into the ground without resistance. Ah! A scream came from below, followed by a jet of blood, but Morong Fu still didn't emerge. Cheng Wudi frowned, flew to the dragon sword, and pulled it out. A bloodline spurted from the ground. He stomped hard, causing an arm to fly out from below. So you severed your own arm. Cheng Wudi narrowed his eyes, then smirked. Morong Fu, do you think you can escape like this? With that, Cheng Wudi leaped onto a rooftop, closed his eyes to sense, then quickly darted into a nearby alley, following the sensation to Morong Fu's residence. He walked straight into the courtyard, finding several girls lying there, their eyes glazed, obviously under a spell. Hee hee, Cheng Wudi, you are indeed formidable. A cold laugh came from behind, and Cheng Wudi turned to see Morong Fu sitting on a stone bench at the far end of the courtyard, pale-faced, one arm missing, yet still wearing a triumphant smile. Morong Fu, what do you want? Cheng Wudi frowned, glancing at the girls, counting over 20. I don't want anything. You don't want me to live, so I won't let you have it easy. Morong Fu chuckled, then waved his hand, pulling a girl beside him. His eyes turned cold as he grabbed her neck. Look at these young faces. I'll give you a chance. Destroy your Dantian and offer your dragon sword technique. Otherwise, these kneeling girls will all die. Can you bear to see these lives lost? Morong Fu took out a jade pendant. Don't even think about acting. If I apply force, the pendant will shatter, and they will die. Hearing this, Cheng Wudi frowned but didn't lower his sword. After a long silence, Cheng Wudi laughed heartily, then looked at Morong Fu. Morong, old dog, do you know the last move of the dragon sword technique? Chapter 264. The Shadow of the Wandering Dragon. What is the final move? Morong Fu furrowed his brows and impatiently glanced at Cheng Wudi, exerting slight pressure on the girl's neck, causing blood to trickle down. Don't try to bluff me. The strongest aspect of your wandering dragon sword technique is merely merging with the sword to form a dragon. Now you're just trying to buy time. But there won't be any miracles this time. If you don't destroy your Dantian, I'll kill her. As he spoke, Morong Fu increased the pressure on his hand. Hee hee, let me ask you, what is the wandering dragon? Cheng Wudi ignored Morong Fu and just smiled, continuing to speak to himself. The wandering dragon means to be free-spirited, with the body like a dragon, capable of soaring to the heavens or diving into the seas. Though resembling a dragon, it is formless. It can transform into wind and rain, into thunder, or even into air to kill invisibly. Everything in the world is a wandering dragon. This is the highest principle of the wandering dragon sword technique, the clear shadow of the wandering dragon. As he spoke, Chengwudi pointed a finger, and Mu Rongfu's eyes widened. He saw the air in front of him transform into a dragon shape, roaring towards him. Mu Rongfu didn't have time to dodge, feeling a chill in his left arm, and blood spurted out. Ah! Mu Rongfu let out another scream, and the jade pendant in his hand fell to the ground. Chengwudi narrowed his eyes, waved his hand, and the air condensed again, catching the jade pendant. Then, with a flick of his hand, the pendant flew into his own grasp. Watch closely, Mu Rongfu. Chengwudi tucked the pendant into his chest, then gently waved his finger. The surrounding air instantly transformed into long swords, encircling Mu Rongfu. Mu Rongfu's pupil shrank, and he immediately knelt down, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Please spare me, Brother Cheng. It wasn't me who wanted to harm you back then. It was that wicked wife of yours. I've been feeling guilty all these years. Mu Rongfu pleaded with such sincerity that soon cracks appeared on the ground from his incessant kowtowing. Hee, that woman or you. I only care about eradicating injustice in the world. And you are the root cause of that injustice. Chengwudi's eyes were cold, and just as he was about to be pierced by countless swords, Mu Rongfu's gaze turned fierce, and he shouted loudly, Chengwudi, if you kill me, no one will be able to stop Qiongqi. Without my restraint, Qiongqi will surely reveal its true nature, and the civilians in the city will suffer. Hearing this, Chengwudi frowned, and his hand paused for a moment. Hee, that's more like it. Mu Rongfu smirked in triumph, but the next second, Chengwudi waved his hand, and countless swords pierced through Mu Rongfu's body. Before he could even scream, Mu Rongfu was pierced by the swords, his body turning into a cloud of blood and dissipating into the air. Qiongqi? Hee, I believe they can handle it. Chengwudi smiled, then stomped his foot and left the courtyard. The girls who had been lying on the ground, with Mu Rongfu's death, gradually woke up. At this moment, around the square, Huang Fuling and others were all looking up at the sky. Flashes of light and loud rumbles occasionally emerged from the clouds. Although they couldn't see what was happening, judging from the commotion, it was clearly a fierce battle. I thought Beizi hadn't gotten any stronger. Huang Fuling clenched his fists, watching the movements in the sky, his eyes a mix of reluctance and excitement. Yi Ying and Wenqing also stood nearby, worriedly gazing at the sky. Above the clouds, as Wang Beihai was enjoying the battle, suddenly, Qiongqi roared a few times, and its body rapidly expanded, soon doubling in size. Its attacks became more ferocious, and its strength increased significantly. What's going on? After a collision, Wang Beihai almost fell from the clouds. Feeling Qiongqi's state, he narrowed his eyes. Going all out? Wang Beihai looked at the seemingly enraged Qiongqi and unconsciously tightened his grip on his spear. You're quite capable, Beizi. The spear of the martial god Zhao Zilong was actually obtained by you. If that's the case, take it and use it. With this spear technique, dealing with a little Qiongqi is more than enough. At that moment, the voice of the Book of No Words reappeared, and Wang Beihai felt a flash before his eyes. A majestic figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This figure wielded the spear like a dragon, each strike like a thunderbolt, each attack powerful as a falling star. In the blink of an eye, Wang Beihai's eyes flashed, and Qiongqi had already launched its attack. Facing Qiongqi's furious strike, Wang Beihai didn't dodge. His eyes flashed, and the image from before appeared in his mind. Then, Wang Beihai turned his hand and struck Qiongqi's back, dodging its attack. With a fierce thrust, he stabbed the spear towards Qiongqi. As this spear thrust out, a thunderbolt fell from the sky. Under the flash of light, a giant dragon shadow seemed to appear behind Wang Beihai. Facing this spear, Qiongqi instinctively felt fear, quickly folding its wings on its back. The two forces collided fiercely, and Qiongqi let out a painful grunt, falling from the sky. I didn't expect the flying dragon spear technique to have such power. I only learned the form, yet it has such might. Wang Beihai looked at the spear in his hand in astonishment. Clearly, the dragon's heart was also trembling with excitement. Forget it. Dealing with Qiongqi is the priority. Wang Beihai thought for a moment, then stomped his foot and chased after Qiongqi's falling path. He saw a huge pit in the forest outside the city, obviously created by Qiongqi's fall. Where's Qiongqi? In midair, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and searched around but couldn't find Qiongqi. Seeing this, Wang Beihai sped up and soon arrived at the pit. Looking into the pit, he widened his eyes. In the center of the pit lay a tiger-sized creature, its wings burnt and its mouth occasionally letting out weak barks. Is this Qiongqi? Wang Beihai jumped into the pit and examined the small tiger closely. Despite his rich imagination, he couldn't believe this tiny creature was Qiongqi. Should I kill it? Wang Beihai frowned, pointing the spear tip towards Qiongqi. You have two choices. At that moment, the Book of No Words voice reappeared, and Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, listening carefully. First, kill it now to prevent future troubles. Second, take it with you, raise it well, and guide it towards goodness. When it recovers, its combat power will not be inferior to a saint-level expert. Raise it. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened in surprise. Won't it hold a grudge? If I raise it, won't it eat me? No, this beast has now been reduced to its infant form, with undeveloped intelligence. It knows nothing about its past. If you guide it well, it can be done. Hearing this from the book, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up. Then, he heard footsteps approaching. Wang Beihai's eyes darted around, and with a wave of his hand, he put the small Qiongqi into his spiritual ring. Chapter 265. The Arrival of Little White. How are you, Beihai? Are you all right? When Qing and Nightingale rushed to the edge of the deep pit, anxiously looking at Wang Beihai. I'm fine. Wang Beihai waved his hand. What about Qiongqi? I clearly saw it fall from the sky. Could it be dead? Huang Fuling jumped into the pit and searched around, but couldn't find any trace of Qiongqi. It doesn't make sense. Even if it were dead, there should be a corpse left behind. Huang Fuling stroked his chin, frowning in deep thought. Enough. Stop thinking. Wang Beihai walked over, patted Huang Fuling on the shoulder, and then addressed the crowd gathered to watch. Everyone, please rest assured. Qiongqi has been severely injured by me and has fled. It won't return here for at least a century. Upon hearing this, the faces of the commoners around did not show relief, but instead frowned at Wang Beihai. How can we believe you? How can you guarantee that Qiongqi won't come back? How do we know you're not colluding with Qiongqi like that Morong immortal to deceive us? The crowd's curses came in waves, growing louder and more intense, eventually turning their anger towards Wenqing. How do you explain the tattoo on her hand? How can we trust you, demons? Listening to the curses, Huang Fuling's veins bulged, his fists clenched, clearly enraged to the extreme. You bastards, Huang Fuling shouted. We tried to help you, and in the end, it's our fault? How ridiculous. Seeing Huang Fuling's anger, someone in the crowd shouted, Look, they're going to attack us. They really have no good intentions. The crowd grew tense, and with a surge of courage, those near the pit picked up stones, ready to fight to the death. Himph, where were you when fighting Qiongqi? Just as well, I didn't get enough of a fight earlier. Huang Fuling clenched his fists, ready to charge, but was pulled back by Wang Beihai. Why are you holding me back? Huang Fuling looked at Wang Beihai in confusion. Hold your temper. Wang Beihai's eyes were calm. How can you stay calm when they're like this? Huang Fuling roared, causing Wang Beihai to frown. They are just commoners. If we act now, what difference would we have from that beast and Morong Fu? Hearing this, Huang Fuling was stunned, then bit his lip and relaxed his clenched fists. Himph, guilty conscience. At that moment, someone started it, throwing a stone at them, and others followed suit. Everyone stop. A panicked voice called out, and the stones in midair halted. Then, Cheng Wudi arrived with a group of soldiers. Old City Lord. Seeing Cheng Wudi, everyone was shocked, their expressions complex. Since Morong Fu's betrayal, they realized they had wronged Chung Wudi. Old City Lord, we were misled by scoundrels and misunderstood you. Please forgive us. An elder leader was about to kneel, but Chung Wudi stepped forward to support him, while others also knelt, full of guilt. What should we do? At the edge of the crowd, several richly dressed men looked nervously at the unfolding scene, preparing to flee. Wang Beihai noticed them out of the corner of his eye, sensing something suspicious, and quickly moved to their position. What are you doing? You demon, do you plan to commit violence in front of the old city lord? A fat man exclaimed in surprise. This drew everyone's attention. Old city lord, I remember now. It was them who spread rumors after your disappearance and seized our poor lands. They also secretly forced young girls to be sent to Morong the dock. The elder pointed at them. At that moment, someone else in the crowd spoke up. It was them. The fat one threw the first stone. Instantly, the men became the target of everyone's anger, their eyes filled with fear, the fat man even urinating in fright. Beihai, how do you want to handle this? Chung Wudi looked at Wang Beihai. They are your people. You handle them. As for whether Wen Qing is a demon descendant, I will fully cooperate with you until the truth is out. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, then bowed in guilt to Wang Beihai and his group. That's settled then. Take these men back to the city lord's mansion. As for Beihai, you will stay in Wu Emperor City temporarily. I will let you leave once the investigation is clear. Chung Wudi winked at Wang Beihai, who nodded politely in return. Just as the crowd thought the matter was over, a sudden thunderstorm erupted in the sky. This unexpected phenomenon startled everyone. How come there's a natural anomaly? Chung Wudi narrowed his eyes, looking towards the direction of the thunder, feeling a powerful presence approaching. All guards, prepare to meet the enemy. Chung Wudi's eyes showed caution as he drew his Yulong sword. At that moment, Wang Beihai smiled, stepping forward to pat Chung Wudi on the shoulder. It's all right, just an old friend. No need to be so tense. Chung Wudi looked at Wang Beihai in disbelief, then glanced at Huang Fuling and others. You're too incredible. Your friends are all top tier in cultivation and talent. The one coming now is even more so. I want to be your friend too. Chung Wudi said enviously. We already are friends. Wang Beihai smiled, then waved his hand and continued. By the way, elder, my friend is a bit special. You need to prepare the commoners mentally. Chung Wudi was slightly taken aback, then shook his head. The commoners of our Wu Emperor City may not have much cultivation, but they've seen many storms. No strong person can scare them. Don't worry. Before he could finish, a massive white figure appeared in their sight. What is that? Is it another beast? The crowd looked at the huge figure, their eyes filled with fear. The white giant bird circled in the air before landing heavily, raising a cloud of dust. After the dust settled, the white bird was nowhere to be seen. Master, Bai Shui happily shouted, then threw herself into Wang Beihai's arms. Chapter 266. The Secret. Haha, Master, I finally get to see you. You have no idea how much I missed you these days. Bai Shui kept burrowing into Wang Beihai's embrace, her coquettish manner quite adorable. What, have you changed your ways? Wang Beihai chuckled, then raised an eyebrow, teasing her intentionally. What are you talking about? I missed you. Isn't that enough? At this, Bai Shui immediately glared at Wang Beihai, then pouted her lips. Brother Beihai, is this the giant bird from earlier? Chung Wudi slowly approached, then looked at Bai Shui cautiously and asked. Oh, right. I forgot to introduce. Wang Beihai patted his head, then looked at the terrified crowd, smiled, and said, Don't be afraid. She's my friend. Then, Wang Beihai whispered to Chung Wudi's ear, There are too many eyes and ears here. Why don't we talk back in the city? Good idea, Chung Wudi nodded, also thinking Wang Beihai made sense. He then turned around, explained to the surrounding crowd, and found an excuse to disperse them. All right, no matter what, guests are guests. Since you've come to Wudi City, I, as the city lord, haven't been a good host. Today, let's take this opportunity to go to my residence and drink to our heart's content. Seeing the crowd leave, Chung Wudi laughed heartily, letting go of his stern expression. then patted Wang Beihai's shoulder with a big hand. Good. Wang Beihai laughed heartily, mimicking Cheng Wudi's tone, and agreed. The surrounding Huang Fuling and others also showed relaxed smiles. To be honest, since entering Wudi City, they hadn't really had a good rest. In the evening, at the original farmhouse courtyard. Is this the so-called city lord's residence? Wang Beihai and the others widened their eyes, looking at the familiar courtyard, and said in unison, "Isn't this the yard where we took refuge before?" "Yes," Cheng Wudi said seriously. "I prefer tranquility. The size of the courtyard is irrelevant to me. The previous city lord's residence was Morong Fu's mansion, but it was tainted by him, and I have no desire to return there. Please don't be offended by this humble abode." At this, Wang Beihai burst out laughing. This small northern courtyard also has a unique flavor. After saying that, everyone went to the table. Cheng Wudi went into the kitchen, and soon came out with a table of delicious food with a few subordinates. They ate and drank, chatting and laughing. Although there were no big fish or big meat, it was rare to be so carefree. Especially by Shui. After meeting again, her appetite seemed to have increased. Almost half of the dishes on the table were finished by her. After eating, she patted her belly, looking as if she still hadn't had enough, her cute appearance adding a lot of joy to the dinner table. After a few rounds of wine, everyone started to get a bit tipsy. Wang Beihai asked about everyone's experiences one by one and found that whether it was Huang Fuling, Wen Qing, or even by Shui, their experiences were quite different. Basically, they all went through one or two major calamities, then encountered their respective opportunities. Among them, the benefits Bai Shui gained were undoubtedly the most. This time of training, Bai Shui not only completely mastered the heart method of the Azura indestructible body, but also, by chance, completely awakened the divine eagle's bloodline within her. Now, Bai Shui's bloodline, compared to the bloodline of the fierce beast Qiongqi, was no less inferior. Until late at night, everyone was drunk and fell asleep on the ground. Wang Beihai looked at the sleeping group, his mouth slightly raised, took out a few quilts from the room to cover them, then leaped onto the roof, staring at the stars in the sky, lost in thought. Why did we all come to Wudi City, and their time seems to be out of sync with mine? If it's really as they said, a year has passed, then where did the previous few months of mine go? One question after another appeared in Wang Beihai's mind. Mysteriously, Wang Beihai felt an invisible line was pulling him towards an unknown direction. Wang Beihai frowned, staring at the sky like this, and before he knew it, the sky was already lightening. Cheng Wudi stretched, slowly opened his eyes, saw the quilt on his body, couldn't help but smile, then glanced around, and when he looked up, he saw Wang Beihai sitting on the roof. Cheng Wudi stood up, lightly leaped onto the roof. Didn't sleep all night? Cheng Wudi came to Wang Beihai's side and asked softly. Wang Beihai didn't turn his head, just responded softly. Something on your mind? Cheng Wudi continued to ask. Not really, I just feel a bit strange. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and continued. These days, I've been thinking, why did we all appear in Wudi City one after another? Does Wudi City have some special significance for us? That's hard to say. Maybe it really does. Cheng Wudi turned his eyes, then his eyes lit up, and he said. At this, Wang Beihai immediately turned his head to look at Cheng Wudi. Do you know? Not exactly, but I feel you are somewhat similar to my benefactor. Benefactor? Who? Wang Beihai immediately widened his eyes, excitedly looking at Cheng Wudi. Heh, he is the benefactor of all of us. His majestic figure, I still remember vividly. When I saw you, I felt you were somewhat similar to him, and all that I have learned in my life is to imitate him. Cheng Wudi said, his eyes shining with excitement. Although he is not from my time, he has already become the belief of this world. To us, he is the god of this world. Seeing Cheng Wudi's excited appearance, Wang Beihai had some guesses in his heart, but still dared not say them out loud. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Beihai cautiously asked, You mentioned your benefactor. Could it be the king? At this, Cheng Wudi immediately became excited. Indeed, you also know the king. Could it be that you have some connection with him? Not really, just received his kindness before. Wang Beihai looked at Cheng Wudi's expression and was sure that the person Cheng Wudi mentioned was indeed the king, which made Wang Beihai even more shocked in his heart. What kind of existence is this king? Almost from the moment I opened my mind, the king's name has always appeared in my world. Wang Beihai thought, then asked again, "You said it's not a coincidence before. Could it be that this Wudi city is also related to the king?" At this, Cheng Wudi nodded, then looked at Wang Beihai mysteriously and whispered, "Actually, there's something you don't know." Wang Beihai immediately pricked up his ears, looking at Cheng Wudi intently. In fact, this Wudi city was not built later. This city was discovered by me during my travels, and under the city square, there is a huge underground city. And all that I have learned in my life, including the Yulong in my hand, all came from that underground city. At this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened, his heart shocked. Chapter 267, The Underground City. An underground city? You mean there's another city beneath this city of Martial Emperor? Wang Beihai was already profoundly shocked, his voice involuntarily rising. The others, hearing this, woke up and looked up to see Wang Beihai and Cheng Wudi standing on the rooftop. "What's going on?" Huang Fu Ling shouted towards the rooftop. "Shall we discuss this down below?" Cheng Wudi suggested after a glance. Wang Beihai nodded, calmed his emotions, and followed Cheng Wudi down into the courtyard. Cheng Wudi had someone bring tea, pouring it for everyone. In the meantime, Wang Beihai recounted what Cheng Wudi had just told him, and as expected, the others also showed expressions of shock. When I first discovered the underground city, I was even more shocked than you are now," Cheng Wudi said after taking a sip of tea. "Several decades ago, I was traveling alone. Back then, my cultivation was only at the Earth realm. I trekked through mountains and forests and accidentally found a city. When I excitedly entered the city, I found it completely empty. However, from the outside and inside of the city, it didn't look the least bit worn. So, driven by curiosity, I decided to stay in the city." Cheng Wudi took another sip of tea, his eyes flickering as if lost in thought. "I stayed for a year. During that time, I searched every corner of the city alone, finding no trace of anyone ever having been there. It was as if the city had appeared out of thin air. Strangely, during that year, no one else passed through. Just as I was about to give up, suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead, with lightning and thunder accompanied by wind and rain. A formation appeared in the central square of the city. Curious, I approached to observe, but a powerful suction force suddenly erupted, pulling me into the formation." At this point, Cheng Wudi paused. Wang Beihai and the others listened intently, afraid to miss any detail. Cheng Wudi glanced at them, smiled slightly, and continued. "Once inside the formation, I found myself in complete darkness. Later, I felt something hit me from behind, and then I lost consciousness. When I awoke again, I was in a ruined city. This city was very similar to the city of Martial Emperor, but it was in ruins, and the sky was pitch black." Hearing this, Wang Beihai frowned slightly. "If that's the case, there shouldn't be anything in that so-called underground city, right? Where did your inheritance come from?" "Don't rush, let me explain slowly," Cheng Wudi said, finishing his tea. "As I walked through the city, I found that every room door was tightly shut. After exhausting all my strength to open the first room, I discovered it was filled with pills." At this, the others couldn't help but gasp in disbelief, looking at Cheng Wudi. Cheng Wudi smiled. "I know it sounds incredible, but that's the truth. Following the instructions on the door, I only took the pills I needed. As soon as I stepped out, the door closed again. With those pills, I successfully transformed my physique, altering my innate talent, and my cultivation soared to the heaven realm. Having tasted the benefits of the first room, I naturally moved on to the second. When I opened it, I found that the force required was double that of the previous room, but the rewards were also incomparable. The second room was filled with martial techniques and secret manuals. Eventually, I found the Dragon Sword technique. The Dragon Sword technique, an overpowered secret technique, was just something in the second room? Wang Beihai was stunned, his mind already numb from shock. Indeed, Chung Wudi nodded, then sighed. I thought opening the third door would be easy, but I was wrong. It took me 5 whole years to fully open it, and there was nothing inside. Nothing? And it was so hard to open. Huang Fu-ling frowned. Actually, not quite. After coming out of that door, I realized my soul and foundation had been elevated. At this, everyone was once again stunned, especially Wang Beihai, who had learned the primordial unity technique and understood how difficult it was to alter one's soul and bones. Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Chung Wudi stopped, took a sip of tea, and didn't continue. Then what happened? How many doors did you open in total? Wang Beihai asked urgently, frowning. 4, Chung Wudi waved his hand. Then his eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. With your abilities back then, you could only open 4 doors? Everyone was shocked. From Chung Wudi's account, he had already reached the Nirvana realm, yet he could only open the 4th door. Hee, to my shame. Opening the 4th door exhausted all my strength. Inside were countless divine weapons. Since I had chosen the dragon sword technique, the dragon sword automatically sought me out. But as I was content and tried to open the 5th door, my intuition warned me of danger. Ignoring it, I placed my hand on the door and was then sucked into a massive vortex. When I woke up again, I was back in the square. Chung Wudi sighed helplessly. Over the years, I've established my base here, repelled many beasts, and accepted many commoners. I've been waiting for the appearance of the underground city, but the formation in the square hasn't glowed again. It wasn't until a year ago, when I had a dream, that I dreamt of the king's arrival and the reopening of the underground gates. I believe this is why you are here. With the story finished, Chung Wudi took a sip of tea and calmly looked at Wang Beihai. You said you all gathered here by chance. I think there must be something guiding you. Hearing this, Wang Beihai exchanged glances with the others and then said to Chung Wudi, but we've been here for so long, and we still haven't seen the so-called passage open. That's what puzzles me, Chung Wudi frowned. That's why I haven't mentioned this to you before. Hearing this, Wang Beihai clenched his fists. Just as he was at a loss, he suddenly sensed something and turned towards the square. A golden light shot up from the void. Chung Wudi was initially startled, then began to tremble with excitement as he watched the golden light. It's open. The passage is open. Chapter 268. Journey to the Underground. It's open. Wang Beihai glanced in the direction of the golden light. Although he wasn't at the scene, he felt an inexplicable connection to the passage, as if it were linked to him. Let's go. After waiting for so long, it's time to see this so-called underground city. Wang Beihai glanced at Chung Wudi before leading the way toward the golden light, with Chung Wudi following closely behind, and Huang Fu-ling and the others not far behind. In no time, they arrived at the source of the light. In the center of the square, a formation appeared. It wasn't large, about 2 meters in diameter, vaguely taking the shape of a bagua, with some strange runes floating above it. With such a big commotion, how could no one come? Wang Beihai looked around and found the square eerily quiet. Mentioning this, everyone felt something was amiss and turned their gaze to Chung Wudi. Chung Wudi shrugged. I don't know either. When I encountered this formation, these people hadn't arrived in Wu Emperor City yet. As they spoke, a group of people approached, chatting and laughing. Wang Beihai's eyes darted, and he walked up to one of them, patting his shoulder and pointing to the formation. Brother, do you see a light pillar over there? Light pillar? Are you blind? The man glanced at the direction Wang Beihai pointed and sneered before ignoring him and walking away. After the man was out of sight, Wang Beihai turned to the others, serious. It seems this formation isn't visible to everyone. Looks like it's specially prepared for us. Huang Fu-ling and the others nodded, their eyes gleaming with excitement. After hearing Chung Wudi's tale, they were all eager to open the so-called door and obtain the inheritance and pills inside. In that case, let's see what this thing really is. Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened, and with a leap, he jumped into the formation, disappearing into the golden light. Seeing this, the others didn't hesitate and followed suit. Soon, the golden light dissipated, and they vanished from the square, which returned to its previous tranquility as if nothing had happened. In the darkness, Wang Beihai felt a tremendous pull, dragging him towards an unknown place. Such a strong spatial force. At that moment, the Book of No Words flew out of Wang Beihai's body on its own. The book opened, revealing a 7-colored vortex that rotated, absorbing all the spatial energy into the book. Hey, we're still in this space, don't mess around. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's hair stood on end, and he quickly spoke to stop it. What do you know? Whoever built such a vast temporal passage must be a primordial supreme being. A little spatial energy won't hurt. The Book of No Words spoke confidently, but before it finished, Wang Beihai felt the surroundings tremble. What's going on? Wang Beihai looked around vigilantly, and the Book of No Words stopped absorbing energy. Seriously? Just a bit of energy, and you get mad? Fine, I won't absorb it then. After saying that, the Book of No Words re-entered Wang Beihai's body. Soon, a clear belch echoed in Wang Beihai's mind. Wang Beihai was speechless, but with the Book of No Words gone, the shaking temporal passage quickly calmed down. That guy almost got us killed. Wang Beihai wiped a cold sweat from his brow, then thought of what Cheng Wudi had said earlier. According to Cheng Wudi, there should be life forms in this passage, otherwise, he wouldn't have been knocked out. As Wang Beihai thought this, he heard a whooshing sound from behind. Squinting his eyes, he quickly pulled back an inch. In the darkness, he felt a gust of wind pass by his head. What is that? Wang Beihai squinted his eyes. The attack wasn't lethal, clearly just trying to knock us out. Just as he thought this, he heard a few muffled groans, indicating that Huang Fuling and the others had been struck. Why knock us out? Wang Beihai immediately thought of the scenes from TV where people were hooded and squinted his eyes. If they don't want us to know, I'm determined to see what's going on here. With that, Wang Beihai secretly activated the Azura indestructible body, protecting the back of his head to the fullest. The whooshing sound came again, but this time, Wang Beihai didn't dodge, taking the hit head-on. A fierce blow struck the back of Wang Beihai's neck, but protected by the Azura indestructible body, he didn't faint. He closed his eyes slightly, pretending to be unconscious. Sure enough, the attack didn't come again. Soon, Wang Beihai's vision brightened abruptly, and the vast universe with its glittering galaxies appeared before him. Amazed by the spectacle, Wang Beihai realized he was in a golden passageway spanning hundreds of light years, connecting to other lands, with similar passageways around him numbering over 100. Wow! Seeing such a stunning scene, Wang Beihai couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, a distant voice echoed through the vast universe. Someone has intruded upon the secrets of heaven. How did you manage that? Wang Beihai was startled and looked in the direction of the voice. A colossal eye appeared in the universe, composed of countless stars. With just a glance, Wang Beihai felt completely exposed. Interesting fellow, using weapon 0. Haha, let's see how far you can go. With that, the eye blinked, and Wang Beihai felt his vision blur, his eyes closing as he fainted. When he woke up again, Wang Beihai felt dizzy, unable to recall what had happened earlier. Ugh, have we arrived? Huang Fuling and the others woke up one after another, curiously surveying their surroundings. Just as Cheng Wudi had described, there was indeed a city here, and its appearance was almost identical to that of Wu Emperor City. I seem to see the ruins of Wu Emperor City. Wang Beihai carefully examined their surroundings, then shifted his gaze to the city square. Did your Wu Emperor City have these 3 tall towers before? Cheng Wudi was taken aback at first, then looked towards the square, his eyes widening. Impossible, there were no such towers when I was here last time. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Chapter 269, Kunlun Taoist. Never before? When Qing's brows furrowed slightly, then she looked at the 3 pagodas not far away and asked softly, could there be people living in this underground city? Really? If there are underground residents, I must take a good look, Huang Fuling said excitedly. Wang Beihai frowned slightly. It's hard to say. We should still be cautious. Since we're here, we might as well open those doors and get the items first, then take a look at the stone pagodas. Hearing this, The others also felt it made sense, and then they followed Chengwudi as he led the way towards the doors. Haha, I didn't expect to encounter people here. At that moment, a wild laugh echoed from the sky, and a figure landed in front of Wang Beihai and the others. Really someone? The group immediately stopped, looking at the person in front of them in disbelief. Oh, there are a few pretty young ladies here. How about becoming my concubines? The man sneered at them, and when he saw Wen Qing and Yang, his eyes widened. Then he gave a lewd smile and whistled at them. Is this the native of the underground city? Huang Fu Ling raised an eyebrow, looking at the man with disdain. He shouldn't be. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, and then the man spoke. Pfft, what eyesight! I am the Kunlun Taoist from Mount Kunlun. Now that I have entered this ancient divine relic and obtained the ancient inheritance, my strength has reached the peak of the heavenly realm. You few, don't you kneel down and pay your respects? Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and then burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Don't you believe I'll kill you? Kunlun Taoist roared angrily, ready to strike. But at that moment, Ying rushed forward and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying dozens of meters. I hate people like you the most. Yang snorted coldly. Kunlun Taoist crawled out from the ruins, then roared loudly. How dare you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit? With that, Kunlun Taoist swung his fist and charged forward. Seeing this, Wang Beihai and the others just smiled slightly, then unleashed all their energy. Feeling this terrifying aura, Kunlun Taoist's eyes immediately filled with fear. He hastily stopped his forward momentum in midair, but couldn't quite manage it, so he ended up crashing into a nearby wall, creating a human-shaped hole in it. The group couldn't help but laugh out loud. Kunlun Taoist crawled out from the wall's ruins, looking at them as if they were demons. He wanted to escape, but his legs were too weak to move. Wang Beihai and the others walked up, and Huang Fu Ling reached out and lifted Kunlun Taoist from the ruins like a chick. How many people came in with you, and what are their cultivation levels? Wang Beihai asked indifferently, his cold gaze making Kunlun Taoist sweat. Without thinking, he stammered out his reply. There were only 2 others with me, but we found out that others have also come to this relic. It seems there are also some natives of the relic, but they were all teleported from different places. Most of them are at the Nirvana realm. As he spoke, Kunlun Taoist gave Wang Beihai a look of grievance. I'm the weakest, so as soon as I entered, I hid alone. After waiting for a long time, I encountered you just now. I thought you were young and your cultivation shouldn't be high, but I didn't expect you to be so strong, alas. Kunlun Taoist sighed, completely losing his previous arrogance. Waited for a long time? Wang Beihai frowned. I'll ask you again. What are the 3 stone pagodas in the center of the square for? I don't know that. Kunlun Taoist shook his head. I've only dared to look for opportunities in the outskirts these days. As for the city, I didn't even dare to enter. At this point, Kunlun Taoist suddenly looked at Wang Beihai with tears and snot. Brother, I'm just a small heavenly realm cultivator. I have an 80-year-old mother above and a 3-year-old child below, all waiting for me to feed them. Please have mercy, don't hold a grudge against me. Seeing Kunlun Taoist's tearful appearance, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads, covering their eyes almost too embarrassed to look. Wang Beihai stepped forward and struck a palm strike on his back, causing Kunlun Taoist to grunt and immediately faint. If it weren't for this robe, I would have almost believed him, Yang said, stepping forward to kick him twice on the buttocks to vent her anger. Now what do we do? Wang Beihai shook his head and then looked at Chengwudi. I don't know now. Everything here seems to have undergone a huge change. When I was here before, there weren't even stone pagodas, let alone so many streets. Chengwudi frowned, not seeming to be lying. Could it be that the space we entered is different from the one you entered before? Wang Beihai turned his eyes and slowly said, It's not impossible. At that moment, Huang Fu Ling also walked up. Just like when I came out of the Flame Mountain, it was the same route but 2 different worlds. Hearing this, everyone nodded. At that moment, several whooshing sounds were heard, and then several figures flew past from the sky. These people wore uniform attire, and judging from the aura they emitted, they were all at the Nirvana realm. Wang Beihai and the others watched the figures in the sky with caution. The figures also noticed Wang Beihai's group. After a glance, they didn't stop but instead sped up towards the stone pagodas. Vaguely, Wang Beihai heard a voice saying, "Hurry, the stone pagodas are about to open." "The stone pagodas are opening? Let's follow and take a look." Wang Beihai muttered to himself, then leaped up, leading the others towards the direction of the stone pagodas. Soon, Wang Beihai and the others arrived at the scene. They found that there were already many people standing by the stone pagodas in the square, and judging from the auras they emitted, none were below the Nirvana realm. "That old Taoist didn't lie to us," Wen Qing said, her eyes sparkling as she stepped forward. Wang Beihai nodded, then frowned. "I just sensed it. The stone pagodas are indeed strange. When my spiritual sense approached, it felt like it was being absorbed by the pagodas. Could the things inside be related to spiritual sense?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned, then asked simultaneously, "Oh, isn't this the young master Huangfu? What wind blew you here?" At that moment, a very annoying voice came, and Wang Beihai and the others immediately frowned, turning to see a fat face in front of them. "It's really you, Zhang Qingluan. You haven't died yet, you fatso?" Huang Fuling looked at Zhang Qingluan with disdain, then suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. How did this dead fatso's cultivation increase so much? Judging by his cultivation, he's even a bit stronger than me. The others naturally also felt Zhang Qingluan's sudden increase in strength, showing puzzled expressions. Surprised, aren't you?" Seeing the surprised looks on everyone's faces, Zhang Qingluan raised his head proudly and said, "Now, Master North is an inner disciple of the Tingyu Pavilion. With my talent and luck, you'll never catch up to me in your lifetime." Seeing Zhang Qingluan's proud look, Huang Fuling's eyes immediately filled with anger. "Haven't been taught a lesson for so long, you're itching for it again, aren't you?" As Huang Fuling spoke, he clenched his fists and charged towards Zhang Qingluan. Huang Fuling's speed was incredibly fast, and Zhang Qingluan hadn't reacted when the fist was already heading towards his face. "Stop!" At that moment, a middle-aged man in blue robes instantly appeared in front of Zhang Qingluan, extending his hand to easily block Huang Fuling's attack. Chapter 270. The person from the spirit realm? Who are you? Huang Fuling furrowed his brows, looking at the man before him with surprise. "Young man, you have good talent, but your temper is a bit too big. If there's no deep-seated grudge, why not turn hostility into friendship? Perhaps I could consider bringing you both into my Tingyu Pavilion." The man in the blue robe smiled, then raised his head proudly, assuming an air of superiority. "What's Tingyu Pavilion? Never heard of it." Huang Fuling snorted coldly, abruptly pulled back his hands, and then kicked out again. The man in the blue robe's expression darkened. "I was trying to give you a chance, but since you are so ungrateful, let me show you what it means that there are always higher realms beyond." With that, the man in the blue robe waved his sleeve forcefully. A wind blade instantly appeared in front of Huang Fuling. Startled, Huang Fuling quickly retracted his kick. But the wind blade seemed to have eyes, turning in midair and heading straight for Huang Fuling once more. Just a minor wind blade. It won't stump me." Huang Fuling snorted, punching the wind blade with a powerful blow. The collision created a loud noise in the air. Not bad. Seems you've also received some inheritance." The man in the blue robe raised his eyebrows, then narrowed his eyes, swiftly moving to the side. Just as he moved, Huang Fuling's fist appeared right before him. The powerful strike grazed the man in the blue robe's cheek, though not directly hitting him. The force of the punch still left a cut on his face. "Bastard!" The man in the blue robe wiped the blood from his wound, his body trembling with anger. "North, you've gone too far. Today, I'll teach you how to behave." With that, the man in the blue robe extended his hand and grabbed towards Huang Fuling. Huang Fuling narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of impending doom, and was about to retreat when a gust of wind suddenly arose in the air, forming a giant hand that swooped down towards him. "This is bad." Feeling the immense pressure, Huang Fu Ling sensed danger and tried to withdraw, only to find himself bound by a gust of wind, unable to move. Break! At that moment, a silver light flashed from a distance, and with a single strike, the gale dispersed. Freed from the wind's grip, Huang Fu Ling seized the opportunity to retreat with a few quick steps. Are you all right? On the ground, Wang Beihai, holding a long spear, looked at Huang Fu Ling who had retreated. I'm fine, but this guy is quite skilled. I'm not sure if I can defeat him if we go all out. Huang Fu Ling patted his chest to steady his nerves, then resentfully glanced at the man in the blue robe. He's already at the Saint Realm, mastering the power of natural laws. It's normal for you to lose. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. After crossing the Nirvana stage, cultivators undergo a rebirth, leaping into the Saint Realm. The most significant difference is that saints can control the power of natural laws to subdue enemies. Some even have the power to move mountains and shift seas with a mere gesture. It's you. The man in the blue robe coldly looked at Wang Beihai, his gaze turning covetous when he saw the long spear in Wang Beihai's hand. Ahem, North, that spear strike just now was impressive. May I take a look at your spear? The man in the blue robe coughed twice, then forced a smile at Wang Beihai. Sorry, you're not worthy. Wang Beihai snorted coldly, rejecting him outright. You insolent boy, do you know who you're speaking to? Zhang Qingluan shouted at Wang Beihai, but Wang Beihai just shook his head, showing disinterest. Young man, I am Su Qingfeng, the third elder of Tingyu Pavilion. I see your spear resembles one that went missing from my pavilion many years ago. May I have a look? If it is indeed ours, please return it. Of course, Tingyu Pavilion will reward you handsomely, and you might even replace him as my close disciple. The man in the blue robe pointed at Zhang Qingluan as he spoke. Zhang Qingluan widened his eyes, his expression akin to having swallowed a fly. Hee, this spear was a gift from a friend. What does it have to do with your Tingyu Pavilion? Wang Beihai laughed, seeing through Su Qingfeng's intentions. He merely coveted the weapon. You insolent boy, I advise you not to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Even in the spirit realm, our Tingyu Pavilion ranks high. If you indeed stole our spear, leave it behind and destroy your dantian, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, seeing Wang Beihai's refusal to yield, Su Qingfeng's face darkened, and he threatened with gritted teeth. But Wang Beihai showed no fear. Otherwise what? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. So, after failing with bribery, you switched to coercion? Is this the way of people from the spirit realm? Hemph, ignorant boy, the trash of the human realm is indeed so naive. Fine, today, I'll show you the difference between the spirit realm and your human realm. With that, Su Qingfeng waved his hands, and the surroundings suddenly became engulfed in strong winds. With a flick of his sleeve, 3 small tornadoes shot straight towards Wang Beihai. Saint Realm expert, come and fight. Feeling the overwhelming power, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, holding his spear and charging towards the 3 tornadoes. Just as his body was about to be engulfed, Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened, and he thrust his spear forcefully. In the sky, silver light flashed, and in an instant, Wang Beihai had thrust 36 times, causing the tornadoes in front of him to dissipate. You've got some skills. Su Qingfeng narrowed his eyes, then reached out again, forming a giant hand of hurricane wind that instantly grabbed towards Wang Beihai. Be careful. Huang Fu Ling recognized the move and shouted, but before the words left his mouth, a dragon's roar echoed through the air, and a white dragon's shadow broke through, shattering Su Qingfeng's hand seal. This boy must not be left alive. Witnessing Wang Beihai's strength, Su Qingfeng was shocked, his brows furrowing as he prepared to strike. Suddenly, the entire underground city began to shake. Su Qingfeng hastily withdrew his attack and turned to look at the stone tower. The stone tower is about to open. Saying this, Su Qingfeng glanced back at Wang Beihai, finally snorting coldly, Insolent boy, you're lucky this time. I'll let you live a little longer. When I come out of the stone tower, I'll take your life. With that, Su Qingfeng flicked his sleeve and flew to the base of the central stone tower. Zhang Qingluan hurriedly followed. Let's go. Let's see what this stone tower is all about. Wang Beihai sheathed his spear, and then they all arrived at the base of one of the stone towers. As they waited, the shaking of the underground city stopped, and then the 3 stone towers emitted 3 distinct lights. The central one was white, the one Wang Beihai's group was at was red, and the other tower was blue. Just as everyone was puzzled, a golden light shot out from the darkness, causing the 3 stone towers to tremble. The light from the towers then transformed into a stone tablet standing beneath the towers, and the doors at the bottom opened. Chapter 271. The Test. This tower is the Tower of Strength. It has 9 levels, and those who enter must ascend using physical strength. Each level offers a reward, and those who reach the top can obtain my golden body. When Qing squinted as he read the words on the stone tablet. Upon hearing this, the others around him couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It seems this tower is similar to the gate you encountered before, Senior, Wang Beihai mused, rubbing his chin and glancing at Cheng Wudi before continuing. The message is clear. This place tests our physical strength. The stronger the body, the higher one can reach. At this, the others frowned. Although their cultivation had reached the nirvana stage, when it came to physical training, except for Wang Beihai and Bai Shui, the rest were uncertain. After all, the body was indeed a challenge for cultivators. Why don't we go and check out the other 2 towers? Huang Fuling suggested, pointing to the other 2 stone towers. When Qing and Yang nodded in agreement, Wang Beihai glanced at the other 2 towers, understanding Huang Fuling's concerns, and then smiled at them, saying, You go ahead. I've trained my body, Bai Shui, and I will stay here to give it a try. Hearing this, the others' eyes lit up with joy, and they quickly dashed to the tower in the middle. What a load of nonsense about the Tower of Strength. With my Tian How Divine Strength, what's so difficult about 9 levels? A burly man snorted, hesitating for a moment before diving into the tower. As this man entered, the surrounding crowd waited for a while before gradually following suit into the tower. Master, let's go in too. If we delay, we might miss out on the treasures, Bai Shui pouted, blinking her eyes at Wang Beihai. All right, let's go. Wang Beihai nodded and stepped into the stone tower. Inside the tower, Wang Beihai found that the space was much larger than it appeared from the outside. Spatial power. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, sensing the extraordinary power within the tower. Master, look ahead, Bai Shui suddenly called out. Wang Beihai looked up to see a large chest at the end of the first level, filled with pills. It seems that Cheng Wudi encountered this tower by chance, not a gate, Wang Beihai sighed, examining the distance from the tower entrance to the chest, which was only about 100 meters. At that moment, a woman in front of them let out a painful scream and collapsed to the ground, looking extremely distressed. Useless. This pressure is like a game to me. The first man to enter the tower sneered, turning back and then sprinting to the chest in 3 quick steps. So many pills, we're rich. The man's eyes glowed with greed as he stared at the full chest, drooling. In that case, Grandpa won't be polite, the man said, pulling out a small pouch from his embrace. Judging by the spatial power emanating from it, it was clearly a storage treasure. Wang Beihai was slightly stunned, puzzled, as the man began to collect the pills with the pouch. How can you do this? If you take them all, what will we get? Seeing the man using the pouch to gather the pills, the others behind him grew anxious. Shu, who asked you to be so weak? This world is about the survival of the fittest, understand? The man laughed arrogantly, continuing to fill his pouch. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot out from the tower, breaking the man's arm holding the pouch. The man let out a painful cry, clutching his wound with his other arm. Then, the golden light struck again, opening the pouch on the ground, and all the pills it had collected returned to the chest. One person may take only 1 pill. Those who are greedy will have their arm broken the first time, and the second time, they will be killed. A voice filled with killing intent reverberated through the tower, causing everyone's expressions to turn grave. It seems the owner of this tower is no simple character. Wang Beihai glanced at the still suffering man and nodded to Bai Shui. Let's be careful and go, he said, and the two began walking towards the chest. After walking tens of meters, Wang Beihai felt no change, but halfway there, an invisible pressure suddenly hit him. Wang Beihai's brows furrowed. It felt as if he were carrying a 1,000-gene boulder. So that's why. Wang Beihai glanced at the others struggling to move and understood. Bai Shui, how are you doing? Wang Beihai looked at Bai Shui, who seemed curious and unaffected by the gravity. Let's go, Wang Beihai smiled, and with Bai Shui, they ran past the others and reached the chest. Taking a lesson from the previous incident, Wang Beihai and Bai Shui carefully took only one pill each, and no golden light appeared in the tower again. As soon as they took the pills, a mechanical sound came from behind the chest, and a staircase appeared before them. It seems this is the way to the second level. Wang Beihai looked at the staircase and was about to ascend with Bai Shui when he suddenly stopped. What's wrong, master? Bai Shui looked at Wang Beihai, puzzled. Wait, Wang Beihai waved his hand, then walked to the man, whose face had turned pale due to blood loss. What do you want? The man looked at Wang Beihai with caution. Shut up if you want to live, Wang Beihai frowned, then waved his hand, inserting several silver needles into the man's broken arm. After doing so, Wang Beihai stood up, ready to leave. Wait, the man suddenly called out to Wang Beihai. Is something the matter? Wang Beihai asked indifferently. The man was momentarily stunned, then gritted his teeth and looked at Wang Beihai gratefully, saying, Thank you today. What's your name? If there's a chance in the future, I, Wang Bin, will definitely repay you. Wang Beihai frowned, initially not wanting to reply, but then thought better of it and said, I'm Wang Beihai. With that, Wang Beihai led Bai Shui up the stairs and headed straight for the second floor. Wang Beihai, the man repeated the name, his eyes gleaming with determination. At that moment, a man in a black cloak appeared in front of the tower. The man's ears twitched, and with a slight movement of his foot, he appeared in front of the chest, unimpeded throughout. What did you just say? Where is Wang Beihai? The man leaned in and coldly asked the man. The man pointed tremblingly with his remaining arm towards the stairs behind him. The man glanced at the stairs, then took a pill from the chest, toyed with it in his hand, and threw it to the man beside him. The man looked at the pill in his hand with joy, about to kowtow in thanks, but the man in the cloak had already disappeared. Chapter 272. The Nine-Winged Divine Thunder. Wang Beihai and Bai Shui reached the second floor from the stairs. As soon as their feet touched the ground, a stronger pressure enveloped them, making them feel as if a small mountain was pressing down on them. Despite this, their expressions remained relaxed. They exchanged a glance and continued forward. Unlike the first floor, each step here increased the pressure by a small but terrifying amount for ordinary people. Before long, they had covered half the distance. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose ahead. The duo immediately halted, frowning at the sight of the wind. What's this all about? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. The powerful wind had already formed a barrier in front of them. After pondering for a moment, Wang Beihai tore a piece of cloth from his clothes and threw it forward. The cloth was shredded to pieces the moment it touched the wind wall. This is intense. Wang Beihai gasped, realizing this wasn't just a wind wall but a sharp meat grinder. Good thing they didn't come along, he thought, nodding at the decision of Huang Fuling and the others. He then looked at Bai Shui. What do you think? Should we proceed? Bai Shui glanced at the wind wall, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Of course, why not? It's just a bit windy. With a cold snort, a white light enveloped Bai Shui. You've mastered the immortal Azura body quickly, Wang Beihai chuckled. Bai Shui stuck out her tongue at Wang Beihai, and then plunged into the wind wall. Inside, the sound of clashing metal rang out until it stopped, replaced by Bai Shui's faint call, Master, come quickly, there's something good here. Hearing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, activating the immortal Azura body, which covered him in a red-blue glow. Just as he was about to step into the wind, footsteps echoed behind him. He turned to see a cloaked figure emerging from the stairs, standing at the entrance, intently watching him but not advancing. Who is this? Haven't seen him before, Wang Beihai thought, feeling a strange familiarity. Never mind, let's move on, he decided, shaking his head and diving into the wind. The wind fiercely tore at him, but with the immortal Azura body, his progress was unhindered, and he soon emerged from the wind zone. What is this? Wang Beihai eyed the table in front of him, which was covered with identical purple crystals. These are teleportation stones. Don't underestimate them. They have great uses, Bai Shui proudly explained, puffing out her chest. In ancient times, only supreme beings could create these. My inherited memories tell me they can teleport people to desired locations. Teleport to any place. Wang Beihai's eyes widened. Without Bai Shui's explanation, he would never have guessed these tiny stones had such power. So, they're like mini teleportation arrays? Wang Beihai's eyes gleamed at the sight of the pile of stones. Not exactly. Teleportation arrays need corresponding formations, but stones don't. However, their range is limited, and the process is somewhat unstable. It's a trade-off, Bai Shui said, stroking her chin as if she knew everything. Wang Beihai chuckled at her pretense of knowledge. Seems like you know a lot, he teased. Of course, I'm a high-level divine beast, the snow god eagle. We have inherited memories, Bai Shui proudly declared, patting her chest. As they spoke, Wang Beihai grabbed a teleportation stone, feeling the strong spatial energy within. Too bad we can only take one, he lamented, eyeing the pile with reluctance. Look at you, so greedy. Here, take mine, Bai Shui sighed, handing her stone to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai didn't get angry. Instead, he flattered Bai Shui. Bai Shui rolled her eyes. Just then, the passage reappeared. Wang Beihai glanced longingly at the teleportation stones before resolutely following Bai Shui up the stairs. After they disappeared, the mysterious man who had been standing at the entrance slowly emerged from the wind. Teleportation stones, quite a valuable find, he muttered, taking one and pocketing it. He then looked up at the passage, his eyes burning with anger. Wang Beihai, making me stand in this wind for so long. When I catch up, you're dead, he vowed, following them. For the rest of the journey, Wang Beihai and Bai Shui faced no obstacles, treating the pressures and challenges as mere play. In no time, they reached the 5th floor. The 3rd floor was earth, the 4th was wood. Wonder what the 5th floor will be? Wang Beihai mused, looking at the empty space ahead, recalling the previous floors. Judging by now, this stone tower must be a place where a great master trained, using natural forces to strengthen the body. I feel much stronger after this journey, Wang Beihai said, looking at his hands. You've gotten a bit stronger, Bai Shui casually remarked, glancing at her hands. Thought it would be tougher. Turns out it's just this. Boring, Wang Beihai shrugged. Suddenly, the 5th floor shook violently, and countless tiny golden lightning bolts filled the space, transforming it into a sea of lightning. Golden lightning! Wang Beihai exclaimed, recalling the excruciating pain from his previous encounter with lightning, shuddering. Even the usually nonchalant Bai Shui's expression grew serious. I'll give it a try first, Wang Beihai said, taking the lead for the first time since entering the tower. He extended his hand into the lightning. Instantly, numerous tiny bolts struck his arm, causing a painful expression. Despite the immortal Azura body, he felt the clear pain. This isn't ordinary lightning, Wang Beihai frowned. Of course not. This is the 9-winged divine thunder, a voice said, and the mysterious man ascended the stairs. Chapter 273, Crossing the Thunder Pool. Who are you? And what is the 9 wings divine thunder? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man before him with caution. The 9 wings divine thunder is a celestial lightning from the heavens. It only descends when one breaks through to the supreme realm. The lightning is golden yellow, and its power is dozens of times greater than ordinary lightning. Not even a divine realm expert could withstand such a barrage of lightning, let alone an ordinary person. The mysterious man's eyes flickered with disbelief as he spoke. I never expected that within this legendary Black Tower, there would be so much 9 wings divine thunder. And to think that the 5th level alone is so monstrous. After saying this, the mysterious man glanced at Wang Beihai. It seems the Tower of Power ends here. I advise you not to risk your life. This thunder pool is beyond our reach. You don't look like a good person at all. Master, don't listen to him. I don't believe that a mere lightning bolt can do anything to me. Bai Shui glared at the mysterious man with her big eyes, then snorted coldly and transformed into her true form. With a flap of her wings, she flew into the thunder pool. As soon as Bai Shui entered, the thunder within the pool became ferocious. Countless golden bolts of lightning surged towards her. Before she could fly 10 meters, she let out a scream and hurriedly retreated. Are you all right? Wang Beihai quickly caught Bai Shui, noticing that her iron-hard feathers were scorched black. Bai Shui let out a muffled grunt, transforming back into her human form, blood now dripping from the corner of her mouth. I'm fine, master. But the power of this thunder pool is indeed terrifying. He wasn't lying to us. With that said, Bai Shui passed out. Wang Beihai frowned. You managed to withstand it for a while. Your physical strength is impressive. The mysterious man glanced at Bai Shui, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. But that's it. Know your limits, Wang Beihai. Don't get yourself killed here. The mysterious man spoke indifferently, but Wang Beihai's eyes widened. Wait, how do you know my name? Seeing the mysterious man about to leave, Wang Beihai immediately stood up and reached out, only to pass through the man's body. The mysterious man then vanished into thin air. Who exactly is this person? Wang Beihai frowned, pondering for a long time but finding no answer. Forget it. Next time we meet, you won't get away. Wang Beihai shook his head and turned his gaze to the thunder pool before him. The golden lightning roared like a beast, incessantly challenging Wang Beihai. Should I continue forward? Looking at the terrifying lightning ahead, Wang Beihai's heart wavered. Such terrifying 9 wings divine thunder, even the ancient great beings would retreat. Beihai, give up? At that moment, the book of no words flew out from Wang Beihai's body, still lazily uttering a sentence. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and asked the lightning ahead. Book, do you know this tower? Of course I do. This tower is called the Black Tower. It is a product of the primordial chaos from ancient times. As for whose it is, I don't know. But in my memory, the Black Tower has only once acknowledged a master on its own. Who? Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately became curious. What kind of person could conquer such a treasure? The king. The book of no words said indifferently, causing Wang Beihai's eyes to widen. The king again. Since the king is the master of the Black Tower, he must have challenged it. Do you know what his result was? Wang Beihai suppressed his shock and continued to inquire. Of course I know. Did he pass the 5th level? The 5th level? You're joking. The book of no words let out a disdainful laugh and continued. The king back then passed all the challenges of the Black Tower. This 5th level is nothing but a hurdle for you novices. After that, the book of no words let out a lazy groan. All right, with your current body, it's hard to get through this. Give up. Hearing this, Wang Beihai looked reluctantly at the thunder pool ahead, his fists clenched tightly. Moments later, the reluctance in his eyes turned into determination, and he stepped into the thunder pool. With Wang Beihai's entry, the lightning in the pool became ferocious. Countless tiny bolts of lightning struck Wang Beihai, instantly breaking his azura indestructible body, and an excruciating pain surged through him. In the thunder pool, Wang Beihai let out a heart-wrenching scream. Then another bolt of lightning struck, leaving him blackened and collapsed on the ground. Damn it, Beihai, are you out of your mind? The book of no words hovered outside the thunder pool, seeing Wang Beihai struck down by the lightning, ready to fly in to save him. But at that moment, Wang Beihai's eyes suddenly opened, and with a hand on the ground, he struggled to stand up. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were exceptionally determined. How could I fall here? A mere lightning bolt, what can it do to me? Wang Beihai roared, and the divine lightning seemed to hear his provocation. Countless tiny bolts of lightning began to combine, and soon, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm struck down at Wang Beihai. The lightning hit, and Wang Beihai screamed again, collapsing once more. Now, his body was bloodied and mangled, with his chest faintly revealing a hint of bone. Beihai, don't get up again. I'm coming to save you. The Book of No Words shouted anxiously, transforming into a golden light and rushing into the thunder pool. At that moment, Wang Beihai extended a fist, stopping the book's action, then used one hand to prop himself up, and the red mist and dragon's heart flew out from his body. Would you two be willing to fight this heavenly lightning with me? Both red mist and dragon's heart emitted a resonant hum. Wang Beihai laughed boldly, and a faint green light emanated from his body, quickly repairing his damaged body. Well done, breaking through to rebuild. This near-death state has activated the power of the blood lotus within you. If you grasp this opportunity, you can comprehend the law of life, and in the future, you can regenerate flesh from bones. To kill you, it would take a fatal blow. Otherwise, you're an unkillable cockroach. However, Wang Beihai ignored the Book of No Words words. With one hand holding the sword and the other gripping the spear, he boldly stepped forward into the lightning. Instantly, even more enormous lightning struck. Wang Beihai and his weapons together withstood the lightning's power. The red mist and dragon's heart shattered and then quickly reformed. The lightning struck repeatedly, and with each step Wang Beihai took, he was knocked down by the lightning, but each time, he managed to stand up again. Stepping out again, knocked down again. After countless lightning strikes, Wang Beihai took another step, and the divine lightning dissipated, having crossed the thunder pool. I did it. Wang Beihai's lips curled slightly, then he collapsed forward. Chapter 274. Golden Body at the Top of the Tower. It was impossible to tell how much time had passed, but Wang Beihai, who had been charred to resemble a burnt stick, suddenly twitched a finger. There was a crisp sound, and the blackened skin of Wang Beihai slowly cracked, soon covering his entire body with fissures. With a slight snap, the charred skin began to peel off, revealing a layer of fresh, tender white skin beneath. Wang Beihai's eyes snapped open, and he propped himself up with his hands, standing up abruptly. A vigorous shake scattered all his belongings into dust. My clothes. Wang Beihai frowned, glancing at his smooth, naked body. He waved his hand, retrieving clothing from his spatial ring and putting it on. Then, he cast a wary eye at the golden thunder pool behind him. Better to stay away from that thing in the future. The thought of the bone-deep pain made Wang Beihai shudder with fear. Let's see what I can get from such a difficult level. With that, Wang Beihai strode forward. Sure enough, at the end of the path stood a table with an envelope on it. Wang Beihai furrowed his brows and picked up the envelope, tearing it open. His eyes widened in surprise. Wang Beihai, if you dared to cross the thunder pool and survived, it means I didn't misjudge you. The so-called 9 levels are nothing much. Seeing this letter means you possess a formidable physique. When you reach the top of the tower and claim my golden body, merging with it will bring a qualitative leap to your physical form. Also, let me share a secret. When I ascended to the top, it took me only an hour. Keep it up, young man, ha ha ha. As Wang Beihai read the contents of the letter, he raised his eyebrows, feeling an urge to hit something by the end. Is that it? Just a letter and that's all? Wang Beihai frowned, dissatisfied, and rummaged through the table several times. I risked my life for this letter, only to be mocked by its writer. Wang Beihai shook his head with a wry smile, then picked up the letter again. Who wrote this? How did they know I was the first to arrive here? It seems everything was preordained. What's going on? Countless questions surged back into Wang Beihai's mind. Don't think too much. The methods of the sovereign are beyond even my guessing. At that moment, the Book of No Words flew over lazily, making this remark. You mean the sovereign left this letter? Wang Beihai was shocked, shaking his head incredulously. Impossible. How could the sovereign know what would happen tens of thousands of years later? The previous owner of the tower was the sovereign. Combined with what the letter says, who else could it be? The Book of No Words emitted a golden light, and the letter paper flew up, merging into the book. Whether in the past or the present, the sovereign's existence is a miracle. His decisions should be correct. Hearing this, Wang Beihai shook his head in dissatisfaction. Even so, does he think a letter is enough to dismiss me? Crossing the thunder pool and undergoing divine thunder body tempering is already the greatest benefit for you. At least, you no longer need to worry about the threat of heavenly tribulations when you ascend from the saint realm to the sovereign realm. After passing through the thunder pool, heavenly tribulations will be no more than a mere tickle to you. And look at your weapons, Red Flare and Dragon's Heart. Hearing this, Wang Beihai remembered his weapons. Looking down, he saw that Red Flare's originally red blade now had many fine golden lines, and Dragon's Heart's pure silver spear shaft had also gained some golden hues. How did they change so much? Wang Beihai bent down to pick up Red Flare, lightly swinging it to produce a golden sword light, with faint electricity within. He swallowed hard, stowing Red Flare, then picked up Dragon's Heart and thrust it into the air, sparking with thunder. Now these two spirit artifacts are beginning to take on the appearance of divine weapons. With a chance in the future, refining them with the Nine Wings divine flame will surely make them divine weapons. The Book of No Words spoke excitedly, and Wang Beihai's eyes also began to show excitement. At that moment, a passageway reappeared. Wang Beihai stowed his weapons, glanced back, sensing Bai Shui was safe, and turned to climb the stairs. Upon reaching the 6th level, Wang Beihai found it filled with martial technique manuals. There were no trials here. Wang Beihai casually browsed through them, his heart filled with astonishment. Any one of these techniques released into the world would cause a storm. Yet here there are so many. Wang Beihai sighed, then his eyes revealed disappointment. Unfortunately, I already have the Haotian Zhenqi Ju. With that, Wang Beihai found the path up and ran straight to the 7th level. The 7th level space suddenly shrank, only the size of a room. Still, there were no trials, just a variety of spirit artifacts. After rummaging through them, Wang Beihai finally chose an ancient-looking box, the origins of which even the Book of No Words could not identify. Then, Wang Beihai did not linger and directly arrived at the 8th level. In the 8th level, there was only a blood-red pool, with mist-covered water bubbling inside. Is this supposed to be a bath for me? Wang Beihai raised his eyebrows, not thinking much, and jumped into the pool. Instantly, Wang Beihai felt a warm force nourishing his entire body, with every cell rejoicing. So comfortable. Wang Beihai smiled contentedly, then closed his eyes and fell asleep in the pool. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Beihai slowly awoke, climbing out of the pool, stretching luxuriously, feeling a wave of comfort. The last few levels are like a bonus. I wonder what's at the top of the tower. Wang Beihai smiled slightly and headed straight for the 9th level. Upon entering the 9th level, it was pitch black. Wang Beihai stamped his foot, and the surroundings lit up. The 9th level was like a bedroom, with tables, calligraphy, and paintings all present. Wang Beihai scanned the room, finally focusing on the bed in the center. He approached, seeing a person sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed. Wang Beihai rubbed his eyes, taking a closer look. The person had already achieved enlightenment, but strangely, their body had neither decayed nor mummified. This is the golden body. The Book of No Words flew above the corpse, spinning fiercely. A gust of wind blew, and the corpse instantly cracked, then shattered, revealing a golden skeleton. Whose golden body is this? Wang Beihai widened his eyes, looking at the skeleton in disbelief. Who else could it be but the sovereign? Hearing this, Wang Beihai was once again stunned. Chapter 275, Fusion. How could it be the king? If this is his flesh and blood, then who was it that intervened against the demonic creatures, and who transformed into a barrier to protect peace in the region? Wang Beihai shook his head vigorously, clearly unable to accept this reality. Hee, the king's abilities are beyond your wildest imagination. The one who intervened that day should have been his Dharma body. As for his true self, it is this golden body before you, the Book of the Unwritten said with exceptional certainty. Seeing Wang Beihai's still incredulous expression, the Book of the Unwritten continued. Once one enters the divine realm, they can cultivate their Dharma body, essentially training their divine soul. When the Dharma body is perfected, it is virtually indistinguishable from the true self. Hearing this, Wang Beihai nodded, half understanding, and then gently touched the golden skeleton. Instantly, he felt his blood surge within him, and he could sense the golden body. How could this be? Wang Beihai pulled his hand back from the golden body, puzzled. Why do I feel like I am one with this golden body? As a descendant of the king and now bearing the king's Haoyanjingqiju, it is natural for you to feel a connection to this golden body, the Book of the Unwritten chuckled. Since there's nothing else here, I'll head back down, Wang Beihai said, bowing to the golden body before turning to leave. At that moment, the tower suddenly shook. Unprepared, Wang Beihai stumbled back a few steps and accidentally sat on the golden body. A golden light shot out from the Book of the Unwritten, and the golden body's eyes lit up, embracing Wang Beihai tightly. Startled, Wang Beihai tried to struggle, but a flash of golden light from the skeleton caused his eyes to narrow, his vision becoming hazy. Begin! The Book of the Unwritten flew above Wang Beihai, and with a shower of golden light, the golden body began to slowly merge into Wang Beihai's body. As the golden body merged with Wang Beihai, the 3 stone towers in the square outside instantly vanished, and everyone undergoing trials inside the tower reappeared in the square. What's happening? Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what was going on. Then, the entire underground city began to shake as if it were about to collapse. Seeing this, everyone scattered in all directions, no longer caring about the Black Tower. Where's Beihai? In the square, Cheng Wudi and others approached Bai Shui, who had been teleported out, to inquire. Bai Shui shook her head, indicating she didn't know. What should we do now? When Qing frowned, her eyes showing concern. Let's go first. I have a connection with my master. He's fine, Bai Shui said, narrowing her eyes. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. But how do we get out? Cheng Wudi looked at the anxious crowd, clearly unsure of how to leave. As they spoke, a white light suddenly lit up in the underground city. With a flash, everyone vanished from their spots. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai sat cross-legged inside the tower, his face showing pain, sweat dripping from his forehead, his clothes soaked, and a faint mist of blood emerging from his body. Hang in there, Beihai. The Book of the Unwritten hovered above Wang Beihai, golden light enveloping him. As time passed, the king's golden body completely fused with Wang Beihai's body. A few hours later, a tremendous thunderclap resounded throughout the divine tomb. Instantly, all flora, fauna, and creatures within the divine tomb bowed down. Outside the ancient divine site, in the human realm, a sky filled with 7-colored clouds appeared. All living beings beneath it knelt in worship. Many were astonished by this miraculous sight and took out their phones to capture the moment. Similar events also occurred in the spirit realm. In the spirit realm, the sun and moon shone together, lightning flashed, and clouds dispersed. Beasts emerged from the forest, and a golden light shot into the sky. On the island of immortals, Ling Ruoying was practicing her swordsmanship when she sensed the anomaly. A figure suddenly leaped from a pavilion, looking at the horizon and laughing wildly before taking the sword from Ling Ruoying, slashing through the void, and disappearing into it. On the other side of the spirit realm, in the Qin family, Xiaomin also felt the change in the heavens and earth. Looking up, she saw the Qin family's forces breaking through the sky and departing. In an instant, all major sects and families in the spirit realm were drawn to the Zhuxin Peak. Unaware of all this, Wang Beihai's eyes suddenly opened, filled with stars. Soon, the stars faded, and Wang Beihai regained clarity. What happened to me? Wang Beihai looked at his arm, finding nothing amiss. At that moment, the Book of the Unwritten quietly floated before Wang Beihai, speaking for the first time with genuine seriousness. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Your Majesty? Are you joking? My name is Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai frowned, immediately refuting. From now on, Wang Beihai is the king, and the king is Wang Beihai. In the future, you will once again stand at the pinnacle of the world. Being at the pinnacle isn't important to me. I just want to be Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai stood up, clearly feeling the golden body within him. The Book of the Unwritten let out a gratified sigh. As long as you don't lose yourself, that's good. Now, you can leave the tower. Someone wants to see you. See me? Who? Wang Beihai was puzzled and looked around but found no exit. You'll know when you meet them. The Book of the Unwritten floated before Wang Beihai and continued. Try silently thinking about leaving. Wang Beihai nodded and did as instructed. Closing his eyes and focusing his thoughts, he opened them again to find himself in a blank space. I really came out. Where is this? Wang Beihai looked around, frowning. This is the world created by that person. He will be here soon, the Book of the Unwritten said, returning to Wang Beihai's body. Wang Beihai shrugged and soon saw a small black tower floating before him, strikingly similar to the black tower he had seen earlier. Is this thing the original form of the black tower? Wang Beihai chuckled and gently touched the small tower before him. Yes, this is the original form of the black tower. Now, it's yours. The Book of the Unwritten's voice echoed once more. Mine. Wang Beihai was startled. At that moment, a crack appeared in the space before him, and a figure emerged from it, immediately giving Wang Beihai a big hug. Chapter 276, Sword Immortal. Haha, you've finally returned. You've finally come back, Wang Beihai. The man was visibly excited, embracing Wang Beihai tightly. Soon, Wang Beihai's face turned red, clearly struggling to breathe. Wang Beihai frantically patted the man's hand, prompting him to finally loosen his grip. Who are you? Wang Beihai gasped for breath, rubbing his neck. Hee, don't you recognize me anymore? The man smiled faintly, waving his hand to transform into a figure clad in fluttering white robes. Come sit. With another wave, a stone table and chairs appeared out of thin air, complete with a pot of hot tea already poured. It's you. Seeing this, Wang Beihai immediately recalled who this person was, the one who had conversed with him in a dream. How is Ruoying? Wang Beihai asked urgently. Hee, don't worry, she's doing great. This little girl has quite the aptitude, plus her character is quite resolute. She's almost mastered my Qinglian sword technique. The man chuckled, gesturing for Wang Beihai to sit down, his every movement exuding an air of arrogance. Wang Beihai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the man. You say the Qinglian sword technique was created by you? Indeed. The man sipped his tea, eyes half closed. And who might you be? A wanderer among the immortals. I remember they called me Li Bai. You are the poet immortal Li Bai. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's expression grew excited. Calm down, calm down. Writing poetry is just a spontaneous act after drinking, nothing extraordinary. The title Poet Immortal is undeserved. Li Bai let out a wry smile, then reached into his waist and pulled out a wine gourd. Wang Beihai's eyes lit up and he immediately sat down in front of Li Bai, taking a sip of tea and scrutinizing him closely. To pen such powerful lines as 10 steps to slay a man, 1,000 miles leave no trace, and with the deed done, fade into anonymity, truly, you are no ordinary soul. Ahem. Li Bai took a deep swig of wine, his brows furrowing with a hint of sorrow. The world only knows me for my drunken poems, but how could they understand my true aspirations? What they hear are merely the vicissitudes of life in my cup, but who knows the myriad lives I see? Li Bai smiled faintly and continued, The world reveres me as the poet immortal, yet they know not that I pursued the path of the sword. I am a poet, but also a swordsman. I can hold wine to embrace the moon, and I can roam the 4 directions. The world only sees my wildness in Chang'an, refusing to board a boat when called, but how could they know my sorrow from unfulfilled ambitions? Li Bai looked at Wang Beihai, his eyes brimming with intoxication and frustration. Brother Wang, no matter how full the poetry or how proud the spirit, it cannot withstand reality. Writing about the splendor of the world, yet unable to write a single life. For so long, only you have understood me. If not for you, I wouldn't know the joy of being an immortal today. Now that your golden body has returned, there is hope for the mortal world. Wang Beihai gazed at Li Bai, his eyes moistening unconsciously. Somehow, he felt the sorrow beneath Li Bai's carefree exterior. Brotherly, you've been through a lot. Wang Beihai wiped his eyes, blurting out the words without thinking. Perhaps at this moment, he truly understood the lines, lifting cups to invite the bright moon, forming 3 companions with my shadow, and drawing swords to cut the flowing water, yet the water flows on. Raising cups to drown sorrows, yet the sorrows deepen. The surrounding space fell into an eerie silence, with only the sound of their breathing echoing in the empty void. 1,000 years have passed, and I've finally waited for this moment. I'm glad you've returned, even if you're now called Wang Beihai. Li Bai's smile was sharp, pouring out the tea in Wang Beihai's cup and replacing it with wine from his gourd. Come, enjoy life while it lasts. Let not the golden cup face the moon empty. Wang Beihai looked at the wine in his hand, his heart swelling with passion. He laughed heartily, clinked cups with Li Bai, and downed the wine in one gulp. Refreshing, Wang Beihai exclaimed, feeling a surge of exhilaration. That's the spirit. Li Bai smiled, then waved his hand, causing a flash of white light. A long sword materialized, its blade snow-white and its tassel crimson, accompanied by a loud phoenix cry. What a magnificent sword! Wang Beihai squinted, suppressing the agitation of the qi shao within him. This sword is called Feng Qiuhuang, forged from heavenly meteorite iron during my ascension, nurtured by my essence. This sword is me, and I am this sword. Now, watch closely, Wang Beihai, and see what true Qinglian sword technique is. Li Bai said, gripping the sword tightly, his aura instantly becoming sharp. Standing there, he resembled an unparalleled sword. Then, Li Bai stepped on the 7 stars, his form becoming elusive. Around him, sword lights flared, and by the time he finished his move and sheathed his sword, Wang Beihai was still in shock. The Qinglian sword technique he used was worlds apart from what he had just witnessed. Watch closely. At that moment, Li Bai smiled faintly, then slashed forward with his sword. The surrounding space instantly split open, as if cut by something, forming a lotus-shaped rift. Such devastating power. Wang Beihai marveled at the rift, realizing Li Bai's sword aura had torn through the void. This is the true Qinglian sword technique. What you used had its form but lacked its spirit, Li Bai said, waving his hand to mend the rift in the void, then plopping back onto the stone chair, sipping his wine again. Form without spirit. Wang Beihai muttered Li Bai's words, lost in thought, then asked, what is the true essence of this sword technique? Not bad, Wang Beihai, you've hit the nail on the head. Li Bai raised an eyebrow, then stood up, holding the wine gourd in one hand and the sword in the other. Let me ask you, what is an immortal in this world? Hearing this, Wang Beihai was taken aback, shaking his head. He had never considered such a question. Haha, don't be constrained. As long as one has a true self, anyone can be an immortal. Remember, immortals are not exclusive to anyone. Those who attain the Tao are not just immortals, but with a sincere heart always present. Why worry about the absence of immortals in the world? A great bird can rise with the wind and soar 90,000 li. Who can reach those 90,000 li, and who can be my rival? As Li Bai spoke, his entire being radiated an aura of transcendence from the mundane world. At that moment, the winds and clouds paled, and only he stood alone in the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Understood my state of mind? After a long while, Li Bai withdrew his aura and glanced down at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai was dumbfounded, deeply moved by Li Bai's boldness. His eyes fixed forward, lost in contemplation. Seeing this, Li Bai couldn't help but smile, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, teachable indeed. With that, he gently tapped Wang Beihai's forehead, causing his eyes to close as his consciousness entered a state of enlightenment. Next time we meet, don't be so weak. After so many years without a fight, I'm itching for one. With that, Li Bai hummed a tune, slicing open a rift in space-time, and stepped into it. Chapter 277, Pursuit. Within the divine tomb, in the city of Martial Emperor. How many days has it been now? Why hasn't Beihai come yet? In Chang Wudi's courtyard, when Qing was pacing anxiously, while Yang lay lazily to the side, seemingly casual but with a hint of worry in her eyes. The group had emerged from the underground city 3 days ago, and since then, Chang Wudi had ordered people to keep an eye on the city's activities. However, after 3 days, there was still no news of Wang Beihai. Don't worry, Bai Shui said Beihai is fine, Huang Fuling said with a smile, trying to comfort everyone. Just because he's fine doesn't mean we can't be worried. Besides, feelings and intuitions are hard to predict. Who knows what's going on after so many days? When Qing glanced at Bai Shui beside her, who was sleeping soundly on the ground. She's been sleeping ever since we got back. No matter how you call her, she won't wake up. Her heart is really big. When Qing snorted coldly and turned away. If I'm not mistaken, she's awakening her bloodline, Yang said, glancing at Bai Shui. As a member of the Yaozu, she easily noticed Bai Shui's state. We'd better not disturb her right now. When Qing snorted and walked out of the room, Chang Wudi and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads helplessly. Damn Wang Beihai, dead Wang Beihai, how dare you abandon us? As when Qing walked through the alley, she kicked stones on the ground. Not far ahead, at a corner of the alley, a massive figure suddenly appeared. When Qing, not paying attention, collided heavily with the person. Ouch! When Qing let out a soft cry and fell to the ground. Who's that? Can't see? Already in a bad mood, when Qing stood up and shouted angrily. Oh, the lady is still as fiery as ever, but I like it. A mocking voice came, and when Qing froze, looking up to see Zhang Chengluan standing before her. The more I'm annoyed, the more unlucky I get. When Qing muttered under her breath, then glared at Zhang Chengluan and turned to leave, not wanting to waste a word with this scoundrel. Hey, where are you going, beautiful? Since we're so fated, why not sit down and chat? Zhang Chengluan took a step forward, blocking Wen Qing's path. Get out of the way. When Qing frowned, her hand already gathering spiritual energy. Seeing this, Zhang Chengluan not only didn't fear but revealed a rogue expression, reaching out to grab Wen Qing. Wen Qing's eyes turned cold, and with a swift motion, a green whip appeared in her hand. She swung it hard, and a loud crack echoed in the air, followed by the whip striking down with a green glow. Zhang Chengluan was secretly shocked and hurriedly rolled his bulky body to the side. The whip landed on the ground, instantly cracking the solid ground, with smoke sizzling from the crack. Poison! You're trying to take my life, Sister Bei. Zhang Chengluan gritted his teeth, smiling coldly at Wen Qing. If you won't listen to reason, this is all you get. I'm just walking my own path. I couldn't care less about the rest. Wen Qing said, stepping forward. Zhang Chengluan's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly leaped towards Wen Qing. Wen Qing snorted and swung her whip again, but this time, Zhang Chengluan didn't dodge. Zhang Chengluan smirked, and a golden light suddenly enveloped him. Golden bell cover. Wen Qing exclaimed, but this skill was much more solid than before, clearly indicating Zhang Chengluan had benefited greatly from the divine tomb. Bang! The heavy strike landed on Zhang Chengluan, who only frowned, the attack not even breaking through his protective golden light. Sister Bei, are you scratching me? Come, into my arms, and scratch all you want. Zhang Chengluan leered, already close to Wen Qing. Get lost. Wen Qing shouted, kicking towards Zhang Chengluan's crotch. Zhang Chengluan smiled, stomping his foot hard on the ground. Wen Qing's foot hit Zhang Chengluan's shin, and in the next second, her face turned red with pain. This kick felt like hitting steel, and a sharp pain shot through Wen Qing's foot. Wen Qing knew something was wrong and limped back a couple of steps. Hee, Sister Bei, even if the King of Heaven came today, he couldn't save you. Zhang Chengluan stroked his chin, slowly approaching Wen Qing. Get lost, disgusting fatso. At that moment, a nimble figure darted out of the alley. Yang's claws raked across Zhang Chengluan's face. Zhang Chengluan, caught off guard, was disfigured by the claw marks. Fortunately, the golden bell cover protected him. Otherwise, that claw would have taken his life. Bastard! Zhang Chengluan touched his face, now with 4 claw marks. Just in time. Today, even if the Supreme Being came, I'd take you all back and torture you to death. Zhang Chengluan roared, and a mist enveloped him. When it cleared, his entire body had slimmed down. Die! Zhang Chengluan shouted and lunged at Yang. Yang narrowed her eyes and dodged to the side. Zhang Chengluan's punch shattered the nearby wall. Let's see how long you can dodge. Zhang Chengluan snorted, his speed surging again. Yang could barely keep up. Just as the two were locked in combat, Huang Fuling and Cheng Wudi arrived. Huang Fuling glared and, without asking questions, threw a punch. Zhang Chengluan, seeing this, hurriedly stopped chasing Yang, blocking with his arms and stumbling back several meters. Huang Fuling, it's you again. Zhang Chengluan rotated his numb arms, glaring at Huang Fuling. That's right, it's your grandpa. What now? Want another punch? Hearing this, Zhang Chengluan's eyes flashed with reluctance. At that moment, several figures landed beside Zhang Chengluan, led by Su Qingfeng from the underground city. What's going on? Su Qingfeng glanced at Zhang Chengluan, coldly asking. It's them, always causing me trouble. Zhang Chengluan pointed at Huang Fuling and the others, feigning grievance. Oh! Su Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, then coldly looked at the group. You have good talent, but you're a bit troublesome. How about joining my Tingyu pavilion? The males can be my first disciple, and the females can cultivate with me. Su Qingfeng looked down on them, his gaze lingering with strong desire on Yang. Sorry, we're not interested. Huang Fuling snorted, and Su Qingfeng's eyes widened. Before Huang Fuling could react, he felt like being hit by a 1,000-pound boulder. His body instantly propelled backward. The others immediately became vigilant. I'll give you one more chance. Leave her, and I'll let the rest of you go. Su Qingfeng said slowly, pointing at Yang. You're dreaming. At that moment, Cheng Wudi stepped forward, waving his hand, and the dragon's sword appeared in his grasp. Run, you guys. Cheng Wudi told Wenqing and the others, then raised his sword, transforming into a dragon, and lunged at Su Qingfeng. Chapter 278. The Earth-Shattering Sword Strike. Hee, a mere Saint Realm Chuchi dares to block me? Facing Cheng Wudi's powerful strike, Su Qingfeng merely sneered, then waved his sleeve forcefully, causing a gust of wind to surge around him, instantly forming several tornadoes in front of him. Cheng Wudi, transformed into a giant dragon, crashed into the tornadoes, producing a piercing noise. The wind dispersed, and the dragon form of Cheng Wudi vanished. So strong. Cheng Wudi narrowed his eyes. At that moment, Su Qingfeng smirked and waved his hand. Several people behind him immediately chased after Huang Fuling and the others, including some Saint Realm experts. It's up to you now. Cheng Wudi narrowed his eyes, leaped into the air, and Su Qingfeng followed suit by stamping his foot on the ground. You're quite good. Although your cultivation is a bit low, your moves and techniques are top-notch. How about joining my Listening Rain Pavilion? I can make an exception and have the pavilion master promote you to elder. Su Qingfeng looked at Cheng Wudi with narrowed eyes, no longer with the previous disdain. Being an elder is not as free as being a city lord. Moreover, what qualifications does a second-rate sect like yours have to recruit me? Cheng Wudi swung his sword, and a powerful aura erupted from within him. Hemph, you don't really think you can defeat me with your insignificant strength, do you? Su Qingfeng sneered. Sorry, we'll talk after we fight. With that, Cheng Wudi transformed into a streak of light and charged at Su Qingfeng. Ignorant. Su Qingfeng snorted coldly, then formed a seal with his hand. A massive tornado descended from the sky, accompanied by a trace of flame, even incorporating the fire law. Cheng Wudi narrowed his eyes and bit his teeth hard. One of his arms began to rapidly swell, eventually tripling in size. Cheng Wudi's arm bulged with veins, gripping his sword tightly as he glared at the massive tornado in the sky and swung his sword forcefully. Instantly, a white sword light appeared in the sky, slicing into the tornado. The tornado's forward momentum was halted, then it exploded with a loud bang, dissipating completely. Chung Wudi panted heavily in the air, his previously swollen arm now red and hanging limply, clearly suffering from side effects. Chung Wudi took the sword with his other hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at Su Qingfeng in the sky, who was now grim. So, what other moves do you have? Let me see how I can counter them all. Himph, you're just a spent force. I advise you to be more modest. Su Qingfeng snorted coldly, waved his hand, and a wind blade shot towards Chung Wudi. Chung Wudi immediately used the dragon sword technique, and the two fought in the air, their battle evenly matched for a time. Meanwhile, Huang Fuling, Wen Qing, and Nightingale were running across the rooftops. Zhang Chengluan led a group of fellow disciples in hot pursuit. Seeing the distance between them and Huang Fuling's group growing, Zhang Chengluan gritted his teeth and said to his fellow disciples, "Brothers, let's speed up. If we catch them, I'll reward you handsomely. The techniques and pills obtained from the inheritance will be shared." Hearing this, the disciples' eyes lit up with greed, and they immediately increased their speed. "Stop, Bazi." Soon, they reached the outskirts of the city, and Zhang Chengluan's group was only 10 meters behind Huang Fuling's group. At that moment, a Saint Realm expert at the front pointed forward, shooting a thin beam of light towards Wen Qing. "Be careful." Seeing this, Huang Fuling quickly pushed Wen Qing aside. Wen Qing was propelled away, but Huang Fuling let out a groan as the beam pierced through his shoulder, causing him to fall from the sky. "Huang Fuling!" The two women cried out in alarm and stopped. Wen Qing leaped to catch the falling Huang Fuling. "Leave me, you two must go." Huang Fuling's eyes were filled with urgency. "They outnumber us. I can't hold them off for long." "No, we go together." Wen Qing snorted coldly. At that moment, several thuds were heard as Zhang Chengluan's group landed and surrounded Huang Fuling's group with cold smiles. "Don't even think about escaping today." Zhang Chengluan sneered. At that moment, Nightingale stepped forward, transforming into a half-demon form with sharp claws and a tail extending from behind. TSK, never thought I'd encounter a demon." Zhang Chengluan was slightly surprised. Then his gaze turned malicious. "No wonder the master favors you. To be honest, I've never tasted a demon before." With that, Zhang Chengluan licked his lips and waved his hand, sending the four behind him charging forward. Meow. Nightingale's eyes turned cold, and she split into 3 clones before leaping into the fray with the 4 pursuers. Although the pursuers were higher in cultivation, Nightingale's nimble and flexible movements kept them at bay for a while. "Hurry up, my clones won't last long." Nightingale seized the opportunity to retreat from the battle and urged Huang Fuling and Wen Qing to hurry into the woods. "Damn it, underestimating us." At that moment, the 4 disciples of Listening Rain Pavilion became furious, unleashing their full strength, causing the 3 clones to dissipate instantly. Huang Fuling's group hadn't run far before they were surrounded again. This time, the pursuers didn't give Nightingale a chance, immediately knocking Huang Fuling down with a palm strike and quickly subduing Nightingale and Wen Qing. "Zhang Chengluan, what happened that day was my fault for embarrassing you. Let them go, and I'll let you deal with me however you want." Seeing the unfavorable situation, Huang Fuling frowned and, with a final resolve, bowed his head to Zhang Chengluan. Oh, this isn't like you, Ling Xiao." Zhang Chengluan laughed triumphantly, then stepped forward and kicked Huang Fuling hard. Huang Fuling was about to resist when the two holding Wen Qing and Nightingale tightened their grip, causing the 2 women to let out painful moans. Hearing this, Huang Fuling restrained his attack and was kicked in the stomach by Zhang Chengluan, rolling several meters and crashing into a tree. "Himph, Huang Fuling, the wheel of fortune turns. Who would have thought we'd be in each other's shoes?" Zhang Chengluan sneered as he walked up to Huang Fuling and kicked him several more times, leaving him weak on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. "You bastard, the Huangfu family won't let your Zhang family off after this." Huang Fuling glared at Zhang Chengluan with gritted teeth. Zhang Chengluan's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with a murderous intent. "You remind me of something. If I kill you here, Even if your Huangfu family is powerful, they can't justifiably come after me." With that, Zhang Chengluan's eyes turned fierce, and he swung a powerful punch towards Huangfu Ling's head. "I kill one with 10 steps, 1,000 miles without a trace." At that moment, a voice came from the sky, and a figure with a sword stepped out of the void, causing the heavens and earth to change. Facing Cheng Wudi's powerful strike, Su Qingfeng merely sneered, then abruptly waved his sleeve, causing a whirlwind to surge around him, instantly forming several tornadoes in front of him. Cheng Wudi, transformed into a giant dragon, crashed into the tornadoes, producing a piercing noise, and then the whirlwinds dissipated, along with Cheng Wudi's dragon form. Impressive, Cheng Wudi narrowed his eyes. At that moment, Su Qingfeng revealed a cold smile, waved his hand, and several of his men instantly chased after Huangfu Ling and the others, including some Saint Realm experts. "You're on your own," Cheng Wudi muttered, leaping into the air. Su Qingfeng stomped his foot and followed suit, ascending into the sky. "You're quite good, though your cultivation is a bit low. Your techniques and skills are top-notch. How about joining my Tingyu Pavilion? I can make an exception and have the pavilion master promote you to elder." Su Qingfeng looked at Cheng Wudi with narrowed eyes, no longer the previous disdain. "Being an elder is nowhere near as free as being a city lord. Besides, what right does a second-rate sect like yours have to recruit me?" Cheng Wudi swung his sword, immediately unleashing a powerful aura. "Humph, you don't really think your meager strength can defeat me, do you?" Su Qingfeng sneered. "Sorry, let's fight and see," Cheng Wudi said, transforming into a stream of light and charging at Su Qingfeng. "Ignorant," Su Qingfeng snorted, then struck out with a spell, causing a massive tornado to descend from the sky, accompanied by a hint of fire. "So, you also wield the fire Dao." Cheng Wudi narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth, his arm rapidly swelling to triple its size. Veins bulging on his arm, Cheng Wudi gripped his sword, glaring at the massive tornado in the sky, and swung a powerful strike. Instantly, a white sword light appeared in the world, cleaving into the tornado. The tornado's momentum stalled, then exploded with a terrifying roar, scattering the formidable attack. Cheng Wudi panted in the air, his swollen arm now red and hanging limp, evidently suffering from side effects. Cheng Wudi took the sword with his other hand, wiped the sweat from his brow, and looked at Su Qingfeng in the sky, who was now looking grim. "So, what other moves do you have? Show them, and see how I counter them one by one." "Humph, you're just a spent force. I advise you to be more restrained." Su Qingfeng snorted, waving his hand to send a wind blade towards Cheng Wudi. Cheng Wudi immediately employed the dragon sword technique, and the two fought in the air, engaged in a fierce struggle that was evenly matched. Meanwhile, Huangfu Ling, Wen Qing, and Yi Ying were dashing across the rooftops, pursued by Zhang Chengluan and his fellow disciples. Seeing the distance between them and Huangfu Ling's group growing, Zhang Chengluan gritted his teeth and said to his fellow disciples, "Brothers, let's speed up. Catch them, and I'll reward you handsomely with the techniques and pills from the inheritance." Hearing this, the disciples' eyes filled with greed, and they immediately accelerated, their speed surging. "Bazi, stop!" Soon, they reached the outskirts of the city, and Zhang Chengluan's group was only 10 meters behind Huangfu Ling's group. At that moment, a leading Saint Realm expert suddenly pointed forward, shooting a tiny beam of light towards Wen Qing. "Be careful." Seeing this, Huangfu Ling quickly pushed Wen Qing aside, who was instantly propelled away, while Huangfu Ling let out a muffled groan as the beam pierced his shoulder, causing him to fall from the sky. "Huangfu Ling!" The two women exclaimed in shock, stopping in their tracks. Wen Qing leaped forward and caught the falling Huangfu Ling. "Leave me, you two must go." Huangfu Ling's eyes filled with urgency. "They outnumber us. I can't hold them off for long." "No, we leave together." Wen Qing snorted. At that moment, several thuds sounded as Zhang Chengluan and his men surrounded Huangfu Ling's group with cold smiles. "Don't think of escaping today. None of you will get away." Zhang Chengluan sneered. At that moment, Ying stepped forward, transforming into a half-demon form, revealing sharp claws and a tail extending from behind. TSK. Never thought I'd encounter a demon. Zhang Chengluan was slightly surprised, then his gaze turned malicious. No wonder the master favors you. To be honest, I've never tasted a demon. As he spoke, Zhang Chengluan licked his lips and waved his hand, sending the 4 men behind him charging forward. Meow. Yi Ying's eyes turned cold, splitting into 3 doppelgangers, and leaped into the fray with the 4 men. Though the 4 men had higher cultivation levels, Yi Ying's agile movements and flexible body kept them at bay for a while. Hurry up, my doppelgangers won't last long. Yi Ying seized the opportunity to retreat from the battlefield, urging Huang Fuling and Wenqing to hurry into the woods. Damn it, underestimating us. At that moment, the 4 Tingyu Pavilion disciples were enraged, their strength surging, causing the 3 doppelgangers to dissipate instantly. Before Huang Fuling's group could get far, they were surrounded again. This time, they didn't give Yi Ying another chance, directly knocking Huang Fuling down with a palm strike, and quickly restraining Yi Ying and Wenqing. Zhang Chengluan that day, I embarrassed you. Let them go, and I'll let you do as you please with me. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Huang Fuling frowned, then gritted his teeth and bowed to Zhang Chengluan. Oh, this isn't your style, Ling Xiao. Zhang Chengluan laughed triumphantly, then stepped forward and kicked Huang Fuling. Just as Huang Fuling was about to resist, the 2 holding Wenqing and Yi Ying tightened their grip, causing the 2 women to let out painful moans. Hearing this, Huang Fuling stopped his attack, taking a kick to the stomach from Zhang Chengluan, rolling several meters and slamming into a tree. Hemph, Huang Fuling, the wheel of fortune turns. Who would have thought we'd switch places? Zhang Chengluan sneered as he approached Huang Fuling, kicking him several more times. Huang Fuling lay weakly on the ground, his mouth full of blood. Bastard, the Huangfu family won't let your Zhang family off after this. Huang Fuling glared at Zhang Chengluan through gritted teeth. Zhang Chengluan's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with a murderous intent. You remind me, if I kill you here, even if the Huangfu family is powerful, they can't justifiably come after me. With that, Zhang Chengluan's eyes hardened, and he swung a powerful punch towards Huang Fuling's head. 10 steps to kill one, 1,000 miles without a trace. At that moment, a voice came from the sky, followed by a figure stepping out of the void with a sword, causing the heavens and earth to change. Chapter 279. Instant Kill. In an instant, a lotus flower bloomed in the sky, and a bloodstain appeared on Zhang Chengluan's chest, followed by him being flung backward. Beihai. Seeing the newcomer, Wenqing and the others immediately showed expressions of joy. No, run Beihai, they are all saints. We are no match for them. You must escape and inform my father to avenge me after leaving the tomb. Before Huang Fuling could finish, Zhang Chengluan stormed over, fiercely kicking him in the stomach. Humph, run? After injuring me, do you think he can still escape? Zhang Chengluan clutched his chest wound, his expression twisted with fury, and a saint behind him immediately flew towards Wang Beihai. I'm sorry, but you seem to have misunderstood something. Wang Beihai's face remained expressionless, his eyes flickering with cold light. I never intended to run. As for you, hurting my friends means you must pay the price. As he spoke, the saint's attack was already upon him. Be careful. Wenqing shouted anxiously, and Zhang Chengluan and the others all showed smug expressions, as if Wang Beihai was already a corpse. Wang Beihai did not dodge at all. In the next second, the powerful attack struck him, and a cloud of dust rolled up in the air. Hee, facing my full force attack, he still dared not dodge. I wonder if he's just stupid or really that foolish. The saint laughed mockingly, glancing disdainfully at the others. I think he must have been scared silly and forgot to move. Zhang Chengluan sneered, and they all laughed together. Is this the level of saints in the spiritual realm? Disappointing. Just as Zhang Chengluan and the others were gloating, Wang Beihai's cold voice came from the dust. They were shocked and looked up to see the dust clearing, revealing Wang Beihai unharmed, hovering in the air. How is this possible? The one who attacked couldn't believe his eyes. You clearly took my full force attack. How can you be unharmed? Even my master wouldn't dare to take such a hit. Sorry, your attack is nothing more than a tickle to me. If all saints in the spiritual realm are like you, then the spiritual realm really has nothing to boast about. Wang Beihai dusted himself off. After being tempered by the 9 wings divine thunder, soaked in the blood lotus pond, and merging with the golden body, his physical body had reached a level that ordinary people could hardly imagine. He was confident that within the same cultivation level, he could crush his opponent with just his physical body. Seeing Wang Beihai's calm demeanor, Zhang Qingluan and his group looked like they had seen a ghost. Don't be fooled by him. He must be hiding a protective artifact. Let's join forces to kill him, and then we can divide such a divine artifact. Hearing Zhang Qingluan's suggestion, they exchanged glances and nodded, each using their strongest moves to attack Wang Beihai. Instantly, outside the city of martial emperors, the sky rumbled and the wind howled. Such a powerful aura. The might of saints is indeed terrifying. Huang Fuling watched the attacks with shock, then turned his gaze to Wang Beihai, filled with worry. Don't worry, he will be fine. Unattended, Wen Qing and Yang came to Huang Fuling's side, looking up at Wang Beihai in the sky with full trust. Wang Beihai, today is your end. Zhang Qingluan's eyes hardened as he hurled his energy towards Wang Beihai, and the others followed suit. Seeing the attacks approaching, Wang Beihai smirked, tapping his foot and disappearing from his spot. The attacks collided, causing trees to snap and a spatial rift to form where he had stood. This is a bit more like it. Despite this, their attacks missed. Wang Beihai stood leisurely on a treetop, looking down at them with a playful smile, still as calm and unharmed as ever. Impossible. No matter how fast he is, how can he outpace us? Zhang Qingluan's heart was filled with fear. If not for the support of his 4 saint brothers, he would have already knelt down to beg for mercy. I'm giving you one last chance. Cherish it well. Wang Beihai looked at them indifferently, slowly extending a finger. Humph, big talk. Let's see how many times you can dodge. Form the array. The leader shouted, and the other 3 immediately took their positions. Instantly, a large array appeared above them, from which a giant spider crawled out. This is the 8-eyed demon spider. I didn't expect my senior brothers to have such abilities, to summon the sect's guardian beast. Now, let's see if you can survive. Zhang Qingluan squinted, gloating over Wang Beihai. Beihai, although it's just a shadow, it's enough to kill you. The leader shouted, and the giant spider lunged at Wang Beihai with its legs. Wang Beihai observed the spider with interest, dodging while examining it. The techniques of the spiritual realm are quite impressive, to be able to conjure such a creature. Wang Beihai thought, and the lazy voice of the Book of No Words echoed again. Indeed, the people of the spiritual realm are either cultivating or on the path to cultivation. With so many years of inheritance, it's naturally beyond the reach of the human realm. But these guys are really fools. Although they are saints, their foundations are unstable, clearly boosted by some secret method. If it comes down to a fight, they might not even be a match for a Nirvana realm cultivator. Haha, well said. Hearing the Book of No Words, Wang Beihai laughed, dodging the spider's attack once more. Enough. This array is nothing special, and this spider, if it were the real thing, might give me some trouble. But this shadow version... With that, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, summoning the dragon's heart in his hand. What a load of nonsense about the demon spider. Let me pierce it with one spear. Thunderstrike. Wang Beihai shouted, and the sky instantly darkened. In the darkness, a silver lightning bolt flashed, and the sky cleared again in an instant. Wang Beihai spun the spear, and then slammed it into the ground. The giant spider's shadow shattered instantly, and the 4 who had formed the array all widened their eyes, spitting blood before collapsing to the ground, their lives extinguished after a few struggles. Seeing this, the others all opened their mouths wide, looking at Wang Beihai with the eyes of a monster. For saints, instantly killed with one spear. Chapter 280. Battle against Su Qingfeng. Gulp. Zhang Qingluan looked at Wang Beihai and couldn't help but swallow hard. All he wanted now was to find a chance to slip away. Just as Zhang Qingluan was looking for an opportunity to escape, he inadvertently met Wang Beihai's gaze. Instinctively, he shrank his eyes. Seeing this, Wang Beihai smiled slightly and said to Zhang Qingluan, "So, are we still fighting?" Zhang Qingluan's face turned ashen, and he dared not make a sound, only cursing inwardly, "What fight? You've already killed 4 saints with one move. If I fight you again, do I want to keep my life or not?" As he thought this, Zhang Qingluan looked up and found Wang Beihai standing right in front of him. "Big brother, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I'll kowtow to apologize. You can do whatever you want, just don't kill me. If you spare my life, I'll give you anything, anything." Without hesitation, Zhang Qingluan knelt down to Wang Beihai and began to beg for mercy. "Your begging skills are quite good. It almost makes me feel a bit embarrassed. But don't worry, I won't do anything to you." Wang Beihai smiled, and upon hearing this, Zhang Qingluan immediately brightened up. However, they might not be so lenient. Just as Zhang Qingluan thought he was saved, Wang Beihai patted his shoulder and pointed behind him. Zhang Qingluan looked and saw Huang Fuling rubbing his fists and readying himself, while Wen Qing and Yang each pulled out a whip and extended their claws, all 3 glaring menacingly at Zhang Qingluan. At this moment, Zhang Qingluan felt his heart sink to the bottom. "Come on, young Master Zhang. We didn't get a chance to properly exchange blows earlier. Now let's see what you've got. This battle will decide both victory and life." After saying that, Huang Fuling charged forward, his pent-up anger transforming into fists that violently struck Zhang Qingluan. Seeing the danger, Zhang Qingluan quickly activated his golden bell cover, shielding himself with his arms. Then, as Huang Fuling's heavy punch landed, Zhang Qingluan was sent flying several meters away. "How is this possible? Our strength isn't that far apart, and I've even received the heritage of the Divine Protector." Zhang Qingluan shook his numb arm and looked at Huang Fuling with apprehension. "I refuse to believe. I can never be inferior to you. I refuse to believe it." Zhang Qingluan shook his head frantically. At that moment, several shadows suddenly flashed in the air. Before Zhang Qingluan could react, several bloody marks appeared on his stomach and back. Though the wounds were not deep, they fully awakened Zhang Qingluan. He frowned, then seized the opportunity to pull out several small spheres from his pocket and throw them to the ground. A cloud of smoke instantly rose, and under its cover, Zhang Qingluan quickly ran towards the city of the martial emperor. "Wanna run? No way." Wen Qing snorted coldly, whipping down and landing heavily on Zhang Qingluan's back. Zhang Qingluan let out a painful cry but did not stop. Instead, he used the momentum from Wen Qing's whip to run even faster. "Damn, why is his skin so thick?" Wen Qing narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. "Don't just stand there. Chase him." Wang Beihai glanced at the direction Zhang Qingluan had fled, which was towards the city of the martial emperor. At that moment, Wang Beihai sensed 2 extremely powerful figures clashing within the city. Upon hearing this, Huang Fuling and the 2 women dashed out in pursuit, while Wang Beihai lingered for a moment before darting off like a bolt of lightning. Despicable Wang Beihai. Just wait until I reach my master. See how you can still laugh then." As Zhang Qingluan fled, he cursed inwardly. The distance he had to cover wasn't far, and after running for a while, he arrived at the gates of the city of the martial emperor. Zhang Qingluan's heart leaped with joy, and he hurried towards his master. At that moment, Su Qingfeng and Cheng Wudi stood on the city walls, their eyes locked in a tense standoff. Su Qingfeng was already at the peak of the Saint Realm, while Cheng Wudi, though his realm had fallen and recovered only to the initial stage of the Saint Realm, possessed rich experience. The 2 had fought to a standstill, neither gaining the upper hand. "Master, save me." At that moment, Zhang Qingluan spotted Su Qingfeng on the city wall and excitedly waved his hand. "What's going on? What do you need saving from?" Seeing Zhang Qingluan return in such a state, Su Qingfeng felt an ominous premonition and asked, "Where are your 4 senior brothers?" The 4 senior brothers They are dead? Zhang Chengluan lowered his head, obviously not wanting to anger Su Qingfeng. Dead. Su Qingfeng's eyes widened. 4 saints are gone just like that? Who did this? I did. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up to see Wang Beihai holding a spear as he descended from the sky. You insolent brat, you're seeking death. Seeing Wang Beihai, Su Qingfeng's beard stood on end with fury. No, 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 don't get angry so quickly. Wang Beihai smiled and turned his gaze to Zhang Chengluan, who immediately jumped to Su Qingfeng's side, seeking protection. I am the master's last disciple. I don't believe you have the power to kill me. Before he could finish, a flash of red light in the sky pierced through Zhang Chengluan's forehead with a tiny sword, freezing his smug expression. You dare. Su Qingfeng's eyes bulged as he pointed angrily at Wang Beihai. Killing my rain listening pavilion's executive, killing my direct disciple. Brat, very good, very good. Su Qingfeng glared at Wang Beihai with gritted teeth, his aura suddenly surging. All right, Elder Chengwudi, I suppose you're tired from fighting. How about you take a break and let me take over? Hearing this, Chengwudi did not object. He was already out of strength. I didn't get a chance to properly experience it in the underground city before. Today, let me see how powerful the top combatant of the rain listening pavilion really is. With that, Wang Beihai brandished his spear and charged towards Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng snorted coldly, and the wind around him immediately converged, forming a suit of wind armor. Empowered by the wind, Su Qingfeng's figure became elusive. In an instant, all of Wang Beihai's attacks missed their mark. This secret technique is interesting. Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, and in a momentary lapse, Su Qingfeng seized the opportunity, sending dozens of wind blades towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai activated his Azura indestructible body, withstanding all the attacks. However, Su Qingfeng's attacks were markedly different from those of the previous saints. The heavy force combined with sharp wind blades brought Wang Beihai down, burying him in a pile of ruins. Beihai. Seeing this, Wen Qing and the others hurried to check on him. Before they could reach the ruins, a silvery shadow shot out from the debris. What is that? Everyone's eyes sharpened, and upon closer inspection, they saw it was Wang Beihai. This time, however, his body was wrapped in lightning, similar to Su Qingfeng's wind armor. Chapter 281. The Annoying Learning Ability. How is this possible? Su Qingfeng's eyes widened in an instant upon seeing Wang Beihai's state. The technique I spent my entire life researching. How did you, Beihai, manage to do it? It's that simple. Wang Beihai shrugged and then glanced at his arm, smiling as he said, You know, it's actually quite useful. Hearing this, Su Qingfeng's face turned a shade of green with anger, and he roared, No matter where you stole that move from, I don't believe you. A mere brat can be stronger than me. With that, Su Qingfeng narrowed his eyes and began forming seals with his hands. Soon, the armor on his body emitted a green glow. Upon closer inspection, countless tiny inscriptions began to appear on the previously smooth surface of the armor. As the inscriptions flickered, Wang Beihai felt a stirring in his heart and realized that the wind around him was all flowing towards Su Qingfeng. He can influence the power of nature now. This old guy is quite something. The Book of No Words lazily remarked in Wang Beihai's mind. Influencing the power of nature? Is that impressive? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. It's not particularly impressive, but since it's natural power, being able to alter it by human effort, it's not weak either, right? The Book of No Words chuckled. At that moment, the wind around them completely stilled, and Wang Beihai's eyes widened in shock. After a moment of feeling, he was astonished to find that there was not a single breeze. Beihai, let's see if you can steal my move this time, Su Qingfeng sneered, his entire body now glowing green. Behind him, a jade giant slowly formed, and in his hand, the wind materialized into a long giant sword. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, and a layer of purple mist slowly covered his vision. Even Wang Beihai wasn't quite sure where the purple mist came from. He only vaguely remembered that after merging with the king's golden body, this purple mist appeared within him. With the enhancement of the purple mist, Wang Beihai was delighted to find that he could now see the entire process of spiritual energy circulation within the human body. The armor he was currently wearing was precisely what he had analyzed from Su Qingfeng's technique. On some level, it was a complete copy of Su Qingfeng's move. However, Su Qingfeng was unaware of all this. As he struggled to create the wind giant, Wang Beihai had already begun analyzing Su Qingfeng's spiritual energy flow and, under his own control, started to mimic Su Qingfeng's technique to circulate his own spiritual energy. Humph, Beihai, this time, you can't learn it. Su Qingfeng laughed triumphantly and then swung his sword down. Instantly, the sword seemed to tear through the sky as it fiercely descended towards Wang Beihai's head. Die, Beihai, Su Qingfeng said with a smug face, but the next second, his smile froze. In his horrified gaze, a giant thunder figure slowly formed behind Wang Beihai. Strangely, this thunder giant was identical to the wind giant behind him. How could this be? Su Qingfeng's face was filled with terror as the thunder giant extended its hands and caught the enormous sword in the air. Sorry, it seems I've learned it again. Wang Beihai smirked and then waved his hand. The thunder giant immediately exerted force, and the giant wind blade shattered into pieces. Su Qingfeng staggered back several steps, his eyes fixed on Wang Beihai, and suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. So easily injured? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. This old man is too fragile. This old man isn't injured by your attack. He's clearly angered by you. The Book of No Words voice came from within Wang Beihai, sounding somewhat surprised. Still, your skill is quite impressive. That old man probably has no intention to continue fighting now. Hearing this, Wang Beihai looked at Su Qingfeng and indeed found that he had lost his previous arrogance. What's wrong, old man? Can't fight anymore? Wang Beihai immediately waved at Su Qingfeng, trying to provoke him. You brat, don't be so arrogant. Su Qingfeng's eyes widened, and he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. His eyes were fixed on Wang Beihai, his heart filled with curses. What's wrong with this brat? The move I spent years to comprehend. Why does he learn it in an instant? It's like disgusting his mother to open the door. Disgusting to the extreme. How can we even fight like this? Thinking this, Su Qingfeng had the idea of fleeing. In the city of Wu, Emperor Huang Fuling and others watched this bizarre battle with confusion in their eyes. Is this old man scared? Huang Fuling asked weakly. Haha, it's really interesting, Wang Beihai. You've surprised me again. Cheng Wudi suddenly laughed, and then looked at the puzzled crowd, laughing as he said, this brat is learning on the spot, mastering all of Su Qingfeng's moves at a glance and then countering them in the same way. On the surface, it doesn't seem like much, but thinking about it carefully, it's quite disgusting. I reckon Su Qingfeng's mood is like swallowing a fly. Upon hearing Cheng Wudi's explanation, everyone immediately understood and then looked at Su Qingfeng in the sky, their eyes filled with a hint of pity. At this moment, Su Qingfeng had the intention to retreat. Seeing his movements, Wang Beihai instantly guessed his thoughts and then smirked. Thank you, senior, for the martial skill you bestowed. As a junior, I want to repay you, but unfortunately, I have no gifts. Now, I can only offer one strike as a token of my gratitude. Please accept it. Wang Beihai laughed loudly, and the giant behind him suddenly threw a punch. This punch was thunderous, with the momentum to swallow mountains and rivers. Su Qingfeng didn't expect Wang Beihai to actually strike. In a hurry, he dared not take it lightly and quickly changed his hand seals. The giant behind him instantly transformed into a giant shield, blocking Wang Beihai's attack. Thank you, senior. Wang Beihai's heart was filled with joy, and he shouted loudly again. It was then that Su Qingfeng realized he had been tricked and spat out another mouthful of blood. You brat, how many more of my moves do you plan to learn? Su Qingfeng's eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Wang Beihai, his heart full of bitterness. Not many, not many. Senior, you can go ahead and attack me. Maybe if I learn more, I'll die on the spot, which would suit your intentions, right? Bullshit. Su Qingfeng directly cursed, shouting loudly, You brat, just wait for me. Then, with a fierce look in his eyes, he crushed the teleportation stone in his hand, and his figure flashed, disappearing from the spot. Chapter 282, Fate. Wang Beihai, this vendetta, I have taken note of it. If you dare to come to the spirit realm in the future, my listening rain pavilion will spare no effort to eliminate you. Su Qingfeng's voice slowly echoed from the sky. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes immediately revealed a smile, and without further ado, he descended to the ground. Well done, you rascal. When did you become so formidable? As soon as Wang Beihai touched the ground, Huang Fuling excitedly rushed forward, patting Wang Beihai on the shoulder and praising him with a smile. I've always been formidable, Wang Beihai retorted, rolling his eyes at Huang Fuling before walking up to Cheng Wuyo. Thank you, senior, for protecting my friends. Seeing this, Huang Fuling and the others also bowed respectfully. Cheng Wuyo waved his hand and then said, if you put it that way, it becomes too formal. To be honest with you, in this world, there are very few people who can share a drink with me. Even fewer have done so as many times as you have. As he spoke, Cheng Wuyo glanced at Wang Beihai with a profound meaning. As the saying goes, 1,000 cups are too few when drinking with a bosom friend. Since we are so fated, you are naturally my friends. To put it bluntly, if something had happened to you in Wudi City and they had succeeded, where would I, as the city lord, put my face? Cheng Wuyo spoke jokingly, but his eyes were filled with sincerity. Thank you, Wang Beihai nodded, expressing his gratitude once more. He then checked on Huang Fuling and the others' injuries, confirming that there were no serious issues before finally relaxing. As night fell, the group gathered once again in Cheng Wuyo's courtyard to drink. Just as they had set out the fine wine and delicious dishes, Bai Shui, who had been asleep for several days, decisively opened her eyes. Master, you are indeed unharmed. Upon seeing Wang Beihai, Bai Shui happily threw herself into his arms, then sniffed at the dishes on the table, her mouth watering. Without waiting for everyone to be seated, she rushed to the table and started devouring the chicken legs with both hands. Seeing Bai Shui's behavior, everyone's foreheads were covered in black lines. Cheng Wuyo even nudged Wang Beihai with his elbow, giving him a playful look. Wang Beihai shrugged, his face full of helplessness. Hey, didn't this little one grow taller? At that moment, Ying, who rarely spoke, suddenly opened her mouth. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai examined Bai Shui closely and indeed noticed that she had grown taller. Interesting, Ying said with a charming smile. Hey, you little cat over there, stop talking about me behind my back. If you have something to say, come up here, Bai Shui said while eating, beckoning to Ying. Hearing this, Wang Beihai and the others widened their eyes, not because Bai Shui knew Ying's identity, but because she directly called Ying little cat. And surprisingly, Ying accepted it. Ying walked over with a wine cup in hand, and, after a few words, the two became close friends who shared everything. Seeing this, Wang Beihai could only shake his head, and the group drank deep into the night. Looking at the group of drunk friends, Wang Beihai couldn't help but smile. It's rare to get drunk in life. What's on your mind? Cheng Wuyo, noticing that Wang Beihai was still sober, stepped forward to ask. Nothing. Do I look like someone with worries? Wang Beihai replied with a slight smile. Yes, how could you not? Cheng Wuyo's face was flushed, but his eyes remained clear. He looked Wang Beihai up and down and then said, as the saying goes, 1,000 cups are too few when happy. You are so sober among us. Either you have worries, or you are not happy. Personally, I think you lean more towards the former. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes flickered, and he took a deep drink, revealing a bitter smile. In fact, I am very confused. As he spoke, Wang Beihai glanced at Cheng Wuyo. Before coming to the divine tomb, I always thought I was the chosen one. From a muddled fool to a powerful figure who could turn the clouds with one hand. I once believed that this was the favor of the heavens. And then? Cheng Wuyo asked earnestly, looking at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai took another sip of wine and continued. It wasn't until I arrived at the divine tomb that I realized there seemed to be a giant hand behind the scenes manipulating everything. Every step I took was bound by that thread of fate. I once thought that my awakening of intelligence was an opportunity for rebirth, but I never expected that all of this was beyond escaping the predetermined fate. Oh. Chung Wuyo immediately frowned upon hearing this. What do you mean by a predetermined fate? Isn't it so? Whether it's engsub, qishao, or the golden body, everything seems to be destined. Wang Beihai's eyes sparkled, his emotions becoming agitated. I don't think so. Chung Wuyo immediately refuted Wang Beihai's statement. I believe that so-called fate is just an excuse for the weak to escape reality. You say that everything is arranged, so I ask you, what has been supporting you to keep going all these years? These words made Wang Beihai freeze in place, and many figures flashed through his mind. How powerful must the people behind the scenes be to arrange everything for us? Have you ever thought that the people and events you encounter now are your own choices? If it really aligns with the so-called fate, it is also the result of your own choices. The people you love, the hardships you experience, everything is inseparable from your own choices. Chung Wuyo's words were like a wake-up call, thoroughly awakening Wang Beihai. Chung Wuyo watched Wang Beihai, who was standing still, with a slight smile on his lips, then shook his head. I really don't know what to say to you. Such simple words actually made you realize something. If there really is such a thing as fate, I would like to ask him, why are there such differences between you and me, both being human? With that, Chung Wuyo simply sat cross-legged, his eyes fixed on Wang Beihai, guarding him. Time passed minute by minute. When the sky began to turn white and the first ray of sunlight fell on Wang Beihai, he suddenly stood up, his eyes sparkling like stars. Then, Wang Beihai grasped Qishao in one hand and Longdan in the other, looked up at the sky, and let out a loud roar. To hell with destiny, to hell with arrangements. If there really is such fate, it must align with my heart's desire. Otherwise, I will use my sword to cut through this fog, and my spear to pierce the heavens. I am Wang Beihai. Chapter 283. Leaving the city of Martial Emperor. What's wrong with him? Did he win the lottery this morning? Wang Beihai's shout woke up the still slumbering crowd. Huang Fu Ling rubbed his sleep-laden eyes and looked at Chung Wudi, puzzled. Chung Wudi smiled slightly, though he didn't understand what winning the lottery meant. He nodded and said, I don't know either, but it seems similar to winning the lottery. Huang Fu Ling shook his head, looking at Wang Beihai in the sky. After a long while, he slowly said, I don't know if he's drunk or just crazy, but the energy he's radiating right now, I really don't have. It's truly enviable. As he spoke, the fighting spirit reignited in Huang Fu Ling's eyes. But I won't fall behind. Seeing Huang Fu Ling's spirited appearance, Chung Wudi was taken aback for a moment, instantly thinking of his younger self. Hadn't he too embarked on the journey with a pure heart? Fortunately, heaven had been kind, and his efforts had not been in vain. The group watched Wang Beihai's every move. After a long time, Wang Beihai finally put away his weapon. Phew! Wang Beihai exhaled deeply, and everyone immediately turned to look at him. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that? Wang Beihai's heart tightened, and he asked, puzzled. Nothing. We just suddenly think you're handsome. The others turned away, leaving only Wen Qing to make a joke. Wang Beihai was instantly at a loss, scratching his head in confusion. Has my handsomeness already affected others? Unable to figure it out, Wang Beihai could only wave his hand and silently congratulate himself in his heart. Congratulations, Beihai. While Wang Beihai was still puzzled, Chung Wudi stepped forward, patted Wang Beihai on the shoulder, and said with a mixture of happiness and envy in his eyes, I have to thank you for that. Wang Beihai laughed loudly and then looked at Chung Wudi. If we have time in the future, we must go out for a walk. Wang Beihai said earnestly. Chung Wudi was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, Definitely. I've long heard that the foot of the Zhufeng Peak is the human world. When I have the ability to leave, I will definitely go for a walk. Haha, then it's settled. We'll drink until we drop. Wang Beihai laughed loudly, extending a fist that met Chung Wudi's. Chung Wudi laughed along and then looked at Wang Beihai. Hearing you say that, it feels like you're about to leave? Yes. Wang Beihai nodded without hesitation. We've already gained what we should hear. Staying any longer would likely be futile. Moreover, there's no possibility of reconciliation with the Tingyu Pavilion where Su Qingfeng and I were before. Staying here any longer might invite trouble from that old man. Cheng Wudi nodded in agreement when he heard this, then patted Wang Beihai's shoulder. Since you've made up your mind to leave, I naturally won't try to keep you. But there's one thing, if the opportunity arises, you must come back for a gathering. Wang Beihai nodded, then seemed to think of something. Speaking of which, I have one more request. As he spoke, Wang Beihai waved his hand, and several women instantly appeared in front of Cheng Wudi. Do you remember them? Cheng Wudi looked at the women and was taken aback. Are they them? Wang Beihai nodded. These women were the ones previously imprisoned by Morong Fu in the dungeon. Wang Beihai had taken them into his spiritual ring, and under his careful guidance, the women had almost emerged from Morong Fu's shadow. Now appearing, Cheng Wudi noticed that their eyes were once again sparkling with vitality. These women are victims. After we leave, I hope you can take good care of them. Wang Beihai bowed deeply to Cheng Wudi, who immediately bowed back and said, Beihai, as the lord of this city, what you ask of me is just my daily duty. Rest assured, with me here, I won't let my citizens suffer again. Seeing this, Wang Beihai nodded. That's more like a lord. With that, Cheng Wudi called over some soldiers and had the women taken away. Then, he ordered a grand banquet in the city, gathering the entire city to jointly send off Wang Beihai and his group. In the evening, when the entire city of Martial Emperor was immersed in joy, Wang Beihai and his group appeared on a mountain outside the city. It's really lively. When Qing looked at the brightly lit city of Martial Emperor in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, thinking back to when we first arrived at the city of Martial Emperor, the city was filled with fear. Now seeing the city of Martial Emperor so joyful, I'm satisfied. Yang looked at the city of Martial Emperor, her eyes glistening with tears, revealing a rare smile. Where should we go next? Huang Fuling asked, and then everyone turned their gaze to Wang Beihai. Over the past few days, unconsciously, Wang Beihai had become the spiritual leader of the group. From what you described earlier, among us all, only Little White has been to the north. We don't know how much time we have left. Let's head north and take our chances with opportunities. After pondering for a while, everyone nodded. Then, after taking one last look at the city of Martial Emperor, they left together. As night fell, on the city gate of the city of Martial Emperor, Cheng Wudi sat alone. At that moment, a ripple suddenly appeared in the space in front of him. Who? Cheng Wudi narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of him, smiling at Cheng Wudi. I've fulfilled my promise to you. Now, it's time for you to repay your debt. Cheng Wudi narrowed his eyes and then suddenly widened them. It's you. Yes, it's me. The man grinned. I promised you to heal your limbs. Although not by my hand, it was carried out according to my arrangement. Now, it's time for you to respond. Hearing this, Cheng Wudi frowned. What do you want? My request is simple. Leave the divine tomb and follow Wang Beihai, protecting him. The man smiled. Cheng Wudi's eyes widened. Are you kidding? The divine tomb and the real world have a strong barrier. Don't you want me to be obliterated? Not at all. The man said, throwing a jade pendant. Cheng Wudi caught it, then looked puzzled. Take this jade pendant to the ruined temple 1 mile outside the city. There's a groove in the eyebrow of the statue. Put the jade pendant in the groove, and you can leave the divine tomb. Hearing this, Cheng Wudi was taken aback, then looked at the man and asked, Who exactly are you? The man smiled slightly, then pulled down his mask. Seeing the man's face, Cheng Wudi was instantly stunned. Chapter 284. Encountering the ghost ship again. How could this be? Cheng Wudi widened his eyes, but before he could speak, the man gestured for silence. Sure, keep my identity a secret. With that, the man laughed loudly and vanished into the void. Cheng Wudi stared into the pitch-black void before him, his mind unable to settle. In the blink of an eye, 7 more days passed. During this time, Wang Beihai and his group traveled day and night, mostly through rugged mountains and dense forests. It's strange. After leaving Wu Emperor City, we haven't seen any other cities at all. When Qing stopped, her eyes filled with confusion. At her words, Wang Beihai and the others immediately realized and halted their journey. Wang Beihai furrowed his brow, recalling their journey. Indeed, although we've been traveling through forests these days, there hasn't been a single trace of human activity. Normally, with Wu Emperor City there should at least be a path leading out. Just as they were puzzled, the temperature around them suddenly plummeted. By the time they reacted, the forest behind them had disappeared, replaced by a vast snowy landscape. What's happening? Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. At that moment, a cracking sound came from beneath their feet. Looking down, they saw numerous cracks beginning to form. Move quickly, Wang Beihai shouted, feeling an abrupt sense of danger, and leaped up. The others reacted and followed suit, jumping high. In their astonished gaze, the seemingly endless ice field shattered, revealing a pure lake. Where exactly are we? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, glancing around, then drew his sword and slashed at a nearby ice mountain. The mountain instantly exploded, sending many ice shards into the air. The group seized the opportunity, stepping on the ice shards and leaping several times before landing steadily on the ice mountain. This is too bizarre. One moment it's sunny, and the next it's a snowy wasteland. Huang Fuling looked at the snow-covered ice field with lingering fear. I'm not sure either, but it seems we're temporarily safe for now. Wang Beihai shrugged, then ignited a fire with his energy and handed out clothes from his spatial ring. Let's rest here tonight. We'll decide what to do after we've recovered. Nodding, the others took the clothes. As night fell, Wang Beihai sat on a protruding ice block, surrounded by a red aura, his brow furrowed as if deep in thought. This cold is unusually intense. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Normally, he could withstand cold weather with just thin clothes, but now, even with spiritual energy protecting his body, he still felt an icy chill. Not asleep yet? A sound of footsteps approached, and Wang Beihai turned to see Nightingale, wrapped in several thick coats and with spiritual energy to boot, shivering despite it all. Seeing this, Wang Beihai activated his Azura indestructible body, expanding its range, instantly reducing the cold around them. Nightingale felt the warmth and immediately leaped into Wang Beihai's embrace. Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback, but didn't react in time. Then, when Qing and Huang Fuling also arrived by his side. It's really warm here. Don't stop. I'm going to cling to your leg tonight. Huang Fuling put on a shameless face, and Wang Beihai could only shake his head in resignation. He then looked at Wen Qing, who blushed and buried her head in Wang Beihai's arm. Thus, Wang Beihai burned spiritual energy all night, providing warmth for everyone. The next day, when the sky fully brightened, everyone felt a slight warming. Look, what's that? At that moment, Bai Shui, unaffected by the cold, suddenly shouted. Following her pointing direction, they saw a large ship slowly approaching the ice mountain from the vast ice surface. We're saved. Their eyes lit up, and they stood up. Huang Fuling even unleashed a powerful aura, creating countless fist shadows in the air with martial techniques. It's coming. Wen Qing shouted in delight. As the giant ship slowly approached, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, feeling he had seen this ship somewhere before. When the ship was close, they widened their eyes. The ship was even larger than the ice mountain they were on. Without thinking further, they leaped onto the deck. Wang Beihai followed, but his brow remained furrowed. This ship gave him a familiar feeling. That's strange. As Wang Beihai was lost in thought, Huang Fuling jumped down, muttering discontentedly. What's wrong? Wang Beihai looked puzzled at Huang Fuling. Such a big ship, yet not a single person in sight. As Huang Fuling finished, Bai Shui and the others searching the ship returned, exchanging the same question. At that moment, Wang Beihai's eyes widened, instantly recalling the ghost ship he encountered on the way to Yingzhou, identical to this one. Can it be this coincidental? Wang Beihai felt a sense of danger. Be careful. At that moment, when Qing's eyes turned red, transforming into a purple ghost shadow and lunging at Wang Beihai. Nightingale shouted, quickly moving to Wang Beihai's side and kicking him away. One Qing. Wang Beihai was startled, puzzled. Before he could react, Huang Fuling suddenly threw a punch, hitting Wang Beihai's back. Despite his strong physique, Wang Beihai still suffered minor injuries. They're not real. Nightingale's eyes glowed pink, and Wang Beihai was jolted. With a hint of purple in his eyes, he saw the two figures were actually purple ghost shadows. What are these things? Wang Beihai quickly moved to Nightingale's side, standing back to back with her. I don't know. Nightingale snorted, then showed a sinister expression. But I know you're about to die, he. At those words, Wang Beihai's heart tightened. Before he could react, a purple tentacle pierced through his chest. A stream of blood shot out from Wang Beihai's chest. His eyes darkened as he looked back to see Nightingale transformed into the purple ghost shadow. Then, Wang Beihai closed his eyes, his consciousness gradually fading. Chapter 285, The Final Test. Where am I? After an unknown period, Wang Beihai slowly opened his eyes, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a dragging sound around him. Wang Beihai steadied his mind, opened his eyes, and was shocked to find himself being dragged forward by a group of mysterious-looking people. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the people dragging him. He noticed that they wore purple armor, and beneath the armor, where hands and feet should be, there were several tentacles extending. Seeing this, Wang Beihai frowned and searched his memory, but found no recollection of such creatures. No, I can't just sit and wait for death. I wonder how Wenqing and the others are doing. Thinking this, Wang Beihai looked around and just happened to see a dark corner not far away, where the guards seemed relatively sparse. Having made up his mind, Wang Beihai closed his eyes and waited until he was dragged to the corner. Suddenly, he sprang up, and with a thought, a red light flashed in the darkness. The person dragging him was instantly decapitated. Wang Beihai managed to break free, but before he could react, he saw the headless creature on the ground struggling in apparent pain before growing a new head at the wound. What on earth is this thing? Before Wang Beihai could figure out what was happening, he heard footsteps approaching. Without hesitation, Wang Beihai widened his eyes, kicked off the ground, and darted to the side, soon disappearing from the mysterious creature's sight. Hiding in the shadows, Wang Beihai carefully observed. Shortly after his disappearance, dozens of those creatures gathered around. These things are too alert. I need to find a way to locate Huang Fuling and the others. Thinking this, Wang Beihai slowly concealed his figure in the darkness and cautiously moved around. Meanwhile, in the distant Ling realm, Li Bai was leisurely sipping wine while guiding Ling Ruoying in sword practice. You're not doing it right. There's no killing intent in your moves. My sword techniques are for killing, not chopping vegetables. Yes, that's it. Stick your butt out more, like that. Li Bai seemed to be giving earnest guidance, but in reality, he was drinking his wine. At that moment, a golden light flashed in the void, and a small golden sword broke through the space, flying towards Li Bai. Sword come. Li Bai's eyes sharpened, and with a wave of his sleeve, the sword landed in his hand as if it had a life of its own. Then, the sword transformed into golden light, forming two lines of small characters in the air. A giant pong bird rises with the wind, soaring 90,000 miles. Seeing this, Li Bai's eyes revealed a look of shock, and he downed the rest of his wine in one gulp. With a wave of his sleeve, the characters instantly dispersed. Refreshing, so refreshing. Li Bai shouted, then looked at Ling Ruoying who was practicing her sword. Little girl, put in more effort. Your little lover will soon arrive in the Ling realm. Is what the elder says true? Hearing this, Ling Ruoying stopped her movements, her eyes fixed on Li Bai, losing a bit of innocence and gaining a touch of determination. True. This Bei fellow has reached the final step of the divine tomb. If he gains the approval of the Lord of the North Sea, he will truly soar like a fish leaping over the dragon's gate, turning from a humble chicken into a phoenix. Upon hearing this, Ling Ruoying's eyes lit up with joy, becoming even more resolute. Then she asked, "Elder, who exactly is the Lord of the North Sea? Will Beihai be in danger?" Li Bai looked at Ling Ruoying's worried expression and then rolled his eyes, revealing a smile. "In the North Sea, there is a fish named Kuan. This Bei fellow carries the legacy of the Kuan Pong. If he gains Kuan's approval, with this fortune, he will surely surpass all in the past and present." Li Bai spoke excitedly, then suddenly paused, glancing at Ling Ruoying. Indeed, he saw anticipation in the girl's eyes. Li Bai smiled and continued, "However, this so-called bearer of great fortune must undergo a great test. There will be no danger in this test." Hearing this, Ling Ruoying's heart eased a bit, but before she could relax, Li Bai's lips curled. "He will die." At this, Ling Ruoying's eyes widened, and she was about to speak when she found Li Bai already asleep. Ling Ruoying anxiously shook Li Bai, but found him unresponsive. "Beihai, you must be safe." After shaking for a while, Ling Ruoying found Li Bai seemingly in a deep meditation. Finally, she clasped her hands together and silently prayed for Wang Beihai. At that moment, in the North Sea, Wang Beihai seemed to sense something, looked up at the sky, and took a deep breath. After circling around, he realized he had been on the ghost ship all along. Hee hee. At that moment, an eerie laughter came from not far away. Wang Beihai held his breath and observed the approaching mysterious creature, who was carrying some simple meals. Following them might lead me to them. Wang Beihai's eyes moved, then he quietly followed behind, soon arriving at a room. Through the room door, Wang Beihai released his divine sense and indeed felt the presence of Huang Fuling and the others. "They're really here." Wang Beihai's heart rejoiced, and after sensing that everyone was alive and well, he slightly relaxed. At that moment, Wang Beihai's thoughts moved, and he felt a spiritual force stronger than his own suddenly attacking his divine sense. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and he quickly withdrew his divine sense. Even so, the powerful spiritual force knocked him dizzy, almost exposing his whereabouts. With the appearance of this spiritual force, Wang Beihai noticed that these mysterious creatures began to gather towards his location. Have I been exposed? Wang Beihai's heart skipped a beat, but seeing no attack from the mysterious creatures, he calmed down. At that moment, the mysterious creatures lined up in an orderly manner, as if welcoming a superior being. Wang Beihai looked towards the front and indeed saw a skeleton slowly approaching from the mist. These mysterious creatures, upon seeing the skeleton, were as respectful as employees to their boss. Was it him just now? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, thinking, when the skeleton suddenly appeared before him. The skeleton's eyes were hollow, with two purple lights flickering in the dark sockets. Chapter 286, Soul Bet. Damn it! Seeing the gloomy and profound gaze, Wang Beihai felt his scalp tingling and immediately cursed out loud. Crimson Dawn! Wang Beihai shouted, summoning his sword and slashing at the skeleton. Hee hee hee. The skeleton emitted an eerie sound, then stretched out a hand, easily deflecting Wang Beihai's attack. Strong bones. Wang Beihai glanced at the skeleton. His move had been caught by its hand, and even the sharp blade left only a faint white mark on its bones. Despite this, the skeleton let out a shrill cry, then, as if angered, lunged fiercely at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, feeling no desire to fight. Glancing at the room where Huang Fuling and others were imprisoned, he thought for a moment, then jumped up and ran off into the distance. The skeleton wailed and chased after Wang Beihai, followed by the dozens of mysterious creatures guarding the area. This time, Wang Beihai put all his strength into running, quickly leaving the mysterious creatures behind. Seeing this, Wang Beihai was elated. He tapped his foot, and two doppelgangers emerged from his body, running off in different directions. The mysterious creatures, upon catching up, immediately froze in confusion. The skeleton, seeing this, made a strange sound in its throat. The mysterious creatures split into three groups and chased after the doppelgangers. After the pursuers had gone far, Wang Beihai's figure slowly materialized in a dark corner. Thankfully, I learned Nightingale's doppelganger technique while traveling. It came in handy at a critical moment. Wang Beihai felt relieved and then looked in the direction he had fled. With a flash, he dashed towards the room imprisoning Huang Fuling and the others. Soon, Wang Beihai appeared at the door of the room. As expected, most of the mysterious creatures had chased after him, leaving only 4 guards. Without hesitation, Wang Beihai stomped his foot, instantly beheading the first guard. Without looking back, he swiftly dispatched the remaining 3 guards. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. However, before Wang Beihai could open the door, the first guard he had killed slowly stood up again. Wang Beihai frowned, throwing his Crimson Dawn to smash the newly regrown head. With one hand controlling Crimson Dawn and the other pushing open the door, Wang Beihai saw Huang Fuling and the others tied up. Wake up, wake up. Wang Beihai rushed forward anxiously, but found that they seemed to be under a spell, unresponsive to his calls and even physical blows. Just then, a purple-black light flew in from outside the door. Wang Beihai quickly pulled Huang Fuling to the side, narrowly avoiding the light. The light pierced through the wall behind Huang Fuling. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. If it had hit him, he would have had a hole in his body. As Wang Beihai pondered, he heard footsteps approaching from outside. So fast. Wang Beihai gritted his teeth, experiencing for the first time the terror of order and discipline. In the next second, dozens of guards stormed in. By the dim light, Wang Beihai saw that the mysterious creatures were a group of armored octopuses. Click, click, click. Accompanied by an eerie sound, the skeleton from earlier slowly entered the room. It examined Wang Beihai closely, then waved its hand, dismissing the guards. Wang Beihai frowned. For some reason, he felt no threat from the skeleton. What exactly do you want? As Wang Beihai's mind fluctuated, the skeleton opened its mouth and emitted an ancient voice. We meet again, young one. Wang Beihai was shocked. This was the same voice he had heard on the ghost ship. What do you want? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, wary of the skeleton. I've been waiting for you for so long, and you've finally come. The skeleton continued, leaving Wang Beihai somewhat bewildered. What do you mean? Release my friends. Don't rush. The skeleton waved its hand, and the lights around them went out. In the darkness, a purple flame rose, illuminating the room again. A table appeared before Wang Beihai. As the final test, to save your friends, you must gamble with me, and the stakes are everything you have. The skeleton's eyes fixed on Wang Beihai and continued. Of course, if you're afraid, you don't have to gamble. I can send you out of the tomb now, but they will stay here. Are you threatening me? Today, I'm taking them with me. Let's see who can stop me. Wang Beihai frowned, summoning Crimson Dawn in his hand. Oh, Crimson Dawn? Long time no see. The skeleton made an odd sound in its throat. Wang Beihai felt a jolt, losing contact with Crimson Dawn. The skeleton twitched its fingers, and the sword flew from Wang Beihai's hand into the skeleton's grasp. Return my sword. Wang Beihai's heart burned with anger as he coldly demanded. Let's consider Crimson Dawn your first stake. The skeleton ignored Wang Beihai, flicking its hand, causing the sword to hover over the table. You. Wang Beihai glared at the skeleton, feeling he was in a bind. After some thought, he gritted his teeth. Tell me, how do you want to gamble? Click, 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 finally seeing reason. The skeleton let out a strange laugh, then snapped its fingers, and the space around them transformed. In an instant, Wang Beihai found himself in a world filled with frost. What do you mean? Wang Beihai frowned. Survive under the attack of the Frost Witch for a day, and you can take Crimson Dawn and one of your friends. If you die or flee, you gain nothing. Good luck, young one, the skeleton said, snapping its fingers again, and its figure disappeared. Wang Beihai frowned, scanning his surroundings. Apart from a vast expanse of white, there was nothing else. Where is the Frost Witch? As Wang Beihai pondered, the sky suddenly darkened, and a fierce cold wind blew. He squinted, quickly releasing his spiritual energy to resist the intense cold. Such strong chill, I can only operate at 40% of my spiritual power. Wang Beihai gritted his teeth. At that moment, countless glowing red lights appeared in the wind. Wang Beihai looked closely and saw countless shadowy figures around him. Hashtag Chapter 287, Dragon-Piercing Ice. Seeing the figures emerging from the icy wind, Wang Beihai was momentarily stunned, then suddenly threw a powerful punch forward. Instantly, the icy wind dispersed, revealing the true forms of those figures. Upon seeing this, Wang Beihai couldn't help but gasp. Looking around, he saw that the surroundings were filled with women clad in white robes. Upon closer inspection, these women's skin had a bluish tint, and they all looked identical. What are these things? Wang Beihai was startled. There were hundreds of them. Could this be some kind of illusion? As Wang Beihai pondered, a mournful cry suddenly echoed from the crowd, followed by all the women emitting similar sounds. These sounds were incredibly synchronized, quickly forming a sonic wave powerful enough to penetrate massive boulders. Wherever the wave passed, all living beings were cut in half. Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed, and he immediately activated his Xiao Luo immortal body, covering his ears with his hands. Even so, when the sonic wave struck, Wang Beihai still felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. What kind of bizarre attack is this? Wang Beihai, still covering his ears, squinted his eyes. Feeling the sonic wave weaken, he instinctively tried to summon Qi Xiao. However, upon raising his hand, Qi Xiao did not appear. It dawned on Wang Beihai that Qi Xiao had already become a wager. Thinking of Qi Xiao and the fact that Huang Fuling and others were still bound to stone pillars, Wang Beihai clenched his teeth and declared, "For my companions, I absolutely cannot and will not lose this battle." With that, Wang Beihai's gaze sharpened. In the snow, the hundreds of witches simultaneously waved their staffs. Instantly, sharp spikes erupted from the previously smooth ice surface. Wang Beihai stepped back to avoid the spikes under his feet, but before his foot could even touch the ground, more spikes emerged. Damn it! Wang Beihai cursed inwardly, then stepped on the air, leaping into the sky. Dragonheart! In midair, Wang Beihai shouted, and a spear instantly appeared in his hand. Break for me! Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened, and in an instant, he thrust 36 times at the ice below. The snow flashed with a cold light, and the ice spikes on the surface instantly turned into ice shavings that dispersed into the air. No good, this way I'll be exhausted sooner or later. I must defeat the enemy quickly. Wang Beihai frowned, feeling his spiritual energy rapidly draining, and knew something was wrong. Then, as soon as he landed, Wang Beihai tapped the ground with his toes, propelling himself towards the nearest witch. The witch obviously sensed the threat and, along with the others, was about to launch an attack. Unexpectedly, Wang Beihai's figure suddenly split into three, with two doppelgangers pushing off from Wang Beihai's feet, causing his speed to skyrocket. In an instant, he was in front of the witch. Let's see what you are. Wang Beihai roared, and his spear instantly descended, shattering the witch into pieces, which then turned into a pile of ice. Illusion! Wang Beihai was startled and looked around at the hundreds of witches, who were all showing dazed expressions and fleeing frantically. It worked! Seeing the witches in such a state, Wang Beihai realized his attack had taken effect. He gripped his spear, his form turning into lightning, darting back and forth through the frost. With each thrust, a witch turned into ice and shattered. Screech! Just as Wang Beihai was reveling in his victory, another mournful cry echoed from the frost, followed by all the remaining witches responding. They then waved their staffs, exploding into clouds of ice mist in midair. What's this act now? Why are they self-detonating? Wang Beihai stared at the surrounding ice mist, full of confusion. As Wang Beihai was puzzled, a sudden gust of wind swept up the surrounding ice mist. Wang Beihai felt a sense of unease and quickly thrust his spear at the wind, but it had no effect. In the blink of an eye, a massive figure emerged from the wind. Upon closer inspection, it was a colossal frost witch. Compared to the previous ones, this which was much larger and emanated a much stronger aura. As Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes in thought, the giant which blew a breath at him, causing a blizzard and countless ice blades to fall from the sky. Wang Beihai was startled and quickly dodged to the side, but the range of the ice blades was vast. Realizing he couldn't dodge, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, gripped his spear, and thrust it towards the sky. Instantly, a dragon's roar echoed through the snowstorm, shattering all the ice blades. Wang Beihai landed on the ground, watching the ice blades turn into stars, and couldn't help but relax. He then wiped his forehead, realizing it was covered in sweat. Screech. Seeing her attack neutralized, the giant which roared in anger and waved her staff. A fierce blizzard ensued, and soon, a massive crystalline phoenix appeared in Wang Beihai's vision. Feeling the formidable aura emanating from the phoenix, Wang Beihai's heart tightened. He then looked at the frost witch in the sky. To capture the thief, one must take the king first. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, having a plan. He then dodged the phoenix's attack, tapped the ground with his foot, and surged forward, charging directly at the frost witch. Got it! Wang Beihai's speed was incredible, reaching the witch in an instant. Just as Wang Beihai thought he had succeeded, a blue light suddenly flashed in front of the witch. Wang Beihai looked down and saw a magic circle had appeared beneath him. When did this happen? Wang Beihai was startled. The next moment, the blue light flashed, and Wang Beihai felt his movements restrained, unable to move. This is bad. Wang Beihai's heart sank. Sure enough, the next moment, a frost tornado enveloped him, with wind and ice blades continuously striking his body. The wind lasted for a full 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. However, as the wind stopped, a silver shadow suddenly burst out, piercing through the frost witch's chest. The frost witch immediately let out a wail. In midair, Wang Beihai was a pitiful sight, his entire body torn and bloodied. Roar! The witch roared at Wang Beihai, then waved her staff. The crystalline phoenix in the sky flapped its wings and charged at Wang Beihai. Across the 8 wastes and 4 seas, only my spear can break all things. This spear is called Pajun. Wang Beihai's eyes half closed, gripping his spear tightly, and then his aura changed. He thrust forward fiercely, and instantly, a silver dragon appeared, roaring towards the ice phoenix. In an instant, the phoenix shattered, and the dragon did not stop, roaring through the witch's body. The witch let out a mournful cry, and then dissipated into the world. Chapter 288, Flame Colossus. As the frost witch dissipated, Wang Beihai suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion, plummeting heavily to the ground. Just as he hit the ground, he experienced an unexpected sense of relief and discovered with delight that his previously suppressed strength had instantly returned. I need to recover quickly. With this thought, Wang Beihai quickly sat cross-legged, beginning to circulate his cultivation technique to restore his vitality. Under the enhancement of the life law, within 10 minutes, the wounds on his body healed visibly. When his spiritual energy recovered to 80%, he felt a tremor beneath him and, upon opening his eyes, found himself back in the previous room. Congratulations, you've passed the first trial. The skeleton clapped its hands and then casually tossed the red cloud sword back to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai carefully took the sword, examined it closely, and then stored it away with great care. Where's my friend? He then turned to the skeleton and asked. Don't worry, I always keep my word, the skeleton replied, clapping its hands again. A group of octopus soldiers brought Huang Fu Ling forward. Wang Beihai immediately went to check on him and found that Huang Fu Ling was merely unconscious, with no other injuries, relieving him greatly. What's the wager for the next trial? With the experience from the first trial, Wang Beihai cut straight to the point. The skeleton waved its hand, saying, Not so fast. You need to place your bet first. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback, considering his options when the skeleton suddenly waved its hand again. The dragon's heart and red cloud sword from within Wang Beihai's body flew out and landed in the skeleton's grasp. Damn it, give them back? Wang Beihai roared, but the skeleton merely grinned. The bet is placed. Enter the next trial, the skeleton said, clapping its hands. The scene instantly changed, revealing a landscape of fiery volcanic peaks. You have 24 hours to defeat the flame colossus. Life and death are determined by fate. May your journey be auspicious. With that, the skeleton vanished from the space. Without his weapons, Wang Beihai clenched his fists tightly, cautiously surveying his surroundings. The scorching heat continued to surge towards him, burning his spiritual energy and affecting his mind. Unknowingly, a sense of inexplicable restlessness arose in his heart. Gradually, Wang Beihai's eyes turned red, and he began to move towards the volcano. Wake up, wake up! A voice echoed in his mind, and suddenly, his mind cleared, the red fading from his eyes. Wang Beihai jolted awake, looking down to find himself dangerously close to the lava, quickly stepping back with a shiver of fear. That was close. Just one more step and I would have fallen into the lava. Taking a deep breath, he looked around again. Although this trial didn't have the direct confrontation of the Frost Witch, it was far more challenging than the previous one. At least the enemies in the last trial were tangible, but here, he hadn't even seen the enemy yet. After careful thought, Wang Beihai closed his eyes, activating the primordial unity technique to spread his consciousness and search for the hidden enemy. Time ticked by, and beads of sweat formed on Wang Beihai's forehead. His spiritual energy continued to burn, and even his mental strength, unaffected by the heat, was draining faster than usual. Finally, when Wang Beihai scanned the base of the volcano again, he detected a slight fluctuation within the molten lava. Found it. A smile crossed his lips. Although the fluctuation was minimal, it was enough in this environment. Instinctively, Wang Beihai's consciousness transformed into several long needles, piercing towards the source of the fluctuation. Soon, the volcano shook violently, followed by an enraged roar from within the lava. That sounds like a big one. Wang Beihai frowned, opening his eyes to see a massive flaming hand emerging from the lava, gripping the ground and pulling a colossal fiery body out. What the hell is this? Despite his earlier guesses, seeing the enormous creature still sent a chill down Wang Beihai's spine. The flame colossus before him was as large as a small mountain. Roar! The colossus, seeing Wang Beihai, roared with eyes ablaze, sending a massive wave of fire towards him. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, activating the Azura indestructible body to shield against the flames, then leaped high into the air. Just as he reached the peak of his jump, a giant fist made of lava came smashing towards his face. Startled, Wang Beihai quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest. The impact sent him flying, crashing deep into the ground. This feels like being hit by a small mountain. Climbing out of the crater, Wang Beihai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the colossus. Although slow, the colossus's immense size more than made up for its lack of speed. Thinking quickly, Wang Beihai leaped again, instinctively wanting to summon his weapons, only to remember they were with the skeleton. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, just as the colossus's fist came crashing down again, sending him back into the crater. Again. With a steely glint in his eyes, Wang Beihai leaped out of the crater once more. This time, he increased his speed, executing the sky-shaking fist mid-air. To his delight, he found that the move, which had nearly cost him his life to execute in the past, now came effortlessly. A massive fist shadow descended from the sky, slamming into the colossus's fist, forcing it back. The colossus roared, losing balance and toppling over. This flame colossus is nothing to fear. Satisfied with his strike, Wang Beihai examined his fist, then muttered to himself, I've been too reliant on Red Cloud and Dragon's Heart, almost letting these techniques go to waste. Just then, another roar echoed, and the flame colossus stood up again, this time absorbing more lava energy, its form growing even larger. Roar! The colossus roared, its eyes shooting flames, then plunged its hand into the molten lava, pulling out a massive flaming sword. Wow, that's huge. Wang Beihai's eyes widened as the colossus's sword slashed down. He dodged to the side, the sword cleaving through the hard ground, leaving a deep, narrow crevice. Wang Beihai gulped nervously, watching the abyss. At that moment, the colossus roared again, swinging the sword once more. Hashtag Chapter 289 Flame Demon Armor. A colossal sword, nearly 40 meters long, descended from the heavens, and before it even struck Wang Beihai, he felt an intense wave of scorching heat. Wang Beihai initially thought of dodging, but after a moment's consideration, he gritted his teeth and decided to face the fatal blow head-on. Come on! Wang Beihai clenched his fists, and his entire body began to emit a dazzling red and blue light. As the light burst forth, a sudden bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. The power of the thunder instantly enveloped Wang Beihai. Just as he finished, the massive sword was already upon him. Gazing at the sword that seemed like a small mountain, Wang Beihai roared and punched out with all his might. To his surprise, the overwhelming disparity between them resulted in an unexpected stalemate. Wang Beihai gritted his teeth, his veins bulging on his forehead, while the flame demon's sword halted just a meter above his head, unable to advance any further. Roar! The flame demon seemed to feel its dignity challenged and let out a mighty roar. Countless flames surged towards Wang Beihai. With a determined gaze, Wang Beihai stomped his foot and, relying purely on his physical strength, endured the terrifying flames. In the blink of an eye, his clothes were reduced to ashes by the fire, revealing a captivating physique. Damn it, my clothes were expensive. Wang Beihai glared, then with a powerful force from his right foot, he increased the strength in his fist, pushing the flame demon's sword aside. Give me back my clothes. Wang Beihai's eyes reddened, and with a leap, he traversed hundreds of meters, suddenly appearing before the flame demon's massive face. He bellowed and swung his fist down, shattering the stone on the flame demon's nose. The flame demon let out a pained roar and slapped at its own face. Wang Beihai smirked, lightly leaping to dodge the enormous hand. A loud bang followed, and flaming rocks rained down from the sky. The flame demon lost its balance and fell once more. Too bad. You're big but useless, Wang Beihai said, patting his hands. He glanced at his bare body, feeling a pang of regret. That was my new Adidas, Wang. He then pulled out clothes from his spatial ring and put them on. Why isn't there any reaction? Wang Beihai looked around, puzzled. Is this not enough to pass? Does this giant have another form? As he pondered, a formidable aura appeared within his senses. Wang Beihai frowned and looked towards where the flame demon had fallen. A fiery figure emerged from its head and soared into the sky. He, human. It's been many years since anyone has seen my true form. The red figure hovered in the air. Wang Beihai saw it was a pure energy entity, clad in a crimson armor. Damn my big mouth. Seeing the significantly stronger flame demon in the sky, Wang Beihai felt a sudden urge to slap himself. But after a moment's reflection, he calmed down, squinted at the flame demon in the sky, and pretended to be confused. Who are you? You must have mistaken me for someone else. Humph. The flame demon snorted coldly. Wang Beihai felt a flash of red light before a searing pain hit his abdomen. Without hesitation, he leaped back. Soon, he retreated to the edge of the volcano and eyed the flame demon over 100 meters away, growing more vigilant. He glanced down at his abdomen, where, despite the protection of his Azura indestructible body, a gruesome wound had appeared. Strangely, his usually reliable regenerative ability seemed ineffective. Whenever a surge of pure vitality emerged, the wound would flare with fiery pain, making it even more severe. What kind of flame is this? Wang Beihai was shocked. Before he could think further, the red light flashed again. This time, he was prepared. He activated the Hunyuan Ju in his mind, and with the aid of his divine sense, he quickly discerned the flame demon's movements. He sidestepped, and the red light whizzed past him. Not bad, your luck? The flame demon exclaimed in surprise and then roared, summoning countless flame demons around. This move is quite similar to that witch's, Wang Beihai remarked, unable to help himself. This comment seemed to enrage the flame demon. Don't mention that old hag. The flame demon bellowed and waved its hand, sending hundreds of fiery shadows towards Wang Beihai, who was soon engulfed in flames and rocks. "It's an honor to die by my hand, Beihai," the flame demon sighed in the sky, convinced that Wang Beihai was doomed. But suddenly, the sky darkened with clouds. The flame demon sensed something and looked up to see a colossal formation forming, within which a giant hand began to materialize. As time passed, the hand's outline became more solid, and the runes on it glowed brightly. "How is this possible?" the flame demon said in disbelief, then turned and fled without looking back. Beneath the heap of rocks and flames, Wang Beihai, bare-chested and with blood at the corner of his mouth, had starry eyes. "Stinky fire demon, you ruined 2 of my clothes today. Watch how I deal with you." With a cold gaze, Wang Beihai extended his hand and pressed forward, shouting, "Great heavens, hand seal." The enormous hand in the sky instantly descended upon the flame demon. Despite its speed, it remained within the shadow of the hand. In desperation, the flame demon roared, its body expanding further, and it swung its massive sword to meet the hand. In an instant, the surrounding volcanoes erupted, and the energy sliced through them like blades. After 3 seconds, the flame demon couldn't withstand the pressure and was shattered into pieces. As the flame demon's body disintegrated, a crimson armor slowly emerged. But before it could rise, a skeletal hand from the void grabbed it and pulled it into the void. Chapter 290, The Heart Demon. 1,000 years of cultivation condensed into this armor, and a single person emerges every 1,000 years to seize it. The Wang surname, vicious and ruthless. I am filled with resentment, filled with resentment. Above the volcano, the flame demon let out an indignant roar, and then fell silent. Immediately after, the numerous stone soldiers that had pinned Wang Beihai disintegrated, and Wang Beihai shook his shoulders, then leaped to the edge of the volcano. Strange. What did he mean by the 1,000-year armor and the Wang surname? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, took out clothes from his spatial ring to put on, and then looked around. The previously scorching air had now become much cooler, and the flames on the mountain gradually receded, giving way to lush greenery. Such a strong vitality. Wang Beihai was overjoyed, spread his arms wide, and took a deep breath of the air filled with vitality. In the next moment, he was back in the room. "Kaka, you did well to defeat the flame demon." This time, the skeleton was no longer as indifferent as before, but instead started chatting with Wang Beihai. "Wang Beihai, have you ever felt guilty about anyone in your life?" Wang Beihai frowned and looked at the skeleton. "No one is perfect, and there will always be someone I feel guilty about in my actions, but I only seek to be true to my heart." "Why do you ask this?" "Also, I won this round, didn't I? Shouldn't the wager be fulfilled?" "Of course." The skeleton's black eyes glowed with purple light, and with a wave of its hand, Wen Qing was released from the stone pillar. However, like Huang Fuling, Wen Qing was still in a deep sleep. "Where are my Qi Shao and Dragon Heart?" Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback, realizing that the skeleton had not returned his weapons. "Don't be impatient." The skeleton waved its hand. "They also have their trials. As for you, there's only the final test left. Are you ready?" "Always ready." Wang Beihai frowned, unable to discern what the skeleton was up to. "Kaka, let's hope so," the skeleton said, waving its finger, and a slender, small sword floated into the air. This sword is called Heart Inquiry. The final test is to undergo its trial. "Wang Beihai, do you dare to try?" Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and stared at the floating sword for a long time before making up his mind. "Just do it. No need for so much talk." As soon as the words left his mouth, the skeleton waved its hand, and the sword immediately pierced into Wang Beihai's forehead. Wang Beihai was shocked, then closed his eyes, only to open them again in a dark space. "Where am I now?" Wang Beihai surveyed the surrounding space, trying to activate the Hunyuan art, but found that his spiritual power was useless in this space. Wang Beihai's eyes widened as he immediately activated the Hao Yinjingqi art, only to discover that his spiritual power and spiritual energy were both sealed. Now, he was only left with his strong physical body. Understanding this situation, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and began to cautiously examine his surroundings. At that moment, a burst of laughter came from a distance. Wang Beihai walked towards the sound and saw a scene that was all too familiar. A group of children mocking a fool, occasionally throwing cow dung at him. Big fool, big fool. As the children shouted, Wang Beihai's vision blurred, and he was plunged into his memories. When Wang Beihai came to his senses, the scene changed again. This time, it was the day Yang Li encountered danger. The same scene played out, but this time, without his heritage, Wang Beihai was quickly beaten down by Chen Chao. No! Seeing Yang Li about to be defiled by Chen Chao, Wang Beihai let out a heart-wrenching scream. The scene then shifted again, showing the deaths of Tian Can, Zhang San, and Ling Ruiying. One by one, the scenes that pained Wang Beihai deeply replayed before his eyes like a reversed movie. Wang Beihai's eyes turned red, and his expression twisted almost into a grimace. Hee, you're just a useless waste. Without your heritage, you're just a fool. You can't save anyone, and in the end, you can only watch your loved ones and friends leave one by one. And you can only sit there like a pitiful old dog. Suddenly, the scene in front of Wang Beihai froze, and then a figure emerged from the darkness. This person looked exactly like Wang Beihai, approaching slowly while speaking, his face sinister and hiding a blade in his hand. No, it's not like that. Wang Beihai covered his ears, tears streaming down his cheeks, his eyes filled with pain. Admit it, you are. The figure reached Wang Beihai, placing the dagger at his throat. You can't save anyone, not even yourself. Living like this, why not just let go? Why make your life so hard? As he spoke, the figure placed Wang Beihai's hand on the dagger. Come, just a little move, and you won't be bound by these things in the future. Family, love, friendship, let them all go to hell. Without those things, you are you, and you can become stronger. Wang Beihai's eyes glazed over, listening to the figure's temptation, his hand twitching. Seeing this, the figure revealed a triumphant smile and continued, Yes, that's it. With this stab, no one will trouble you from now on. You are you, a free you. Under the figure's guidance, the dagger had already pierced Wang Beihai's skin, a drop of blood slowly emerging. The figure licked its lips, its eyes gleaming with malice. At that moment, Wang Beihai's hand suddenly stopped, and his eyes showed a hint of pain, as if struggling with something. Seeing this, the figure immediately showed a ferocious expression, shouting at Wang Beihai, You're just a fool. How can you still have your own thoughts? Whatever I say, you should do. Remember, you're just a fool. In that instant, Wang Beihai's eyes regained clarity, and he swung the dagger horizontally towards the figure's neck. The figure's eyes widened, then it clutched its neck in disbelief and took a few steps back. How is this possible? I am your heart demon. How could you wake up? If I can't deal with my own heart demon, how can I ever achieve the supreme realm or even higher? Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with cold light, and he threw a powerful punch at the figure in front of him. The figure let out a shout and instantly dissipated. As the figure disappeared, the surrounding dark space lit up again. Wang Beihai was still seated in the room, with a small sword standing on the table in front of him. As Wang Beihai woke up, the sword instantly shattered. Chapter 291. Transcending Nirvana. Invoking the Heavenly Tribulation. The heart-seeking sword is shattered. What happened? The skeleton's eyes flickered with light. Though devoid of any facial expression, its tone revealed its astonishment. How do you feel? After the initial shock, the skeleton softly asked Wang Beihai. I feel much lighter. Wang Beihai stretched and shook his head, feeling a sudden clarity in his mind, as if his soul had been cleansed. Honestly, if you hadn't kidnapped my friends, I would almost think you were here to help me improve my strength on purpose. Wang Beihai smiled at the skeleton. After 3 rounds of gambling, he realized that each bet seemed to target his weaknesses. Upon passing the trials, Both his strength and mental state had undergone a qualitative leap. Hee, you can think of it that way. The skeleton hesitated for a moment, then waved its hand, releasing Nightingale. I lost the 3 rounds of gambling. I accept my defeat. You can take them with you. As it spoke, the skeleton's eyes flashed, and the group instantly appeared before a palace carved from ice. Where are we? Wang Beihai gazed at the enormous palace. Just then, a beam of sunlight pierced through the mist and illuminated the palace, causing the ice to refract a spectrum of colors. What a magnificent sight! Wang Beihai widened his eyes, marveling at the beautiful scene. This is the Temple of the Sun. The time is just right. The sunlight is at its peak. Entering now can help you transcend nirvana. The skeleton pointed a finger at the throne inside the palace. Transcend nirvana. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened in shock. Not to mention I've only recently entered nirvana. Even a peak nirvana expert would need decades, even centuries, to cross this chasm. What makes me so special? Wang Beihai shook his head with a smile, feeling somewhat skeptical. Seeing this, the skeleton didn't elaborate but gently tapped Wang Beihai's back, sending him flying. Soon, Wang Beihai found himself seated on the ice-carved throne. What a soft seat! As soon as Wang Beihai sat down, a strange sense of comfort washed over him. Strangely, the seat was warmer than expected. While pondering, a ray of sunlight streamed down through the palace's roof and directly into Wang Beihai's body. Wang Beihai jolted, then gradually relaxed. For a moment, he felt an incredibly hot and powerful energy enter his body, continuously refining his internal injuries and energy. Close your eyes and feel the power of the sun. Before Wang Beihai could make sense of it, the skeleton's voice reached him. Hesitating for a few seconds, Wang Beihai sat cross-legged on the ice chair, his hands naturally hanging down, savoring the energy of the sunlight. This is the power of the sun. Wang Beihai savored the experience, occasionally feeling a surge of delight. Who would have thought that the sun we bask under every day contains such pure spiritual energy? Thinking this, Wang Beihai activated the Haotianjing Qiju, greedily absorbing the sun's energy. Soon, Huang Fuling and the others slowly opened their eyes, shaking off their confusion. Huang Fuling immediately saw the skeleton in front of him, turning pale and taking a step back. When Qing and Nightingale, upon seeing the skeleton, let out a scream. The skeleton quickly gestured for them to be quiet, then pointed at Wang Beihai. Following the skeleton's gesture, they saw Wang Beihai sitting cross-legged on the ice throne, his body emitting a faint golden glow, like a deity. So beautiful! Seeing this scene, they all exclaimed in admiration. Huang Fuling narrowed his eyes, sensing the fluctuations from Wang Beihai, and suddenly looked shocked. He's breaking through his own limits. This realization made even Huang Fuling, who had always competed with Wang Beihai, feel the gap between people for the first time. Why does Beihai have such good fortune? At this rate, how can we compete? Even the fastest tech player can't beat someone with cheats. Huang Fuling stared intently at Wang Beihai, feeling both happy and somewhat resentful. Don't worry, Beihai. With the martial god techniques you've inherited, coupled with diligent cultivation, becoming a god in the future is not impossible. At that moment, the skeleton seemed to sense Huang Fuling's discontent and casually remarked, igniting a fierce determination in Huang Fuling. Huang Fuling then sat down on the spot, observing Wang Beihai's movements, and began to cultivate on his own. Beihai has a good mindset. The skeleton glanced at Huang Fuling and nodded. Thus, the group stood in the snow for an unknown amount of time. Finally, as the last ray of sunlight disappeared, Wang Beihai felt a pop in his body, as if something had been broken through. Then, Wang Beihai opened his eyes, which sparkled with stars. Is this the sacred realm? Wang Beihai looked at his palm, feeling the spiritual energy of the world. With a wave, he could harness it for his own use. No wonder they say the sacred realm is a significant divide. Before the sacred realm, one relies solely on their own strength. Entering the sacred realm allows one to command the spiritual energy of the world. Thinking this, Wang Beihai felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the four I encountered in the Emperor's city were not true sacred realm, at most half-sacred. Otherwise, without lifting a finger, they could have exhausted me with the world's energy. While feeling fortunate, Wang Beihai suddenly sensed something and looked up. A dark cloud had appeared above him, filled with golden lightning, accompanied by thunderous roars. 9 Wings Divine Thunder. It's the 9 Wings Divine Thunder. Beihai's nirvana tribulation is of such magnitude. The skeleton looked up at the golden lightning in the sky, its voice trembling involuntarily. The others, though not knowing what was happening, felt the terrifying power contained within the cloud. At that moment, Wang Beihai let out a long cry to the sky, then flicked his finger, propelling a pebble that lifted his body and flew directly towards the heavenly tribulation cloud. The cloud in the sky seemed to sense Wang Beihai's provocation. A thunderous sound came from within, followed by 2 lightning bolts as thick as buckets striking down towards Wang Beihai. Chapter 292. Surviving the Tribulation. Golden lightning transformed into 2 mighty dragons, lunging ferociously towards Wang Beihai. Without a hint of fear, Wang Beihai charged straight into the lightning, and in an instant, the dazzling light illuminated the entire area. Then, with a thunderous boom, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing deep into the ground. Turning to look, everyone saw Wang Beihai, blackened and disheveled, crawling out of the crater, no longer the arrogant figure he once was. Why is this 9 Wings Divine Thunder fiercer than the one in the tower? Wang Beihai furrowed his brows, feeling utterly perplexed. That's simple. The Divine Thunder in the Black Tower was captured by the king long ago using secret techniques. After prolonged depletion and decomposition, its power naturally diminished. The voice of the Book of Nothingness drifted over. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's heart leaped with joy. He glanced up at the 2 golden dragons still roaring in the sky, his eyes gleaming with greed. Is there a way to capture them? I don't want to waste such pure energy, he said, licking his lips in anticipation, almost drooling. You, Beihai, this is a tribulation, the Book of Nothingness replied. In the next moment, a secret technique was transmitted to Wang Beihai's mind. This technique is called the Thunder Restraint Art. Now that you've broken through to the Saint Realm, you can use it. Whether you can capture the Tribulation Thunder depends on your own fortune. With that, the Book of Nothingness fell silent once more. Thunder Restraint Art? The name is quite straightforward, Wang Beihai mused, but before he could ponder further, the 2 dragons lunged at him again. Taken off guard, he was struck by one of the dragons and crashed into the ground once more. Ouch, that hurts. Wang Beihai grimaced as he climbed out of the pit, his body smoking and his skin charred black. If I had faced this in the tower that day, I'd have been obliterated by now. A flicker of relief crossed his eyes as he squinted, dodging the Divine Thunder while activating the Thunder Restraint Art according to the technique in his mind. Gathering the essence of the heavens and earth, forming an indestructible cage, this cage is invisible and intangible, yet capable of restraining all things in the world. As Wang Beihai recited, his eyes widened involuntarily. Whoever created the Thunder Restraint Art was a madman. Closing his eyes, Wang Beihai stood still, focusing on the faint spiritual energy around him. At that moment, the 2 golden dragons attacked from both sides, encircling him. Just as Wang Beihai was about to be engulfed by their immense power, the onlookers showed concern. This situation feels familiar, the skeleton remarked thoughtfully, sensing an unusual fluctuation in the air. His skeletal frame shuddered, and he burst into laughter. This Beihai, he's mad. This scenario is exactly like the one from back then. Madmen, both of them. As the skeleton spoke, Wang Beihai's figure was completely swallowed by the golden dragons. Beihai! Yi Ying and Wenqing called out in worry, while Bai Shui's gaze remained steadfast. Don't worry, the master will be fine. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, and a transparent giant hand emerged from the void. Upon its appearance, the 2 bolts of divine thunder seemed to sense something, emitting a fearful roar before fleeing back into the clouds. Wang Beihai's figure reappeared, his hands forming seals, a smile on his face. What's going on? The thunder seems afraid. Wen Qing blinked in disbelief. Huang Fuling and Ying shook their heads. I don't know, but it feels incredibly powerful, Huang Fuling said, his previous awe now replaced by admiration. At that moment, Wang Beihai laughed and soared into the sky, chasing after the thunder while shouting, "Don't go! Hit me again, just once." This sight left everyone dumbfounded, even the well-traveled skeleton gaping in astonishment. This is unprecedented. Throughout history, cultivators have always feared heavenly wrath. Tribulations are the last thing they want to face, yet here's someone chasing after it. The skeleton shook his head in disbelief. Just then, the clouds in the sky flashed with a red light. The thunder of annihilation. How is that possible? The skeleton exclaimed, shouting to Wang Beihai in the sky. Come back, quickly. However, the red lightning struck Wang Beihai almost instantly, causing his body to go numb and his mind blank. His limbs felt detached, and darkness enveloped his vision as he fell towards the ground. Master, Bai Shui's eyes sharpened with urgency, transforming into a snow divine eagle and flying towards Wang Beihai. Don't go, the skeleton intervened, waving a hand to create a powerful force that pulled Bai Shui back. At the moment Bai Shui retreated, a small bolt of lightning split from the golden thunder and struck the ground where she had been. Close call, Bai Shui thought, glancing at the scorched earth. The tribulation hasn't ended, which means your master isn't dead, the skeleton said calmly, his gaze fixed on the spot where Wang Beihai had fallen. Lying on the ground, Wang Beihai was on the brink of collapse. The red lightning had disappeared, but the two golden bolts still hovered in the clouds, ready to strike. Look, what's that on Beihai? Huang Fuling squinted, and everyone turned to see a green light emanating from Wang Beihai, spreading to form a 10-meter radius shield that enveloped him. Inside the shield, the flat ice began to sprout green grass, transforming the Sun God Palace into a lush landscape. Such powerful vitality, the skeleton marveled. Then, Wang Beihai suddenly opened his eyes, rising from the ground and flying towards the two bolts of thunder. Hand it over, Wang Beihai smirked, quickly forming a seal. An invisible hand instantly grabbed the two bolts of thunder, pulling them from the clouds. Wang Beihai then summoned the Black Tower, which rapidly enlarged in the air. Absorb, Wang Beihai shouted, and the thunder was immediately drawn into the tower. Job done, he said, landing on the ground. The clouds in the sky seemed to be in a daze, and with a wave of his hand, the Black Tower returned to him. The clouds dispersed, and Wang Beihai stood victorious. Chapter 293, A Grand Gesture. I suppose I've reached the realm of the sacred now. Wang Beihai glanced at his hands, and then smiled contentedly as he slowly approached the group. What's with the gaping mouths as soon as you wake up? Seeing everyone's expressions, Wang Beihai widened his eyes in surprise. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not some kind of monster. He walked up to Huang Fuling and patted his shoulder. Don't touch me. I'm afraid you're electrified. Huang Fuling instantly recoiled as if he had been shocked. Ha ha ha, a monster indeed, a real monster. The skeleton's eyes flickered as it turned its head towards Wang Beihai, and then clapped its hands. Throughout the ages, I suppose only you, little monster, could have gone through such tribulations. At this, Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. It seems you're more of a monster than I am, don't you think? As he spoke, Wang Beihai bowed to the skeleton. Although I don't know your intentions, I have indeed gained a lot from these trials, and all my friends are safe. Here, I thank you. Ha ha ha, you're quite the character, Beihai. I like you. The skeleton laughed loudly and then waved its hand, causing the surroundings to change instantly, and everyone found themselves back on the ghost ship. What exactly is going on here? Huang Fuling looked around at the familiar environment and immediately recalled the events of when they first boarded the ship. It's nothing. Perhaps this is the providence the elder has bestowed upon me. Wang Beihai looked meaningfully at the skeleton, who remained silent but gestured with its finger for everyone to follow it. Seeing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, nodded to Huang Fuling and the others, and then led the way, following the skeleton. The group trailed behind the skeleton, walking from the bow to the stern of the ship. Ha ha ha, Wang Beihai, congratulations on completing the final trial. The divine tomb actually closed 3 days ago, and this is the final stop of your journey through the tomb. Hearing this, Wang Beihai and the others were taken aback. There's no need to worry. I will open a spatial passageway to send you back at the end. The flow of time in the divine tomb is very slow. What seems like a year here has only been a month or so in the outside world. Who exactly are you, and why are you helping me? Wang Beihai furrowed his brows, looking at the skeleton with confusion. From the first encounter on the Yingzhou Sea to meeting again in the divine tomb, Wang Beihai felt no hostility from the skeleton. Moreover, the skeleton's bets with him seemed to target his weaknesses. All the trials you've given me feel like they were tailor-made for me. Ha ha ha, you don't need to think too much. I just want to cultivate more people who can fight against the demons before they arrive. Wang Beihai, I ask you this. If one day, the world needs your strength to protect it, what will you do? The skeleton said, turning its gaze to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai was taken aback by the question. Honestly, he hadn't really thought about such matters. After a moment, Wang Beihai frowned slightly and slowly said, if possible, I just want to return to Wulong village and live a simple, ordinary life, occasionally raising chickens and ducks, farming the land. As for saving the world, I haven't really thought about it. As he spoke, Wang Beihai stretched and his eyes revealed a clear, pure light. But if one day, the life I yearn for is disrupted by external forces, no matter where they come from or how powerful they are, as long as they threaten those I care about, I will do everything in my power to push them back. Hearing this, the skeleton nodded in satisfaction, and Huang Fuling and the others also nodded slightly. Wang Beihai, you are quite impressive. I begin to understand why the king chose you. The skeleton said indifferently, causing Wang Beihai's heart to stir again. The king again? Are all the experiences I've gone through arranged by the king? Not exactly. The skeleton shook its head and continued. The king merely gave you a path. How you walk it is entirely in your own hands. It must be said, you are more outstanding than we imagined. The skeleton said with a look of satisfaction and then clapped its hands. Given how much I'm pleased with you, I'll give you all a little something extra. As it spoke, a group of armored octopus men suddenly appeared on the ghost ship. Several larger octopus men jumped into the sea and soon returned to the deck with several old chests. Wang Beihai and the others curiously approached. A small gift, Beihai. Nothing special. The skeleton laughed loudly, and as the chests opened, a dazzling array of colors instantly reflected on everyone's faces. These are spiritual artifacts. Wang Beihai was startled, seeing various weapons and armors lying in the chests. No, just spiritual artifacts? How could I possibly offer such trivial things? These are ancient divine artifacts left over from the ancient times. However, over time, the divine power on these items has weakened somewhat. If you don't mind, you can each choose one to take with you. As it spoke, the skeleton waved its hand. Everyone was shocked, and Huang Fuling's mouth gaped open, unable to believe what he saw. These divine artifacts, just like that, given to us? They're just some useless trinkets. If you don't like them, I'll take them back. No. Seeing this, Huang Fuling immediately showed an anxious expression, pouncing on the treasure chest and rummaging through it eagerly. When Qing and Ying saw this, smiled, and their eyes also revealed anticipation as they rummaged through the other chests. Xiaobai, you go choose one too. Wang Beihai smiled slightly, marveling at the skeleton's resources. Legendary divine artifacts were casually given away. The scale of this gesture was indeed quite grand. Why aren't you picking one yourself? Seeing Wang Beihai standing still, the skeleton asked with a hint of surprise. I don't need one. I think Red Cloud and Dragon's Heart are fine, and as for armor, my own Azura indestructible body is no less than any armor. Wang Beihai smiled and politely declined the skeleton's offer. That's true. Your Dragon's Heart and Red Cloud. although only spiritual artifacts, have been tempered so many times that they are showing signs of evolving into divine artifacts. Given time, they will surely become world-shaking divine artifacts. The skeleton stroked its chin and then sized up Wang Beihai. However, regarding armor, your understanding is wrong. After all, these are divine artifacts. There's no guarantee that no armor can match your golden body. As it spoke, the skeleton waved its hand, and a set of crimson armor instantly appeared in front of Wang Beihai. This is... Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, feeling the intense heat emanating from the armor, immediately recognizing it as the armor worn by the Flame Demon. This armor is condensed from the Flame Demon's millennium of cultivation, naturally possessing fire attributes, capable of immunizing against most flames, and extremely tough. It can easily withstand the attacks of ordinary Sacred Realm experts. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened as he stared at the armor, a thought instantly coming to his mind. Chapter 294, Departure from the Divine Tomb. This thing can actually withstand attacks from saint-level powerhouses? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and then said, "Can I give it a try?" The skeleton laughed loudly and waved his hand, sending the armor to Wang Beihai. "It's yours. You can test it however you like." Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up with joy. He threw the armor into the air and then punched it fiercely. Instantly, a whirlwind arose and a loud explosion resounded through the air. The few people who were selecting divine artifacts heard the commotion and immediately looked up at Wang Beihai. They saw the infernal demon armor still floating in the air, unharmed by Wang Beihai's attack. "What a great item, I'll take it." Wang Beihai smiled contentedly and then waved his hand, bringing the armor to his side. "If you like it, you can now perform the blood oath to claim it." The skeleton waved his hand, and Wang Beihai bit his finger, dropping a drop of his blood onto the armor. Immediately, the armor trembled slightly and emitted a red glow. With a flash of the red light, Wang Beihai felt a warmth envelop him. When he looked down, the armor had already appeared on his body. This thing can even accelerate the circulation of spiritual energy. Wang Beihai's eyes lit up. This undoubtedly enhanced his attack power. "Haha, I'm glad you like it." The skeleton laughed heartily, and several golden lights flickered in the distance. "Looks like they've all made their choices." The skeleton and Wang Beihai turned to look, seeing Huang Fuling and the others approaching with weapons in their hands, all looking satisfied. "Thank you, Elder." The group approached and bowed to the skeleton. "No need to thank me. Remember, after leaving here, focus on your cultivation. Time is running out. You are needed to fight the demonic invaders." With that, the skeleton did not say more but waved his hand, and a spatial rift instantly appeared in front of the group. "Go," the skeleton said calmly, and the group felt a strange force envelop them, involuntarily flying into the spatial rift. As they entered, the spatial rift slowly closed. Watching the disappearing figures, the skeleton sighed deeply. At that moment, a figure draped in a black robe appeared behind the skeleton. Why the long sigh? The robed figure slowly removed the hood, revealing a cold and stern face that was identical to Wang Beihai's. "It's nothing, Your Majesty. This Wang Beihai is increasingly resembling you," the skeleton said slowly. "Haha, the one I chose naturally should resemble me, but he surpasses me." The king's eyes flickered. "Now, I can only temporarily exist within this divine tomb. I sense the disturbance from the demon realm. Their time is running out." "Those bastards, have they finally grown impatient?" The skeleton's eyes immediately glowed red, and the surrounding air instantly froze. "Old man, your temper is as explosive as ever. With the demon invasion, there's little we can do within the divine tomb. Ultimately, we are relics of the past. The task of protecting the world falls to these young ones. I hope they have grown strong before that day arrives." With that, the king and the skeleton both looked up at the sky. The ghost ship slowly sailed in, disappearing into the thick fog. Inside the spatial rift, Wang Beihai and his group saw scenes flashing before their eyes. When they regained clarity, they found themselves atop the summit of exterminating gods. Ling, you've finally come out. As soon as they appeared, Huang Fu Yun's voice reached them. Turning around, they saw Huang Fu Yun running excitedly towards them, hugging Huang Fu Ling tightly. Good boy, your cultivation has improved again. Huang Fu Yun looked at Huang Fu Ling with satisfaction and pride in his eyes. That's a given, Huang Fu Ling said proudly, raising his head. You've reached the saint level. At that moment, Huang Fu Yun turned to look at Wang Beihai, his eyes filled with shock. It's just luck, pure luck, Wang Beihai said with a smile. Ordinary people don't have such good luck. Huang Fu Yun laughed heartily and then waved his hand. Your safe return is a great joy for us. Come, let's go home. With that, the group headed down the summit of exterminating gods. This time, the descent was not as difficult as before. As soon as they left the summit, the surrounding scenery transformed into ordinary mountains. They ran swiftly and soon reached the foot of the mountain. Huang Fu family vehicles were already waiting there. They got into the cars and drove towards the capital. It feels so good to be back. Throughout the journey, Wang Beihai looked at the familiar scenery with great pleasure. Glancing at the others, it was clear from their expressions that they shared the same sentiment. That night, the group laughed and chatted, and even Wang Beihai, who usually avoided getting drunk, ended up completely intoxicated. Meanwhile, at the Huang Fu residence, there was a night of revelry, while the Zhang family was plunged into silence. In the Zhang family hall, Zhang Helong, Zhang Chengluan's father, sat with a gloomy expression, facing a young man in a blue robe. So, my son was killed by the Huang Fu family and Wang Beihai working together? Zhang Helong's eyes flashed with cold light, and with a sudden force, the two stone balls in his hand turned to dust. Indeed, my purpose for coming here is twofold. First, to inform you of what happened that day, and second, to assist the Zhang family in avenging this. The blue-robed youth said, looking up with a cold gleam in his eyes. That would be excellent. Zhang Helong slammed the table and then turned his eyes, saying, the Huang Fu family has gone too far, but they are a powerful family in the capital. If we were to confront them directly, we might not gain any advantage. It seems we can only target this powerless Wang Beihai. Your insight is admirable, Zhang family head. The blue-robed youth smiled sinisterly. The next day, Wang Beihai and the others woke up groggily. Wang Beihai stretched and then his phone rang. Taking out his phone, he saw it was Ren Yunfei calling. Wang Beihai immediately answered, and Ren Yunfei's urgent voice came through. Something's wrong. Wang Beihai's brows furrowed as he listened. According to Ren Yunfei, all industries under the Mo Fei group had collapsed overnight. Many factories had been attacked by mysterious forces, and their sales channels had been blocked. Who could it be? Wang Beihai frowned, mentally reviewing the list of suspects but finding no answers. At that moment, an unfamiliar number called. Wang Beihai answered, and his face instantly changed. Yang Li's cries for help came through the phone. Chapter 295, The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. What? Attacked overnight? And someone was kidnapped? In the main hall of the Huang Fu family, upon hearing that Wang Beihai's enterprises had been attacked, Huang Fu Ling immediately stood up from his seat. After their journey through the ancient divine relic, Huang Fu Ling had clearly regarded Wang Beihai as his brother. Now that his brother was in trouble, Huang Fu Ling was naturally furious. Yes, with such strength, I can't think of anyone in Jiangnan or Jiangbei. Wang Beihai furrowed his brows, deeply concerned about Yang Li's safety, but the most critical step now was to uncover the mastermind behind this. I'm not afraid of other things, but with the enemy in the shadows and us in the open, the situation is still very unfavorable for us. Wang Beihai rubbed his chin, going through his list of suspected individuals one by one, but still shook his head. There's no need to rush. Just as Wang Beihai was at a loss, Huang Fu Yun entered. Just now, someone from the treasure pavilion in the capital sent a message, saying that an old acquaintance of yours invites you to meet at the treasure pavilion. Treasure pavilion? There's also a treasure pavilion in the capital? Wang Beihai widened his eyes, looking at Huang Fu Yun in disbelief. Of course there is. You wouldn't believe it, but if you really want to talk about the strongest forces in this vast land of Shenzhou, the treasure pavilion ranks first, at least on the surface. Not just in Shinjo, but almost everywhere in the world, there are branches of the treasure pavilion. It's a good thing for someone as young as you to be acquainted with them. Huang Fuyun said, looking at Wang Beihai with envy, then continued, in my life, I haven't valued many people, but you, Wang Beihai, are truly a talent. You flatter me, senior. Wang Beihai nodded slightly. All right, the treasure pavilion's car is already waiting outside. This invitation must be related to the attack yesterday. With their extensive influence, they might know something. Huang Fuyun waved his hand, signaling Wang Beihai to hurry out. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai didn't delay and quickly left the Huangfu family. As soon as he stepped out, he indeed saw a stretched Rolls-Royce parked at the gate. A burly man in a black suit and sunglasses, seeing Wang Beihai come out, immediately stepped forward and gestured for him to enter. Wang Beihai understood and got into the car, which immediately drove forward, passing through the roads lined with family compounds, then turned and stopped in front of a luxurious pavilion. Wang Beihai stepped out of the car and took a closer look, couldn't help but sigh. Purple aura surrounds, noble and imposing. This location is probably the best feng shui in the capital. Brother Bei also understands feng shui? At that moment, an old voice came from behind Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai turned around to see an amiable elder smiling at him. I am not talented, just learned some superficial knowledge. Wang Beihai modestly nodded, and the elder nodded in satisfaction, then slowly walked into the treasure pavilion. Shortly after the elder entered, a burly bodyguard came out, still not speaking, just gesturing for Wang Beihai to follow. Wang Beihai followed the bodyguard into the treasure pavilion. Compared to the exterior decoration, the interior of the treasure pavilion was exceptionally simple. As soon as he entered the main gate, a refreshing coolness instantly surged into his mind. This is the Stone of Clarity. Wang Beihai's eyes slightly widened in surprise as he looked at the small stones on the ceiling, his heart slightly shocked. Although the Stone of Clarity was not a precious stone, very few people knew its function. As he observed his surroundings, Wang Beihai soon followed the bodyguard through the hall to a garden. In the garden, there were small bridges and flowing water, birdsong and fragrant flowers, as if entering another world compared to the outside, exuding a unique elegance. After a few steps, the bodyguard stopped, and in front of the pavilion, a graceful figure was strumming a guzheng, the melodious sound of the zither like flowing water from high mountains. Miss Zhong. Seeing the person playing, Wang Beihai immediately widened his eyes. It was Zhong Momo. Long time no see, you've forgotten. Just call me Momo. Zhong Momo stopped playing, then smiled charmingly, instantly making all flowers pale in comparison. This smile was breathtaking. No, I haven't forgotten. Seeing this beautiful scene, even Wang Beihai's composure couldn't help but blush slightly. Hee, still the same as before, little brother. Zhong Momo slowly stood up, her steps light as she walked to Wang Beihai, a refreshing fragrance instantly enveloping him. Wang Beihai subconsciously took a step back, his lips twitching. Momo, you are still as beautiful as ever. You are still as pure as ever. Zhong Momo smiled slightly, then directly took Wang Beihai's hand and led him into the pavilion. Sit. This time we invited you here mainly to discuss the attack on your enterprises yesterday. Zhong Momo gestured for Wang Beihai to sit down, then her expression turned serious. Do you know who did it? Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai also became serious. Zhong Momo smiled, her charming eyes looking at Wang Beihai. Although the other party is trying to cover their tracks, there are still some clues. I can tell you, but you have to agree to a condition. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, then smiled at Zhong Momo. The treasure pavilion is still as profit-driven as ever. You exaggerate, it's just a mutual benefit, and this matter is my personal request to you, having nothing to do with the treasure pavilion. Zhong Momo blinked, her eyes full of pleading. Wang Beihai furrowed his brows. What condition, you say? The condition is simple. Fight a battle for the treasure pavilion in Jiangnan. Zhong Momo's eyes sparkled, and Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback. Fight? With the wealth of the treasure pavilion, you can hire strong people from Shinjo and even the world. Why choose me? I trust you. and this battle is related to my father's life. Right now, I can only trust you." Saying this, Zhong Momo looked at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai frowned, thinking for a moment, then smiled. "Fighting is easy, but who am I supposed to fight?" "The leader of the Martial Alliance, Sun Dashing." "Martial Alliance? Sun Dashing? What is all this about?" Wang Beihai frowned, looking at Zhong Momo in confusion. "You are inexperienced in the world. It's normal not to know about the Martial Alliance. These things can wait until you solve your current problems, but your current situation is quite troublesome." Zhong Momo smiled slightly. Wang Beihai immediately realized and looked at Zhong Momo. Who was behind all this? Someone who can mobilize such powerful forces overnight is unlikely to be from Jiangnan or Jiangbei. The only ones with such boldness, apart from superpowers like the Martial Alliance and the Treasure Pavilion, are the super families in the capital. Think carefully, after coming to the capital, which super families have you had conflicts with? Zhong Momo blinked, her eyes full of wisdom. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately realized, then narrowed his eyes, coldly saying, "The Zhang family of the capital." Chapter 296, Breaking In. Indeed. Zhong Momo nodded, her eyes flashing with a cold light. "I received intelligence that on the night your businesses were attacked, the Zhang family sent out over 100 messages an hour before the incident. The recipients of these messages were all locations where your businesses were located. The few experts involved were all top-ranked hunters on the dark web. On the day of the incident, the Zhang family's accounts indeed saw a large sum of money transferred out." Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes grew even colder. Now, it is almost certain that the mastermind behind this is the Zhang family. Even if it isn't them, the Zhang family is heavily involved in this matter. As Zhong Momo finished her sentence, Wang Beihai's aura erupted, causing a sudden gust of wind in the small courtyard. Zhong Momo's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly moved to the side, watching Wang Beihai in astonishment. "If Sister Li has suffered any harm, I will surely wash the Zhang family in blood," Wang Beihai said coldly, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. "I wonder what the Zhang family was thinking. They couldn't pick anyone else to mess with, but had to choose you. This plague god," Zhong Momo sighed, shaking her head as she mentally mourned for the Zhang family. "Can you tell me the specific location where Sister Li is? I know it shouldn't be difficult for your treasure-gathering pavilion to find out." Wang Beihai's eyes were filled with cold light, making Zhong Momo shiver. "We have the location," Zhong Momo said after a moment's hesitation. Before she could finish, Wang Beihai grabbed her arm. Zhong Momo was startled, and her face instantly turned red. "Just tell me, and I will fight this battle with my life on the line for you," Wang Beihai said firmly, his eyes filled with determination. "Thank you," Zhong Momo said, taken aback, then sighed. "As far as I know, Yang Li was last seen being taken to the Zhang family residence by Zhang Helong, the head of the Zhang family." Hearing this, Wang Beihai gave Zhong Momo a hug and then looked at her gratefully. "Thank you," he said before turning to leave. "Wait," Zhong Momo called out, stopping Wang Beihai. "I've heard that there are people from the Lingjia at the Zhang family. This time, you're going into a dragon's den. If you need help, our treasure-gathering pavilion can assist you." "Thank you, but no need. A mere Zhang family, even if a Lingjia sect were to come, they won't be able to stop me from saving who I want to save," Wang Beihai said resolutely before turning and leaving. Watching Wang Beihai's departing back, Zhong Momo's eyes revealed a hint of envy. "How enviable, to be so protected by you," she thought. Wang Beihai left the treasure-gathering pavilion and, without stopping, asked someone for the location of the Zhang family residence. He then leaped into the air and rushed towards the Zhang family at high speed. Wang Beihai did not conceal his tracks, drawing the attention of many as he ran. Soon, he arrived at the Zhang family's gates. "Halt! Who are you?" "Today, the Zhang family is closed to visitors. We do not welcome outsiders," a burly man at the gate said, blocking Wang Beihai's path. "Get out of my way," Wang Beihai said coldly, his gaze alone sending the man flying to the side, where he groaned in pain before losing consciousness. Seeing this, another man on the other side of the gate turned to run into the residence. But Wang Beihai's eyes flashed and he waved his hand, sending both the man and the gate flying into the Zhang family's courtyard. This commotion immediately drew the attention of the crowd, and soon the area around the Zhang family's gates was filled with onlookers. Many powerful figures from other super families also stood on the rooftops, watching the scene with interest. Who is this guy, daring to break down the Zhang family's gate? I don't know, but judging by his moves, he must be a formidable expert. The Zhang family is in trouble now? I don't think so. Look at him. He doesn't seem much older than 20. Even if he's strong, how can he compare to the well-established Zhang family? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Wang Beihai ignored the onlookers' chatter. His eyes cold, he slowly stepped into the Zhang family's gates. As soon as he entered, a group of enforcers rushed out and surrounded him, with Li Si at the forefront. Beizi, I've let go of past grievances. Since you've come to our doorstep, don't blame me, Li Si said, waving his hand. Instantly, the enforcers swarmed towards Wang Beihai, who was soon engulfed by the crowd. However, before Li Si could gloat, the sound of fists and feet clashing rang out, and the enforcers surrounding Wang Beihai were all sent flying, groaning in pain before losing consciousness. You think just because you got some benefits from the ancient divine ruins, you can act recklessly? The injury you caused me that day, I will repay you 100-fold today. I'll show you my true strength, Li Si said, narrowing his eyes and charging at Wang Beihai. Facing Li Si's fierce attack, Wang Beihai didn't dodge. With his Azura indestructible body activated, he took Li Si's blow head-on with his chest. Seeing his lethal strike had no effect on Wang Beihai, Li Si's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, Wang Beihai slapped him across the face. Taken off guard, Li Si was sent reeling. Tell me, where is the woman you captured? Wang Beihai grabbed Li Si by the collar, his eyes cold. Li Si didn't answer and tried to resist, but Wang Beihai's eyes hardened, and he slapped Li Si again, this time knocking out several of his teeth. The onlookers outside the gate gasped in shock. Who was Li Si? Although not a top-tier expert, he was a well-known figure in the capital. Yet here he was, being slapped around by a young man, making the crowd feel like they were in a dream. I don't know, Li Si said, shaking his dizzy head. Wang Beihai didn't hesitate and slapped him again, this time shattering all his teeth. Speak, Wang Beihai said coldly, raising his hand. Seeing this, Li Si quickly knelt and begged for mercy, pointing towards the depths of the Zhang family residence. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, struck Li Si on the back of the head with a chop, and Li Si groaned before passing out. Wang Beihai snorted, continued forward, and released his divine sense. Sure enough, he sensed Yang Li's presence deep within the residence. Pleased, Wang Beihai quickened his pace. But then, he heard a noise and quickly stepped back. A long sword flew through the air and landed in front of him. A blue-robed young man descended from the sky, picked up the sword, and said to Wang Beihai with his nose in the air, Wang Beihai, I am the chief disciple of the Listening Rain Pavilion. You schemed to kill our pavilion's enforcer. Today, I represent the Listening Rain Pavilion to take you down. Chapter 297. The Annihilation of the Family. The Listening Rain Pavilion? Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow and then coldly glared at the young man. So, you're saying that your Listening Rain Pavilion is also involved in this matter? Humph! You mere mortals from the human realm are not worthy to mention the name of the Listening Rain Pavilion, sneered the young man, pointing his long sword at Wang Beihai. Enough talk. Today, I represent the Listening Rain Pavilion to take down a lowly wretch like you. With that, the young man's eyes turned cold, and his aura erupted, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Some of the older family members were visibly stunned. This young man, so young, has already reached the Nirvana stage and seems on the verge of breaking through to the Saint Realm. The people of the Spirit Realm are indeed extraordinary. This upstart, Wang Beihai, is likely to be in trouble now. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, the young man's pride grew even more. Wang Beihai, however, paid no heed. Release my sister Li, and I might spare your life, Wang Beihai said coldly. Sister Li? You mean that woman, The young man laughed lewdly, licking his lips. She's quite the beauty. After dealing with you, I'll have to sample the flavor of a human woman. You're seeking death. Before the young man could finish, Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and he vanished from sight. The young man's eyes sharpened as he realized Wang Beihai had appeared before him. Without a word, Wang Beihai delivered a punch to the young man's face, blackening his right eye. Bastard, you dared to ambush me, the young man roared, swinging his sword wildly, but none of his strikes landed. Wang Beihai's eyes remained indifferent as he dodged effortlessly, leaving the young man's attacks to fall short. Feeling the situation turn against him, the young man retreated, glancing at the crowd, who now wore expressions of doubt. Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have some fancy footwork. If you're a man, face me head-on. Wang Beihai smirked dismissively, then gestured with his hand, clearly taunting the young man. Hesitating for a moment, the young man clenched his sword, and a gust of wind swirled around it, his face contorted in a cruel smile. Since you're asking for it, don't blame me for being merciless. With that, the young man slashed at Wang Beihai, sending a green blade aura streaking through the sky. The crowd gasped as the blade aura cut through the air with a sizzling sound. Himph! Mere tricks. How can they harm me? Wang Beihai bellowed, his body glowing red as a set of crimson armor materialized. The blade aura struck his chest, kicking up a cloud of dust. The crowd's eyes were fixed on the dust, some hopeful, others mocking. That strike contains the power of natural laws. This upstart is likely in grave danger. I don't think so. I bet he's fine. The crowd's murmurs grew louder. The young man smirked, resting his sword on his shoulder. Come out. I used my full strength for that strike. Even my master would have to retreat from it. Even if this upstart survives, he'll be heavily injured. At that moment, Zhang Helong, overjoyed, rushed out of the Zhang family courtyard, followed by Yang Li, bound and escorted by two burly men. Haha, as expected of someone from the spirit realm. No matter how arrogant this upstart is, he's no match for you. Zhang Helong fawned. Pfft, no way, Beihai will be fine, Yang Li spat defiantly. Zhang Helong's eyes turned fierce, and he slapped Yang Li across the face. Today, with this immortal here, not even the King of Heaven could save Wang Beihai. Before he could finish, Zhang Helong's eyes widened in horror as a cold face appeared before him. This is the hand that struck Sister Li, Wang Beihai said coldly, and with a flash of red light, Zhang Helong's right arm was severed at the shoulder. Zhang Helong staggered back, blood gushing from the wound, his face turning pale. Ah! Zhang Helong's scream echoed, and the young man, still basking in his earlier triumph, quickly retreated, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. Even a Saint Realm expert couldn't have come out unscathed from that strike. What are you? Wang Beihai ignored the young man, instead turning to glare at the two men holding Yang Li. They dropped her in terror and fled. Wang Beihai approached to untie Yang Li, then asked with concern, Sister Li, are you all right? Yang Li's eyes softened, and she leaned into Wang Beihai's embrace. I'm fine, as long as you're all right. Seeing Wang Beihai's actions with Yang Li, the young man's anger flared. He glared at Wang Beihai, his teeth clenched. You upstart, how dare you ignore me? With that, the young man charged at Wang Beihai, his sword ablur. Yang Li cried out, Be careful. In the next instant, Wang Beihai, to everyone's astonishment, reached out and caught the young man in midair, as if held by an invisible hand. You're a Saint Realm expert? The young man's fear was palpable. Whether it's the Listening Rain Pavilion or the Spirit Realm, I've said it before. Anyone who harms those I care about will be held accountable. It's time you learn that there are always greater powers. Wang Beihai turned slowly, his hand tightening, causing the young man to feel an impending explosion. Sir, I was wrong. Spare me, spare me. The young man's eyes, once full of arrogance, were now filled with terror. It's too late for apologies. Wang Beihai's grip tightened further. I am the grand disciple of the Listening Rain Pavilion. Kill me, and they won't let you off. Without hesitation, Wang Beihai clenched his hand, and with a loud pop, the young man exploded into a cloud of blood. Zhang Helong, ignoring the pain in his arm, scrambled to Wang Beihai's feet, begging for mercy. Wang Beihai ignored him, helping Yang Li towards the exit. Seeing this, Zhang Helong's eyes lit up with hope. Just then, Wang Beihai stopped, speaking over his shoulder. I can overlook you interfering with my business, but when you laid hands on those I care about, you should have expected retribution. With a wave of his hand, a flash of red light cut through the air, and Zhang Helong's neck was marked with a line of blood. His eyes widened, and he collapsed to the ground. The crowd's expressions varied, but one thing was clear. From that day on, the Zhang family was no more. Chapter 298. Collaboration. As Wang Beihai dragged Yang Li out of the Zhang residence, many families in the capital were already inquiring about news regarding Wang Beihai. At the Zhang family's doorstep, several middle-class families approached to offer their congratulations, their words hinting at an intention to recruit. However, Wang Beihai responded to these people with only one sentence: not interested. Then, he continued to drag Yang Li away, disappearing into the crowd. What a big ego! Someone in the crowd muttered, drawing scornful glances from those around. It's no joke. To easily defeat a Nihility Realm expert, and at such a young age, how could such a talent not have an ego? The crowd buzzed with discussion, but when they turned back, Wang Beihai had already vanished. After leaving with Yang Li, Wang Beihai did not head straight back to the Huangfu family. Instead, he made a call, contacted Zhong Momo, and then boarded a private car from the Treasure Pavilion to arrive at the Treasure Pavilion. Congratulations! Upon entering the pavilion, Zhong Momo revealed a charming smile, her eyes gleaming with intelligence. I also have to thank you for your information. Wang Beihai nodded slightly, then pulled Yang Li to his side. There's one more thing I'd like to ask you for help with. Before Wang Beihai could finish, Zhong Momo smiled and said, Don't worry, we can meet all your requests. Oh, so generous? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhong Momo with surprise. For a saint-level expert, I believe no force would not want to recruit him, especially considering this saint is only in his early 20s. I'm thinking of the Treasure Pavilion. After all, making friends is much better than making enemies. Zhong Momo blinked her beautiful eyes, her lips curling into a stunning smile. You're quite straightforward. Wang Beihai smiled slightly. I know your character. It's better to be honest than to beat around the bush. So, how can the Treasure Pavilion help you? Zhong Momo smiled, then looked at Wang Beihai seriously. There are three main things I need help with. First, now that the Zhang family is destroyed, their assets are up for grabs. I'd like to collaborate with the Treasure Pavilion to take over the Zhang family's assets. After all, I also want to make a name for myself in the capital. Hearing this, Zhong Momo's eyes lit up. Wang Beihai wasn't asking for help. He was practically giving the Treasure Pavilion a gift. That's naturally not a problem. Zhong Momo's lips curled. Then she looked back at Wang Beihai. Second, regarding the remnants of the Zhang family who participated in the attack that night, who exactly were involved? As soon as Wang Beihai finished speaking, Zhong Momo clapped her hands, and a bodyguard immediately handed over a file. Zhong Momo passed the file to Wang Beihai. Most of those who attacked the Mo Fei group that night are in here. If you need more details, I can have someone investigate further. No need, this is enough. Thank you. Wang Beihai took the file, glanced at it, and stored it in his spatial ring. Then, he looked at Zhong Momo and continued. As for the third matter, with such a big incident, I want to return as soon as possible. I believe the Treasure Pavilion can arrange transportation more conveniently. Of course, that's not a problem. Our private jet is always available. Normally, we can reach Jiangnan within a day. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up. Then he turned his gaze and said, Currently, my business has suffered comprehensive damage, and with my own strength, it might be difficult to recover in a short time. I have a proposal. Why not let the Mo Fei Group and the Treasure Pavilion collaborate? In the future, all of the Mo Fei Group's businesses will be handled by your Treasure Pavilion. As soon as Wang Beihai finished, Zhong Momo's eyes widened, and her chest began to rise and fall rapidly. Is it very difficult? If you think it's not worth it, then forget it. Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow and waved his hand. No. Zhong Momo quickly shook her head. Without mentioning other factors, although the Treasure Pavilion covers a wide area and is not short of money, its profit-making ability is still inferior to the Mo Fei Group. If the Mo Fei Group could join forces, it would be a great boost for the Treasure Pavilion. Only a fool would refuse such a collaboration. Zhong Momo's eyes darted, and she quickly said, "The collaboration is excellent, but this matter is significant, and I can't make the decision alone." Then there's no rush. You can consult the higher-ups and make a decision later. I'm returning to the Huangfu family, and there might be some trouble on the way. I'll leave Sister Li in your care for now. I'll come to pick her up tomorrow morning. Saying this, Wang Beihai pulled Yang Li to his side. Yang Li frowned and glared at Wang Beihai. Just met and you want to ditch me? How little do you think of Sister Li? Seeing Yang Li's expression, Wang Beihai covered his face. Sister Li, you've misunderstood. I'm going back this time, and there might be trouble along the way. You'll be safer here. As soon as he finished, Yang Li stepped forward and hugged Wang Beihai. Sister Li. Wang Beihai was taken aback and didn't know what to do for a moment. Zhong Momo, seeing this, stuck out her tongue and turned her head away. After a long while, Yang Li let go of Wang Beihai and glared at him. You better take care of yourself. If you lose even a single hair, Sister Li will be the first to settle accounts with them. Yes, ma'am. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes glistened with tears, and he laughed loudly. After a few more instructions to Zhong Momo, he left the Treasure Pavilion. As soon as he stepped out of the Treasure Pavilion, Wang Beihai frowned. He sensed several powerful auras around him, some of which had reached the saint level. So, I'm being watched. Wang Beihai smirked and immediately got into the Treasure Pavilion's private car. As the car moved, the auras around it followed. Soon, the car stopped at the Huangfu family's doorstep, where Huangfu Yun and the others were already waiting. Upon seeing Wang Beihai, they immediately welcomed him. Haha, you rascal. You really did it. I heard you almost tore down the Zhang family. Huangfu Ling stepped forward and grabbed Wang Beihai's shoulder, and the group entered the Huangfu family home with laughter and conversation. Huangfu Yun walked behind, giving Lin Jing a meaningful glance. Lin Jing immediately understood, leaped onto the roof, and shouted loudly. Everyone, Wang Beihai is a distinguished guest of the Huangfu family. If you wish to have tea, the Huangfu family welcomes you at any time. If not, please return. After speaking, Lin Jing jumped down from the roof. Her voice, amplified by spiritual energy, reverberated around. Wang Beihai smiled slightly, and soon, the surrounding auras disappeared. Thank you, Elder. Entering the hall, Wang Beihai immediately bowed to Lin Jing. Lin Jing smiled and waved her hand, saying, this was the head's intention. Huangfu Yun smiled and said, if we're talking about gratitude, I should be the one thanking you. I've heard about what happened in the divine realm. Thanks to you, you took care of Ling and the others, and having such a talented person like you in the Huangfu family will surely elevate our status in the capital. Hearing this, everyone laughed. At that moment, Wang Beihai suddenly became serious and said, speaking of which, I do have something I'd like to collaborate on with you, Elder. Chapter 299, The Change of the Times. That night, Wang Beihai and Huangfu Yun discussed matters until the late hours. The next morning, as soon as the sky brightened, Wang Beihai got up early. Having already informed everyone the previous night, he quietly left the Huangfu residence without saying goodbye to anyone. As he stepped out the door, Wang Beihai noticed Ying standing by the Treasure Pavilion's special car, her big eyes fixed on him. Why the rush? You couldn't even say goodbye? Ying pouted, murmuring in complaint. Wang Beihai smiled slightly and then asked Ying, can't sleep early in the morning? Don't tell me you're missing me. Go away, who would miss you? Ying's face instantly flushed red, and she waved her hand at Wang Beihai. I have nowhere to go right now. Do you need someone to collect intelligence? Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up with joy and he looked at Ying with a smile. I'd be delighted if you could help me. Mo Fei Group is in dire need of intelligence personnel like you. Seeing Wang Beihai's agreement, Yi Ying's eyes gleamed with delight, and she immediately opened the car door and got in. Let's go. Ying rolled down the window and playfully blinked at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai could only chuckle wryly, then he got into the car. Soon, the car started and quickly left the ancient city. When Wang Beihai and Ying arrived at the airport, Zhong Momo and Yang Li were already waiting by a private plane. Thank you. Wang Beihai stepped forward and expressed his gratitude to Zhong Momo. Zhong Momo smiled slightly and said, no need for thanks. It's on my way back, too. As Zhong Momo spoke, she quickly boarded the plane. Throughout the journey, Wang Beihai took out the list Zhong Momo had given him earlier and studied it carefully. Flipping through the list, most of the names were from the top ranks of the dark web hunter rankings. However, Wang Beihai paid no heed to these formidable individuals, his fingers swiftly flipping through the pages. Suddenly, a familiar name jumped out at him, and Wang Beihai immediately stopped. Li Yixuan. Wang Beihai raised his eyebrows, then glanced at the photo on the list, his gaze instantly turning icy. Young Master Li, you really are persistent. Wang Beihai mused, feeling a tinge of regret. He had always been focused on Gu Lao and Heya, and only after everything ended did he realize that Li Yixuan had escaped. At the time, Wang Beihai hadn't paid much attention, but now it seemed Li Yixuan had come straight at him. Very well, I couldn't kill you in the Black Gold Hall, but now let's see who can protect you. Wang Beihai's eyes were cold as he muttered to himself, then stopped flipping the list and took out his phone to dial Lin Feng's number. Soon, Lin Feng's excited voice came through the line. Beihai, you finally remembered me. With no news for so long, didn't you worry our dragon slaying team would disband? I trust you wouldn't disband. Wang Beihai smiled, then began the next phase of his deployment. Thus, by that evening, Wang Beihai and his group landed at the airport in Longling County, Jiangnan. Beihai, as they disembarked, Zhong Momo suddenly called out to Wang Beihai just as he was about to leave. Although these people may not be your match, there are some desperate ones among them. Be careful this time. As always, if you need, my treasure pavilion is always ready. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback, then looked at Zhong Momo. Seeing the concern in her eyes, Wang Beihai couldn't help but chuckle softly, then reached out and patted Zhong Momo's head. Feeling the warmth of Wang Beihai's hand, Zhong Momo was momentarily stunned, standing frozen in place. Thank you, Wang Beihai smiled, then with the list in hand, he led Yi Ying away slowly. Take care. Only after Wang Beihai had walked far away did Zhong Momo snap back to reality. Gazing at the distant figure growing smaller, she couldn't help but murmur. Useless. All of you are useless. You think I spent so much money hiring you for fun? In an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Longquan County, Li Yixuan sat in a wheelchair, angrily throwing the things in his hands to the ground. In front of him stood several burly men with fierce expressions, now being scolded by Li Yixuan without mercy. Originally, with the Zhang family's actions in the capital, we could have done whatever we wanted, even more so. But it's all because of you cowards, hesitating when you should have acted, ending up just blowing up the Ji Shirtang. In the end, the person I wanted you to capture, you didn't get. Useless, all useless. Li Yixuan roared loudly, his eyes no longer showing the calmness and arrogance of the past, replaced by ferocity and irritation. Just as Li Yixuan was loudly berating them, Lin Feng had already led his men to surround the abandoned warehouse. With Lin Feng's order, the members of the dragon-slaying team broke through the doors and windows. What's going on? Li Yixuan's eyes showed a hint of panic, but soon, that panic turned into bloodlust. Lin Feng, I remember you. You were also part of the siege on the Black Gold Hall. Li Yixuan coldly stared at Lin Feng, his eyes glowing red in the darkness. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, then snorted coldly, waving his hand as the dragon-slaying team members surrounded them. Li Yixuan, didn't expect it, did you? Today is your end. Lin Feng sneered. At this moment, Li Yixuan not only showed no fear, but instead let out an eerie laugh. Hee hee hee, Lin Feng. You overestimate yourself. I deliberately exposed my whereabouts to you. Do you really think I'm that stupid? As he spoke, the few burly men around Li Yixuan immediately let out a roar, their eyes turning blood red, and their speed and strength surging. Seeing this, Lin Feng realized the situation was dire and hurriedly ordered the dragon-slaying team members to attack. However, even the martial artists among them felt a gust of wind before their chests were heavily struck, knocking them back. What are these things? Lin Feng took 2 steps back, punching away an attacker, then frowned as he looked at Li Yixuan, his pupils suddenly contracting. Li Yixuan was holding a dragon-slaying team member, and his eyes behind the glasses suddenly turned blood red, 2 sharp fangs protruding from his mouth. Lin Feng, the times have changed. The Jiangnan of today, the world of today, is no longer Wang Beihai's domain. If you make it back alive, remember to tell him, the Longquan County has changed. With that, Li Yixuan let out a cold laugh, opened his mouth wide, and bit down on the member's neck. The member's eyes widened, struggling for a moment before going still. Bastard, Lin Feng roared in anger, charging at Li Yixuan with a clenched fist. Li Yixuan neither dodged nor evaded. Just as Lin Feng's punch was about to land, the member who had fallen before Li Yixuan suddenly stood up, delivering a punch that sent Lin Feng stumbling back. Lin Feng stared in shock at the former teammate, who slowly raised his head, his eyes now blood red. Chapter 300, The Vampire. Wang Kai, what's going on? Lin Feng looked at his former teammate in confusion, his heart filled with shock and pain. Sorry, but he's now mine. Isekai, I must say, your blood, though not particularly tasty, is quite powerful. Li Yixuan sneered, standing up from his wheelchair. Your legs? Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of Li Yixuan. Lin Feng, you didn't really think I'd stay in a wheelchair for the rest of my life, did you? To be honest, Wang Beihai's stab really hit me hard at the time. But in retrospect, I have to thank him. It was because of him that I discovered how wonderful it is to possess power. Li Yixuan looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng took 2 involuntary steps back. His instincts honed on the edge of life told him that Li Yixuan was extremely dangerous. Don't worry, as long as you help me kill Wang Beihai, I can let bygones be bygones. Li Yixuan taunted Lin Feng, his fangs gleaming eerily in the darkness. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, then pulled out a dagger from his waist, took a deep breath to overcome his fear, and coldly stared at Li Yixuan. You dream if you think I'll kill my brother? Heh, don't be so hasty. You'll soon realize that in the face of absolute power, your loyalty is worthless. With that, Li Yixuan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he instantly dashed towards Lin Feng, his fingers extending into sharp claws as he viciously swiped at Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng remained calm, deftly dodging to the side and swiftly slashing down with his dagger. Li Yixuan was momentarily stunned, apparently not expecting such a quick response from Lin Feng, and his arm was immediately slashed, leaving a bloody wound. Ouch! Li Yixuan winced in pain, quickly retracting his hand and licking the wound with his tongue, which miraculously healed instantly. I didn't expect you to be a martial artist. Li Yixuan looked at Lin Feng in surprise. It seems Wang Beihai has invested a lot in you all these years. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, ignoring Li Yixuan and gripping his dagger in reverse, darting towards Li Yixuan with a swift motion. You're really impatient, aren't you? Li Yixuan sneered, his eyes shooting a cold glare, and then he vanished into the darkness. Lin Feng, let's see how you handle your old friend. Li Yixuan's triumphant voice echoed from the darkness, and soon, the sound of rapid footsteps came from a corner, followed by a large military boot appearing before Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened, ducking under a kick and then using both hands to block a thigh attack, spinning his body to throw the attacker to the ground. Roar! At that moment, Lin Feng's eyes widened as he saw the person lying on the ground was none other than Wang Kai, who had been bitten earlier. Wang Kai seemed impervious to pain, roaring and leaping to bite Lin Feng's waist. Lin Feng blocked with his hand, spun around, and grabbed Wang Kai from behind. Wang Kai, what's wrong with you? Wake up! Lin Feng urgently shouted into Wang Kai's ear. TSK, sorry, but once bitten, there's no turning back. From the darkness, Li Yixuan's face slowly emerged, pale and grinning maniacally, clapping his hands. I love seeing brothers turn against each other, though it seems he can't beat you. With that, Li Yixuan gave a sinister smile, turning his gaze to the few dragon slayers in combat. I have a great idea. With that, Li Yixuan disappeared into the darkness once more. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes widened, a sense of unease rising in his heart. He quickly turned to his comrades, shouting, "Be careful!" In that instant, Lin Feng's eyes hardened, and with a fierce motion, he struck Wang Kai's neck with a chop, causing his body to collapse. Following that, Lin Feng dashed into the fray, easily defeating the surrounding enemies with a few punches and kicks. Then, Lin Feng whistled, and the group gathered together, backs to each other. What is it, boss? One of the team members asked warily, scanning the surroundings. These people are strange. Don't get bitten. Lin Feng kept an eye on the surroundings while counting his team members, his brow furrowing. Where's Xiaoqi? Lin Feng's heart jolted. Xiaoqi was Lao Gui's grandson, who had just retired from the army and was brought into the Dragon Slayers by Lao Gui. Despite being new, his martial arts talent was outstanding, and his progress rapid. Lin Feng had brought him along for a simple mission to gain experience, but now Xiaoqi was missing. Lin Feng's heart raced with anxiety. At that moment, footsteps sounded from the darkness. The group looked over to see Xiaoqi slowly emerging, his eyes filled with fear and his body trembling. Xiaoqi! Lin Feng immediately sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, the next second, a pale face appeared behind Xiaoqi. Such a young blood. Just smelling it makes me hungry. Li Yixuan grinned maniacally, sliding his nails across Xiaoqi's face. Xiaoqi's eyes were filled with terror, frozen in place. Li Yixuan, you dare? Lin Feng's eyes blazed with fury, shouting a warning. But the next moment, Li Yixuan opened his mouth wide and bit down hard on Xiaoqi's neck. Bastard! Lin Feng's eyes widened in rage as he charged towards Li Yixuan, only to be met with a cold smile. Li Yixuan pushed Xiaoqi towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly stopped, catching Xiaoqi and holding him in his arms, his eyes frantic as he looked at Xiaoqi's fading life. Xiaoqi, stay strong. I promised your grandfather I'd take care of you. You can't give up. Lin Feng anxiously patted Xiaoqi's face. At that moment, Xiaoqi's body convulsed violently, his eyes bulging before he suddenly lost his breath. Xiaoqi! Lin Feng roared in grief, tears streaming down his face, his heart aching. Suddenly, Xiaoqi's eyes snapped open, turning blood red. Lin Feng, still in sorrow, suddenly widened his eyes as a hand pierced through his chest. Lin Feng coughed up blood, then loosened his grip on Xiaoqi, collapsing to the ground, his eyes dimming. In the pool of blood, Xiaoqi slowly stood up, his eyes vacant, licking the blood on his hand, then glaring coldly at the others and roaring. Why? Lin Feng weakly looked at Xiaoqi, just as Wang Kai's voice also appeared before the group, both with vacant eyes. Don't doubt it. At that moment, Li Yixuan stepped forward with a cold smile, taunting Lin Feng. From the moment they were bitten, their souls and bodies no longer belonged to them. In the world of vampires, they are now my servants. With that, Li Yixuan's eyes gleamed with malevolence, and with a wave of his hand, Xiaoqi and Wang Kai charged at the remaining dragon slayers. Chapter 301. Ambush. No, don't. Lin Feng was growing weaker, his vision blurring as he saw Xiaoqi and Wang Kai battling their former comrades. His eyes reddened. Ignoring the pain in his body, he gritted his teeth and stood up from the pool of blood. Oh, quite the man, able to stand up with such injuries. Li Yixuan narrowed his eyes and slowly approached Lin Feng, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him up. You're quite a man. I admire you. After you kill Wang Beihai, Perhaps I can make you my confidant. Li Yishuan sneered, but Lin Feng spat a mouthful of blood onto Li Yishuan's face. Good, very good. Li Yishuan's body trembled with anger, and with a sudden force, he tightened his grip, causing Lin Feng's throat to constrict. His veins bulged, and he felt the suffocating sensation surge. Only when he saw Lin Feng was about to suffocate did Li Yishuan loosen his grip, revealing his sharp fangs glistening with cold light as he bit down on Lin Feng. The next day, at noon, Wang Beihai sat in his office at the Mo Fei group, with several members of the dragon-slaying team standing before him. This mission was completed well. Almost all involved forces and hunters have been wiped out, except for a few who fled to other countries. Now, only Lin Feng's team is left. Wang Beihai nodded in satisfaction, then raised an eyebrow. Something's not right. Logically, Lin Feng's team is the most experienced and strongest in the dragon-slaying team, and the targets they were dealing with weren't particularly formidable. Why haven't they returned yet? Thinking this, Wang Beihai had someone bring the details of Lin Feng's team's mission. Upon seeing the name Li Yishuan, an uneasy feeling instantly arose in Wang Beihai's heart. At that moment, the office phone suddenly rang. Wang Beihai picked it up and heard the guards report that Lin Feng had arrived downstairs. Let them up. Without hesitation, Wang Beihai allowed Lin Feng and his team to enter. Soon, Lin Feng led Xiao Qi and the others into Wang Beihai's office. You're back. Wang Beihai laughed heartily, stepping forward to pat Lin Feng on the shoulder. However, the moment his hand touched Lin Feng, Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned grim. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes turned cold, and he lunged at Wang Beihai with claws extended. Wang Beihai, having anticipated the attack, swiftly dodged Lin Feng's strike. Roar! As Lin Feng attacked, the team members who had accompanied him on the investigation also roared in anger, charging forward to strike and bite anyone in their path. Wang Beihai frowned, though somewhat puzzled. He waved his hand, releasing an invisible energy that instantly bound Lin Feng and his team. Meanwhile, Lao Gui and the others were being attacked by Xiao Qi and Wang Kai. Lao Gui's face turned red with disbelief, as Xiao Qi was his grandson. Xiao Qi, Wang Kai, what are you doing? Lao Gui subdued Xiao Qi and shouted at the group, but they seemed not to hear, their eyes glowing with bloodlust as they roared at the crowd. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, slowly approached Lin Feng, and upon a glance, saw the bite mark on Lin Feng's neck. He was instantly stunned, connecting the unusual behavior of the team members to something and quickly pinched Lin Feng's face, revealing a pair of sharp fangs. Vampire? Wang Beihai was shocked. I didn't expect such things to really exist. As he spoke, Wang Kai broke free from the restraints and launched a frenzied attack on the others. Seeing this, Wang Beihai quickly clenched his hand, and Wang Kai was once again bound by an invisible energy. How could this be? Seeing Wang Beihai easily subdue the group, Lao Gui was both shocked and worried. If I'm not mistaken, they encountered the legendary vampire. Wang Beihai said gravely. Hearing this, the others looked incredulous. Vampires? Aren't those just things from TV? Lao Gui shook his head, refusing to believe that his grandson could be a vampire. All things in the world have spirit. If we believe in the existence of gods, then other species naturally have the possibility of existence. Wang Beihai said calmly. Lao Gui's heart skipped a beat. Then he looked at Wang Beihai anxiously. Boss, is there any way to save them? Xiao Qi is my grandson, and Lin Feng is our captain. Seeing them like this, I believe they are suffering more than we are. Hearing this, Wang Beihai frowned. He was relatively unfamiliar with vampires. Wang Beihai sighed deeply, glancing at the surrounding crowd, all with pleading eyes. We must save them. Wang Beihai gritted his teeth, his eyes showing determination, then waved his hand, causing Lin Feng and the others to groan and pass out. I need time to research. Lao Gui, have them taken downstairs. No one is to contact them until I find a cure. Wang Beihai looked at Lao Gui and gave the order. Lao Gui, after glancing at Xiao Qi, his eyes filled with worry, hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded in agreement. After arranging everything, Wang Beihai rubbed his head, then signaled for the others to leave. He leaned back in his office chair, consulting the book of changes about vampires. Meanwhile, across the street from the Mo Fei group building, Li Yixuan put down his binoculars, then with a forceful grip, crushed the binoculars. Wang Beihai, such an ambush and still you live. Li Yixuan's eyes were cold, his expression dark. It seems I need to exert more effort to kill you, Li Yixuan said, his eyes flashing with a chill, then clapped his hands, and a few graceful girls emerged from the corner, bowing respectfully to Li Yixuan. Li Yixuan nodded in satisfaction, then said, "Go to the busiest parts of the city, spread the virus you carry among them. I want everyone in this city to become my blood slaves in the shortest time possible." With that, Li Yixuan waved his hand, and the girls immediately obeyed, leaving. Standing on the building, Li Yixuan looked down at Longquan County, his eyes glowing red. Wang Beihai, within a day, I will have a true vampire army. Then, all of Longquan County will fall at my feet, and I will become the true king. And you will be the first sacrifice for my coronation. When the moon rises tomorrow, it will be your time to die. Chapter 302. The Eve of the Outbreak. As the evening sun cast its last rays into Wang Beihai's office, he felt his eyelids twitch and slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of joy. "Thank you, heavenly book," he murmured, a smile curling his lips as he received some information from the heavenly book. "I never thought the tentacles of other continents would reach into the divine land," he thought, his eyes flashing with a cold light. According to the heavenly book, these so-called vampires were not native to the divine land and were mostly found in the western continents, rarely appearing in the east. It seems someone has brought these disgusting creatures to the divine land. Wang Beihai sensed a whiff of conspiracy. He smirked slightly, thinking, it's time to visit other continents. Ever since discovering Su Fu's tomb in Yingzhou, he had been considering traveling abroad, and this incident aligned with his intentions. He immediately dialed Li Zhenshi's number. Upon answering, Li Zhenshi's voice, filled with relief and joy, came through the receiver. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Beihai briefed Li Zhenshi and then ended the call, sending the prescription via message. Leaning back in his chair, he rubbed his temples, feeling he had overlooked something. An hour passed as he pondered, and when he finally snapped out of it, the window had darkened. "Forget it, I'll think about it later," he shook his head and, glancing at the brightly lit city, left his office. As night fell, several stunning figures appeared in the busiest night market of Longquan County. Their impeccable figures and revealing attire quickly attracted the attention of many men. Wang Beihai, walking through the streets, felt increasingly troubled. Unknowingly, he found himself at the night market, a place he rarely frequented. He frowned, about to leave, when a man and a woman passed by him. He sensed something and immediately grabbed the woman. "What are you doing?" she shrieked, her pupils contracting and then returning to normal. Wang Beihai's heart raced. Her quick reaction confirmed his suspicions. "You're asking for it, aren't you?" The man beside her grabbed Wang Beihai's collar, glaring at him. "No, nothing, I made a mistake," Wang Beihai quickly thought, realizing he shouldn't alarm them. He shook the man's hand, leaving a tracking mark on his palm. The man snorted and, with a triumphant air, left with the woman. Watching them go, Wang Beihai's eyes gleamed, recalling the missing link. He slapped his forehead, thinking, how could I be so foolish? Whether it's Li Yixuan or someone else, their first step is definitely to expand their power. Looking around, he realized this was the most crowded place at night. He leaped, moving through the air and landing on the rooftop of a nearby building. "Let's see what tricks you have," he muttered, spreading his divine sense. He found many with special energies, all women. Withdrawing his sense, his expression grew serious. "Deceptive. Even with my senses, searching through the crowd is difficult. I'm alone. Capturing them will take too long." Suddenly, the mark he left earlier pulsed, and he followed it to an alley. There, he found the man he met earlier, now a lifeless body, and the woman, her mouth stained with blood, fangs gleaming in the moonlight. "It's you," he said, narrowing his eyes. The woman smirked, transforming into a shadow that darted away. Wang Beihai pursued, shouting, "You can't escape." In the bustling city, the chase continued. The woman's speed was remarkable, but Wang Beihai knew he would catch up eventually. She vanished into the darkness with a cold laugh. He stopped, gripping a protruding railing on the high-rise and spreading his divine sense. Finding her, he smirked, "Got you." He lunged into a dark corner, and a scream echoed as the woman materialized. "Release me, you filthy human," she snarled, her fangs menacing. Wang Beihai's expression darkened. "Tell me, who sent you?" "Heh, you're clever. Why don't you guess?" She lunged with sharp claws, but Wang Beihai activated his Xiao Luo immortal body, letting her claws scratch harmlessly. "How can you be unharmed?" she gasped. "Last chance. Speak," he demanded, tightening his grip. She grinned evilly. "You're strong, but you'll soon be finished. After tonight, Longquan will be ours, and you lowly humans will be our food." Wang Beihai's heart sank. He shook his head, snapped her neck, and summoned Qi Xiao, slicing her into fragments. His worry deepened. He closed his eyes, spreading his divine sense again, and opened them with a start. How could it be so fast? He frowned, finding over 100 vampires infiltrating the night market. If this continues, a zombie outbreak will be inevitable. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The hidden vampires no longer disguised themselves, attacking humans. The once lively night market turned into a hellscape. Wang Beihai's worst fear had come true. The zombie outbreak had begun. Hashtag Chapter 303. In trouble. In the usually bustling Black Forest bar, the cacophony of music continued unabated, occasionally punctuated by blood-curdling screams that drowned out the bar's soundtrack. The next moment, the tightly shut doors burst open, and people streamed out, their faces etched with terror. "Wait for me." A heavily made-up woman fell to the ground, her face immediately contorted with fear as she shouted for help. But those ahead only sped up, fleeing further into the distance. "No!" The woman's despairing wail echoed. "Shh, crying like that is so ungraceful." A sarcastic voice came from behind, followed by a hand gripping the woman's chin from behind. Her pupils dilated, her lips trembling uncontrollably as a pale face loomed before her. "Ah!" After a moment of silence, a piercing scream erupted from her. "Tisk, tsk, tsk, not a shred of beauty." Li Yishuan narrowed his eyes, then opened his mouth and lunged at the woman's neck, biting down fiercely. Her face paled instantly, and she collapsed to the ground. "Ugh, it's all the stench of alcohol." Li Yishuan spat on the ground, his expression one of disdain. Soon, the woman beside him slowly stood up, her eyes bloodshot and dilated, the whites dominating, looking truly horrifying. Li Yishuan watched the fleeing crowd on the street, a smug smile playing on his lips. With a wave of his hand, the door to the bar behind him collapsed, and a swarm of vampires poured out, prostrating themselves before him with expressions of reverence. "Go, scatter to every corner of Longquan County, turn all humans into my slaves," Li Yishuan bellowed, and the vampires surged forth, disappearing into the darkness. Similar scenes unfolded elsewhere. At a corner of the night market, dozens of vampires marched, when suddenly a red light appeared in the sky, slicing through them before they could react. "Sorry, this path is closed." Wang Beihai's figure descended from the sky, his eyes gleaming with cold determination. "No, there are too many exits leading out." Wang Beihai approached a vampire still writhing in pain, grabbing its head and crushing it instantly. "My avatars are guarding the other two areas, but that's just a drop in the ocean. We can't stop these monsters." Wang Beihai sensed the movements of the vampires around him, his brow furrowing as he detected many had already escaped the night market's confines. In a rush, Wang Beihai pulled out his phone and called Zhu Lingji, briefing him on the situation at the night market. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhu Lingji wasted no time, immediately preparing a countermeasure with Zhu Lingfeng. Wang Beihai then mobilized the members of the dragon-slaying squad to patrol the city, ready to fend off any vampire incursions. After deploying all measures, a new group of vampires emerged before Wang Beihai. Thinking of them as living humans just minutes ago, he loosened his grip on his sword. Seeing the vampires closing in, Wang Beihai's eyes hardened, and he holstered his weapon, slamming a fist into the ground. The surrounding terrain caved in, and the vampires, caught off guard, fell into the pit. Taking advantage of their disorientation, Wang Beihai closed his eyes, activating the Hunyuan technique. His spiritual energy solidified into several spinning shapes in the air. Go! Wang Beihai's cold command sent the spinning shapes piercing through the vampires' heads. They groaned, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed. Wang Beihai leaped into the pit, placing a hand on one's nose, his eyes lighting up with joy. Great, mental attacks still work on them. He sighed in relief, his expression easing. As long as he could restrain them, he didn't need to kill them. At that moment, his phone rang. Seeing it was Zhong Momo, he answered. Momo? We'll discuss the partnership later. I'm busy right now. His brow furrowed as another group of vampires appeared. Just as he was about to hang up, Zhong Momo's voice came through. I'm not calling about the partnership. Where are you? Monsters have flooded the black market, surrounding Treasure Pavilion. I need your help. What? Wang Beihai's eyes widened. Hold on. He waved a hand, felling the approaching vampires. How's the situation now? Seeing the vampires down, he picked up the phone again. Not good. Everyone in the black market has turned into monsters. If this continues, Treasure Pavilion won't last an hour. Wang Beihai frowned, pondering for a moment before saying into the phone, Wait for me. He picked up a few stones from the ground, carving runes into them and infusing them with spiritual energy. The stones glowed faintly. Squinting, he arranged the stones in a specific order, and an invisible barrier spread from his position, enveloping the entire night market. Simultaneously, Li Yishuan felt something amiss, looking at the barrier from outside. Many vampires collided with it, as if hitting an invisible wall. No! Li Yishuan roared in frustration, slamming a fist against the barrier, causing it to shudder but quickly stabilize. Roar! Li Yishuan's enraged bellow was cut short as a figure flew out from the barrier, speeding away. Wang Beihai, recognizing the fleeing figure, Li Yishuan's eyes blazed with cold fury, his form vanishing into the night. This barrier can only last an hour. I need to hurry. Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed, knowing the situation was still dire despite the barrier. Racing through the streets, 10 minutes later, Wang Beihai arrived at the black market. From afar, he saw a sea of corpses surrounding Treasure Pavilion. Chapter 304, Outbreak. How could there be so many vampires here? In the air, Wang Beihai furrowed his brows tightly. Below, the doors and windows of the treasure-gathering pavilion were already tightly shut. Zhong Liang and Elder Lin stood atop the pavilion, continuously swinging their weapons to knock down the vampires climbing up. Bang! At that moment, a loud gunshot echoed. Wang Beihai looked far off and saw Zhong Momo holding a sniper rifle on the other side of the pavilion, aiming at the vampires on the ground. Each shot hit its mark without fail. So cool. This was the first time Wang Beihai had seen Zhong Momo in such a manner, and he couldn't help but look surprised. He then stepped on the air and landed on the pavilion. Seeing Wang Beihai arrive, Zhong Liang's face lit up with joy. Brother Beihai, you're finally here. Zhong Liang greeted him. Wang Beihai nodded at him and then narrowed his eyes. Why are there so many vampires at the treasure-gathering pavilion? I don't know either. Zhong Liang shook his head, his eyes filled with confusion. Let's not talk about that now. Let's deal with the current situation first. Seeing this, Wang Beihai didn't pursue the matter further. He then let out a loud shout, and his aura immediately spread out. The vampires howling below the pavilion instantly froze, trembling uncontrollably. Holy Realm! I didn't expect you to have reached the Holy Realm. Zhong Liang's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Wang Beihai. It's just good luck. Wang Beihai gave a modest smile and then glanced at the vampires below. My aura can only temporarily subdue them. Later, I'll find a way to knock them out, and then you can have someone tie them up and find a place to keep them.